murdered him for the same reason.
I murdered him? Are you crazy?
It was 3 weeks ago tonight that I was sitting in my study doing some research work on poisons for my good friend, Inspector Noah Danton. Coincidentally, the time was exactly 8:32 1/4 when the telephone rang. Yes, Drake speaking.
This is Stephanie Brett. Been shot. Dying. Pierre Chaminade State. Westchester. It was...
There was no mistaking the sound which came to me over the telephone. Miss Brett had lost consciousness and dropped the phone. I hurriedly called Inspector Noah Danton, explained what had happened, and asked him to meet me at the Chaminade place. 45 minutes later, I drove into Chaminade's driveway and found the grounds swarming with guests, most of whom were young and beautiful women.
Oh, look, a man. All right, you vultures, lay off. I saw him first. Go on, scat.
For a minute, I was scared.
Well, you should be. That was a terrible fate I rescued you from. You ought to be grateful.
I am grateful. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm...
No, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're, Gary Cooper.
Well, hardly.
Walter Pigeon?
No, you're very flattering, but...
Frank Sinatra.
Now, wait, please.
Oh, well, I give up. Doesn't matter, really. Come on, let's go over and have a drink, shall we?
At any other time, I'd be delighted, Miss Brett, but now...
Oh, how wonderful. You know my name.
Naturally, a famous and lovely model like yourself could hardly expect to go unrecognized.
Oh, you're sweet. What did I ever do to deserve such gallantry?
Your beauty and charm inspire gallantry.
Would you mind mingling with the other guests and repeating that in a loud voice? And please call me Hala.
Thank you, Hala. And now I must insist that you know my name and why I'm here. I'm Barton Drake.
Barton Drake?
Yes.
Not the crime expert.
The same.
Oh, this is too wonderful. All day long I've been wishing for a man. I mean a real one, and now...
Hala, my purpose in being here is to see your sister.
Sister? Oh, I have no sister.
Oh? The young lady who called said her name was Stephanie Brett.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Oh, dear cousin Stephanie. Little wretch. Well, that does it.
What does what?
Destroys the illusion. For a minute I thought that it was I you were interested in. And now this. Well, Hala, will you never learn?
May I see your cousin Stephanie at once, Miss Brett? Hala.
Why not? I'm sure one more won't make any difference.
One more?
Dear Stephanie is in the library, resting. An hour ago, she became bored and complained of a headache.
A headache?
Mm-hmm. The dear darling's way of announcing to all the men on the place that she will hold private audience in the library to anything in trousers who happens to wander by in the interest of her health.
Oh, I see. Which way is the library, please?
Just follow the male exodus. Oh, come along. A woman scorned is usually a sucker. We might as well get it over with. In a moment, you'll hear the sound of male voices raised in adulation. Here we are. Prepared to be fawned upon, Mr. Crime Expert. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. No men. Cousin Steph. Oh.
Is that your cousin Stephanie sitting at the desk?
Yes, only why she sprawled out like that. Stephanie!
Close the door, please.
Stephanie! There's blood on her face. She's been shot.
Please, wait here, Miss Brett. So, bullet hole through temple, gun on floor, telephone receiver off hook. Yes, there can be no question.
Oh, what happened? Is she dead?
Quite dead, Miss Brett.
Dead. And she...
Your concern surprises me, Miss Brett. A moment ago, I got the impression that you disliked your cousin intensely.
I did. We all did. Every model at the studio. She was so beautiful, so cold, so contemptuous of the rest of us. But now, lying there, Oh, I can't believe it.
But I said there's no important in this house. And I say there is. I saw his car out front. Now, look what's there. Stop bothering me. If this is the library, I'm going in. Oh,
Come in, Inspector Danton. Come in.
Ah, there you are. Uh-oh. You found her, eh?
Yes, I regret to say that I arrived too late. Who is this gentleman, Inspector?
Buster? I don't know. Someone important, I guess.
Ayla, who are these men? Why are you crying? Stephanie said she was coming. Good heavens. Stephanie. Stephanie, darling. She's been shot.
Yes. Were you a relative of Miss Brett?
Relative? Good heavens, no. I'm Orion Cooper. Stephanie and I were engaged.
I see. In that case...
In that case, I demand to know who you men are and what you're doing here and why someone doesn't call the police.
We are the police.
The police? But, Ayla, did you...
Don't be a fool, Orion.
Did she what?
Never mind. What a terrible shock. I can't believe it.
I think Mr. Cooper was going to ask Kayla if she had anything to do with the shooting. Is that right, Cooper?
Well,
Of course he was. The moment he'll accuse me of murdering my own cousin.
Since you brought it up, Ayla, did you have anything to do with it? You had good cause, you know.
No more than you.
I? Why, that's perfectly silly to...
Well, I happen to know Steph broke her engagement to you this morning.
That's a lie. You're saying that because Pierre Chaminade didn't take up the option on your contract. You begged Steph to use her influence, and she refused. You found out that a pretty face and a slinky figure wouldn't get you everything. So you resorted to murder.
Why, you lying rat.
Just a minute. Now, look. There's only one bullet hole, so only one of you could be the murderer. I'd like to make everybody happy by arresting you both. But that wouldn't be ethical. But what's the setup?
Just as you see it, Inspector. It seems there were some tennis matches this morning. Miss Brett, that is, Stephanie Brett, pleaded a headache and announced she was going to the library to rest.
Well, it was an old trick of hers. She knew that every man within earshot would sneak up here and pay homage to her.
Oh, she was that kind of a babe, was she?
She was worse than that. She loved the power she held over men.
Stop that, Ayla. What you're saying isn't true.
It is true, and you know it, Orion. Every man at whom Stephanie ever smiled knew it. She wasn't human.
Miss Brett, I don't suppose that you visited Stephanie while she was resting here in the library?
Yes, I did. Rather, I tried to. There was someone ahead of me.
A man?
Yes. Pierre Chaminade.
Chaminade?
Pierre Chaminade is an expert on beautiful women, Inspector. He acts as agent for about 50 of them, hires them out as models.
Sounds like a nice business.
Behind the back of Pierre Chaminade, you talk about him, eh? Monsieur and Mademoiselle, these I do not like. Explain, please.
Well, how do you like that? Listen, chummy, where did you come from?
Where did I come from? Such a silly question. In my own house, he asked me where I come from. Who are you? Explain, please.
Say, look, you...
Inspector, do you mind?
No, go ahead and tell him who we are.
Mr. Chaminade, I'm Barton Drake, a private detective. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
The police. Explain, please.
Miss Ayla Brett and Mr. Orion Cooper, you know, of course. The young lady there by the telephone...
Stephanie, with her I'm very well acquainted. She... Mon Dieu. What is this? She's shot in the head. She's dead, oui?
Quite dead.
Explain, please.
Listen, how about you doing a little explaining? We happen to know you were in here talking with a gal just before she was murdered.
Oh-ho. So the wind blows toward Pierre Chaminade, oui?
Yeah, right smack dab in your direction.
You think I did this thing, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Explain, please.
Now, look, Frenchy, suppose we ask the questions. Why did you shoot her?
Inspector, you're a fool. Shoot her? I did not do so. I think the man who shoot her is Monsieur Cooper.
Why, you know...
Take it easy, Cooper. What makes you think Cooper is the murderer, Chaminade?
Oh, it is simple. Stephanie is about to die because of some strange disease only I know about. Today, she tells this to Monsieur Cooper. From him, she has some letters for which she demands money. Monsieur Cooper does not like this. So, poof, in the head, he shoots her.
Hello, Evening Ledger. This is Barton Drake. Yes, that's right. What time does the first edition of your paper go to press, please? 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Well, Inspector, anything new?
No. I've been questioning the guests for 2 hours and got nowhere. I hate beautiful women, especially those long-legged, sassy kind.
Well, when we've got more time, Inspector, I'm going to find out just what your type is. But first, has the report come in from the fingerprint department at headquarters?
Not yet. You know, Bart, there's something screwy about this whole setup.
Oh, so?
Yeah. The girl was lying dead in this room for more than an hour. All that time, the telephone that she had used was off the hook.
Oh, I see what you mean. There are at least a half a dozen extension phones on the same line.
Sure.
Stands to reason someone would have tried to call.
Yeah. And everyone swears he didn't go near a telephone. Now, that guy Chaminade...
You can take it from me, Inspector, that Pierre Chaminade is a phony.
Yeah. How do you know?
His so-called accent. Why, it's a cross between French Canuck, Spanish, and East Side New York.
Putting on an act, eh? Why?
I don't know. Possibly only to impress his clients. Well, let's get to work. The way I see it, we've got 3 suspects. Chaminade, Halebret, and Orion Cooper.
And all of them claim it was the other fellow that shot Stephanie. Nice people.
Well, let's begin with the most likely suspect first. Orion Cooper. He's up in his room now, waiting for us. Mr. Cooper, do I understand that you were here in your room between the hours of 1:30 and 2:30 this afternoon?
Yes, I was.
You were alone.
Yes,
No one entered or left the room.
that's right.
You stated earlier that you were reading your paper during that hour.
Yes, I was. Why? What are you trying to prove? If you think that I murdered Stephanie, you're wasting your time.
Well, we got plenty of it to waste. You had as good a reason as anyone to murder the girl, and we both think...
I'm going to lie just to save your skin here, Shauna. You're crazy. Right now, I'm going to...
Come in, Miss Brett. And Chaminade.
Here we are all together again, just like dear familiar friends.
Yes, well, this I do not like. If you will excuse me, I'll be back.
We will please excuse nothing. Come back here.
We explain, please.
Explain, please, yourself. What was it you wanted Miss Brett to lie about?
Oh, it wasn't nothing. I make the big joke.
Okay. Or it didn't sound like a joke to me.
What was it all about, Miss Brett?
He wanted me to tell you and Inspector Danton that I was mistaken when I said I heard him talking to Stephanie just before she was murdered.
So that's it.
Please. It was the reputation of the great Pierre Chaminade of which I was thinking. It would not be good for business for me
Oh, you wanted to make me out a liar to save your precious reputation. Why,
Please.
you...
I'm thinking only of my lovely girl.
Oh, shut up, Chaminade. What? What are you looking at that newspaper for?
I was just wondering if this was the paper Mr. Cooper was reading during the solitary hour he spent in this room. Is it, Mr. Cooper?
Yes? Why?
You see, this is today's issue of the Ledger. It went to press at 1:30 p.m. If you didn't leave your room between the hours of 1:30 and 2:30, and no one visited you, how did this newspaper get up here?
Why,
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is Danton. How are you, Sam? What? 2 sets of prints, eh? Okay, thanks. That was the fingerprint department. There were 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. Stephanie Brett's and Hala Brett's. Well, Miss Brett, you gotta talk fast to get yourself out of this one.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
No, of course you didn't. You only tried to. Stephanie saw the gun in your hand and grabbed at it. You struggled, the gun went off, Stephanie fell to the floor, and you dropped the gun and got out of there. It couldn't be any more perfect.
That's not true. We didn't struggle, and there wasn't a shot.
Then you do admit coming into the library.
Well, yes, I wanted to talk to Steph alone. It was the first chance I'd had since Pierre told me he wasn't going to take up my option. I knew that Steph could help if she wanted. Hello, Steph. Feeling better?
Why, Cousin Hala, this is a surprise. Were you really worried?
Oh, of course. It must be terrible to have those dreadful headaches.
Oh, your deep concern touches me, Cousin. I suppose you skipped the balderdash and tell me what's really on your mind.
Why,
Oh, don't look so shocked, darling. You came here to ask me to try and talk Pierre into renewing your contract, didn't you?
Well, yes, I did. Steph, you've got to help me. Pierre will do anything you say. You know what will happen if it gets out that he let my option lapse.
I know exactly what'll happen. You'll be washed up. Finished. Your dream of a Hollywood contract will disappear into thin air.
Then you will help me?
No. No. This is a moment I've waited a long time for, Cousin Hala. I hate you. I've hated you since the day I asked you to help me get a job with Pierre.
Oh, I did help you. I did everything I could.
That's a lie. You did nothing. You pretended to help, but all the time you were sticking a knife in my back. You were jealous and suspicious and afraid. Oh, yes. Pierre told me how you helped.
Pierre told you?
Pierre and you were sweethearts. He told me that, too. Well, he's tired of you now. You're through, darling, and you might as well get used to the idea.
You can't do this to me, Stephanie. You can't. I'll kill you.
What are you doing in that desk drawer? Taylor.
It's a gun, darling. A beautiful, ugly little gun. I just remember that Pierre kept it here. How fortunate.
Oh, so that's it. You're going to kill me. Darling, that's a laugh. You haven't the nerve.
Oh, haven't I? Haven't I? Well, I'll show you.
Explain, please.
Stephanie was right. I didn't have the nerve to shoot her, even if Pierre hadn't appeared.
So, then what did you do?
Well, I threw the gun on the floor and ran past Pierre out into the hall. The door to the den was open, so I went in. I wanted to be alone. I knew that nothing I could do now would change Stephanie's mind.
Well, now, think of that. I was wrong all the time, wasn't I?
How long were Pierre and Stephanie together in the library, Miss Brett?
I don't know. It didn't matter then.
Did you hear the shot?
Yes, but not until after Orion had come along the corridor.
Orion.
Now, look here, Haley.
Oh, what's the use, Orion? He'll get the truth sooner or later. I already know you were lying when you said you were in your room all the time.
That, Miss Brett, is good advice. Well, Cooper?
This is preposterous. I had nothing to do with it.
Then you won't mind telling us why you left your room and later lied about it.
I can explain about the newspaper easy enough.
That's what we're waiting for, brother.
Oh, very well. At 2:15, I went down to get the newspaper from the hall table. I heard angry voices coming from behind the library door. I knew that Stephanie had gone there to rest, so naturally I was in.
This thing you cannot do to me, Stephanie. The great lover.
Pierre, what is the meaning of this? Why are you shouting at Stephanie?
I'll tell you, Monsieur Cooper. You of all people should know.
Pierre, please.
So now it's Pierre, please. Very well. Perhaps now you'll listen to my proposition, oui?
Oh, yes, I'll agree to anything, only please.
Bon, the contract. Tear it up, please.
I haven't it with me. You should know that.
Look here, what's all this talk about a contract? I demand an explanation.
And an explanation you will have, monsieur. Mademoiselle Brett has...
Please, Pierre, please.
No, you're pulling the double cross, Miss Brett. Of these I'm sure. So Monsieur Cooper should know.
No? No what?
That Mademoiselle Brett has a brain tumor. In 6 months, maybe less, poof, she'll be dead.
You despicable beast!
And now, with your lover, I leave you, Miss Stephanie Brett. Au revoir.
Is this true, Stephanie? Oh, my dear. My dear.
I didn't want you to know. I wanted just a few more days together. As we were before.
Of course, darling. Of course. Stephanie.
Yes, Orion.
Stephanie, darling. The letters.
The letters?
Those that I wrote you. Perhaps it would be better... would it be, discreet if we allowed them to be found among your possessions?
You too?
Don't misunderstand me, my dear. It's only that
I... You think it might injure your reputation as a great lover if the letters you wrote me were found?
That's ridiculous.
What a fool I was to believe you ever loved me. When it was only the fact that I was Pierre Chaminad's most promising model that attracted you.
Stephanie, please, you mustn't carry on.
You're all alike. All of you. Pierre demanded that I destroy my contract because if one of his lovely models were to tie it would harm his reputation. And now this from you.
Stephanie.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
I could do for the poor thing, so I left her.
Very decent of you, Cooper.
Yeah, very. So what happened then?
I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the shot.
Well?
Naturally, I ran back down the stairs to see what had happened.
And what had happened?
When I reached the hallway, I found Hayla standing outside the library door. Pierre was just beyond her.
That's a lie, Orion. You were already in the hallway when I came from the den.
Ridiculous. I've already told you I was...
tell the grand lie. I, Pierre, I have to find out that...
And you were in the hall, too, when I appeared.
Oh, no. Hayla was at the library door. I saw her.
Next, you'll say you saw me shoot Stephanie.
That I would not doubt.
Nor I.
Why, you unmitigated scoundrel.
Hayla, a murder suspect should control herself. Anything you say
Just a
might...
minute. I'll get it. Drake speaking. Oh, hello, Ryan. I see. That's just what I needed. Yes. Thank you. That was Medical Examiner Ryan, Inspector. Hatred and greed and an overabundance of beauty can be a dreadful thing, Hayla. Now I know beyond a shadow of a doubt who fired that shot, Inspector.
Okay, Bart. So, who fired the shot that killed Stephanie Brett?
I wish I could say that all three of our suspects had fired it. One is no less responsible than another for Stephanie's death.
Why, the idea...
I don't follow you, Drake.
Explain, please.
Selfishness, greed, and vanity, those are the true murderers. Hatred and suspicion and jealousy, those are the motives.
Yeah, Bart, but look, who fired the shot?
Stephanie did.
Stephanie? You mean she killed herself?
But I thought
She couldn't have.
Can you blame her? You all hated her. We're all jealous of her. Stephanie hated you. She saw a chance for revenge. The gun was on the floor. It belonged to Pierre. Hayla's fingerprints were on it. She knew that Orion had been seen in the library a few minutes before. If it weren't for one little detail, she might have succeeded in sending you all to the chair.
One detail? What was that?
In order that the police would lose no time in apprehending one or all three of the murderers, Stephanie called me on the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
She said she'd been shot, was dying. I heard the crash over the phone as she fell. Naturally, I found her in the library with the phone off the hook. I assumed that she'd been murdered.
Yeah, naturally.
Working on this premise, not knowing the bitter hatred in her heart, it was not until Medical Examiner Ryan called me and said that Stephanie had been killed instantly that I realized she couldn't have been murdered.
Now I get it. If Stephanie was killed instantly, she couldn't have called you first. Dead people don't talk over telephone.
That's it, Inspector. Stephanie called me, put on her act, and then shot herself.
Bart, we're a great team. Now, if you hadn't called me and suggested...
Watch yourself, Inspector. Remember, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
The story began last autumn. Mr. Grant Parker, a wealthy art collector, had called me and asked me down to his country place for the weekend. 15 minutes later, I picked up my good friend, Inspector Noah Danton, and we were on our way to Woodsville, the small country town where Parker spent his summers.
So, we're going down to see this Grant Parker who says he's a what's the thing you call him, Bart?
A numismatist, Inspector.
Is that good?
Well, a numismatist, Inspector, is a man who collects coins.
Who doesn't? Personally, I prefer collecting the folding kind of dough.
Numismatology, Inspector, is somewhat different than merely collecting money.
Oh?
Some rare coins, minted at a value of, say, 50 cents, are sold for as high as $10,000.
You don't say.
And I understand that Grant Parker has an equally valuable coin in his collection. It's called a Maria Theresa Toller from the island of Madeira.
Well. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Doesn't it ever hurt to know so much?
Now, don't you take it seriously, Inspector. I looked that information up before we left headquarters.
Why?
Because Grant Parker explained to me over the phone that he believes one of his weekend guests is planning on stealing that coin.
Now you're talking my language. What gave him that idea?
Because last night Parker was knocked unconscious while working on his study.
And the coin was stolen, eh?
No, but the room was ransacked. Fortunately, Parker had taken pains to find a good hiding place for the coin.
Yeah, but not so good that the thief can't eventually find it, eh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. Oh, Inspector, we are to pretend we're merely guests. Parker told no one of the attempted theft, and he doesn't want his guests to know our real purpose in being there.
Good idea.
Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Here's the gate right here. Well, how do you like that? The driveway gate is closed.
And locked, too, if that padlock means anything.
Yeah, did you say that Parker expected it?
Yes, well, he probably has some reason for wanting to keep the automobiles out. Shut off the motor, Inspector. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Yeah. Walking's out of my line. Wonder how far it is to the house.
Oh, it can't be a great ways. There's a small door here beside the gate that seems to be unlocked.
This guy Parker must expect an invasion. Iron gates and 10-foot brick walls. Say, isn't that a house up there through the trees?
Yes, I believe it is. Let's go.
It's kind of pretty around here, all these trees and everything. Hey, what's that?
Duck and Jack!
Holy suffering cats, what was it?
A boomerang.
A what?
There it goes, behind that clump of bushes. Come on, Inspector. Let's find out what this is all about.
Here, you two. What are you doing?
There he is.
Yes, I see him.
What the deuce are you two doing running around here? This is private property, I'll have you know.
And we'll have you know we don't like being targets for boomerangs.
Where is it? Where's what?
The boomerang.
Boomerang? What the deuce are you talking about?
You know darn well what we're talking about.
Inspector, since the boomerang seems to have disappeared, suppose we introduce ourselves and explain what happened.
Well, who are you?
I'm Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Denton.
Drake, Danton, never heard of you.
We're here at the request of a Mr. Grant Parker.
Nonsense. I'm Grant Parker, and I requested nothing of the sort.
You are Grant Parker?
Of course. Now get out of here, or I'll call the police.
How do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Mr. Parker, someone called me this afternoon, said he was Grant Parker, and asked me and Inspector Danton down here for the weekend.
Why, that's preposterous. Now, look here, you two. I don't know what your game is, but
Good gosh, what's that?
Someone's in trouble. Come on,
This
Inspector.
way.
I see them over here.
Yes, there's two of them.
Gary, come away. Gary, what are you yelling about? Good heavens.
Jumping Judas, look at that guy on the ground.
Yes, he's practically decapitated. Uh-oh. So?
Yeah, I see. The boomerang and covered with blood.
Charity, in heaven's name, how did it happen?
I don't know. I was coming along the path and found him.
Perhaps you can tell us how it happened, Grant. Me? Blast you, Monty, what are you suggesting? Yes. Why, you miserable young pup.
Come, break it up. Who are you? The police.
The police?
Yeah, convenient, isn't it, to have the police right on the spot when a murder's committed. Now, suppose we ask a few questions. Parker, who's the dead man?
None of your business. I've already told you to get off my property. If you don't,
You've told us too much already. All three of you are suspects. Now, smarten up, wise guy, and...
Look here, are you accusing me of...
Grant, let's not make things any more difficult than we can help.
Well, now...
The dead man is some gentleman. Was a guest of ours.
Of whose?
Mine and Mr. Parker.
Oh.
I'm Mrs. Parker, and this gentleman is Marty Osgood.
He's a guest, too, I suppose?
Oh, yes. Now, may we all go up to the house, please? I feel rather faint.
Keep your hands off my wife, Osgood. As for you two, I don't know who you are, and I don't believe you're the police. I order you to get off my property.
Just a minute, Mr. Parker. All this blustering doesn't impress us in the least.
Why...
There's been a murder committed here. Whoever called on the telephone anticipated it. Neither the inspector nor I are leaving until we find out just what this is all about.
Look, Bart. Sitting here in this room and waiting isn't getting us anywhere.
It will, Inspector, if you can just control yourself.
Yeah? What do you expect to happen? The murderer going to walk in here and give himself up?
Perhaps not the murderer, but I am expecting a visitor.
Who?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector. In fact, we'll know in less than a minute. Oh, hello, Mr. Parker. Come in. We've been expecting you.
Expecting me?
Yes. Are you quite sure our conversation here can't be overheard?
Positive. Look here, Drake, why do you ask that?
Isn't that your chief concern? Didn't you want to wait until we could get someplace where we could talk freely?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. So I'm blamed if I can figure how you knew it.
That's unimportant. The point is, it was you who called me this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Well, You mean you were putting on an act out there in the woods?
Yes?
Huh.
Gentlemen, I'm in grave danger.
What kind of danger, Mr. Parker?
In danger of being murdered, I'm afraid. Whoever threw that boomerang this afternoon intended me to be the victim.
How do you figure that?
I had announced earlier that I meant to take a walk. I knew I'd be followed
How did you know it, Mr. Parker?
because one of the guests who's staying here this weekend is determined to get hold of my Maria Teresa Toller.
Is that $10,000 50-cent piece you were telling me about, Barton?
Yeah.
So you figure somebody would murder you for a $10,000 hunk of lead? Nope, I can't buy that, Mr. Parker. There's easier ways than that to get dough.
Ah, you don't understand, Inspector Denton. Numismatists, in fact, collectors of all types, become fanatics.
Oh.
They'd go to any lengths to acquire a rare specimen.
Yes, that's true, Inspector. The intrinsic value of items can't be considered here. Mr. Parker, why exactly did you put on your act out there in the woods? Was it because you feared that whoever followed you would overhear our conversation?
Yes, I was sure of it. I didn't want anyone to know that I was suspicious enough to call the police.
Not even your wife?
I see what you mean, Drake. Please remember that there was another person present when we discovered my wife beside the body of Sam Jenkins.
Yes. Your wife is considerably younger than you, isn't she, Mr. Parker?
Yes? Why?
Is she in love with you?
I resent that question, Drake.
Now we're getting to the real motive.
You can leave my personal affairs out of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker, but your personal affairs are most important where murder is concerned. By the way, may I see your Maria Teresa Toller?
Yes, of course. I carry it here in my wallet.
So that's the reason the thief didn't find it when he knocked you out and ransacked your room, eh?
Yes. After today's experience, I'm convinced that whoever is after the Toller has figured out that I carry it about my person at all times.
So he's got to murder you to get his hands on it.
That's right. It is, Drake.
Thank you. Yes, this is a collector's item, all right.
Who's the dame on it?
That's Maria Teresa herself.
Oh.
The date the Toller was minted, 1790, is directly beneath.
Well, you seem to know considerable about rare coins yourself, Drake.
A minor hobby of mine, Mr. Parker. Look, Inspector, you see the band of pearls in Maria's hair?
Why, sure, I see him.
That band and the clasp on her dress, also made of pearls, is what makes the Toller genuine. Isn't that so, Mr. Parker?
Yes, it is. Drake, you should make numismatology a hobby.
I already have one hobby, Mr. Parker. One that takes most of my time. It's murder. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. How many guests are staying here with you this weekend?
8, or rather 7, now that poor Sam is gone.
And are they all collectors?
Well, let's say they're all interested in collecting. Any one of them would like to possess this Toller.
Exactly. Mr. Parker, I'd like you to invite all your guests out into the lawn immediately.
But look here, what for?
I took the trouble to investigate your guests before the inspector and I came down. Most of them are independently wealthy. That's why they're interested in collecting rare items. Something to amuse them. That and hunting big game with boomerangs.
I get it. We'll let them show us how good they are with those boomerangs, and that'll tell us something, huh?
That, Inspector, is going to tell us more than you think if we're allowed to live that long.
We've got to tell him, Monty. Don't you see we have?
No, Charity, not now. It's too dangerous.
Why is it dangerous? Oh, Monty, I'm frightened.
Oh, there, Monty. Charity, why did you slip away and go down the path after Grant this afternoon?
Because I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to tell him about us.
Oh, you shouldn't have, darling. That's my job.
No, it isn't. I'm his wife. What a fool I was to ever believe he loved me.
Charity, where were you when poor Sam was hit with a boomerang?
So what? I don't know exactly. Monty.
There, darling, I only thought...
You thought what?
Charity, please, don't look at me like that.
You thought that I murdered Sam.
Of course I don't, darling. I only want to help you.
I can't believe it.
Now, see here, Charity, listen to me. You were alone out there in the woods, and so was Grant. You hated him, and everyone knew it.
No, but I won't listen.
You will listen. Those police are going to ask you questions. They're sure to find out that you're an expert with a boomerang. They're bound to think that you mistook Sam for Grant.
I hate you, Mark Osgood. I was a fool to have ever listened to your drivel. And you said you were in love with me.
I am, believe me, I am, Charity. If you need help...
If I need help?
Is yours then the kind of love that can attach itself to a murderer?
Charity.
Now I see your game. Sam was your best friend. You loved him more than you did me. You thought I was jealous of him, and that I deliberately...
Charity, you're out of your mind. Come back here.
Okay, Mr. Mariachi. Perhaps I did murder Sam. Wouldn't you like to know? And wouldn't you like to know also what my plans are for you?
Drake, I don't like this. After what's happened today, no one's in the mood for playing games.
This isn't a game, Mr. Parker. It's deadly serious.
And we're not kidding.
All right, folks. Who will be the first volunteer?
I will. I'm no good at boomerang throwing, but I'll be glad to help you out.
Thank you, Osgood. Select your weapon and go ahead.
One's as good as another. Hand me one, Drake.
Yesterday, you were bragging how good you were. Here, take this one.
No, thanks. Man's out of style if he doesn't brag in this gathering. Okay, here goes.
This is the craziest night throw. Right around that clump of trees. Here it comes back. Too bad. Off about 10 feet.
There you are, Drake. Does that make me the murderer?
The purpose of this experiment, Osgood, is not to identify the murderer.
No?
No. On the other hand, making a wild throw doesn't prove you innocent either.
I don't like this. I'm only trying to cooperate, and you fellas are trying
Thank
to...
you very much, Osgood. Now, will you please step aside and let the next volunteer take over? Who's next, please?
I suppose sooner or later you'll come to me. I'll throw if you like.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker.
So, it's a woman's game, too, eh?
My wife is considered an expert at many kinds of games.
Are you trying to be subtle, Grant? Please don't. You succeed only in sounding ridiculous.
Blast you, Charity. I'll not tolerate
Would you mind throwing the boomerang, Mrs. Parker?
Well, he...
Now.
Very well.
Watch it. Wow. Hot diggity. Low and fast. The gal's good. Here it comes back.
Yes, only it isn't coming back where it should.
Doc Parker. Good heavens. Whipped him on the side of the head. Good heavens. His head.
He's not seriously hurt. Well, Mrs. Parker, whoever said you were an expert with the boomerang was either lying or you are being very clever.
Oh, no, it was an accident, I swear. Oh, Grant.
How does it feel now, Mr. Parker?
Well, I'm all right. It's just a nick. Where's Charity?
She's downstairs.
She with Osgood?
No, she's alone. Mr. Parker, do you think your wife deliberately tried to hit you with that boomerang?
Oh, no. Of course not. It was an accident.
But you yourself said she was an expert.
Well, she was nervous. She must have been. I shouldn't have spoken to her the way I did. It must have upset her.
I see. It would have been much more gallant if Osgood had failed to make a perfect throw, wouldn't it?
What do you mean? What are you driving at? I'm deeply in love with my wife, and she with me.
Did I say that you weren't, Mr. Parker?
Well, you implied it. Drake, you're overstepping your authority. I asked you down here because
Because, as you expressed, that you felt you were in grave danger. It seems to me, Mr. Parker, that some of that danger has materialized.
Nonsense. Drake, do you think that my wife deliberately tried to kill me?
Do you?
No.
Come, Parker. Stop pretending. Have you ever known your wife to make such a wild throw with the boomerang?
Well, no, I haven't. Well, wait a minute. Something did happen once.
Oh, so?
Well, it's ridiculous to think of. I'm sure it was an accident.
Tell me about it.
There's not much to tell. Haven't given it a thought since. Once a group of us had gone to Africa to hunt tigers.
Oh. And what happened?
Nothing. That is, Charity and I were out one day alone with a native guide. We saw one of the beasts crouching in a tree. Charity made a throw and missed. The guide had to shoot the tiger with a high-powered rifle.
And what happened to the boomerang?
Why, it barely missed striking me. But this is absurd. I'm sure it was an accident.
Your story is absurd, Mr. Parker, but not for the reasons you suggest. Oh, come in, Inspector.
How's Parker?
He's doing very nicely.
Now, look here, Drake. I want you to explain that remark you just made.
In a moment, Mr. Parker, in a moment. Inspector, have you talked with any of the guests?
Yeah, I talked to them all. You know, Bart, it's a funny thing.
What is?
I got a feeling that most of these people hate each other. All this double talk they do is an act.
They don't mean it.
Now, you two listen to me. I won't have you talking about my guests like
I'm
that.
sorry, Mr. Parker. We've a murder to solve. Go on, Inspector.
Well, the way I get it figured is this. These people haven't got enough to do. They've all got more money than they can get rid of. They spend their time collecting things and big game hunting and being mean to each other.
Nice work, Inspector. I think you're right. A murder on the side gives them a new lease on life, something unusual and exciting.
Yeah. I think any one of them could have committed that murder.
Blast it, you're not going to get away with such talk. I'll turn you over to the police.
Relax, Mr. Parker, relax. Inspector Danton is all the police that are necessary to solve this crime.
But what do you mean?
I mean that the guilty party has been painfully obvious in his mistakes. We know positively who it was that murdered Sam Jenkins.
Well, look, Bart. If we know who it was murdered Sam Jenkins, why don't we arrest the guy?
Well, it would be much easier if the murderer came to us than if we went to him. Don't you think so, Inspector?
No.
No?
No. If he comes to us, he'll come with homicidal ideas.
That's exactly what I want, Inspector. If he attempts to murder us, then we'll be positive he's guilty, won't we?
Positive? Yeah. Say, wait a minute. I thought you said you were positive.
I did, Inspector, and I am. But I want to be able to prove the person's guilt once we decide to make an arrest.
Well, I'll be, look, Bart, sometimes, boy, you wear me down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector.
Yeah. But 2 hours ago, you announced that you knew who murdered Jenkins. Where are we going now?
We're going to trap the murderer.
We're going to check... Jumping Judas, Bart. Let me in on the deal, will you?
Yes, you bet I will, Inspector. But here we are.
What's this?
Grant Parker's trophy room.
Where'd you get the key?
Parker gave it to me. Must be a light switch here. Yeah, here it is.
Jumping Judas. Look at that.
Yes, quite a display of trophies and equipment. Uh-oh. Well, Inspector, that does it.
Huh? What does what?
Here's the rack where the boomerangs are kept. Let's take a look at them, Inspector.
Hey, look, Bart. Are you going to let me in on this, or aren't you?
Am I a cop or what?
Quiet.
Huh? What's the matter?
Don't look now, Inspector. But there's a man peering in at us through the window directly behind where we're standing.
Behind me? A man? How do you know?
I can see his reflection in this glass case.
By gosh, you're right. Hey, he's opening the window.
He has a rifle, a
Yeah.
high-powered, big-game rifle.
Well, what are we going to do? Are we going to just stay in here and be knocked off like clay pigeons?
No, wait a minute. Wait until he gets his rifle leveled.
Huh?
Then I'll throw this handful of boomerangs at him.
Why wait till then? I'm sweating already.
No, if we wait, it will take him a few seconds to detach himself from that cumbersome rifle, and we can use those seconds, Inspector.
I get it, but I don't like it. Hey, he's leveling the rifle now.
Yes, and he has his finger crooked around the trigger.
I can't stand it any longer.
All right, Inspector, jump! Yeah! Come on, Inspector, after him.
I'm right with you, son.
There he goes, Inspector.
Yeah, I see him. Stop or I'll shoot.
I guess he didn't hear you.
Well, he'll hear this.
Too bad, Inspector. He ducked behind the garage.
Why, the dirty... He's shooting at us.
I suppose we have to expect that kind of treatment from a murderer.
Have you got to be funny at a time like this?
There he goes.
Yeah, and this time he's out the open.
Take your time, Inspector.
Yeah, I can't miss.
Good work. Your aim is improving, Inspector.
I only hit him in the
He
leg.
dropped his rifle when he fell. Come on, let's have a look.
Jumping Judas. Look who it is.
Are you surprised, Inspector?
Grant Parker. Say, I thought he was the guy we were supposed to protect.
He was and still is, Inspector. Here comes his gang of alleged friends from the house to gloat over what they probably hope will be another murder.
Well, it's certainly good to be back at the old Lamplighters Club after all that excitement. How about a game of chess before we turn in, Bart?
Excellent idea. Well, Inspector.
Yeah?
Well, don't you want to know? You've been sitting there for 15 minutes trying to act unconcerned.
Oh, is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How'd you guess?
It wasn't guesswork, Inspector. It was knowing certain facts.
I suppose so. What facts?
Facts about the Maria Teresa Toller that Parker had. It was a phony.
Well.
You see, in the first place, the date on it was 1790. All Tollers from the Madeira Island, Inspector, carry the original date of minting, which is 1780.
My.
Also, the band of pearls in Maria's hair contained exactly 8 pearls, but there were 10 on Parker's coin.
How can you argue with a guy like that?
You see, Inspector, Parker knew that Osgood was in love with his wife and she with him. So he used the coin as bait to get Osgood down here, because Osgood is a collector of rare coins.
So Parker decided to become a collector of corpses, eh?
Right, Inspector. And Parker thought it was Osgood who had followed him on his walk this afternoon. He had to throw that boomerang hurriedly because he heard us coming through the brush. When he discovered his mistake, well, it made him a little mad.
No regrets, eh? Nice people.
Plus, he saw a chance to get back at his wife by letting me think she deliberately tried to kill him when she made that wild throw this afternoon.
But, of course, you knew he was lying, eh?
Yes, Inspector, I did.
How?
Because Parker said he and Mrs. Parker had hunted tigers in Africa.
Well?
There are no tigers in Africa, Inspector. All the tigers known to exist are in Asia.
Well, I'll be a monkey's dear departed aunt. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I can't wait. Tell me.
All right, Inspector. Murder is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. I had received another of those mysterious phone calls. This time, the speaker urged me to go at once to the Matthews estate on Long Island. Kenneth Pringle, the famous polo player, was in danger of being murdered. Now, I had a strong suspicion that my good friend Inspector Noah Dan was responsible for the call. And this time, much to the old gentleman's astonishment, I was comfortably seated in the police car when he entered, saw me, grunted, and gave directions to the driver. Well, Inspector, here we are again.
Yeah. And what I want to know is how come Barton Drake always shows up when there's something hot in the offing?
You should know, Inspector.
What do you mean I should know?
Nothing, except that the man who called me this morning said that you had been notified.
Notified of what?
That Kenneth Pringle is in danger of being murdered this afternoon.
Ha! What a nonsense.
Perhaps. On the other hand, this isn't the first time Pringle has come close to a tragic end.
Friend of yours?
I've met him once or twice, although he probably won't remember me. My picture of Pringle is that he has 2 careers, polo and women.
What's the connection?
Pringle's been unfortunate in attracting women who have made, shall we say, previous commitments.
Married dames, eh?
Right.
Nothing new about that.
He's a dashing fellow, this Pringle. And the fact that he's Eastern polo champion adds to his allure.
Those horseback riders. Say, that reminds me.
Yes, Inspector?
This Paul Matthew, the guy who owns the place where we're going now, isn't he an Englishman with a lot of money, kind of old?
That's right.
Yeah.
Recently he married young and beautiful Diane Carver. They're very happy, I understand.
Yeah. I remember reading about it. She used to play around with Pringle before she married Matthew.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Let's not be gossipy.
It's beginning to make sense. Matthew throws a big party at his Long Island estate, invites Pringle, then calls us and says Pringle's going to be knocked off. Huh?
Me, Inspector, that hardly makes sense. A man who contemplates murder does not invite the police to witness a crime.
Then who did make the telephone call?
That, Inspector, is what we'll have to find out. Well, here we are, Inspector. Wow, rather extensive ground.
Yeah. Matthews must still be in the chips. Hey, what are those people doing over there?
They appear to be engaged in an archery contest. Stop here. Looks like an important gathering. Some of those faces are quite famous.
Yeah. And who are we going to tell them we are?
Welcome so hello there.
Well, hello. Where did you come from?
I was walking behind the shrubbery, wishing that something exciting would happen, and it did.
Oh, so?
You arrived. You won't disappoint me, will you?
Yeah. Well, I'll do my best.
Oh, now I know.
Know what?
You're Bill Rogers, and this must be your father.
Father? Well, look
I'm
here.
Diane Matthews. Paul said you were coming. You're friends with his brother Charlie, aren't you?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Paul didn't say that Bill Rogers was... Well, I mean, I never did think of any of Paul's friends as being so young and attractive.
Thank you.
Good gosh, he's eating it up.
Let's go up and meet Paul. He's dying to see you.
Splendid. Come along, Dad.
Now, listen, I'm not going to... Oh, good gosh.
Jolly good technique, what?
By Jove, I say, you can't be old Tom Rogers. Exact opposite of the way I'd pictured
But he
you.
is Tom Rogers, Paul. Who else could he be? And this is his son, Bill.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, so you're the young man I heard so much about. I must say, Charlie didn't exaggerate there.
Perhaps I'd better explain. You
By
see...
Jove, this is jolly. Now, see here, I've a bit of an apology to make. Servant trouble, the war, you know, and all that sort of thing. Do you mind shifting for yourself a bit?
Not at all.
Diane, darling, show the gentlemen their rooms, will you? You know, the best we can do. I say, look there. Pringle's done it again. 4 bullseyes in a row. Quite a chat.
Tell me, that's Kenneth Pringle, the polo player, isn't it?
Yes. Would you like to meet him?
Well, later, my dear. No time now for
Ken?
introductions.
Oh, Ken, darling.
Oh, hello, Diane. Paul. Nice shooting, old fellow. Rather puts the rest of us in the shade.
Ken, darling, this is Tom Rogers and his son, Bill. They're old friends.
How are you?
Glad to know you. Thank you. You seemed adept to all forms of sports, Mr. Pringle.
Well, matter of coordination, I guess. By the way, haven't we met before, Rogers?
Possibly. I've watched you play a good many times. Yes, I believe once we were introduced.
A guy could do a lot of damage with a gadget like that bow and arrow.
Yes, an arrow has tremendous striking power if the bow is handled by an expert.
Ever kill anything with it?
Oh, yes, indeed. I belong to a hunt club whose rules forbid the use of any other weapon except the bow and arrow.
Ken hangs on to his bow and arrow as though they were something precious.
They are, to me. A good sportsman takes care of his tools.
Show the folks how good you are, Ken.
Oh, I say, let's wait a bit. Time for that later. Right now.
Let him do his stuff. This arrow shooting business is something I'd like to see.
Well, but the contest, we can't interrupt a
We
tournament.
don't have to go over to the range. There, shoot at that tree, Ken. It's out in the open.
Oh, okay. Only take a minute.
No, I say, Pringle, you might hurt someone. This is a lot of nonsense. Now, look here, old chap. I say, let's wait until the range is clear.
Paul, come back here.
Look out, Matthew.
Hey.
Paul's been hit.
You puppy fool.
Maybe the arrow's sticking in his shoulder.
Oh, you didn't step right in front of me.
Say, by Joe,
Well, the arrow only went through his sleeve. Here, I'll pull it out.
narrow escape was mighty careless of you, Pringle, old chap.
Careless of me? Why, you're deliberately...
You're as white as a sheet.
Why shouldn't I be? I might have killed the guy.
You sure might have, brother. Would have busted you all up, too, I'll bet.
What the devil do you mean by that?
Well, what do you think?
No, I said, let's forget it. Just an accident.
You're quite willing to let it end there, Matthew?
Oh, yes, of course, just an accident. I say, what are you driving at?
Nothing, except I don't agree. I don't think there was anything accidental about it.
I don't get it, Bart. It doesn't make sense. Why would Matthews deliberately try to get himself killed?
He didn't.
But doggone it, you said that the arrow shooting business wasn't an accident.
It wasn't.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I don't catch on easy. So it wasn't an accident. So now we've been here at Matthews's 5 hours, and Pringle's still alive, so we're a couple of suckers.
Inspector, you sound so unhappy.
Okay, so I'm unhappy. It's night. It's raining outside. This room they put us in is cold and damp, and you won't even let us have a light on. And besides that...
Besides that, they don't even know you're the great Inspector Danton. You're supposed to be my father.
Ha, ha, ha. Very funny. Very funny indeed. Yeah, well, I don't just like sitting here in the dark. Hey, what are you going to do over at the window?
I'm just looking out at the rain. Reminds me of the time we... Inspector.
Huh?
Come over here by the window.
Yeah. What do you see?
Look down there. Behind that shrubbery.
Yeah, I see them. 2 people. Say, they must be crazy standing out there in the rain like that.
On the contrary, they have an excellent reason.
Who are they?
Diane Matthew and Kenneth Pringle.
Mrs. Matthew and the polo player.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised. Say, what's the matter with him? He looks kind of funny.
Yes, and I think I know... Oh, so she's leaving him and going around to the rear of the house. And Pringle's heading for the front door. Inspector,
Yeah?
come on.
Huh?
This is what we've been waiting for.
Hey, what was that?
Somebody fell in the hall downstairs.
Yeah, somebody just went through the front door.
Hurry up, Inspector. Let's get down there.
Yeah.
It looks as though we're too late.
I say, what's all the rumpus about? This is split.
Jumping Judas, look at that guy on the floor. An arrow stuck right through his throat.
Yes, as I expected. Somebody killed by an arrow that was shot by the hand of an expert.
By Jove, I think you're right.
Grab hold, Inspector. Let's move him out of this hall.
All right, I got him. Here we go. I say, this is dreadful. Awfully decent of you to help out like this, messing things up, you know. Okay. Bad enough trying to keep things cleaned up with no help, but this...
Killed instantly, I'd say. Who is he, Mr. Matthew?
chap named Folsby, Arthur Folsby, I believe.
Friend of yours, is he?
Hardly. A servant. Agency sent him down. Arrived about an hour ago. Arrogant sort.
Arrogant?
Began by telling me he wanted 2 evenings a week off. Must have comfortable quarters, an increase in wages at regular intervals, and all that sort of thing.
Oh. Did any of the other servants know him?
Oh, I couldn't say, really.
Well, somebody must have known him. Somebody must have wanted him eliminated.
I say, you don't think the chap was deliberately murdered?
Oh, no. He stuck that arrow in his throat because it tickled. He liked it.
Look here, aren't you being a bit sarcastic? I say, what's the meaning of all these questions? What I mean is, it should be I who does the questioning, shouldn't it?
Well, now, think of that. He wants to know.
Dad,
Huh?
Mr. Matthew's right.
Now, listen.
This is a serious matter, Mr. Matthew. I think we'd all better explain exactly where we were when Fallsby cried out. Later, we'll give the others a chance to do likewise.
Good idea. It'll be necessary to notify the police, I suppose. Oh, possibly we can have the thing cleared up by the time they arrive.
The police?
Dad,
Huh?
you see, Dad and I were up in our room. We heard the screams and immediately came down to investigate.
Yeah, saw you myself. Clear as you two chaps, all right.
Thank you, sir.
And now, where were you, old thing?
I? Well, we're in the kitchen, of course. I thought you knew.
No, we didn't know. We are not mind readers. What were you doing in the kitchen?
Well, really? I was talking to Fallsby.
Oh, talking to Fallsby. So someone walked in with an arrow.
Dad, suppose we let Mr. Matthew tell us exactly what happened. Huh?
Right. Really, Rogers, I can't understand your attitude. I was giving Fallsby his instructions, assigning him a room, that sort of thing, when the doorbell rang.
The front door.
Yes, Fallsby, I say just pop out there and see who it is. A good chance to do your stuff.
And did he pop?
Precisely.
And what did you do?
Oh, I sat in the kitchen and waited. Wanted to give Fallsby a chance, you know.
Then what happened?
Well, really, the same thing that happened to you. I heard the front door open, then Fallsby gasped. I jumped forward and ran forward to the rescue.
Rescue to the rescue, eh?
Yes, I got there too late, though. Culprit had just escaping through the front door when I rushed into the hall.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Now, I think perhaps you're right. We'd better notify the police.
The police. Now, look.
By Jove!
What is it, Mr. Matthews? Yes?
I say, this is awkward.
What the devil are you talking about?
Yes, my soul, this is really... Now, look here. This jacket that fellow's wearing, it's mine.
Oh, so?
Yours. Well, now.
Yes, I remember. You were wearing it this afternoon. That means that whoever murdered Fallsby intended you to be the victim, Mr. Matthew. Come in. I was examining your husband's excellent collection of books while waiting for the police.
Books. Such a boring way to pass the time. Don't you think, Bill?
Well, that depends upon what substitutes there are.
Oh, you're cute. Would I do for a substitute?
Does that answer your question?
Bill, you're marvelous. Tell me, who do you think murdered that man, Fallsby?
Any of a dozen men to whom your husband would appear as an obstacle?
How amusing. You still believe that Paul was the murderer's intended victim?
I can only say the way I would act if I were annoyed by such an obstacle.
Oh, Bill, really?
You are a very beautiful woman, Mrs. Matthew. May I call you Diane?
Oh, please do. Bill.
Splendid. As your husband would say, this is jolly.
Isn't it? Bill.
Yes?
You're really very charming yourself.
Well, thank you.
Do you mind if I sit here?
Well, not at all. Your husband...
Oh, Paul. He's so stuffy. No, shall we say, romance between us.
I see. Mr. Pringle, then?
Ken, what do you mean?
Oh, a man has his honor. I wouldn't want Pringle to feel that I was...
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, but I saw you and Pringle earlier this evening standing out in the rain.
Well, what difference could that make?
Forgive me, I didn't mean to upset you. By the way, Edna wanted me to give you her love.
Edna?
My sister, Edna Rogers. You remember her, of course.
Oh, yes. How is dear Edna?
Splendid. Except for one thing.
Oh, really? What's that?
I have no sister Edna.
Very clever of you, Barton Drake.
At your service. Mrs. Matthew, would you mind telling me why you pretended not to recognize Inspector Danton and me this afternoon?
I had my reasons.
And your husband and all the others, they had their reasons too?
How should I know? The others mean nothing to me.
Including Kenneth Pringle?
Oh, what are you getting at?
That Inspector Danton and I saw you and Pringle in, rather an amorous position.
So
I think that Pringle's madly in love with you. So much in love that he would remove any obstacle that stood in your path to freedom and your husband's fortune, if you asked him to.
You're being insulting.
Am I? There's only one other person in this house who is skilled enough at archery to take a quick shot under cramped conditions and drive an arrow through a man's throat.
And who is that, Mr. Expert on Crime?
The name of that man is...
Where is he? Where's my husband? Now, don't tell me he isn't here, because I know better.
Just a minute, lady. Hey, put down that bow and arrow.
Excuse me, Mrs. Matthew.
I think you're a louse, Barton Drake. Don't stand there like an idiot. Tell me where my husband is, or
Lady, if you fight me with that thing again, I'm going to...
Something wrong, Inspector?
So you're him. You're the one who put the ad in the paper. You're the one who made my
Just a
husband...
minute, madam. I don't know whom you mean by him. My name is Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
Now, don't try... Oh, the police.
Yes.
Oh, got here ahead of me, huh? Now, that's what I call service.
Look, lady, stop talking in riddles. What are you doing here? Who are you looking for? What's your name?
Falsey. Beatrice Falsey. Arthur, that's my husband, and I had a fight, see? He'd been drinking again. I told him unless he quit, I'd kill him.
Well, now, how did you make out?
I haven't found him yet. That's why I came here.
What made you think your husband was here, Mrs. Falsey?
The ad. It was in the paper, see? He underlined it and then threw the newspaper away, and, well, I found it. So I called the police.
You didn't call the police just because your husband answered an advertisement.
You bet your life I did. He took the money, all of it. It was hidden in the pantry, and I'd spent years saving it up. He left a note saying I'd never see him again.
I say, what's going on here? Oh, here, I'll go remove that raincoat. You're dripping all over the floor. Frightful, man.
Isn't that just too bad? I'm not removing nothing till I find Falsby.
Falsby? Oh, the dead chap, you mean?
Falsby dead?
Oh, Matthew, you talk too much. I'm sorry, Mrs. Falsby. Your husband was accidentally killed an hour ago.
Falsby killed? Oh, no.
With a bow and arrow, like the one you've got in your hand. Where did you get it?
We can't be dead. Not Falsby. He wasn't much good, but he was mine.
I say, that bow and arrow the old girl has, it's Pringle's.
Pringle's? Are you sure?
Sure, I'd know it anywhere.
Inspector, I think we'd better have a talk with Kenneth Pringle.
You can say it now, Drake. Start talking.
Pringle.
Yes, and the beautiful Diane, which doesn't surprise me in the least.
How subtle you are, Mr. Drake.
I say, Pringle, old chap, put that gun away, will you? You know, it might go off and hurt someone, you know.
It's exactly what Kenneth has in mind, Paul. In a minute, it's going off and hurt everyone, including Barton Drake.
Drake? What's all this talk about Drake?
Who's Drake?
Now, see here. Just a minute, Matthew. I'm Drake, Barton Drake, private investigator, and this is Inspector Noah Denton.
No, but look here, I thought
No, you didn't think I was the son of your old friend Tom Rogers. You knew who I was from the first. You all knew. And now I know the reason for your pretense. I also know who murdered Arthur Fawley.
Give it to him, Ken. Kill him. He knows you murdered Fosby. You'll go to the chair. You killed him. You killed my husband.
Hey, put down that bow.
Look out, Inspector. Your fun's over. Sit down on that chair. You too, Miss Matthew.
Drake, you're lucky. If that crazy woman hadn't come at Ken with a bow, you'd be dead now.
I say it was lucky. She knocked the gun right out of his hand. Bullet went into the floor. By Jove.
Matthew, keep quiet. From now on, I'll do the talking.
But look here.
Oh, Inspector, how's Mrs. Fosby?
I left her with her husband. It wasn't the pleasantest scene I ever witnessed, and I've seen some tough ones.
Yes, whoever murdered Fosby committed the most horrible of crimes.
I say, you talk as if it were deliberate. Accident, you know.
Oh, was it? Pringle, you're about as stupid as any man comes. A man of your reputation who'd let a woman...
Don't believe him, Ken. He's trying to trap you into admitting that you murdered Fosby.
But I didn't murder Fosby. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I didn't murder him.
No, that's right, Pringle. You didn't. But Mrs. Matthews thinks you did.
What do you mean? I know. I mean, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. You met Pringle outside tonight in the rain. Pringle had his precious bow and arrow concealed beneath his raincoat to keep it dry. That's what gave him an awkward look when he stood there holding you in his arms.
I say, Drake, that's rather a nasty remark. Diane wouldn't...
Yes, she would, and you knew she would. In fact, you knew she was going to meet Pringle tonight because she told you so.
That's a lie. Tell him it's a lie, Paul.
Go on, Drake.
Diane finally convinced Pringle that the only way that he could have her and her husband's fortune was to eliminate you, Matthew. She knew that you'd be tormented by thoughts of her being in the arms of another man, and sooner or later you'd come looking for her. Pringle was supposed to kill you as you stood in the lighted doorway. Am I right, Pringle?
Yes. You're right.
But the plans went awry. You didn't appear, Matthew. Diane went around back to see if you were in the kitchen, and then Pringle's courage failed him. He tossed his bow and arrow in the bushes, intending to get it back later.
That is the most ridiculous...
Sit down, Matthew.
No, please, I've something I want to say. Drake, that was clever of you. Tell me, when did you become suspicious that I was the murderer?
Yeah, when?
This afternoon, when you got in the way of Pringle's arrow. To make it appear as if Pringle were trying to kill you.
I was afraid of that. Diane, I loved you very much. Too much, I'm afraid. Sometimes I think I wasn't in my right mind.
Paul, you didn't...
Yes, I did. When Fallsley arrived, he was wet through from the rain. I gave him my jacket to put on. I sent him to answer the door. I knew Pringle would think it was I and shoot him.
And then you reasoned that Pringle would be accused of the crime and sent to the chair. With him out of the way, you hoped to regain Diane's love.
That's true. I must have gone completely insane. When Fallsley opened the door and Pringle wasn't there,
You shot Fallsby yourself?
Yes. My bow was in the kitchen. I wanted everyone to think that Pringle had tried to kill me, and now...
He's got a gun.
Oh, there's no need to be alarmed. None of you will get hurt if you do exactly as I say. Drake, to satisfy an old man's curiosity, how were you so sure?
It was your remark to Mrs. Fallsby that furnished the missing link in the chain of circumstances, asking her to remove her raincoat because it was dripping on the floor. If Pringle had shot Fallsby, he would have had to step into the hall because the location of Fallsby's body, where he fell. Now, it was raining hard, you remember? Yet when the inspector and I came downstairs, the floor on the hall was absolutely dry.
I see. Very clever. Goodbye, Diane. I did love you, you know. So much.
Hey, he's gonna... He shot himself right through the temple.
Yes. Well, it's probably best. But sometimes it isn't pleasant to have mystery for a hobby. my hobby. Today's story began in New York shortly after Christmas. I'd received a phone call from an Ambrose Carlton, and I'd asked him to come to my apartment for a consultation. Yes?
You are Barton Drake?
Yes, and you're Ambrose Carlton. Will you come in, please?
Thank you. Oh, you have company. Mr. Drake, I ask especially...
Yes, I know. You asked especially to see me alone. However, if I decide to take your case, Inspector Denton would work with me. I thought it would save time and bother if I asked him to come to my apartment to listen to your story.
This, then, is Inspector Noah Danton, your co-worker?
That's right. And how are you, Mr. Carlton?
Good evening, Inspector. Well, Mr. Drake, have you given any thought to my proposition?
I have, and I'm in favor of it.
Splendid. And you, Mr. Drake?
Well, I share the inspector's enthusiasm for a trip south, and yet...
Yet you doubt the credulity of my story?
No, not at all. I don't for the moment question the value of your original paintings, or the fact that someone's trying to steal them.
Oh, Bart, why not forget for once that murder's your hobby? Let's go down to Florida and sit in the sun and watch the bathing beauties bathe.
Florida bathing beauties, Inspector. Never bathe.
Never bathe? Now, wait a minute,
I
Bart.
mean, of course, in the ocean, Inspector.
Oh.
Mr. Drake, the man who is attempting to steal my paintings is Brian Quirk.
You're sure of that?
Brian Quirk? Hey, that is something. He's the most famous international cook out of captivity.
You're quite right, Inspector Danton. He would stop at nothing to obtain possession of my Rembrandts.
And what makes you so positive, Mr. Carlton, that it's Quirk who's attempting to steal your paintings?
Quirk himself has told me so.
Quirk told you so?
Yes. On several occasions, Brian Quirk has called me on the phone and stated flatly that he intends to possess my paintings.
Quirk is noted for that sort of thing. He's a shrewd operator.
3 days ago, Mr. Drake, one of my servants was murdered.
Murdered? Well, now you're talking our language. Shall I make our reservations, Bart?
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Have you reported this murder to the police, Mr. Carlton?
Of course. They investigated and learned nothing except that Leopold was shot by a man who was attempting to steal the paintings.
How do you know that?
Leopold was not killed instantly. He lived long enough to explain that he had been attacked while on guard in the very room where the pictures are kept.
I see. And the police have been unable to uncover any clues that might lead to the identity of the murderer?
The identity of the murderer is already known, Mr. Drake. Brian Quirk left his calling card. A note pinned to the floor with a dagger.
Say, I saw that gag work in the movies once. It was called The Clutching Hand or The Hooded Terror or something like that.
I assure you, this is no movie, Inspector Denton.
Oh.
So the police have abandoned any further attempts to run down Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I can't blame them. They did what they could. Obviously, this man Quirk is shrewd beyond human conception.
No man is that shrewd, Mr. Carlton. All criminals are possessed with at least one weakness. I imagine that weakness with Brian Quirk is his vanity. Eventually, it'll lead to his downfall.
Well, I hope you're right. Frankly, Quirk's attitude is something of a challenge. I dislike to think that he can outsmart me.
Yes, but on the other hand, you have your other servants to consider. If more murders result from Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings, you will feel personally responsible.
Mr. Drake, it will be worth $10,000 to me if you'll come to Florida and take over my case.
$10,000, that's a lot of dough, Bart.
Yes, it is, Inspector.
If at the end of a week's time you feel that apprehending Brian Quirk is beyond your ability, I will pay you the $10,000 and you may return to New York.
Hey, that's fair enough, Bart.
And what of your paintings, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I suppose I shall have to dispose of them. I can't continue to be responsible for the lives of the people in my employ.
Splendid. Inspector, make reservations on the first available plane to Miami.
Hey, Bart, for gosh sake, can't you drive easier?
Sorry, Inspector. These swamp roads here in the Everglades weren't built for automobile travel.
Well, what were they built for? And what does Carlton have to live way out here in the jungle for anyway? And why didn't he meet us at the airport?
Inspector, I think you're annoyed because you didn't get a chance to watch the bathing beauties.
I'm not annoyed. I'm doggone sore about it.
Hey, Inspector, you're magnificent.
Yeah? Well, why didn't Carlton tell us he lived way to heck and gone out of here instead of in a nice, cool stucco bungalow on Miami Beach like any sensible man would?
I suspect that Mr. Carlton didn't want to discourage us, Inspector.
Discourage us? I've been discouraged ever since we stepped off that plane.
I guess this is it.
Well, for crying out loud. Look at that wall with the barbed wire on top.
Yes. And Mr. Carlton said he had his home protected against thieves. I guess this was what he meant. There's the house beyond the wall.
Yeah. You can barely make it out in this dim light. Listen. What's that?
It's the voice of the swamp, Inspector. Come on, let's go up and announce ourselves before it gets completely dark.
I don't know why Carlton couldn't have left that iron gate open so we could drive up to the house.
I imagine Brian Quirk was disappointed also, Inspector. The gate seems to be locked.
Yeah, there's a rope hanging through the slot. Shall I give it a yank?
Yes, it's probably a latch string.
Here goes. Jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounds like an alarm bell. Here comes someone.
Yeah, he come out of that little house. Hey, he's got a gun.
He's probably one of Mr. Carlton's guards. He's a regular giant, isn't he? Hello there.
The alarm bell she rings and Carlo comes quick.
Yeah, well, shut it off. It's getting on my nerves.
Si, senor. You are senors Drake and Danton, si?
That's right. We're Drake and Danton. Mr. Carlton's expecting us.
Si. I will open the gate.
Thank you.
Be careful, senors. There are many traps about.
Traps? What does Carlton take us for, a couple of wolves?
The wolves are all over on Miami Beach, Inspector.
Very funny.
You will follow me, senors, please.
Hey, Bart, I don't like this.
What don't you like about it, Inspector?
It's spooky.
Oh?
Look at the way those vines are crawling over the house. And listen to those noises. They're not real.
Come, Inspector. Let's not allow our imagination to run away with us.
Hey, listen.
Yes, I hear it.
Now, don't tell me that's my imagination. That's organ music.
It certainly is, Inspector.
You will follow me, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Hey, there's someone coming from the house.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. Carlton. Are you disappointed because it isn't a spook, Inspector?
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to Hurricane Manor. I must express my regrets at not being able to meet your plane.
You're not half as regretful as we are. Look, Mr. Carlton, why didn't you tell us you lived way out here in the swamp?
For the very reason that unhappy expression is on your face, Inspector Danton.
Unhappy? Me?
You're disappointed in my home. If I'd explained where I'd lived, you might have refused to accept my proposition.
The inspector's only disappointed, Mr. Carlton, because he was unable to see the bathing beauties of Miami Beach.
Well, that will come later. Very well, Carlos. Return to your post.
Si, senor.
I'm glad to get rid of that guy. He looks like a zombie.
Carlos is my most reliable servant. Come along, gentlemen. Dinner is waiting. And then I want you to see my paintings.
Well, I got to admit that your cook knows how to put together a meal, Mr. Carlton.
Thank you, Inspector. Jose will be pleased. Are there any questions you'd like to ask before we look at the paintings, Mr. Drake?
Yes, several. Just as a matter of curiosity, we heard organ music as we came up the walk.
That was Laura. She's my secretary.
Uh-huh.
She plays beautifully, doesn't she?
Yeah, but sad. What's the matter? Is she unhappy about something?
I'm afraid that the atmosphere of Hurricane Manor creates a sad mood, Inspector.
That I can understand.
Laura is very young and beautiful. She doesn't like it here, and I can't blame her.
Then why does she remain?
The answer to that is simple. I need a secretary. Laura needs money. And I can afford to pay her a large salary.
I see. I suppose that living in this remote section of the Everglades is part of your plan to frustrate Brian Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings.
That's exactly right, Mr. Drake. Frustrating Brian Quirk has become an obsession with me. I will stop at nothing to capture the man.
And Quirk will stop at nothing to obtain possession of your paintings.
Correct. It's become a sort of game with us.
I see. That's why you brought the paintings to this old house and challenged Brian Quirk to steal them.
Yes, and he will accept the challenge, too. This is to be the showdown between Brian Quirk and myself. Come along. I want you to see my paintings.
Look, Mr. Carlton, how many more of these halls have we got to walk down? I'm getting tired.
Inspector Danton, you flatter me.
Flatter you? What do you mean? I only asked a simple question.
Yeah, but a very pointed question. Would you believe that this is the third time we walked down this same hall within the past 5 minutes?
Are you kidding?
Oh, not at all. Rooms and corridors are so arranged that a stranger can easily become lost. Walking you down this same hall 3 times was the test.
I suppose that's all part of your plan to confound Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Felton?
Exactly. And here's another.
What? That door? What's confounding about that?
I'll show you. Open the door, Inspector.
Huh? Open. Okay. Jumping Judas.
You see?
Well, that's very ingenious. I suppose all of the doors in the house are equally well equipped with burglar alarms.
Not only the doors, Mr. Drake, but the wire atop the wall that surrounds the place. And all of the windows.
With that kind of a setup, what are you scared of?
Brian Quirk succeeded in getting over the wall once, Inspector Danton. he murdered one of my servants. It was only because he touched off one of the alarms at the downstairs window that he failed to get inside the house.
Yeah, but,
The alarms on the windows ring bells all over the house and in the guardhouses. They also switch on automatic floodlights.
And still Quirk got away. The man is a genius.
There's one thing that puzzles me, Mr. Carton. If all the doors in the house are equipped with alarms, why is it that they don't ring when you or someone else opens them?
Because of this. You see, it is possible to open the doors without touching off the alarm.
But, your servants?
I alone know the combination. Whenever I wish the servants to move about the house, I temporarily disconnect the system. Except for the one in this room.
Oh, then it's here where your paintings are kept.
Yes. Step this way, please.
Thank you.
I'll turn on the lights. There they are, hanging on the wall.
By Jove, they are beautiful.
Not bad at that. Say, the guy who painted those things must be a comer, all right.
Rembrandt was the greatest master of them all, Inspector.
You're fortunate to have such valuable possessions, Mr. Carton.
Well, I hope that the time will come when I can feel fortunate, Mr. Drake. Since I bought them a year ago, they've brought me nothing but grief.
I see what you mean. By the way, did you install the indirect lighting system that brings out the rich color tones?
Yes. You see, the wall paneling being dark, it was necessary.
Hey, what's that?
Sounded like a scream.
There it goes again.
Good heavens, it must be Laura. She...
Hey!
Good Lord, gentlemen. Brown Quirk has arrived. This way. Scream came from the organ room.
Better get out the gun, Inspector.
Don't worry, I got it out.
Here we are.
Jumping Judas, there's a girl lying on the floor.
It's Laura. Laura!
I don't think she's hurt, Mr. Carton. Probably fainted.
Yeah, she's breathing all right. Whoever fired the shot must have missed.
Lift up her head, Inspector.
Okay.
Mr. Carton, I think you'd better get back to your paintings of Brian Quirk.
George, you're right. What am I thinking of? Take care of Laura.
Turn off those goddamn alarm bells.
Careful, Inspector. Here, you'd better carry the girl over to this couch.
Yeah, good idea. I wonder what scared her.
Never mind that now. Put her down easily.
Yeah, putting her down easily. Well, thank gosh those bells are stopped.
The girl's eyes are opening, Inspector.
Yeah. Say, she is good looking, isn't she?
She's beautiful. Feeling better, Laura? You are Laura, aren't you?
Oh, where am I? What happened?
You're safe now. You better not try to get up just yet.
Just lie back and take it easy, lady.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Keep away from me.
Just a minute.
Don't touch me. Let me go.
Don't try to get up, Laura. You're still weak.
Let me up. Keep your hands off me. Oh, I hate you. I hate you all.
Okay, so you hate us. Now, look.
Look out, Inspector. She has a gun.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. And I know how to use it, too. Now stand back, both of you.
Okay. We're not arguing.
Don't move. I'll shoot if you do. I promise you I will.
Never mind promising, lady. We'll take your word for it.
Well, Inspector, she's gone.
Yeah, shall we go after her?
I don't think it would help much even if we caught her.
No. If we found that one bullet had been fired from that gun she was holding, it would.
Why?
Why? Well, for Guy's sake, we'd know it was her who fired the shot, wouldn't we?
And how would that help us?
Well, we could ask her questions. Maybe she saw somebody. Maybe firing the shot was a gag.
I doubt if it were a gag, Inspector. Obviously, the girl had fainted, and just as obviously, she was frightened of us.
I'll say she was. I wonder why.
I think I know the answer to that one, Inspector. Come on, let's look around this room a bit.
You know the answer to that one. And what the heck do you mean?
Here's the organ. It's a beauty, isn't it?
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I asked you a question.
These windows are all equipped with the burglar alarm system. The wiring is plainly visible up there.
Okay, the heck with the alarm system. What do you mean you can answer that one?
The windows are all bolted on the inside, Inspector. How do you suppose the person who frightened Laura got into the room?
Doggone it, Bart. Now,
Or perhaps it wasn't a person. What do you think, Inspector?
Bart, for the last time... What'd you say, Bart?
I said perhaps it wasn't a person who frightened Laura.
Huh? What do you mean, not a person? What else?
Spooks, Inspector. Remember you were worried about spooks a little while ago.
Mr. Drake! Inspector Danton! My paintings, they're gone! Someone has stolen my paintings! You must see for yourself. I can't believe my eyes. It's incredible. It simply cannot be. There. Look.
By Jove, they're gone all right.
Yep, they're gone. The wall's as bare as Mother Hubbard's cupboard.
How could it have happened? How could it? Every door and window was protected with alarms. There were guards everywhere. When could it have happened?
I'm afraid the answer to that question is obvious, Mr. Carlton. It happened when we ran down the hall to investigate the shot and scream.
Say, that means that the babe must have been in on the deal. No wonder she acted so screwy.
That reasoning is ridiculous, Inspector Danton. Laura's characters are absolutely impeccable. I had her investigated.
And what about your other servants, Mr. Carlton?
They're all beyond reproach. Besides, there is one thing that both of you have overlooked in your reasoning.
Yes, what's that?
It would be foolish of any of the servants to steal the paintings. They're too rare, too valuable. If offered for sale, they would be spotted immediately.
Wouldn't the same theory hold true if Brian Quirk...
No. Quirk is a man of culture and taste. He wants the paintings for their own pleasure, not for their monetary value.
I see. Well, Mr. Carlton, I don't think you'll have to worry about the loss of your paintings.
I'd worry about them. What the deuce are you saying, man?
Just this. Quirk apparently got into your house, but not without setting off the alarm system. Could he get out without causing a similar disturbance?
By George.
Say, he couldn't, could he? That means that guy must be floating around here somewhere.
Exactly. Now, I propose that you spread the alarm, Mr. Carlton. And, Inspector, we conduct an immediate search of the grounds. A man with 2 large paintings in his arms would have little chance of escaping unnoticed.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
I thought we were going to hunt for Brian Quirk. Doggone it, all you've done since we got out here is to walk around peering into windows.
I'm not peering into windows,
No?
Inspector.
Well, then what are you doing?
I'm, checking the burglar alarms,
Checking
Inspector.
the burglar alarms. For God's sake, why? We know they work.
Well, there might be one that doesn't. Suppose one of Carlton's servants were in cahoots with Quirk. He might have disconnected the system on one of the windows.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. That isn't what you're doing.
It isn't? Why, Inspector?
Because we know that one of the servants didn't disconnect the system. How do we know it? Because the whole doggone system went off when Quirk entered the house.
You caught up with me that time, didn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, I caught up with you. Now, what the heck are you up to? What do you mean,
I found it.
Found what, for crying out loud?
I found it. Inspector.
Huh? What's the matter?
Someone's coming. Step back into the shadows.
Okay. Hey, it's the girl.
Yes. She looks more frightened than ever.
Yeah, look at the way she's sneaking along.
Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake.
She's calling you, Bart.
All right, Laura. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Drake, is that you?
Yeah, that's him and me, too.
Oh, thank heaven. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Now, there's one for the book. The last time we saw you, you couldn't get away fast enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, we're sorry, too, but look, lady.
Inspector.
Huh?
What was it that you didn't know, Laura?
I didn't know who you were, not really.
Oh, you didn't? Well, how do you know now?
Well, I heard you and Mr. Carlton talking in the room where the paintings were kept.
Oh, eavesdropping, eh? Well...
Inspector, will you stop your prattling for a minute and let Laura talk?
Now, listen, Bart.
Keep quiet.
Huh?
So when you found out who we were, you came looking for us. Why, Laura?
Because... Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm frightened. I want to get away from here. I thought you might help me.
What were you frightened of, Laura?
I don't know. The very atmosphere of the place. There's something dreadfully wrong.
Yes, but something particular must have happened to make you afraid.
It did. 2 weeks ago, Leopold was murdered. And then tonight when I was playing the organ...
Yes, exactly what happened when you were playing your organ.
I'm not sure exactly. I felt that someone was behind me, just standing there, and I was petrified. I didn't know what to do. So I kept on playing with one hand and tried to reach into my pocket for the gun that Mr. Carlton had given me. And just as I turned, the alarm started. I fired the gun and then I fainted.
But you didn't actually see anyone.
No. Oh, I don't know. There might have been someone. It was terrible.
Oh, you poor kid. Now, look, there's just one more question I'd like to ask, Laura.
Yes?
Why hadn't you given up your job and gone back to Miami before now?
I wanted to, but Mr. Carlton begged me to stay. He raised my salary and gave me the gun and showed me how to use it. He was awfully nice. He said that if another attempt were made to steal the paintings, he wouldn't try to hold me any longer.
Well, Laura, I think that after tonight, your troubles will be over. Inspector? Inspector!
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, what the deuce is the matter with you?
Oh, you mean I can speak now?
Do I mean you could... Inspector, you're magnificent. See here, both of you.
Yeah, what is it?
This is a spot where the wires connecting Mr. Carlton's alarm system enter the house.
So what?
So in a minute, Inspector, I want you to get out your jackknife, bare the wires, press them together, and set off the alarm.
You want to hear the bells ring again,
Don't
eh?
get sarcastic, Inspector. Laura, the minute the alarm starts, the guards will come running. I want you and the inspector to pretend that you saw someone running through the shrubbery toward the wall and give chase with them.
Well, I'll do my best.
Fine. And you, Inspector?
Okay. But what is the great Barton Drake going to be doing all this time?
Believe it or not, Inspector, the great Barton Drake is going to be returning Ambrose Carlton's paintings to the spot where we first saw them hanging.
just a minute, Mr. Carlton. It wasn't our fault Brian Quirk got away.
Whose fault was it then? You were both outside the house when the alarms went off.
Well, you were outside, too, and so were all your guards.
Laura, there's no point in you staying longer. If you'll come up to my study, I'll give you your check.
All right, you can ride back to town with us.
Oh, thank you, Inspector Danton.
Very decent of you, Danton.
Thanks.
I suppose your Mr. Drake will expect me to pay him the $10,000 I promised, even though my paintings have been stolen.
I'll expect you to pay me the $10,000, Mr. Carlton. But not because your paintings have been stolen.
Where the devil did you come from, Drake? And what do you mean by that remark?
Which remark, Mr. Carlton? About your paintings? They haven't been stolen, you know.
Haven't been stolen. Nonsense. You saw with your own eyes.
Come in here, please. This is the room where the paintings were kept, isn't it?
How the devil did you know?
Your complicated system of rooms and hallways isn't as complicated as they at first seemed, Mr. Carlton. Look over there, please.
Good heavens. The paintings.
Hanging right where they were before. Well, I'll be an oversized crocodile. Bart, how did you do it?
Before I answer that, Inspector, I want to explain how I solved the 2-week-old murder of Leopold, Mr. Carlton's servant.
Solved? Drake, you don't mean that you know...
Yes, I do mean, Mr. Carlton. I'll explain by asking a few questions. First, why didn't Brian Quirk steal the paintings on the day when he gained admission to the grounds and murdered Leopold?
Well, I can answer that.
I prefer that you didn't, Mr. Carlton. I have my own answer.
But look here.
The reason he didn't want the paintings stolen is because he couldn't dispose of them if he did steal them.
But I've already explained...
Not to my satisfaction, you haven't, Mr. Carlton. Second, how did Quirk gain admission to Hurricane Manor? You've made the place impregnable, Mr. Carlton. You were too thorough.
What do you mean? The alarms did...
The alarms had nothing to do with Quirk's visit. Quirk was already inside.
Ridiculous.
Not ridiculous, Mr. Carlton. Clever. There's only one man who would benefit by the theft of your paintings. He could do so only if the paintings were insured against burglary. And the only burglar who would attempt to steal them would be a man such as Brian Quirk, who would keep them for their beauty's sake.
I see. And I suppose you know the identity of Brian Quirk?
Yes, I do, Mr. Carlton. You are Brian Quirk.
Oh, Mr. Drake, it's so good to get away from that terrible place. I can hardly believe it.
Yes, I can appreciate your point of view, Laura.
I think it's wonderful the way you figured out that Mr. Carlton was really Brian Quirk.
Thank you, Laura.
And I also think it was wonderful the way you took the gun away from him when he tried to shoot Inspector Danton.
Thank you again, Laura.
There's one thing that bothers me, though.
Oh? What's that?
How did you know the paintings were hidden in a false panel behind the real panels where they were originally hung?
There are several reasons. Carlton, or Brian Quirk, had gone to elaborate plans to have his paintings legitimately stolen. The murder of Leopold and the soundings of the alarms, they were all designed to give an impression that someone was definitely after them.
And Mr. Carlton knew that even he couldn't get the stolen goods out of the house, so he decided to hide them in the house itself.
That's right. You were part of the plan to make everything seem logical. Because of all that had happened, you were certain that someone was actually trying to get into the house and steal the paintings. Isn't that so?
Oh, yes. I'd become so jittery that I kept imagining things. How did you know the paintings were hidden behind the panel?
Well, for one thing, when pictures are removed from the wall on which they've been hanging for some time with light on them, there's always a faint outline of their shapes.
And there were no outlines on the false panel?
That's right. Also, the pictures were hung from brackets in the molding above. And there was no sign of a bracket when the false panel appeared. I was quite sure that Brian Quirk would never stop to remove the bracket.
Oh, Mr. Drake, you're simply wonderful.
Oh, nuts.
Oh, well. You're still there, are you, Inspector? Gotten over your gripe yet?
No.
No? Well, you will, I'm sure, when we reach Miami Beach.
Are we going to stop there?
Of course, Inspector. We've got to have a look at those bathing beauties.
Say, Bart, that's swell.
But, Mr. Drake, I thought that...
Not at all, Laura. Not when I have such charming company as you. Not when there are bathing beauties to observe. It's going to be a pleasure to forget that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. There had been a murder in the small country town of Mendon. According to the newspaper accounts, the man who was at first believed to be guilty of the crime was allowed to go free, but no satisfactory reason was given. I reread the published stories and learned that on the evening of February 26th, a farmer named Walt Centrell was late for his supper.
That you, Walt?
Yep, it's me.
Well, set the milk down in the shed and come into your supper. It's been on the table more than an hour. Walt?
All right. I'm a-coming. Can't give a man time to wash his hands.
Oh, wash his hands. Land sakes, he's had time to take a whole bath, let alone wash his hands.
The way you nag, Marthy's enough to set a man's nerves on edge.
The way I nag. Well, my senses, Walt Santrell. You've been out in that there barn long enough to milk 40 cows instead of just 2. Now sit down and eat your supper.
Who said I've been milking all the time? Agnes is sick. Man just can't sit around and let one of his critters suffer.
Well, it seems to me you haven't been doing much to help her. How much milk was there?
7 quarts.
7 quarts. My land. Walt, the thing to do is either call in Doc Halliday or get rid of Agnes. Now, we can't afford...
Listen. Sounds like Ed's drunk again. Oh, they're at it again. How she does put up with him, I don't know.
Such neighbors. I declare, if I were Marion Blake, I'd do something about that there husband of hers. I declare I would. Any husband who beats his wife ought to be put away.
Oh, Ed's harmless. He's just a drunk and no good bum. Listen to that, Martha.
I'm a-listening. My senses, I've been a-listening ever since Ed Blake brought that new wife of his into Mendon a year ago. And every time I boil inside. Walt, we ought to do something.
Now, it's none of our business. What can we do?
We can report to Constable Finn McNutt. That's what we can do.
Yeah, we did that once, and what good did it do?
Well, it did plenty of good. Finn talked to Ed, didn't he? Finn told him if it happened again, he'd take steps now, didn't he?
Steps. Martha, you don't know about them things, but unless Marion registers a complaint, taking steps won't do no good.
Well, then I think that we... Walt Santrell, I'm going over there. I'm certainly not going to sit here and listen to that. Why, he'll kill the
still. It's none of your business. You keep your nose where it belongs.
I won't. I don't care if I don't know her very well. I'm a woman and she's a woman, and it's my duty.
You sit still, I say. For all you know, she likes being beat up by her men. Some women are like that, to tell me.
Oh, if you could have seen that there little mite of a thing this morning, you wouldn't be talking such nonsense.
Seen her this morning? Did you see her?
I most certainly did. She come a-calling. Said she wanted to borrow some flour. But that was only an excuse. She knew it and I knew it. What she wanted to do was to talk.
What'd she talk about?
What do you think she talked about? She talked about her husband, of course. He's drunk more than half the time, she said. And when she tries to reason with him, he hits her. Oh, it's terrible. She doesn't know what to do. She's scared half to death, the poor little mite. Well, that settles it. I'm going over there. And if you're not man enough to come with me, Walt Santrell, you can just stay
here. Now, wait a minute. Don't get your dander up. I'll go along with you.
Well, come along, then. My lads, I've had all of this I can stand.
Marcy, this ain't none of our business.
I'm making it my business. Go back home if you want to, Walt Santrell. I'm going to see to it.
All right. You talk too much. They're not here. Now, the best thing we can do is go along home and forget the whole business.
Not me. I started this thing, and I'm going through with it. See? The door's open. That means they're home, don't it?
Well, why should it? Nobody in Mendon ever locks their doors. You're just using that as an excuse.
Oh, stop being so logical and keep quiet. Mrs. Blake? Oh, Mrs. Blake?
Oh, there's no one here now.
Now, be still.
Where are you going?
Out into the kitchen, of course. That's where the sounds come from, didn't they? Where else would I look?
Look for what?
My goodness. Oh, Walt.
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
It's her. It's poor Mrs. Blake. Look at her lying there on the floor. He's knocked her unconscious. Oh, I knew he would. The brute.
Well, stop your jabbering and do something.
What shall I do? What can we do?
Get some water from the sink and a towel. Good heavens, woman, stop your blubbering.
Oh, that brute. That poor little kid.
Knocked out cold. Wonder what happened.
Get some ammonia. Just plain water. Walt, what's the matter?
We won't be needing ammonia, Marthy, or anything else. She's dead.
Bart, tell me just one thing. Are we up here to investigate a murder, or are we just out for the ride?
Well, let's say we're riding out to investigate a murder, Inspector.
Now, that's what I call a smart comeback. Yes, sir. That's a dilly. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, there used to be a day when you had a sense of humor. What happened to it?
I've still got it. Just say something funny.
All right. Have you heard the story about the man who at Christmas time asked his neighbor what he was going to get for his wife?
No.
No? Well, the neighbor replied, I don't know. I haven't had any offers. Inspector. Not a very imposing-looking jail, is it?
Haven't had any offers. Now, let me see. How old was I the first time I heard that one?
Come on, you old sourpuss. Don't pretend you've heard it before. Let's go in and have a talk with this Constable Finn McNutt.
Haven't had any offers yet.
Okay, Inspector, you win. However, Oh, there's someone at the end of the porch. Let's go over, Inspector. It's probably Constable McNutt.
That guy must be 90. Don't tell me he's the constable of this town.
You fellas looking for someone?
Yes. Are you Constable Finn McNutt?
Huh? I can't hear you. I'm deaf as a haddock.
Oh. I said we're looking for Constable Finn McNutt.
Ain't here.
Do you know when he'll be back?
Who?
McNutt.
What do you want to see him for?
I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Great. Well, why didn't you say so? My name's McNutt. Finn McNutt. Hey, come on inside. I got something to show you.
Well, how do you like that, deaf old coot?
Who's a deaf old coot? Don't you call me a deaf old coot, bub.
What? Well,
I ain't old and I ain't deaf. That's what I want to be. And by the way, which one of you gents is Inspector Danton?
Which one? Well, look, Gramp, if he's Drake, I must be Danton.
Oh, smart guy, huh? Well, I'm going to show you fellas you ain't so smart, coming up here trying to show us county constables how dumb we are.
Wait a minute, we didn't...
Don't talk back to me, bub. You want to work on this case, you'll do as I say. Hear me?
By golly, in a minute...
You hear me?
Sure, I hear you, only...
All right, then. Talk when you're spoke to, not until. Now, which one of you gents is Drake?
I'm Drake, Mr. McNutt.
Oh, yeah. Now, why didn't you say so? Now, look here, Drake. I've been reading about you in the newspapers. You and that other feller, what's his name? Danton, Scranton, or some foreign name like that.
That does it, Bart. Are you going to tell this Billy Whiskers where to head in, or am I?
Huh? What was that? You got something to say, bub? Speak up.
I'll speak up, all right. Now, listen, you long-whiskered...
Let's forget personal grievances for the moment and find out about this murder.
Murder? What murder? Who said there'd been a murder?
I did. It was in all the newspapers. Don't you ever read the papers? You ain't a fooling me none. I know that's why you're here. Because I sent a clipping to Drake. And who dang well he couldn't stay away.
Now, wait a minute. Bart, what is this? Did this joker send you a newspaper clipping?
Yes, he did, Inspector. I'm sorry I forgot to mention it to you.
So that's it. You dragged me way up here on a two-bit murder case and
that ain't why Drake come up here, bub. That ain't why at all. Is it, Mr. Drake?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, it isn't.
You bet it isn't. Ain't, I mean. It's because I let the prisoner go, ain't it, Mr. Drake?
Yes, that's it. According to all the newspaper accounts, it was pretty well established that Ed Blake had beaten his wife to death. And then suddenly you allowed the prisoner to go free. Frankly, I'd like to know why.
I knew you'd ask me. I knew it.
Well, tell us.
You bet I'll tell you. I'll show you city fellas I ain't so dumb. I let Ed go because he ain't guilty, that's why.
Well, that's a simple enough answer, isn't it, Bart?
Why do you think Ed isn't guilty, Finn?
Because Marion Blake was poisoned, that's why.
Poisoned?
You bet she was. Look here. Here's what I wanted to show you. Take a look at that paper.
All right. I see. A medical report stating that Marion Blake died of arsenic poison.
That's right. That's what killed her, all right. Arsenic poison. That there paper proves it.
Well, this is very interesting, Mr. McNutt, but how did you know that... Say, wait a minute. This report is signed by F.T. McNutt, M.D. Is Dr. McNutt related to you, Constable?
Related? Why, doggone it, I'm him.
You're Dr. McNutt?
Sure I am, bub. I've been a doctor for 62 years. There's my certificate right there on the wall. Don't you have much truck with it, though. My hand's too shaky lately. Folks don't have confidence in the sawbones when they shake your hand. Spend most of my time these days being constable.
Well, cut off my bangs and call me Bob.
How's that, Junior?
Constable, I think I'm beginning to see what's behind all this. Being a doctor, you probably have some arsenic lying around your office.
That's it, Drake. I guess you were kind of smart at that.
Thank you.
Last week, some of that there arsenic was stole. Well, sir, the only one who's died around here in more than a year is Marion Blake.
So, you put two and two together, eh?
Yeah. Only in this case, 2 and 2 make 5.
How was that?
Well, sir, I performed an autopsy, see? And sure enough, Miss Blake was dead of arsenic poisoning.
How does that make 2 and 2 equal 5?
You keep quiet, Junior, and listen. You might learn something. The arsenic was stole one day and returned the next. During the time it was gone, Marion Blake was poisoned.
So you reasoned that whoever stole the arsenic decided to return it in the hopes that you wouldn't notice its brief absence,
Yeah, maybe. Hey, Drake, I reckon you want to know what made me suspicious in the first place, huh?
Yes, then I would.
Well, sir, it's simple. Ed Blake wasn't in no condition to beat his wife to death, that's why.
Why wasn't he?
Because he was skunk drunk, that's why. Because he wasn't to home when them Chantrell said they heard him beating her, that's why.
He wasn't at home. Are you sure?
You're dang tootin' I'm sure. Ed Blake was asleep right here in my office from 6 o'clock that night till midnight. That's it, Drake. You find out who stole that arsenic and how it was given to Marion Blake, and I'll pay you $1,000, cash money.
Oh, this is rather unusual, Constable, being offered money by the police department.
It ain't being offered by the police department.
No?
Being offered by me, personal. Soon as folks find out the facts in this case, they're going to figure it was me that murdered Marion.
Figure it was you who murdered her.
Why, sure. Ed and me hated each other. Everybody knows that. He claims I killed a cow of his'n that I tried to doctor once. Said the critter was a purebred, and I owed him $2,000.
So last week he got drunk and came over to your office and tried to collect it, Is that right, Constable?
That's it. We had some words, and the folks gathered around outside to ups and arrest Ed for disturbing the peace. And how about it, Drake? You want that $1,000 or don't you?
I'll take the case, Constable, but not because I think you intend paying me $1,000. Frankly, my only purpose will be to satisfy my own curiosity as to why you've gone to all this trouble to tell us such a deliberate lie.
Well, I declare, Mr. Drake, I don't know what Finn McNutt is talking about, I'm sure. I think he must be getting senile.
So, why do you say that, Mrs. Central?
Why? Well, my goodness, Mr. Drake, Walt and I ain't deaf. We know when we hear something.
Then you still insist that you heard sounds of a struggle in the Blake's kitchen on the night you found her dead.
Well, my land...
Now, look here, Drake. Of course we heard it. We've been hearing it for almost a year. What could possibly be the object in us both lying to you?
That's what puzzles me.
It doesn't puzzle me. That Billy Whiskers constable was thinking him up as he went along.
But why, Inspector? Why would he make up such a cock and bull story? He knew we could check it easy enough.
Yeah, that's right. And to make it worse, he's willing to pay us $1,000 to prove he's a liar.
What? What was that you said, Inspector Denton?
I said that McNutt offered us $1,000 to prove him a liar.
Oh, my senses. That certainly is funny. $1,000.
Well, what's funny about it?
Just a minute, Inspector. Mrs. Santrell, you mentioned a minute ago that Mrs. Blake called on you the morning of the murder.
Yes. She said she come to borrow some flour, but I knew that was only an excuse. She talked about that husband of hers the whole time.
Come along, Inspector. Let's go over and have a talk with Ed Blake.
That must be Ed Blake splitting wood out in his backyard.
Oh, yes. Let's go over. Good afternoon. Are you Ed Blake?
Yeah, that's right. Guess you two are Drake and Danton. Been expecting you.
News gets around in these small towns, doesn't it?
Mr. Blake, I guess you know why we're here.
Yeah, Finn told me. Personally, I think you're wasting your time. Marion committed suicide. Finn thinks otherwise. As long as he does, I'm willing to help out by answering your questions.
What makes you say your wife committed suicide, Mr. Blake?
That's a personal matter, and it's none of your business.
Thought you were going to answer our question.
Never mind, Inspector. I think I know the answer. Blake, if your wife had committed suicide, there'd be a box or some sort of container lying nearby which held the arsenic she used. Did you find any such container?
I don't know.
The arsenic was stolen from Finn McNutt's office, and later the unused portion was returned there. Finn says you were asleep in his office from 6 o'clock until midnight.
Did Finn say that?
Didn't we just tell you he said it?
I don't know whether you fellers are trying to trick me or not. And I don't know if it makes any difference. Finn probably thought he'd help me by lying. Poor old guy.
You mean you weren't in the office all the time?
No. Around 7, I got up and went out to look for another bottle.
Where'd you look?
Not out here, if that's what you're thinking. I didn't come near this house all that day or evening.
Oh, just a minute. We've got 2 witnesses who'll swear they heard you and your wife fighting.
Who are they? Walt and Martha Santrell? They're always hearing things.
Their testimony in court will carry a lot of weight, Blake.
No more than my witnesses. I got witnesses who'll testify I wasn't anywhere near this house at the time the Santrell said they heard me beating up my wife.
Who are they?
I'll produce them when the time
You'll
comes.
produce them now unless you want to be arrested for the murder of your wife.
That's so? Who's going to arrest me?
I am.
Not without Finn McNutt's permission. Finn's got charge of this case, and it just happens he knows I didn't murder nobody.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Sure I am. Here comes Finn now. You can ask him if he wants you to arrest me.
I'm going to ask him plenty of things.
I wouldn't, Inspector. I think we're going to find that Mr. McNutt is a lot smarter than we gave him credit. Hello there. Hello, Mr. McNutt. How are you?
Howdy, Drake.
Hello, Ed. Hiya, Finn. Who's that there, feller?
Now, don't give us that routine again, Longbeard. You know darn well who I am.
Well, dang my eyes if it ain't old Gumshoe Scranton. Well, Drake, you got everything fixed up?
Yes, I think so, Finn.
Know who done it, huh?
Beyond a shadow of a doubt, Finn.
I figured you would. I'm sorry I had to pull a couple of fast ones to help things along. I guess you and me understand each other, though, don't we?
We're beginning to, I'm sure.
You betcha. Well, let's get over to the Santrells and let them know how smart I am.
Well, my senses, this is certainly turning into quite an affair, ain't it?
Sorry we had to bother you again, Mrs. Santrell, but Finn seems to think you'd both be interested in the final outcome of the case.
I don't get it. What's the idea, Finn?
Oh, let Drake tell you. Me, I'm just an old hick cop that don't know nothing.
You can say that again, Gramp.
All right, I will. I don't know nothing. Now, Drake, you tell him, boy.
All right, I'll do my best, Finn. Look, Blake, do you still insist that you weren't at your house between 6 o'clock and midnight on the night of the murder?
Sure I do. And if the Santrells say any different, they're crazy.
Why, the idea, the very idea. You were there, Ed Blake. We heard you. Why, we could have heard you if you'd been a mile away.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure you heard Blake, Mrs. Santrell? Or did you just hear Mrs. Blake?
Just hear Marion?
Hmm?
I don't know what you mean.
Sure we heard Ed. We both heard him.
Wait a minute now, Walt. Wait a minute. I think Mr. Drake's got something there. Now, just let me think a minute.
What do you mean, got something? We heard him, I tell you.
No, we didn't. I remember now. No, sir, we didn't. All we heard was Marion begging Ed not to hit her, and then we heard some furniture being knocked over. Well, I declare.
I don't blame you for being surprised, Mrs. Santrell. It'd be only natural for you to assume that Ed Blake was beating his wife when she kept screaming and begging him not to. Blake, tell me, did you ever strike your wife at all?
Yeah. Once.
So?
The time I found out she was seeing Walt Santrell's secret.
What was that, Ed Blake?
Your husband was not only carrying on a romance with Marion Blake behind your back, Mrs. Santrell, but he had ample time to administer the poison to her while he was supposed to be out caring for a sick cow.
That's a lie. I didn't give her the poison. Why should I? I was in love with her.
Oh, Walt.
It was Ed who gave her the poison. It must have been.
How could it have been? He was asleep in the constable's office all the time.
No, he wasn't. Marthy went down to get Finn after we discovered Marion's body, and there wasn't anyone in Finn's office. Was there, Marthy? Was there?
No. There wasn't anyone there. I got to stick by you, Walt, even though.
So there wasn't anyone there, eh? Not even Gramp here.
That's right, Junior. I'm in it, too. It could have been me. Could have. Had plenty of chance. I told you folks would think I did it.
Well, did you?
Never you mind. Go on, Drake. Needle him, boy. Needle him.
Are you quite sure there was no one in the constable's office when you got there after the murder, Mrs. Santrell?
Yes, I'm sure. I'll testify in court if necessary, if it'll prove Walt innocent.
I see. Now, if no one were there, You had an opportunity to return the partly used box of arsenic, didn't you?
What did you say? What was that?
You wondered how you were going to get it back, didn't you, Mrs. Santrell? You certainly didn't want such incriminating evidence found in your possession, and you were afraid that Finn might notice the box was missing if you kept it too long. Then came a golden opportunity when you went running for the police to investigate a murder that you yourself had committed.
You don't mean, you can't
Oh,
mean...
yes, I do mean, Mrs. Santrell. Another golden opportunity came to you when Marion Blake came over to borrow some flour. It solved a real problem, didn't it?
Marcy, you didn't.
Say, that's an angle. By golly.
You keep quiet there, Gramp. Let Drake play it off. Go ahead, boy.
You loaned Marion Blake the flour, didn't you, Mrs. Santrell? You put arsenic in it. You knew she'd never notice it, or that there was any likelihood of anyone guessing how the poison had been administered.
Is it true, Marcy? Is it?
Yes, it's true, Walt. I put the arsenic in the flour. I knew she'd make biscuits. I knew Ed was drunk and wouldn't be home. I knew about you and Marion. I thought you'd be over there eating supper with her. You have before. I watched you. I wanted you both to die. I wanted you both to die. And then I wanted to die myself.
Slow down.
What's the matter, Inspector?
See that sign? I want to take a good look at it. It says, leaving Menden. Come back and see us again. Only I'm not coming back.
You're still a little hot under the collar, Inspector?
No, I'm not hot under the collar. Only these country cops get in my hair.
You'll have to admit that Finn McNutt was pretty smart, Inspector.
Smart my foot. All he was the doggonedest liar I ever ran across.
Everyone in Menden seemed to do pretty well at throwing whoppers.
Yeah. Imagine those Santrells cooking up that story about hearing their next-door neighbors fighting.
Yeah, that wasn't a cooked-up story, Inspector. Martha Santrell actually did think Blake was beating up his wife.
But Santrell knew that Marion Blake was putting on an act, eh?
Exactly. It would have provided excellent grounds for divorce, Inspector, since both Santrell and Martha would have sworn they heard the beatings, see?
Ah, me. What lengths some people go to get rid of their spouses.
Yes, they certainly do, Inspector.
And that's another thing I can't figure. If Constable Longbeard was so smart, what did he want us in on the case for? Why didn't he just go out and arrest Martha Santrell?
But he didn't know that Martha Santrell was guilty, Inspector. He only knew that Marion Blake had died of arsenic poison. And that scared him.
Scared him?
Yes. Remember, his job as constable was virtually honorary. And Ed Blake had already been arrested for his wife's murder.
McNutt didn't want to stick his chin out,
That's it, Inspector. He had his pride. And he didn't want to lose his job as constable. It was his only source of income. He knew people would laugh at him if he tried to sell anyone the idea that Marion Blake had been poisoned.
But he figured a couple of city cops would swallow it hook, line, and sinker, eh?
Well, he kidded us into taking the job, Inspector. He had enough evidence to prove his poisoning theory, but not enough to convict anyone. You've got to admit he was clever about it.
Oh, sure, I'll admit it.
Good for you, Inspector.
Only I'd give my badge for a chance to go back there and pull his whiskers.
I think he'd let you do it, too. He was so pleased with the way things turned out.
Yeah, I'll bet. He was kind of cute at that.
Yeah.
You know what he said just before we left?
Well, I know he apologized to you for all the cracks he'd made. He said he tried to make us both mad so we'd stick around and pull his chestnuts out of the fire.
I don't mean that. I mean...
Oh, you mean when he yelled after us that from now on his new slogan was going to be, Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For this evening's drama, I selected case history number 67 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Murder Bound. It was the middle of last winter, and in a remote hunting lodge in northern New Hampshire, a brother and sister and their two guests were preparing to sit out a blizzard, which threatened to be one of the worst in years.
Hello, Jim. Can you hear me? I wouldn't try to get through if I were you. Well, I'm calling from the cabin, and it started snowing about 6 this morning. No, we'll be all right. Look, we'll expect you in a couple of days. Right. So long.
They're not going to try and make it, eh, Cal?
No, they're driving that old station wagon, and getting through would be too uncertain.
I think this is too exciting. Really, I do. 4 of us marooned, snowbound, far from civilization, cut off from the world. Oh, it's too thrilling, really.
All I can say is I hope we're not caught here more than a couple of days.
Oh, Don, you're so unromantic, really.
Well, being a psychiatrist, Don means that we might begin to wear on each other's nerves because of the forced intimacy.
Don's an alarmist. Why, we've known each other for years. This is going to be fun.
Bruce is right. You know, being cut off like this gives one a sense of adventure. So let's enjoy ourselves, huh?
All right. Look, how about a couple of hands of bridge?
Oh, let's set up the table in front of the fire.
Hey, speaking of the fire, I'd better get some more wood.
Hey, let me go, Cal. It's only a step, and I need the exercise.
All right, Superman. You insist.
Oh, I think this is going to be grand fun, really. Well, pull up your chairs, everybody, and after a little bit, I'll make some coffee.
Hey, put the coffee on now. I'll need a cup when I get back.
Good morning, Peg. Ooh, it's chilly in here.
Calvin, is it still snowing out?
Of course it's still snowing out. That's a silly question.
Oh, well, really, Calvin, you don't have to be rude. I merely asked.
And you don't have to be so dumb. If you want to know if it's still snowing, look out the window.
Really, Calvin, just because you're my brother...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Peggy, stop saying really.
But, Calvin, really...
Good morning, Peggy. I've been looking for you. How about a game of casino?
Oh, really, Bruce? Casino bores me. It does, really.
How about getting an armful of wood for the fire, Bruce? It's pretty low.
How about getting it yourself, old boy? I got it the last 3 times.
Well. Here we are. Just one big happy family. How's for a spot of coffee, Pig? Can't do a thing without coffee in the morning.
Really, Don, am I a servant? Aren't you capable of making your own coffee?
That's telling him, Peg. Who was your servant last year, Don?
Bruce, do you have to prefix your cliches with that silly laugh?
Well, it's no worse than Peg, really.
Really, Calvin, must you be so obnoxious?
Cal is obnoxious, isn't he?
Quit that laughing.
Shut up, Don. I'll do my own fighting.
Really, Cal, just because we're snowbound...
4 days of snow so thick you can't see 10 feet.
It's bound to stop sometime. It always has.
Can't you say anything without laughing, Bruce?
Really, must we quarrel? The others will be here soon.
Peg's right. Let's quit this getting on each other's nerves.
Sure, let's.
Well, that's okay with me.
Really, that's the most sensible thing. Oh, really, Bruce? Must you make love to me? It's so boring.
Why not? There's nothing else to do.
Well, really?
If I hear that guy laugh again, I'll kill him.
Be careful, Bruce. That gun's loaded.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to kill anyone.
6 days of snow. It's getting us. I knew it would.
Who was that?
Where did those shots come from?
Hello? Who's there? Guess I'm getting jumpy.
Calvin, I heard some shots. Well, where's Bruce and Don? Oh, really? This is dreadful.
Well, they must be outside. Come on, let's
No,
see.
wait. Here comes someone now.
Well, who is it?
I can't tell. It's snowing too hard. Oh, he's coming in. Oh, really? I can't understand. Oh, it's Don.
What happened? Where's Bruce?
Dead. He shot himself. Either that or someone murdered him.
Holy smoke, Bart. Where are we now? I can't see anything but snow, Inspector. Here, let me wipe off the windshield.
Wiping off the windshield won't do any good. The only thing that'll help us now is about 3 days of good California weather.
Yes.
That would certainly solve our problem, wouldn't it, Inspector?
Yeah, maybe this is funny to you, but to me, freezing to death is a heck of a way to die.
We've all got to go sometime, Inspector.
Yeah.
Inspector, we're stuck.
Now, what do you think of that?
I told you that we shouldn't have tried to come through tonight.
Oh, sure, you told me. You knew the storm wasn't going to let up. You know everything.
Inspector, do I detect a note of sarcasm in your flattery? Come on.
Where are you going?
I'm going to try and find a habitation, Inspector.
We haven't passed a house since early this afternoon.
Which means there must be one nearby. The law of averages, you know, Inspector.
Well, by golly, I'm not getting out of this car. I don't want to freeze to death.
The trick is to keep moving, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm going to sit right here.
Okay, Inspector. I'll have them pick up your corpse early in the morning.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Inspector.
Wait a minute, doggone it. I'm coming.
I thought you'd think better of sitting there alone, Inspector.
We're going to find our way through this storm. It's pitch dark, and it's snowing so doggone hard.
I think if we keep that light in our line of vision, we'll be all right, Inspector.
What are you talking about?
That light over there, Inspector. The one that's winking at us through the street.
Well, I'll be... Boss.
Yes, Inspector?
You saw that light all the time, didn't you? You were kidding me.
Kidding you?
Yeah.
I, Inspector? Oh, come on, let's go. Almost there, Inspector. Are you tired?
No, what gave you that idea?
Oh, it's just a passing fancy. Hey, look there, Inspector. That seems to be some sportsman's hunting rod.
So what if it is? Let's get inside.
All right, Inspector. If you're rested enough.
Phew. Good to get out of that wind.
It'd be even better to get inside where it's warm.
Yeah.
Well, Sheriff Metcalf. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Well, I had no idea you'd even try to get through in this storm. Lucky for us you did, though. Who's this young man with you, Sheriff?
Oh, just a minute, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. You don't know who I am, of course. I'm Smith, Calvin Smith. It was I who called you on the phone and explained about the suicide.
Suicide?
Yes, a chap by the name of Bruce Stearns. Didn't Sheriff Metcalf here explain it to you?
No, he didn't. You see, Sheriff Metcalf has a way of keeping those things to himself until he makes sure of the facts.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose that's smart. However,
just a minute. There's some explaining to be done around here.
Well, I don't know what else I can tell you, Sheriff. Bruce was depressed, financially as well as mentally, I mean. And then on top of that, Peggy refused to marry him. So he went down to the pond and shot himself. You see, it's very simple.
Yeah, I see it is. Only...
Oh, who are these men, Cal? Certainly not the sheriff. You're not the sheriff, are you?
No, I'm not.
I hate attractive men who are sheriffs. Well, Calvin, dear, do introduce me. Really, you're being most rude.
Gentlemen, this is my sister Peggy.
How do you do, Miss Smith?
As you can see, she enjoys the sound of her own voice.
Oh, Calvin, really?
Oh, be still, Peg. This is Sheriff Ira Metcalf.
Now, look, if somebody doesn't let me say something...
There, you see? The sheriff wants to talk, too. Oh, Calvin, sometimes you're so difficult. What's your name?
Name? It's John.
John? Oh, how too divine. I've always wanted to know an attractive man named John. May I call you John?
Yes, of course.
Oh, how wonderful. And you must call me Peggy.
Peggy, will you stop running off the mouth? These men are here for a purpose. Sheriff, I suppose you'll want to view the body.
Okay, I give up. I'm the sheriff. Where's the body?
Oh, I think this is so exciting. Oh, I do hope that poor Bruce was murdered. Well, I mean, since he's dead anyway, why not have him murdered? Because it's so dull around here.
Shut up. Now, if you gentlemen will come with me. The corpse is in the woodshed. Well, what do you think?
Personally, I'm not able to think. That talking machine sister of yours left me kind of dizzy.
Well, don't worry, Sheriff. Peggy won't bother you out here in the woodshed where it's cold.
Good. Now, maybe I can explain who...
Sheriff.
Huh? Who are you calling sheriff?
You, Sheriff. Now, Mr. Smith, if Bruce Stearns died down on the ice pond, why is his body here in the woodshed?
Oh, I see what you mean. We shouldn't have moved the body.
No.
Under the circumstances, I think we were justified, however. You see, the ice pond is partly roofed over, but the snow is drifting in fast. Another day, and we might not have been able to locate the corpse. Now, look over here.
Oh, the body is in a perfect state of preservation.
Yes. As you know, the temperature in this locality hasn't risen above zero for the past week. And at this time of year, it isn't likely to for another month. Oh, hello, Don. Come in. Gentlemen, this is Dr. Donald Shumway, one of our guests. Don, this is Sheriff Metcalf, and John... what did you say your last name was?
Sawyer, Johnson Sawyer.
Oh, yes, of course.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Peggy told me the local law had arrived. You chaps must be badly in need of a murder to come out here on a night like this.
Who said it was murder?
Oh, that's a sharp question, Sheriff. And I always thought Rube Hawkshaws were comic strip characters.
Well, are you going to answer the question?
Sure, I'll answer it. I didn't say it was murder. As a matter of fact, my guess is that Bruce shot himself.
Did you examine the body, Doctor?
Yes, I examined it. He was shot twice through the head. I got to him 5 minutes after it happened.
That's right, gentlemen. Don called me and asked me to help him carry Bruce up here to the woodshed out of the storm.
So, did you hear the shots, Mr. Smith?
Oh, no, naturally not. You see, the ice pond is some distance from the house, and, well, the storm was making a terrific roar.
Did you hear the shots, Doc?
Of course I didn't. No one heard them.
Then how did you know that you arrived at the ice pond 5 minutes after it happened?
Well, I'll be darned. Cal, who was it said these hick cops were dumb?
Never mind that. Answer the question.
I'll answer the question, Sheriff. You don't have to get tough. I happened to overhear the tail end of the quarrel between Bruce and Peggy.
But, Don, you didn't tell me that.
Oh, why should I? I heard Bruce threaten to kill himself. Why make an unpleasant situation worse by talking about it?
So you followed Bruce Stearns down to the ice pond in the hopes of stopping him from carrying out his threat. Is that it, Doctor?
Yes, that's it. Only I got there too late. By the time I arrived, Bruce had shot himself.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Stearns didn't shoot himself. He was murdered.
Oh, he was? Now, look, you rube cops might be pretty smart, but I happen to be a doctor, and I
Being
say...
a doctor, you should be the first to realize that Bruce Stearns couldn't have committed suicide.
What the devil are you talking about?
Bruce Stearns was shot twice, through the head. A man who shoots himself once through the head doesn't live long enough to shoot himself a second time. Sheriff, I suggest that we wait until daylight and then visit the scene of the crime. Perhaps we will uncover some more items of interest.
Tired of shoveling, Inspector?
Yeah, let's stop and rest a minute.
All right. Well, at least we're fortunate that the storm blew itself out in the night.
Yeah. Say, when are we going to stop this play-acting, tell that bunch who we really are?
Inspector, do you object to being regarded as a rube sheriff?
No, rube sheriffs are as good as anyone else, only.
That's just the point, Inspector. We know they are, but Smith and his friends seem to think that any local law enforcement is rather stupid.
Yeah.
As long as they think that, we have the advantage. Don't you agree?
Well, maybe you're right at that. Well, let's get on with the shoveling.
Right you are.
Think maybe we'll find a suicide note pinned to the ice, eh?
I'm afraid we can't hope for that, Inspector.
But what if Doc Shumway was kidding us about the spot where he found Stern's body?
Inspector, come here. Look.
Where?
Just a minute till I clear away the last of the snow. There. Now, can you see it?
Well, I'll be darned. The Doc wasn't kidding after all.
No, he wasn't, Inspector. There's the perfect outline of a man's body sunk in the ice.
What's the hair for?
Listen, Dr. Shumway said that he followed Bruce Stearns down here and that he arrived 5 minutes after Stearns died.
Well, what's wrong with that? Being a doctor, he'd know how long the guy had been dead.
But, Inspector, do you think a man's body lying here on the ice could have made an impression such as this in 5 minutes' time?
Say, maybe you got something there, Bart.
Perhaps, Inspector, perhaps. Now, let me see. No, I think that theory's all wrong.
Well, make up your mind, will you? I'm getting cold.
Yes, it's definitely wrong, Inspector. There's no doubt about it.
Stearns committed suicide after all, eh?
No, Inspector. Stearns was murdered, but not by being shot. I'll bet my last dollar he died from a blow on the head followed by freezing.
This is the woodshed. The house is up there.
Yes, Inspector, I know. I want to have another look at the corpse.
Let's get it over with fast.
This won't take a minute. Yes, there it is.
There's what?
The thermometer on the wall, Inspector. I noticed it last night. What does it say, Inspector?
Let's see. Oh, I wish I hadn't looked.
Yes, that is pretty cold, isn't it, Inspector? Let's take another glance at the corpse.
What are we going to look for this time?
Well, Those bullet wounds really don't tell us very much, do they, Inspector?
Only that the guy's dead.
But not necessarily from the bullets. It's possible that both of them could have merely grazed the skull.
If it were my skull, I'd give up and admit being dead.
Look, that slight abrasion behind his left ear. That could have been made by a blow from a heavy instrument. Yes, I think that explains it.
You think what explains what?
It explains the manner in which Bruce Stearns died, Inspector. The motive for his having died, and the identity of his...
What's that? What's that?
Someone close the shed door. Come on, Inspector, quick!
Oh, we're being spied on, eh? Well, it's locked.
Yes, of course it's locked, Inspector. It was locked by the murderer. I'm afraid he has us neatly trapped.
What do you mean, trapped? Open the door. Hey, open up, I say.
No use, Inspector. That door is made of oak logs. Don't waste your strength.
Don't waste my strength. Well, what would you suggest? Are we going to just stand here and freeze to death?
I think that's the fate that our captor has in mind for us, Inspector. What did you say the thermometer registered? 10 degrees below zero?
Yeah, and us wearing light top coats. Jumping Judas, we got to do something. Maybe if we began to yell, someone would hear us, eh?
I'm afraid that isn't very likely. This shed is in the rear of the house, and the heavy logs would successfully deaden our voices. Besides, if the murderer is as smart as I think he is, he's going to convince the others that we've quit our job. No, Inspector. We've got to figure some way of getting out of here, and we've got to do it fast. 10 degrees below zero is a lethal weapon that we can't afford to fool with.
Oh, there you are, Calvin. Whatever happened to that attractive man? John, I believe you said his name was. Oh, he's so attractive.
How should I know what happened to him?
Oh, no, really, Calvin, you're being most rude. The car's gone, you know.
What? Whose car's gone?
The sheriff's car, of course. Oh, really, Calvin, don't pretend you don't know.
Pretend I don't know. Why should I pretend I don't know? Besides...
Well, they've gone. Quit. I knew those country bumpkins wouldn't figure anything out.
Oh, really, Don? You don't have to make such an effort to impress us. We're quite aware of the fact that you murdered Bruce.
What? What the devil are you talking about, Peggy?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Don. She's crazy.
Oh, Calvin, must you be so rude? Really, after
Peggy,
all...
if you don't stop telling me to stop being rude, I'll sock you one.
Calvin!
You see? That proves my theory, doesn't it? That proves that Bruce committed suicide. I don't care what that thick-headed sheriff says. I tell you, there's just so much of this sort of thing a man can stand. I'm a doctor, I know.
Oh, really, Don?
Stop saying really.
See? That's what happened to Bruce. We've been here too long, shut in by the storm. Bruce couldn't take it. He got sick of looking at us and hearing our voices. I don't blame him. I'm sick of it, too.
Oh, you are? Well, don't think we're not just as sick of you. You and your big talk.
See? We're all sick of each other. See?
Oh, really, Don? If you say see again, I think I'll scream.
And if you say really again, Peggy, I'm going to do more than scream.
Well, it would be interesting, Calvin, to see just what you would do. You've always been such a mousy little man.
Why, you little fussy old
Cal, quit it.
it.
This is what happened before. We don't want it to repeat itself.
You stay out of this, Don. I'm going to teach her a...
All right, Smith. Leave her alone.
Drake!
How did we get out of the woodshed? Is that what you were going to ask, Smith?
Woodshed?
Yes.
What about the woodshed?
Never mind the woodshed right now. Didn't I just hear you call Drake?
It slipped off.
How stupid of you, Calvin. Really?
You knew, too, didn't you, Miss Smith?
Oh, darling, of course I did. Oh, I've admired your pictures in the paper so many times. You're so attractive.
So you were all kidding us, eh? Well, for my dough, that means just one thing. You were trying to cover up something.
Of course we were. Bruce was murdered. Do you think that...
Oh, so he was murdered. I thought you said it was suicide, Doc.
Well, naturally I did. These people are my friends. I wanted to do everything I could to protect them.
Which, of course, makes you an accomplice some way. Miss Smith, how far down the road did you drive our car?
Why, Barton, you don't think that I...
Yes, we think that you. In fact, we know that you.
Really? But I don't
We
see
saw you, Miss Smith, through a crack in the log walls of the woodshed.
And through the same crack, we saw your brother going back into the house after locking us in the shed.
Locking you in?
Yeah.
Then... Oh, but how did you get out?
Chopped our way out some way. Woodsheds usually have axes in them. This one had two. The exercise kept us from freezing and gave us our liberty.
So now that that's all cleared up, we'll arrest the murderer and be on our way.
Oh, Inspector, do you know who the murderer is, really?
You should have.
You all know who the murderer is, really. You've known from the moment it took place. Two of you have kept from telling us because you were afraid the same thing would happen to you that happened to Bruce Stearns, and you didn't have any real proof.
Have you?
Oh, yes, we have proof, Calvin. Well, who is it? Get it over with. By the process of elimination, you must be it, Shumway.
By the process of elimination, eh? Well, I'm not quaking in my boots yet, Drake.
Both Smith and his sister made attempts to keep us here because they wanted us to get the proof that neither of them could obtain.
And darn near froze us to death in the attempt.
Oh, you wouldn't have frozen to death. I only wanted to keep you locked up long enough to give Peggy the chance to drive your car away.
So you two dirty...
Really, Don? You were most naive to think that we weren't aware that you had murdered poor Bruce. It was so easy to pretend that we believed your suicide theory.
So that's it. You're all ganged up against me. Well, get this. You can't prove a thing. My testimony is better than any you can turn up. I'm a doctor. I can prove that Bruce shot himself.
And we can prove that Bruce Stearns didn't die of bullet wounds, Shumway. He was frozen to death.
That's a lie.
Is it? Now, let me tell you what I think happened. You and Stearns quarreled. In a fit of rage, you struck him. You're a much bigger man than Stearns was, Shumway. I think he ran away from you and you chased him down to the ice pond. One of you had a gun. You struggled for it and it went off twice. Both bullets grazing Stearns' skull.
That's exactly how it happened. It must have been.
You didn't see anything, so shut up, Cal.
No, Smith, I don't think you did see the fight. It was snowing too hard. Shumway knew this. He wiped his fingerprints from the gun and came up to the house and got you.
Yeah. Naturally, you had to accept Shumway's statement that Stearns was dead, only he wasn't.
And the argument that you leave the body in the sub-zero temperature of the woodshed to preserve it until the police arrived seemed logical, too.
Only the police arrived sooner than you expected it. All right, Shumway, drop it.
You fools. Didn't you think I'd be prepared for this the minute I knew you were Drake and Danton? This is one time.
Oh, really, Don? You're being most difficult.
Peggy, look out, girl. Why, you...
Don, you should have ducked, you know. Really.
Gosh, Bart, did you see the way she tossed that vase? Really.
Oh, really, Barton. You were magnificent. You really were, you know.
Oh, thank you, Peggy.
And you're so attractive. Really, you are.
Well, I'm very flattered.
Oh, slush.
Oh, really, Inspector Danton? Must you be so crude?
Are you envious, Inspector?
No, I'm not envious, but now I can see why everyone went nuts around here. Really, my gosh, now I'm saying it.
Oh, never mind, Inspector. You won't have to put up with it much longer. Before you leave, however, Drake, I'd like to know one thing.
What's that, Mr. Smith?
Well, how in Tunket did you know that Bruce wasn't killed by those shots?
Well, the answer to that's quite simple. When the inspector and I shoveled away the snow, we found a depression in the ice where Stearns' body had lain. You had previously told us that the thermometer had not risen above zero since before the storm started. That meant, of course, that the depression in the ice could only have been made by the heat from Stearns' body, which meant he must have been alive.
By George, that's right, isn't it?
Oh, really, Barton? You're too wonderful. You really are, you know.
Yeah. Well, look, Bart, tell her why you're too wonderful, and let's get out of here.
Well, I can only guess at what you mean, Inspector. I suppose you mean that you want me to say because mystery is my hobby, and it really is, you know. Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 66 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Short Distance to Murder. Inspector Danton and I had been requested to attend a political convention that was being held in a fashionable hotel not far from New York. More than 200 guests were present. And during the early evening, we were invited to enjoy a concert on the hotel grounds.
That's a pretty interesting number, eh, Bart? That band is really doing itself proud.
Interesting is hardly the word to describe Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Inspector.
Well, it's interesting for my dough. Who is this fellow Beethoven, anyway?
He was a composer, Inspector.
A songwriter, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who dreams up his titles.
What did you say the name of this number was?
The Fifth Symphony.
Huh. He should have talked to the guy who wrote Cement Mixer Putty Putty if he wanted a title. Hey, what are you looking at?
That group over there near the fountain.
Yeah?
The old gentleman seems to be in trouble.
Yeah. Looks like he's sick. Say, isn't that Alfred Emerson?
I believe it is, Inspector. Well, I guess it isn't anything serious. He's going into the hotel unassisted.
It better not be anything serious. Emerson's going to be our next governor.
Yes, you're probably right. Unless Cliff Goddard gets the nomination.
Goddard hasn't got a chance.
We'll see.
Oh, for God's sakes. Now what's the matter?
Emerson's wife seems to be arguing with that dark-haired young man.
Looks like Emerson's secretary, Kent Leslie.
Yes, it does.
Say, that Mrs. Emerson is a looker, isn't she?
Well, she's much younger than her husband, Inspector. Since Leslie's going into the hotel, he seems to have won the argument.
Probably Mrs. Emerson figured her husband wasn't feeling well or something and wanted to go up and see if he was all right.
And apparently Leslie persuaded her that he should go instead.
Well, that makes sense. If both the Emersons left, the party would be a bust. Oh, might as well get back to Beethoven. I guess nothing exciting is going to happen after all.
Did you expect something exciting to happen, Inspector?
I gotta be on the lookout. That's what they're paying me for.
Always the adventure at heart, eh, Inspector?
Well,
now will you please sit back and enjoy the music?
Say, how long does this number last?
The first movement should be over shortly, Inspector.
First movement?
Yes.
Do you mean we gotta sit here and...
Look, Inspector.
Huh?
Someone to see.
Oh, hello, son. What's on your mind? What? Speak up.
I don't think he wants anyone but you to hear, Inspector.
With all this noise? Huh? What was that? Good gosh.
Something wrong, Inspector?
I'll say something's wrong. Alfred Emerson has just committed suicide.
Please get out of the way.
All right. Gangway. Break it up.
I beg your pardon.
Come on. Let's through here. Come on, Bart.
I'm right behind you, Inspector.
Crowds like that remind me of vultures.
Sudden death never fails to attract a mob, Inspector. Well,
Glad you're here, Inspector Danton. I'm Cora Emerson.
Cora Emerson. I thought you were down listening to the concert.
I was.
You got up here rather quickly, didn't you, Mrs. Emerson?
Quickly? I don't believe I understand. I was on my way up when the shot was fired.
Oh, I see. Well, that explains it. I hadn't noticed that you left the garden.
Where's the body? I mean, your husband, Mrs. Emerson.
In the bedroom. You'll just step in here, please.
Say, Bart, for a lady who's just lost her husband, I wouldn't say she was exactly heartbroken, would you?
No, I wouldn't, Inspector.
Hey, sir, I tell you, you're crazy.
Oh, am I, Leslie? We'll see. Oh, well, here's Mrs. Emerson now with the police.
Cora, this crazy loon says that I did the work.
Gentlemen, this is my husband's secretary, Mr. Kent Leslie. And this is Mr. Ralph Dexter. Inspectors Noah Danton and Barton Drake.
Hi.
How are you,
How do you do?
gentlemen?
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have arrived just in time.
Why so?
He's going to tell you that I murdered Mr. Emerson, of all the crazy fools.
Calling me crazy is a poor defense, Leslie.
All right. Let's save that until later. Where's the body?
Alfred is lying there on the bed, Inspector.
On the bed. Oh, my gosh. Then some dumbhead moved him.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I don't mean you, lady. He's too big for you to lift.
Don't look at me, Inspector. I didn't move him.
Neither did I.
No, of course not. Now, look, somebody...
Inspector, suppose we take a look.
Good idea. And nobody leaves this room until I say so. Understand?
Look, Inspector, come here.
Yeah, what, Bart?
By the position of the body, I'd say he could have fallen across the bed after he was shot, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right at that.
The bullet made a clean hole through his head. That means we should be able to locate it here in this room.
What good will that do us? We haven't got the gun.
The gun is on the floor at your feet, Inspector.
Well. So it is. Imagine that.
Be careful, fingerprints, Inspector.
I'll be careful. Nobody'll touch the doggone gun until the fingerprint boys get here. What are you looking at, Bart?
Powder burns, Inspector.
There are definite traces on the right side of Emerson's head.
A close-range shot, eh?
Possibly.
That means it could have been suicide.
Unless it happens that Emerson was left-handed.
Yeah, that's so. Now,
Don't waste your time, gentlemen. Alfred Emerson was right-handed.
this guy seems to know all the answers, Bart, so how's about us asking a few questions just to keep the balance even, eh?
I think that's a good suggestion, Inspector.
Well, have you gentlemen decided that Emerson was murdered?
Why do you insist that Alfred was murdered, Ralph? I'm positive it was suicide.
And why are you so positive, Mrs. Emerson?
Alfred was suffering from a heart ailment and had an attack during the concert. He was morbidly afraid of being a helpless invalid.
Look, lady, a man who is about to become elected governor doesn't go shoot himself just because he has heart trouble. Not for my dough, he doesn't.
You wouldn't say that if you'd known Alfred Emerson, Inspector. He had a phobia against a lingering illness.
You've got to think up better ones than that if you want to get out of this, Leslie.
Listen, Dexter, why don't you shut up? Why do you insist on being such a sorehead just because I talked Mr. Emerson out of that political job for your son-in-law?
Watch your lip, you young pup.
Ralph, you know that you're letting that incident prejudice your thinking.
Prejudice my... Oh, all right, Cora, and why not? You know I dumped enough money into your husband's campaign to ask for a few favors.
You should know that Alfred never sought votes by offering political favors.
Oh, no?
Bart, you know, there's one interesting thing about this deal. We don't have to ask questions to get the answer.
The trouble is, Inspector, we're not getting the right kind of answers.
I guess we better take over, eh?
An excellent idea, Inspector.
All right, now. Who discovered the body?
I did. I was in my room at the end of the hall. I heard a shot, came directly here, and found young Lester standing over Al's body.
That's a lie. I wasn't anywhere near the body. I was there by the door.
You're going to have a sweet time proving that, son.
Suppose you tell us your version of the story, Leslie.
Sure, I'll tell you. I haven't anything to hide.
Good.
Mr. Emerson had a heart attack during the concert. He said he was going up to his room. Cora wanted to go with him, but we dissuaded her. After Mr. Emerson had gone, Cora was still worried, so I said I'd go up. Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson! Probably in the bathroom. Mr. Emerson? In the bedroom. Mr. Emerson? Stop. Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson. He's dead. I better call him. Dexter, what are you doing here?
Something wrong, Leslie?
Where'd you come from?
Oh, just checked in, heard the shot, and came down to investigate. Got tired of waiting, eh, Leslie?
What do you mean I got tired of waiting? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, son. Are you sure that you wiped off your fingerprints?
Wiped off my fingerprints?
From the gun. That's always the first thing a murderer should think of, you know.
Murder? Take that back or I'll...
Attacking me is only going to make it look worse. You'd better be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful. What's the matter, Dexter? Did Cliff Goddard turn down your offer of money for that job for your son-in-law?
As a matter of fact, I didn't ask him. I didn't have to.
Oh, no?
No, I talked to your boss over long distance this morning, and he promised to take care of everything.
It's a lie. I happen to know that... Who's that?
Kent.
It's Cora. Got to keep her out of there. Cora, don't...
Kent, is Alfred all right?
Cora, go back into the other room. Don't come in here.
No, let me. Is that Alfred on the bed? What's happened to him? Kent, he's been shot.
That's right, Cora. Shot. And who do you think shot him?
Shut up, Dexter.
Why? I'll have to talk later. Why not now? Cora, your late husband's trusted secretary seems to have murderous instincts.
Kent, you didn't...
Of course I didn't. Mr. Emerson shot himself. I heard the shot and went in to investigate. Dexter found me there and immediately jumped to conclusion.
I'll say I did. Jumped and hit the bullseye.
I don't believe that, Ralph. Not a word of it. Kent, I think you'd better get a bellboy and send for Inspector Danton. He's in the garden with Barton Drake.
And that's the way it happened. None of us has touched anything before you two got here.
Well, that's an interesting story. How about it, Dexter? Is that the way it happened?
That's good enough. There wouldn't be any good in the kid lying.
Of course I wouldn't lie. I've got nothing to hide.
Mrs. Emerson, A few minutes ago, you said you were on your way up here when the shot was fired.
That's right. I was on the stairs.
According to Leslie's story, considerable time elapsed after the shot was fired before you arrived. You must have been down on the second floor.
Well,
I'm just wondering if you could have heard that shot from down there.
I didn't say I heard it. I said I was on my way up here when the shot was fired. I just reasoned that the shot must have been fired at that time.
I see. Leslie?
Yes?
Is this the door that you tried to open and found locked after you heard the shot?
Yes. Only it wasn't locked. It was stuck. Mr. Emerson has been complaining about it ever since his arrival.
Well, possibly you're right, but I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so?
I'll explain in a minute. Inspector, I think you'd better send for the medical examiner and the fingerprint men. In the meantime, suppose we try and locate that bullet that passed through Emerson's head.
Okay, first I'll phone the...
You won't have to waste your time looking for the bullet, gentlemen. There's a hole in the closet door on the other side of the bed.
By golly, Bart, he's right.
Yes, I see he is, Inspector.
I imagine you'll find your bullet somewhere inside the closet.
I'll take a look.
You have sharp eyes, Dexter.
Thank you. It's easy to figure out what happened, isn't it? If Emerson were standing up, his head would be in a direct line with the hole in the closet door.
Does that mean he didn't commit suicide? Find it, Inspector?
Yep, here it is. It was caught on the sleeve of a coat hanging in the closet.
What caliber is it?
Looks like a .38. Same as the gun.
So?
Well, we still don't know if Emerson shot himself.
You would if you knew anything about wood, Inspector.
Wood?
Wood, Inspector. That closet door is made of white oak, which is a pretty hard wood.
Well, what about it?
What about it?
Yeah.
Why, that's a clean hole through the door panel.
Quit talking in riddles. So, what if it is a clean hole?
Well, if you know anything about wood, you'd know what I was talking about.
What Dexter's trying to say, I think, Inspector, is that if the speed of the bullet were retarded by passing through Emerson's head, it wouldn't have had enough momentum to penetrate the heavy oak of the closet door.
That's it, Drake. Therefore, Emerson couldn't have committed suicide.
Let me get this straight. The bullet that killed Emerson didn't have enough speed to penetrate the closet door. All right. Now, there is a hole through the closet door. That means that 2 shots must have been fired.
You are catching on, Inspector.
2 shots weren't fired. I was in the other room. I know.
Sure you know, Leslie. Now let's see you talk your way out of it.
Dexter, I've got a
Just
half a mind
a moment, please. Dexter, you've been riding rather high, wide, and handsome in this case. Suppose you stop advancing theories and accusations and answer a few questions yourself.
Not a bad idea.
I should be very glad to accommodate you, gentlemen.
Fine. You told us a few minutes ago that you heard a shot and came up here to investigate. How many shots did you hear?
2.
Why didn't you say so before?
Well, nobody asked me.
Oh, wise guy, eh?
Excuse me, Inspector. Now then, if 2 shots were fired, what happened to the second bullet?
That's your problem, son. You'll have to find it yourself.
We'll try to, I assure you, Dexter. That door over there opens onto the hall, doesn't it, Mrs. Emerson?
Yes, it does.
And there's a door which opens into the hall from the sitting room, which means, of course, that Emerson's murderer could have escaped into the hall while Leslie was still wrestling with that stuck door.
Say, that's right.
Oh, that's what I call grasping at straws.
Is it, Dexter? What do you think, Mrs. Emerson?
Well, I suppose by that you mean that I could have shot my husband.
I mean that you have the time and the opportunity. So did Dexter. And certainly Leslie was in an excellent position to do so.
Then you're quite sure that Alfred didn't commit suicide?
I know he didn't, Mrs. Emerson. He was murdered. And I know who murdered him. That's probably headquarters, Inspector. You'd better answer.
Yeah. Hello? Jansen speaking. Yeah, hello, Charlie. What's the story? It was, eh? Emerson died as a result of a gunshot, Bart. His heart was okay.
Well, I'm not surprised. Are you, Inspector?
He ceased being surprised at the age of 12. Go ahead, Charlie. Is that a fact? Well. Okay, thanks. What do you know? No fingerprints on the gun.
I didn't think there would be. Did you, Inspector?
No, I guess not. Would have made things too easy. Well, let's go in and arrest the guilty party.
No, wait a minute. Not so fast, Inspector.
What's the matter? You said you knew who murdered Emerson.
I do, Inspector, but as you know...
Yeah, I know.
We've got to have the proof before you'll go accusing anyone.
Right.
Well, look, if we haven't got the proof now, how are we going to get it?
I don't think it's going to be too difficult.
You don't, eh? We haven't found that second bullet yet, you know.
That's because it went out the window, Inspector.
Out the window? How do you know?
What other answer can there be? We've searched every inch of this room and found no trace. The window was open when we entered,
So it went out the window. That means that Emerson must have been standing in line with the window when the shot was fired. I still don't see...
Never mind, Inspector. Now, suppose we go and have a talk with our suspects. One or two more questions, a little stratagem, your able assistance in a plan I have, and I think we'll be able to corral our murderer.
Is that you, Kent?
Yes, Cora.
Are they still in there?
Yes, but I can't hear anything.
Do you think they'll find the other bullet?
I don't know. I suppose so. If there is another bullet.
Kent, there's something I want to tell you.
Hmm?
I did hear the shot fired, Kent. I wasn't on the second floor. I was right outside the door to the bedroom.
You couldn't have been. There wasn't time.
There was time, Kent. Listen, I was down on the second floor when the first shot was fired. I didn't hear it. No one did but Ralph.
Now, wait a minute, honey. I couldn't.
No, Kent. Let me go on. I came up here and was just about to enter the living room when the second shot was fired.
You couldn't have been. Don't you see you couldn't? Ralph came into the living room before you did. Cora,
Yes, Kent?
you're lying. Deliberately. Why?
Oh, Kent, don't you see why? Can't you understand that I'm trying to...
Sorry to keep you folks waiting so long, but we were... Oh, something wrong here?
No, everything's all right, Mr. Drake.
Where's Dexter?
He went back to his room.
Oh, he did. He's got a nerve. Now, I've half a
I
mind
don't think we've anything to worry about, Inspector. Dexter will be around when we want him. Right now, I think we'd better listen to what Mrs. Emerson and Leslie have to say.
What we have to say? What do you mean?
Haven't you something to tell us, Leslie?
No, we've told you everything we know.
Have you? How about you, Mrs. Emerson?
Oh, what's the use? You're bound to find out sooner or later, and I suppose it will be worse.
Be careful, Cora.
You're right, Mrs. Emerson. If you're hiding something and we find out later, it will be worse.
All right. Kent and I are in love.
Good night. Is that all?
Is that all? Well, to us, that's rather important, Inspector Danton.
Well, to me, it's a lot of...
Inspector. Huh? The inspector and I guessed that you and Leslie were in love some time ago, Mrs. Emerson.
You knew?
Yes. The fact that your husband's secretary addressed you by your first name, plus the fact that you were so little disturbed by Emerson's death, was ample evidence.
I see. Oh, but you must believe that there was nothing sordid about our regard for each other. Alfred knew. He was quite willing to give me a divorce. But we decided to wait until after the election.
Everything just hunky-dory with all parties concerned, eh? Nope, I'm not buying that. I've heard that routine several times before.
But it's true, Inspector Danton. Every word is true.
Sure. It's also true that it gives you and your boyfriend here a motive for murder. But how about putting that excellent plan of yours into execution and get this over with? Or are we running an advice to the Lovelorn Bureau?
Inspector, your sarcasm is a stimulant.
Yeah.
Is Clancy still on guard out in the hall?
He is, unless he's fallen asleep. I wouldn't blame him if he did. This is about the
Splendid.
dullest.
I'd like to talk to Clancy a minute, and then the four of us can call on Mr. Dexter in his room and enact the final drama, right? May we come in, Dexter?
Oh, please do. Well, now that we're all together again, sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
I'm standing. This isn't any tea party, you know.
Oh, suit yourself, Inspector. Well, Drake, I suppose this is the big moment. You're going to identify the murderer of Albert Emerson.
Not quite, Dexter. The murderer is going to identify himself.
That'll be a good trick if it works. Well, tell us about it.
First, let me tell you what happened this evening. Do you mind?
No, I'd like to hear your version of it.
His version will be right. You can bet your boots on that, mister.
Thank you, Inspector. When Emerson got up to his room after leaving the concert, the murderer was waiting for him. He was in the bedroom. Emerson didn't see him at first. He walked over to the window, opened it to get a breath of air. While he was standing there, the murderer shot him.
And the bullet went through his head and out the window, eh?
That's it exactly, Inspector.
Well, that sounds simple enough. And then what happened?
It was simple, Dexter. The murderer then carried Emerson's body to the bed and arranged it so that it would appear he had fallen. And at this moment, the murderer heard someone come into the living room.
Right, so far, Drake.
It was I. I'd heard the shot and came running down.
It couldn't have been you, Dexter. It was I.
It's your turn to claim it as you, lady. Go ahead, Bart.
The murderer then shot a second bullet through the closet door.
Why?
So that it would appear that Emerson had shot himself while standing near the bed. And so that the person who was in the living room would hear the shot and discover Emerson lying on the bed, thereby making it appear to be suicide.
Then there were two shots. I did hear one.
You couldn't help but hear it, lady, if you fired it.
If I fired it,
Cora couldn't have fired it. I know.
Oh, you do? What happened then, Bart?
Then, Inspector, the murderer hastily wiped off his fingerprints and went into the hall from the bedroom and entered the living room.
Sort of a merry-go-round deal, eh?
Get to the point, Drake. Who was this murderer?
Under the circumstances, Dexter, I'll have to ask you to... What was that?
What was it? It was a shot. Clancy must be in trouble. Come on, Bart.
Right you are. Either that or we've made a mistake and our murderer is at large.
Which way did the shot come from, anyway?
down this way, I think.
No, it wasn't. It came from that direction.
How about it, Dexter? In which room was that shot fired?
Well, how should I know? I'm not a mind reader. You're the detective.
You see, Dexter, the murderer did identify himself, didn't he?
Oh, you're pretty smart, Drake. Now let's see if you're smart enough to figure this one out.
Look out, Bart! I'm ready for him, Inspector.
What's that they're playing now?
Beethoven's Fifth, Inspector.
Doesn't that band know any other number? They were playing Beethoven's Fifth when we left. This crowd must be gluttons for punishment, and they want to hear it twice.
They're not hearing it twice, Inspector. This is the last movement we're hearing now.
The last move. You mean the same number has been going on all this time?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Holy smoke. That fellow Beethoven must have worked nights to turn out stuff that long. By the way, Ralph Dexter was a lumber dealer, wasn't he?
Yes, he certainly was, Inspector. That's why he knew about the bullet going through the closet door. He had to advance the murder theory because he was afraid that someone else might remember that the speed of the bullet would be retarded.
Uh-huh. And the reason he wanted his son-in-law to get the political appointment was because the kid would throw a lot of business his way, eh?
That's right, Inspector. Apparently, he and Emerson quarreled, and he shot him in a fit of anger.
You know, that was pretty cute, the way you made Dexter show his hand.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. You remember when we first questioned Dexter? He said he was sitting in his room when he heard the shot. And he came directly to Emerson's room.
So he said.
Mm-hmm. But Dexter was quartered some distance down the hall, and I wondered how he knew where Emerson's room was located and how he knew that the shot came from that room.
Yes, sir. Pretty cute. When Clancy shot off his gun, Dexter didn't know where the shot came from any more than anyone else. The trouble with Dexter was he didn't know that...
Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For today's drama, I've selected case history number 63 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Mystery of the Burning Light. Kirk Orson, a friend of mine, had invited me on a cruise in his yacht. Among the passengers were a group of show people and their agents. We set sail in the early evening, and about 9 o'clock, something went wrong with the electric wiring system. So, without lights, we headed for a small cove where we planned to anchor until morning.
Oh, hello, Bart. Come in.
Hello, Kirk. Everything all right?
Oh, I think so. According to my reckoning, we should be entering the cove right now.
You're quite a navigator. In this fog, I'd be lost in no time.
The answer to that is a good compass, a chart, and being able to recognize the sound of certain bell buoys and foghorns. I've been here a good many times before.
It's a pity the lights had to go out. Rather ruined your plans for the weekend, didn't it?
Oh, I suppose so.
Still, I'm not too unhappy about it.
Oh?
I'm just as well pleased we're not going out. This gang we have aboard aren't as congenial as they might be. I guess I invited the wrong combination of people.
Yes, I've noticed a certain restraint among them.
Restraint? All I've heard since we started is a series of violent outbursts of anger.
What's the answer, Kirk?
Oh, it's this Dixie Randolph business. Gavin Trist, who handles the advertising account for Mallory P., signed Dixie for the Pinky Michael show just yesterday.
Oh, is that bad?
Oh, I guess so. It seems that Gav had promised a job to Ellen Niles. And then at the last minute, Luke Mallory, who owns the tea company, saw a movie of Dixie and wired Gavin to sign her on.
That's tough on Ella, but if you're in show business, you have to expect that sort of thing.
Well, the only trouble is that Ellen Niles is a 100% better singer than Dixie, and everyone in the trade knows it.
That's right. Then why did Gavin Trist sign her?
Oh, there are two answers to that. He wants to pacify Mallory. The Mallory account means a $5 million billing for Trist's agency. Huh. He'd do anything not to lose it.
I see. And what's the second reason?
Gavin hasn't got guts enough to stand by his own convictions and tell Mallory that Dixie Randolph would ruin the Pinky Michael show. Oh, well, I guess we're in far enough. I'll signal the engine room and still the engine. Crew will take care of the rest. Let's go out and back, huh?
Right, sure.
That night air smells good, doesn't it?
Yes. Did a neat job of getting in here. I can see the outline of the shore through the fog.
Well, there goes the ankle. Yeah, we're in close. There's about 10 feet of water in low tide. We'll be safe here until morning.
Tell me, Kirk, is there any sort of town nearby?
Oh, there's a little place called Seaview about half a mile back. Why?
Seaview? Oh, I thought I might row ashore and root out an electrician to come back and look over your wiring system.
Oh, there's no need. Thanks, just the same. The crew will attend to it as soon as it gets light.
Kirk, is that the only reason you don't want me to go ashore?
What made you say that?
I think you're more worried than you pretend. What happened this evening, Kirk, that you haven't told me about?
Well, nothing. So help me. Everything's fine.
Well, then let me ask you another question. Aren't you rather an important stockholder in the Luke Mallory Tea Company?
Yes, why? Everyone knows that. Bart, I can't understand your sudden, suspicious attitude. In fact,
I think you can, Kirk. You know, I dislike being made a goat. However...
What's that?
It sounded like a door banging. It seems to have startled you considerably, Kirk. Someone's coming.
Where are you, Kirk?
Ella, over here.
Oh, Kirk.
What's wrong?
Heavens, you're here. Oh, Kirk, it's terrible.
What's terrible? Speak up, girl.
Dixie. She's dead.
What the devil you...
Went to her stateroom to borrow a cigarette. No one answered my knock, and I opened the door, and there she was, lying in her bed. A knife in her throat.
Good Lord. She was murdered?
Are you so surprised, Kirk? Ella, you'd better show me where Dixie's cabin is.
Oh, no. I just can't go back there again. I can't.
Sorry, Ella. You'll have to. Come along, Kirk.
This is Dixie's cabin.
Very well. You can go back to your own cabin now if you like, Ella. Kirk, come inside with me.
All right. Oh, the light switch is just to the right over there.
Never mind that. The lights aren't working. I'll strike a match. Well, not a pleasant sight, is she?
Ghastly. Bart, this is terrible.
Yes, it is. That's rather a small knife. Could have belonged to a woman. Light another match, will you, Kirk?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Shall I light the candle?
No, never mind. Dixie's fully dressed. No signs of a struggle. Don't touch that book, Kirk, or anything else.
Look, I was only going to put it back on the table.
She apparently was reading and dropped off to sleep. Yeah, the candle's burned more than halfway down.
Bart, whoever murdered her must have blown the candle out. What are we going to do?
Right now, we're going outside and close up the stateroom. Come along.
But you're going to do something, aren't you?
Not now. Not until Inspector Danton gets here.
Inspector Danton? But look here, Bart.
Yes, I know, Kirk. Look, you rather suspected that this murder was going to take place, didn't you?
Of course not.
Is that why you invited me on this cruise? You hoped I'd be able to solve the crime without having the police in, Don't you realize, Kirk, I haven't the authority to do a thing without a policeman or someone connected with the police department?
Bart, so help me. You're way off the beam.
Yes?
Naturally, I don't want a scandal if it can be helped.
Naturally not. Tell me, Kirk, will your ship-to-shore radio work without electric current?
Yes, it's a battery set.
Well, that's good.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to contact Inspector Danton. In the meantime, I think you'd better say nothing about this to anyone. The fewer people who know about it, the less trouble we'll have in apprehending the guilty party.
What's the matter with this boat, anyhow? Don't they have any lights?
Something happened to the electric wiring earlier this evening, Inspector. That's why we anchored in this cove until morning. Down this corridor, Inspector.
Is that the reason they got lanterns hung all over the place?
Yes, the guests were issued candles for their use in the cabins.
Boss.
Oh, hello, Kirk. We're coming up to see you in a few minutes. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Inspector. Bart, there's something funny about all this.
Something funny about murder, Kirk?
No, I don't mean that. I've been down in the engine room checking over the electric wiring with the crew.
Hmm?
There isn't anything basically wrong. But I have a feeling that someone cut the wires somewhere.
Well, possibly you're right. Daylight will probably reveal the damage.
Well,
Right
Bart,
now,
there's another thing that worries me.
Yes?
Look, you know what will happen if this gets into the paper.
I got to keep it out of the papers. You see, son, it's always the first thing we're asked. Can we keep this particular murder quiet? And the answer is no. Murders make a bigger noise than anything. So you better make up your mind to getting a little free publicity.
Sorry, Kirk, but that's just the way it is.
I guess you're right. Well, just do as easy as you can, will you?
Of course.
Oh, is there anything I can do?
No, not just now. We'll want to talk to you later, of course.
Yes, of course. Oh, I'll be in my cabin.
Right?
The same old stuff. The only way I know to keep murders quiet is not to murder anyone.
Well, you can't blame them for trying, Inspector. Here we are. This is Dixie Randolph's cabin. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
But you said there were candles in here. Hey, they certainly did a job on it, didn't they?
Yes, they certainly did. She apparently was reading and... Say, by Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
Inspector, I'm afraid I've messed things up for you.
Messed things up? What are you talking
The
about?
knife, it's gone. The murderer must have come back and removed it while I was helping you come aboard.
Fine thing. I thought
I'm sorry, Inspector. It's my fault completely. I remained on guard for over an hour, then I heard you coming, and I left my post.
I don't know about this, but you don't sound natural to me. Now, look, what have you been up to?
Not a thing, I swear it, Inspector. Kirk Orson urged me to conduct an investigation at once, but I pointed out I had no authority to do so without you on hand.
Uh-huh. And you're sure you're surprised because the lethal weapon is missing?
Surprised?
Yeah, why didn't you lock this stateroom door and keep the key when you went out to help me on board?
Well, Inspector, I hate to admit it, but I never thought of it.
Oh, you never thought of that?
No.
But, look, if you're trying to pull a fast...
Inspector.
Okay. Now, who are the suspects and who on board knows about this lady being nice?
Well, let me see. It was Ella Niles who discovered the body, so she knows. Kirk Orson was with me when I investigated, so he knows. Yes, that's all.
You're sure of that, eh?
I'm never sure of anything, Inspector. All I have are ideas and theories. Well, now that you're here, I guess we can begin our investigation. I propose that we start at the first cabin, wake up its occupant, question him or her, and then go on to the next cabin, and so on and so forth until we find our murderer.
That's a good idea. There's only one hitch that I can see.
And what's that?
How are we going to know the murderer when we see him or her? Also, when are you going to give me the real lowdown on what you've been up to? Also, whom do you suspect of committing this murder and why?
Inspector, I'm afraid I've given you the wrong impression completely. I know absolutely nothing worth talking about. Come on, man. Let's get going. Barton Drake, Gavin.
Who? Oh, Bart. Come on in. The door's unlocked.
Let's go in, Inspector.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, Bart. I forgot about the lights. I'll light the candle. Blasted candle? Where is it?
Use your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm not used to groping around for candlesticks.
Oh, there it is. You accidentally knocked it over.
And bent the end around like a fishhook. Got another anyplace?
Well, I think we can use this one all right, Inspector. Here, I'll light it. There we are.
Why, thanks. What's up, Bart? Who's this with you?
I'm sorry. This is Inspector Noah Danton. Inspector, meet Gavin Triss.
Hi. Inspector? Do you mean a police inspector? Say, what's happened anyway?
Before I answer that, Gavin, I'd like you to answer a question of mine.
Sure. What is it? What's going on?
Tell me exactly what you've been doing since 11 o'clock tonight.
You kidding?
No.
At 11:15, I crawled into this bunk drunk as a lord. The next I knew, you were knocking at my door. Yikes, was I drunk. So help me, Bart, I'm going on the wagon for keeps.
It's not a bad idea. But being drunk tonight has probably saved you a lot of embarrassment. Dixie Randolph has been murdered.
She's what?
Ellen Niles found her in her cabin about an hour and a half ago with a knife in her throat.
Good heavens. Does Kirk know?
Yes, he was with me when Ella told us what she'd found. I asked him not to disturb anyone else until the inspector here came.
Well, what do you know? Somebody got Dixie, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be darned. Something funny, Mr. Tripp? I'm sorry, Inspector. You know, I couldn't help but think of what a hole this gets me out of.
How do you figure that?
Why, old man Mallory had told me to sign up Dixie for the Pinky Michaels show, which I did. Well, Dixie's not good enough for the Michaels show. Mallory would discover it after she'd been armed once or twice. He'd blame me for hiring her. Not a good idea to argue with the old man.
He might even be so sore he'd fire you, eh?
Yes, right, he might. Why?
Nothing. I was just thinking that gives you a good motive for murder, that's all.
Why, you...
Don't get excited, Gavin. The inspector doesn't overlook any bets. That's why he's considered top man in the
Sure, but if he's accusing me
He's
of...
not accusing you of anything. Now, calm down. I want to ask you one more thing.
Yeah? What's that?
What were you and Kirk and Ella quarreling about earlier this evening?
Huh? Quarreling? What do you mean?
I think you know exactly what I mean. You'd be wise to tell me what you can. We'll find out anyway, the hard way.
Okay. It was about this Mallory business.
Mm-hmm.
I was alone in my cabin when Ella...
Well, Gavin, time we had a long talk.
Oh, hi, Ella. Come on in. All right. Now, tell me, what you're all steamed up about.
Oh, don't stall, Gav. You know what I'm steamed up about. Why'd you do it?
Do it? Do what?
Oh, quit acting, Gav. You're not fooling anyone. Dixie just told me you signed her for the Michaels show.
Well,
you fool. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. Why, Dixie won't last on that show 2 weeks. She'll make you and Luke Mallory the laughing stock of the trade. Why, she'll...
All right, Ella. That's enough.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm glad you came in, Kirk. I've got something to say, and no one's going to stop me from saying it. I've just learned that I'm the victim of the dirtiest double-cross...
No one's double-crossed you, Ella. I happen to know that Gav's telling you the truth. Mallory
And I happen to know that you're in love with Dixie Randolph, Kirk Orson. I happen to know also that she thinks you stink. You're handing her this Pinky Michaels job as a
Shut up.
I won't shut up. I'm going to have my say. I've strung along with you bums for over a year, being satisfied with 2-bit spots on second-rate shows. Then the Pinky Michaels job comes along.
No one
and
promised you anything, Ella. You were lucky that you got those 2-bit spots, as you call them. Now, wait a minute, Kirk. There's no need for us to begin insulting each other. Ella, be sensible. You know as well as I that Dixie won't last with Pinky. Plenty of time. What do you mean she won't last? She'll last or I'll pull my stock out of Mallory's lousy company, and he knows it.
See? I told you it was a plot. It's a dirty conspiracy to crowd me out.
Call it anything you want to, Ella. But Dixie gets the job, and she keeps it. So you might as well forget the whole thing.
Oh, might I? Well, we'll see about that, Kirk Orson. I'm not forgetting anything. No one's pushing me around. I know enough to push... I won't.
Shut up. Open your trap once more, and I'll knock those pearly teeth of yours down your throat. Take it easy, Kirk. You don't have to slap the poor kid around. No? Then what are you going to do about it, big shot? Want to make something of it? All I said was there's no need to slap her around. You don't have to get tough. I thought so. Not going to run the risk of losing the Mallory account, are you, Gav? And you better keep your mouth shut, too. The trouble with you two is you don't know when you're well off. A little success goes to your head. Take my advice. Kirk, stay there and hold us off for about 5 minutes. He doesn't often get riled up, but this time he really blew his top.
And you two just stood there and took it, eh?
Sure we did. Kirk's got an in with Mallory because of the stock he owns. And when he really gets tough, nobody argues, unless he's a fool.
And what was the ultimate result of all this, Gav?
Oh, nothing exciting. Ella burst into tears and ran out of the place. Kirk and I sat around having a few drinks and cooling off until the ship's lights went out. Then he left to see what was wrong.
This, light going out deal is something I don't understand. On a yacht this size, there should be someone who can fix them.
There is, Inspector. But Kirk and I thought it best to wait until daylight before repairing the damage.
Oh, you and Kirk...
Thanks for your cooperation, Gav. Inspector, shall we visit the occupants of the next cabin? It's Kirk, Ella. Open up.
What do you want?
Just to talk to you a minute, darling. Drake and Inspector Danton are questioning everyone on board about Dixie's murder.
Well?
They'll be here in a few minutes. What are you going to tell them?
What do you mean? I've already told Bart all I know.
Have you? Bart's pretty sharp, Ella. Sooner or later, he's going to ask you, how come you could see Dixie when you went in to borrow the cigarettes?
What in the world are you talking about?
The lights were out, darling. It was pitch dark. Yet you came running up to us and said you'd found Dixie lying in her bed with a knife in her throat.
Oh, you fool. What are you trying to do? Make me out a murderess now? You've done everything else to ruin me.
Only asking. It was pitch dark and...
So it was pitch dark. So I did the most natural thing in the world. I struck a match.
Sure you did. You struck a match. Very natural. What happened to the burned match, honey?
Oh, for goodness sake. I threw it away. Did you think I swallowed it?
Oh, so you threw it away. Where?
Kirk, in heaven's name, what are you trying to prove?
Nothing, beautiful, nothing. I'm just saying that Drake will go looking for that match and he won't find it. Why? Because you didn't strike a match. Because you knew that Dixie was lying on the bed with a knife in her throat. Because you didn't need a light.
You think that
I'm only thinking this. I was with you and Bart when you told us about Dixie. I went down to the cabin with you. And it was I who saw the match on the floor of the cabin and picked it up.
Well, then what are you talking about? What's all this?
Look, Ella, let's talk plain, huh? Dixie's gone. Mallory's going to be sore as a pup, but he's still going to want to sing her for the Michael show. Now, you're next on his list.
Oh, so that's it. Oh, you're afraid of Mallory, too. Oh, your big talk was just a lot of pretense. Oh, and now you're afraid that now I will take the job. Oh, and you're trying to bribe me with a burnt match.
Keep quiet, you fool.
And you think that I'm a murderess, but you're willing to let me sing on your radio show because Mallory will be sore. Oh, Kurt, you're a dope.
What's all the matter?
Hello, Bart. Ella was having a little touch of hysterics, and, well, I came in to comfort her.
Oh, that's a pity. I imagine the shock of finding her friend's body must have been quite a blow.
Which is nothing to the shock someone's going to get in about 5 minutes.
What was that, Inspector? Have you discovered something?
Plenty.
Inspector, would you mind stepping over to Gavin Triff's cabin and asking him to come here? I imagine he'd like to be in at the payoff.
You bet. Hold the phone till I get back.
Bart. Was the inspector kidding? Have you really discovered something?
The Inspector, Kirk, never kids. Are you feeling better, Ella?
Yes, I'm all right.
That's good.
What is it that you and Inspector Danton have discovered?
In just a moment, I'll be able to...
Here we are. Inside, Trish. Find a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, quite a gathering. Bart, you should be in radio. You have a sense of the dramatic.
I am in radio, Gav. I do a show called Mystery is My Hobby.
And a very good show it is. I'm in it. Okay, Bud. Let's show them how we pay these things off over the air.
Very well, Inspector. First of all, I want to tell you, Kirk, that we found it necessary to question only 5 of your guests before we found our man.
I suppose that means that one of us is the guilty party.
That's right, Gav. It does. And I'm sorry, all 3 of you are my friends.
So was Dixie, wasn't she, Bart? Come on. Get it over with. I'm anxious to see if my guess is correct.
Are you referring to the match that you picked up in Dixie's cabin when we went to investigate?
Yes. How'd you know that?
I saw you pick it up. So that clears up that point, doesn't it? Now, Inspector, would you like to explain about the knife?
Not much to explain. The guilty party came back and swiped it. We figure he must have tossed it over the side, which is fine with us. We're in shallow water here. Tomorrow a diver can find it easy.
Oh, well, then there'll be no doubt the fingerprints.
I'm afraid, Ella, that the fingerprints will be obliterated. However, fingerprints won't be necessary in this case. Now, that clears up mystery number 2. Mystery number 3 is the fact that the lights went out at a most opportune time.
Now, don't tell us that had something to do with the murder.
It had a great deal to do with solving the murder, Gavin. If we hadn't been forced to put in at this coal, we wouldn't have been able to get hold of Inspector Danton.
And that was important. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you.
Bart. It was you who fouled up those lights.
That you are, Kirk. I hate to have to admit it, but I eavesdropped on the conversation between you, Ella, and Gavin this evening.
But why did you disrupt the lighting system?
Don't ask him to explain that. Bart has hunches, and usually they pay off. At least this one did.
Let's stop beating around the bush. Who do you think murdered Dixie, Bart?
It isn't a case of thinking. It's a case of knowing this time. You all had strong motives. But since it was Ella who...
I didn't do it. I didn't. If you say I did, you're crazy.
Take it easy, Ella. Quit acting.
I was going to say, Ella, that since it was you who discovered the body and reported the murder, your innocence is fairly well established.
Oh, then you don't
Even
think...
as good an actress as you wouldn't have dared run such a risk. You would have taken time to compose yourself and study your lines.
So that reduces the group of suspects to Kirk and me. Bart, don't let anyone ever tell you you're not a good showman.
No, never has, Bob.
Kirk, I don't admire your principles, but since you were with me from the moment you left Gavin's cabin after your argument with him and Ella, until Ella reported her discovery, you couldn't have been guilty of murdering Dixie.
So, I'm it, huh?
You're it, Gav. You want the proof?
No, I don't want the proof, wise guy. You won't do anything. Stand where you are. Keep your hands off. Hey!
Yeah, hey, it's a gun buster, and it's sticking right into your ribs.
Okay. You don't have to get tough. I quit.
It's better.
Nice work, Inspector.
Thanks.
Sorry, Gavin. Murderers always get caught, don't they?
More coffee, Bart?
Oh, no, thanks, Kirk. Inspector?
Yeah, give me a shot. I need something to keep me awake.
Are you bored, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm getting sick of sitting around waiting for you to make up your mind to tell us how you knew Gavin Twist was the boy.
Why, Inspector, I'm very sorry. I had no idea that that's what you were waiting for.
Oh, you didn't.
How about letting us in on it, Bart? Of course. Inspector, when we questioned Gavin in his stateroom, he told us he'd gone to bed at 11:15 as drunk as a lord. Is that right?
Sure he did. So what?
He said he dropped off to sleep immediately and knew nothing more until we knocked at his door, correct?
Okay. Get to the point.
That point, Inspector, was on the candle.
Huh?
Gavin knocked it over in the darkness and it became bent. You remarked on it yourself.
Sure I did, but I don't
The fact
see...
that the candle point bent instead of broke when it fell over, Inspector, indicated that the tallow was warm. It was warm when I picked it up. And the only way the tallow could be warm was because the candle was burning before we knocked at Gavin's door.
By gosh, that's right, isn't it?
By gosh, it is, Inspector. And that meant that Gavin was lying, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Well, that clears up the last of the mysteries. All I can say is it's a lucky thing you were invited on this cruise, Bart. No telling how things might have turned out.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Why, because...
Oh, you mean because mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place a few weeks ago. Inspector Danton and I had attended a radio show called Cinderella for a Day. We were guests of Tony Bradford, the sponsor's son, and were enjoying ourselves thoroughly.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Felix Emery, our master of ceremonies, will collect the ballots from our judges and announce the winner in today's Cinderella for a Day contest.
Say, this is quite a deal, isn't it, Bart? It certainly is, Inspector. One of the most popular radio shows on the air.
Must be some kind of a gag to it, giving away all that stuff.
I assure you, there isn't, Inspector.
How do you know?
Because Sam Bradford, who sponsors this show, is a good friend of mine, and Sam doesn't operate his business on gags.
Oh. Say, it was Bradford's son, Tony, who invited us here, wasn't it?
Yes, that dark-haired chap sitting up in front of the magic curtain, Tony.
Sitting in front of the what?
The magic curtain, Inspector.
Oh.
In a moment, the winner of today's contest will drink from the magic cup, and the magic curtain will open, revealing today's gift.
Oh, I get it. It's quite a gimmick, huh? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the ballots are in, and the new Cinderella for the day is Miss Nellie Easton.
Nellie looks right pleased. Good. Besides receiving several $100s worth of gifts, you'll be the guest of the show at all the popular amusement spots in town during the next 24 hours.
Not bad. She's a good-looking babe.
Quite beautiful, I should say. Hey, it looks as though Tony himself are going to hand her the magic cup.
Yeah, I thought that'd be the announcer's job. Yeah, you're right. Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, is presenting her to Tony Bradford.
I'll be interested to hear how Tony sounds as a speechmaker. He looks rather nervous.
You can't blame the guy. Must be a couple of thousand people here.
Tony's going to talk now.
Miss Easton, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate you on being chosen Cinderella for a day. I now offer you the magic cup, one draught from which will cause the magic curtain to open and reveal the many gifts that are to be yours.
Oh, that wasn't bad for an amateur.
Sounded kind of stilted to me.
Oh, come now.
Say, what's the matter with that red-headed babe?
Oh, she's one of the contestants. She seems to be disturbed because she didn't win.
Who's that talking to her?
That's Nick Lewis, the announcer.
He must have said the right thing. She's quieted down.
Look, Miss Easton is drinking from the cup now.
Yeah. What's in it, anyway?
Well, nothing very exciting, Inspector. Colored water on that. Hey.
What's the matter?
Miss Easton seems to be ill.
Yeah, look, she's collapsing.
She's fallen into Tony Bradford's arms.
Call a doctor, someone. Close in those curtains. If the only color water was in that cup, Bud, come on. Let's get up on the stage.
Like that. Inspector.
Yeah. All right, everybody, stay right where you are.
Tony, what happened? Hello, Bart. Glad you're here. I can't imagine what caused Miss Easton just to collapse. Obviously, heart trouble.
Heart trouble, Mike, but look at her. She's dead. Furthermore, she's been poisoned.
What? Poisoned? Well, you can't be serious. How could she?
From that magic cup of yours. Hey, what happened to the cup? Where is it?
Here it is. I took it from Miss Easton when it looked as though she were going to fall.
Well, that's just dandy. Anybody else handled it?
Well, I'm afraid we all did at one time or another. If it's fingerprints...
Yeah, that's it, son. It was fingerprints I was thinking of. Well, Bart, it looks as though we stepped into something.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I propose that we clear the auditorium and...
Clear the auditorium, but look, suppose...
That one of the 2,000 witnesses committed the murder...
Huh?
Obviously, we can't question 2,000 suspects, Inspector.
Well, of course not. Besides, it's going to be bad publicity if it's suspected that Miss Easton was murdered. So far, the people out front think she merely collapsed.
They won't think so after tonight's papers get out.
Inspector, the chances are 1,000 to 1 that it was someone connected with the show who was responsible. I think we'll have better luck apprehending the guilty party if we don't have 2,000 curious people milling around.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that. Okay, everybody. Only you hang around. Bart, get hold of the doctor, will you?
Pleasure, Inspector.
Bradford, give me a list of all the people who are connected. I tell you, Bart, we can't keep those people locked up in those dressing rooms much longer.
No, why not, Inspector? Never mind. You're right, as usual.
Yeah.
Have you the doctor's report?
Yeah. There was poison in the cup, all right. Now, if we only knew who put it in there.
If we knew, we'd have our man, wouldn't we,
Yeah.
Inspector? Murderers are such smart people.
Not all of them. Hey, where you going?
Step over here a minute, will you, Inspector?
Sure. Found something?
Possibly. That table in the corner is where the magic cup was left until the time when Miss Easton came to drink from it.
What about it? I don't see
No, wait a minute. Don't get that close, Inspector. Keep away.
Keep away, but look. If there's some evidence.
The evidence, Inspector, is on the floor, right under your nose.
Under my nose. Oh, say, those footprints.
Right. Inspector, the floor is a composition material highly polished. Now, there are 3 sets of footprints plainly visible, aren't there?
Yeah. But, how are they going to tell us anything?
Because until it was time for the winner of the contest to drink from the cup, no one approached this table. It was placed here in this corner out of the way.
I'll go for that, but I still don't see...
This set of footprints here was obviously made by Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, when he came to get the cup and hand it to Tony.
Okay, we can check that easy enough.
And the person who made this set of footprints obviously came from backstage.
Yeah, the guy who put the cup here in the first place must have made them.
Exactly. That's another fact we can check.
Sure. We're boiling them down, eh, Bart?
Right.
Yeah, the chances are that the guy who put the cup here in the first place is the boy we're after.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Because he had a chance to dump in the poison and he was carrying the cup.
That's good reasoning, Inspector, but I think we have something more substantial to go on.
Oh, you do?
Yes, the person who made the third set of footprints is more likely to be our man.
Why?
Why? Because he was the only one of the 3 who had no other purpose in coming to the table during the performance.
Well, maybe you're right.
Yes, I'm quite sure I am, Inspector. It would have been a simple matter for our murderer to have moved over to the table while today's Cinderella was being selected, dropped the poison into the magic cup, quite unnoticed.
Okay, so that's how it happened. Now, how are you going to prove who it was?
I wish I could answer that question as casually as you asked it. Say, by Jove.
Now what?
Sit down on your knees here, Inspector, and examine these footprints closely.
Down on my knees. Okay, so now we're down on our knees. If we only had some dice...
Take a good look at the heel marks on those 3 set of footprints, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm looking. They're all alike. That means that the same person could have made all 3.
They aren't all alike, Inspector.
Huh?
Notice that on this one, the circles made by the tread all appear to be hollow except one.
Say, that's right. The circle's smooth. As though the ring was filled up with mud or something.
Yes, and this set of footprints was made by the person we believe was responsible for the death of Nellie Easton.
My golly, that's a fact. So all we have to do is find out who made the footprint.
Right. Inspector, I'd like you to get a police photographer and have some pictures made of these footprints.
Okay, what are you going to be doing?
Inspector, I'm going down to the men's dressing room where our suspects are waiting and ask them to take their shoes off.
Oh, for God's sakes, Tony, stop pacing back and forth. You're giving me the willies.
Here, say that again, Nick. Sit down, will you, Tony?
Okay. I suppose my pacing is the only thing that makes you guys nervous.
What do you mean by that crack?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about last night, that's all.
What's last night got to do with it?
You ought to know, chum. You and your big talk.
Listen, are you saying that I had anything to do with poisoning Miss Cinderella?
Sure I am. You brought the cup in from backstage.
Why, forget it, you two. Use your heads. Why would any of us want to poison the babe? None of us ever saw her before today, did we?
Well, did we?
No, I didn't, if that's what you're driving at.
Neither did I. Well, then let's quit this wrangling. If we don't, Drake and Danton will get ideas.
Bart's going to find out about last night anyhow. Don't think he isn't. I know how he works.
Oh, stop hopping about last night. It hasn't anything to do with this business.
Oh, no?
Oh, hello, Drake. Put your finger on the murderer yet?
No, not yet, Emery. Tony, where's Cliff Ogden, the manager of the show?
He was here a minute ago, Bart. I think he went down to check up on the women who were in the contest.
I see. All the contestants are here, then.
Yes, Cliff locked them up in another dressing room.
Good. Well, gentlemen, come in, Inspector. Did you get hold of the photographer?
Yeah, Harry Carson came up with medical examiner Ryan. Harry's taking pictures and Ryan's examining the body.
Fine. Let's hope that we can clean this up within the next few minutes. Gentlemen, would you mind removing your shoes, please?
What? Removing our shoes?
What kind of a gag is this? The ways of the cops are strange, I always say. Well, it's okay with me.
Thank you. How about you, Louis?
Okay. Okay, what have I got to lose? Hope my socks haven't any holes in them. I'd be so embarrassed.
Maybe you will be anyhow, Bob.
Tony, have you any objections?
Well, no, although I can't see the point of it.
There's the first one.
Look it over, Inspector.
Okay.
Well, here's mine. What'll I do with them?
Hand them to the inspector, please.
Okay. Well, this one's okay. So's this one. Let me see yours, son.
Tony, I'll take yours.
Here they are. Seems rather silly.
Yes, I know. Let me see. Well, the left shoe's all right. So's the right. Okay, Tony. Here you are. Thanks.
Okay, chum, put them back on.
I'll be glad to. My feet are getting cold.
Did you find anything, Inspector?
Nope, clean as a whistle.
That's odd. I don't understand unless...
Unless what?
Unless, by Jove, Inspector...
Aha, the mastermind has knuckled onto something. Tell us about it, Sherlock.
I intend to, but first
Keep your hands off me, copper. I'm going in here whether you want me to or not.
Come back here, you.
Well, who's this?
It's the redhead.
I'm Wanda Graham, and I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room, and it was me who was to be chosen Cinderella for today.
I said come out of there.
Wait a minute, Ralph. This sounds interesting. Lady, what was that remark you just made?
I said I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room. I was supposed to be chosen Cinderella for today. Tony promised me.
Wanda, shut up.
I won't shut up. You double-crossed me, Tony Bradford, and you're not going to get away with it.
I didn't double-cross you. It wasn't my fault. Now, keep quiet.
I won't. I'm going to tell what happened. I'm going to tell who it was who poisoned Nellie Easton.
Wanda, if you open your head about last night, I'll...
You won't do anything, Junior. Now, sit down and cool off.
Miss Graham, you were going to tell us who murdered Nellie Easton.
Sure. It was Nick. It couldn't have been anyone else.
Oh, why couldn't it?
Because of what he said last night, that's why.
Pardon me for interrupting. But will somebody please tell me what happened last night? It must have been exciting.
That's a good suggestion, Inspector. Well, Miss Graham?
Sure, I'll tell you. Nick and I had been going around together. He kept promising he'd fix it so I'd get on the show and be chosen Cinderella. Only he never did. Well, then I met Tony, and he gave me a big rush. So I figured that maybe he could fix it. Hello, Tony Guy. You waiting long?
Hi, Wanda. Thought you'd never get here. Come on. I've got a table reserved near the dance floor. Okay, waiter.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bradford. This way, please.
Oh, I love to go places with you, Tony. You're so important.
Anybody can be important if they have the money to pay for it. Here we are.
Oh, boy, it's wonderful music.
Shall we dance?
No, not yet. Say, Tony, did you...
It's all set, darling. Tomorrow I'm going to be on the show myself. Sort of a special occasion. The sponsor's son, you know.
And are you sure that I'll be chosen?
Don't worry about it. It's all set.
Oh, Tony, that's wonderful. Oh, Nick will be furious when he finds out about it.
Nick's furious about it right now, baby.
Nick, where did you...
If you hadn't been so busy making moon eyes at Babyface here, you'd have noticed that I was sitting at the next table.
Listen, mister, I don't like being called Babyface.
That's just too bad, sonny boy. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to have you fired off the show, for one thing.
Not for 13 weeks you aren't, chum. The old man just put his John Hancock on a contract bearing my name.
Contracts have been broken before.
Oh, for heaven's sake, why can't you boys stop arguing and be friends?
Because I'm particular about my friends. And about guys chiseling in on my girl.
Louis, you're drunk. Now run along and peddle your papers, and we'll forget the whole thing.
I'm not drunk, and we're not forgetting the whole thing. We're settling this right now.
Settling what? There's nothing at all to settle.
There's plenty to settle. Oh, you're my girl, Wanda. You always have been. Right now, you're carried away by this goon and his dough, but
one more crack like that, Louis, and I'll make you wish that you...
Oh, relax, big shot, relax. You don't have to impress Wanda. She knows what she wants.
Right now, she thinks you can get it for her. That's her only interest in you.
Nick!
Sorry, honey. Bradford, I'm going to say something that won't make sense to a guy like you.
Nothing you've said so far has made sense.
I happen to be in love with Wanda. Sure, go ahead and say it. I'm a sucker. All right, so I'm a sucker, but that's the way it is. I'm in love with her, and I'm not letting any false alarm like you take her away from me.
I've already taken her away, mister. You'd better start getting used to the idea right now.
I'm not getting used to anything. I'm telling you to lay off. I'm warning you, fella. Get smart and see things my way. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you both.
So that's all that happened last night, was it, lady?
All that happened. Say, isn't threatening to kill us both enough?
A threat to kill Miss Graham is hardly enough evidence to convict a man.
Also, where does Nellie Easton fit into the picture? Was she there? Did anyone threaten her?
Listen, I can tell
If you don't mind, Miss Graham. Thank you. Well, Lewis, what have you to say for yourself?
Nothing. It happened that way, I guess. I was pretty drunk. Only I wasn't drunk today, and I didn't put the poison in that cup.
There's a switch. I thought the guy was going to break down and confess.
How about you, Tony? Any changes to make in Miss Graham's story?
She told it pretty straight.
So?
I hope it won't go any further about me arranging to have Miss Graham win today's contest.
That's something that will remain beyond the inspectors in my control, I'm afraid. Emery, will you come with the inspector and me, please?
Why, sure. If there's anything I can do.
There he is. Miss Graham, the officer outside the door, will escort you back to your dressing room. Tony, you and Lewis stay here.
No. I'm not going to stay alone with Lewis. After all, if he's already committed one murder...
Committed one murder? Doggone
I wouldn't worry, Tony. However, if you're concerned, we'll station another officer in here with you. Come along, Inspector. All right, Emery. How much did Tony offer you to switch the ballot?
Switch the ballot? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Did he threaten to have you fired off the show, or did he offer you money?
He didn't offer me anything. Now, look, Drake. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to...
You're quite right, Emery. You don't have to answer my questions. It's entirely up to you. However, if you spent a few days in jail...
Jail?
Naturally, you don't think for a second we're going to let you off scot-free and arrest the others, do you?
But I didn't have anything to do with this. Listen, if I'm arrested, it'll ruin.
Perhaps you're right. However, if you care to cooperate now, I think I can assure you that it won't be necessary for you to spend any time in jail.
How can I believe that?
That's entirely up to you, Emery. It's your one chance.
I see. You think you've got me over the bell, don't you?
Quite frankly, yes.
I suppose you know I'd be fired out of my ear if I ever admitted switching those ballots.
There are two answers to that, Emery. First, the admission won't go any further than the inspector and me. Second, I don't think you did switch the ballots.
Well, then what do we...
You took money from Tony and promised him that you would switch them. Then at the last moment, you either got cold feet or found there wasn't an opportunity. Isn't that true?
If it were true, what difference does it make? So long as the ballots weren't switched.
It makes all the difference in the world, Emery. Now listen. Tony admits that he promised Miss Graham that he could arrange it so she would win the contest.
That guy. We were all getting sick of the way he was throwing his weight around just because he was a sponsor's son.
Yes, I know. Never mind that. It just stands to reason that the only way Tony could make his arrangements was through you. Because you were the only one who handled the ballots after they left the hands of the 5 judges.
I still don't see why...
Because, Emery, Nellie Easton was poisoned by mistake. Miss Graham was supposed to be the real victim.
I see. Okay, you win, Drake. Tony gave me $1,000. The last minute I got scared that someone would see me. My job was worth more than $1,000. I was going to give it back. Even if Tony did get me fired, I figured I could get another job if my reputation was clean.
Splendid, thank you. Your confession, Emery, has been taken down by Inspector Denton and the stenographer in the next room, so don't make the mistake of trying to change it.
Why, you...
There's no need for alarm. The information will be kept confidential. Right now, I can practically promise you won't have to spend any time in jail.
Sure, that was smart, all right, Bud, getting the confession out of Emery. But I don't see that it proved anything.
It might not prove a thing, Inspector, but it strengthens the theory I have. As soon as Lewis gets here, I'll show you what I mean.
You're going to accuse him of something, too?
Yes, I'm afraid I am, Inspector. You see, I already know who made those footprints.
You already know, but doggone it, none of the shoes we looked at corresponded to the pictures we took.
That's quite true, Inspector. However...
You want to see me?
Yes, we did, Lewis. Close the door, please, and come in.
There's only more I can tell you. You think you're going to make me confess to putting the poison that I
The last thought in our mind, Lewis, is to try to get you to confess to murdering Nellie Easton. It would be foolish of us to even think you would.
Well?
However, there's one thing I want you to confess to. You saw Wanda Graham again last night after leaving the nightclub, didn't you?
That's none of your business.
Frankly, Lewis, I'm only guessing. I don't know that you saw Wanda. I haven't a shred of proof. However, if you want to tell us what happened, it might save you a lot of embarrassment.
Why? Look, Drake, I've already told you that I didn't put the poison in that cup.
Yeah, we remember that. The trouble is, but we don't believe it.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. I didn't do it. You can't prove that I did.
That's very true. On the other hand, Lewis, you can't prove that you didn't.
So that makes us even. Now, do you want to talk, or do I get out my shiny new handcuffs and try them on your wrists for size?
Look, I don't get this. What difference does it make whether or not I saw Wanda after she left the silver slipper?
It makes a difference, Lewis, of charging you with the murder of Nellie Easton or not charging you with it. Before you say anything, let me tell you what I think happened. And that way, all you have to do is answer yes or no.
Okay, go ahead.
You hung around the silver slipper until Tony and Wanda left. You followed them to her apartment. You waited until Tony drove off, and then you went up and pleaded with Wanda to forget Tony and marry you.
Go on.
That's all, Lewis. I'm not interested in what Miss Graham's answer was. All I want to know is what I said true?
Yeah, that's it, Drake.
Thank you.
Wanda will probably tell you herself when you ask her a little.
We're not going to ask you, Lewis. We don't have to. Thank you. Inspector.
Yeah?
Ask Ralph to bring Tony in here. We'll have a little private talk with him. And then I think we can definitely accuse the guilty party of murdering Nellie Easton. You see, Tony, it's like this. We feel reasonably sure that we know who put the poison in the cup, but it isn't going to do us much good unless we can get enough facts to substantiate a charge.
Sure, Bart, I understand. The trouble is I've told you everything I know.
Sure, that's what the other said, only we found out different.
But there isn't anything else to tell. If there were, I'd
How about after you left Wanda's apartment last night, Tony? What? I don't know what you said to each other before you left, and I'm not particularly interested. I have a hunch, however, that Wanda was impressed by Nick's admission at the Silver Slipper that he was honestly in love with her.
Well?
Because of that, she was probably a little cold to you. After all, women are flattered when a man tells them he's in love with them and means it.
Now, look here, Bart.
The chances are that Wanda toyed with the thought anyway. She wanted to be left alone. She sent you home earlier than you'd intended. Is that right, Tony?
It seems to me that you're sticking your nose into something that doesn't concern you.
Well, that's very possible, Tony. My guess is that you became suspicious because of Wanda's attitude, and you hung around outside for a while. And you weren't too surprised when you saw Nick Lewis drive up and go in.
Oh, so you know about that?
Yes, Lewis just told us.
Well, what about it? Lewis didn't see me, and I didn't go up to see Wanda again.
I know you didn't, Tony. You went home. You got to thinking about it. It occurred to you that Lewis might have been right when he said that Wanda was interested in you only because of your money.
Oh, that's a lot of nonsense.
No, it isn't, Tony. You probably had some drinks, and the thought grew in your mind. You enlarged upon it. Your natural vanity rebelled. So then, you got to thinking of today's show, and you saw an opportunity to get your revenge. That's when you decided to murder Wanda Graham and make it appear that your rival was guilty of the crime.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not, Tony. I have positive proof that it was you who put the poison in the magic cup, and now I have your motive.
Inspector, you won't get away. Oh, no, I'll show you.
Bart, there's a funny thing.
A funny thing? What's that, Inspector?
Somehow or other, we most always wind up here at the Lamplighters Club playing chess after working on one of these murder cases. Why?
Well, it's relaxing, Inspector. Figuring out a murder is strenuous business, you know.
It doesn't bother me any.
It doesn't, Inspector.
No. So, that's the only reason you always suggest a game of chess, eh?
Well, it does give you an opportunity to ask me how I knew that the guilty party was guilty.
Yeah. I thought you might have that in mind. Well, this time I'm not going to ask you.
You aren't?
No.
Well, very well, then. I'll tell you anyhow.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
It was the footprint, Inspector. Remember that one of the heel marks, the one that we decided was worn by the person who put the poison in the cup, had a tread ring that seemed to be filled with mud or some other substance.
Sure. And I also remember that when we looked at the shoes of the suspect, all the rings were free of any trace of such a substance.
Quite true. And, Inspector, it probably was unfair of me not to have shown you Tony's left shoe.
Why?
Because you would have noticed that there was an extra nail hole.
A what?
The nails that hold a rubber heel to a shoe, Inspector, are always sunken in the rings of a tread.
so that they're not visible until the heel becomes worn down.
So what?
There are 8 nails on the average heel, Inspector. There were 8 impressions on the right heel of Tony's shoe, Inspector. But there were 9 on his left.
A phenomenon, eh?
No, not a phenomenon, Inspector, a fact. Why were there 9 nail holes on the heel of his left shoe? Because he had stepped on a thumbtack and had removed it before we examined the shoe.
Well, doggone. The thumbtack made the 9th hole, eh?
That's it, Inspector, and that's why the ring appeared to be filled with mud or something. The thumbtack left a flat impression.
Well, I'm a so-and-so, and you figure I would have noticed that, eh?
Naturally, you would, Inspector.
Oh, Nat. Now, tell me why you noticed.
All right, Inspector. I noticed it because mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. This story began only last week. Inspector Noah Danton and I had settled down for a friendly game of chess at the Lamplighters Club when... Well, Inspector, I guess we have a free evening ahead of us for a change.
That's all right with me. Which do you want, the black or white?
White. And I feel pretty sharp tonight. I hope you're on your toes.
Don't worry about me. Okay, go ahead and move.
Very well. I'll jump my knight over here.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You been reading some books or something? Never saw you open like that before.
Variety, Inspector. Variety is the spice of life. Haven't you heard?
Yeah, I heard all right, and here it comes now.
Here comes what, Inspector?
Variety in the form of Jimmy the Page Boy. I knew something like this would happen.
Telephone for Mr. Drake.
Okay, Jimmy.
I'll plug it in here if you want.
Thank you, Jimmy. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Drake.
This telephone gag is beginning to get monotonous.
Yes, Barton Drake speaking.
Drake, this is Fred Chambers, 327 St. Andrew's Circle.
Yeah?
Here it comes.
I'd like you to come out right away, if you will. My wife has just shot herself.
Shot herself? But look here, why don't you call a doctor and...
There is a doctor already here. In his opinion, my wife was murdered.
Oh, I see. Then, of course, the police have been notified.
Police? That's me. What's all this about?
The police have not been notified yet, Mr. Drake. You see, Dr. Morrissey and the others think that I murdered my wife.
Think that you murdered your...
You'll find this a most interesting case, Drake. Most interesting. Solve it and you'll be mailed a check for $10,000.
I can assure you that $10,000 interests me very much, Mr. Chambers, but I don't suppose you are guilty of the crime.
It's going to appear as though I am, Drake, even to you. That's why I'm offering you $10,000 to prove that I didn't do it. Goodbye, Drake.
Well, that's strange.
What's strange? Who's been murdered? Who was that calling? Let me in on the deal, will you?
It was a man named Fred Chambers, Inspector. He said his wife had just shot herself. And the doctor who examined her believed that he, Chambers, murdered her.
Is that strange?
Yes. I had the impression that Chambers didn't believe I could or would prove him innocent of the crime.
Maybe he isn't innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did murder her. Say, that's an angle. He knocked her off. Someone suspected him. He offered you $10,000 to prove him innocent. I know a lot of guys that paid $10,000 if they could shoot their wives.
No, Inspector. I think you're on the wrong track. Oddly enough, I think Chambers is innocent.
It doesn't add up, Bart, my boy. If the guy is innocent, he shouldn't be running away.
Maybe he isn't running away, Inspector. Suppose we stop guessing and we get out to Chambers' home. You know, I have a feeling we're going to have a surprise waiting for us.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to surprise me after working with you for the past 10 years. Okay, let's go.
This is it, Inspector.
Yeah, you can see the house number from here.
I wish we could see the future as clearly as we can see that sign.
Huh? Yeah. Say, it looks as if they were having a party.
Yes, at least the place is brilliantly lighted. Well, we'll know in a minute. Push the door bell, will you, Inspector?
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Oh? The police?
Oh, is something wrong? We're not sure yet. We'd like to see Mr. Fred Chambers, please.
Come in, Fred. Fred is upstairs with his wife at the moment.
Thank you.
Upstairs with his wife, is he?
Yes, Maxine, Mrs. Chambers, has been ill for some time.
I'm Dr. Joel Morrissey, her physician.
I see. Will you be good enough to show it to...
Oh, there you are, Gretchen. You and Dorothy come over here, please.
More callers, Joel? I hope one of them can play bridge.
Just an innocent little group looking for someone to make up a foursome.
Yes. Gretchen, I want you to meet Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Danton. Gentlemen, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Marcy?
Hello.
Barton Drake. Oh, how exciting. Dorothy, did you hear? It's Barton Drake, the criminologist. Yes, I heard. I wonder...
This is Miss Dorothy Winters. We're all old friends of Fred and Maxine.
Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Miss Winters?
You must have a reason for coming here at this time of night, Mr. Drake. Is something wrong?
That's the second time we've been asked that question. The answer is we don't know yet.
Oh, this is exciting. Well, of course, you must suspect that something wrong. I mean, you must.
You won't be disappointed there, lady.
Dr. Marcy, how long ago did Mr. Chambers go up to see his wife?
Oh, about an hour ago, I should judge.
Why? It's been gone an hour, And none of you wondered what had detained him? Is he in the habit of asking guests to play bridge and then leave them to shift for themselves?
Aren't you being a bit prying, Mr. Drake?
Yeah, that's our business, lady.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Drake. We're all old friends of Fred. His wife has been confined to her bed for several months. Frequently she calls, and Fred goes and sits with her. It's the least he can do.
I see. Being a doctor, I should think that you would also go to your patient when she calls, Dr. Marcy.
Isn't he clever?
It's an angle, lady. Drake never overlooks him.
It isn't that Maxine is in pain, Mr. Drake. She merely wants company. I'd only be in the way.
I see. What's the nature of her illness, Dr. Marcy?
She has leukemia.
I object to all these questions. You two men have no right to come in here.
That may be true, Miss Winters, but for the moment, however, we'll have to override your objections. Dr. Marcy, which room is occupied by Mrs. Chambers?
I'll take you up.
I prefer if you didn't. Professor Danton and I can find our own way.
Well, I like that. Joel, you do no such thing.
Dorothy, do you want to spoil the most exciting thing that's happened to any of us in here? The first room on the left at the top of the stairs, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. Come along, Inspector.
I'm not tolerating this. Joel, stop them.
I think it best to let them go, Dorothy. It will be time enough to demand apologies.
Say, Bart, that Winters babe acts as though she owns the place.
Perhaps she expects to, after tonight.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Wedding bells, eh? You think maybe she...
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. We don't even know that Mrs. Chambers is dead yet. That might have been a phony call I received back at the club. This must be the room here.
Jumping Judas. If that's Mrs. Chambers lying there on the bed, there's nothing phony about what's happened to her.
No, she's quite dead. Shot to the heart. Well, so far, things are happening just as Fred Chambers described.
Happening as he described? He said they'd already happened.
Yes, that's true. Chambers also said that Dr. Morrissey would call this murder.
Yeah, that's right. And Chambers said he would be accused of the murder.
But that Mrs. Chambers shot herself.
If she shot herself, where's the gun? She was shot through the heart. She couldn't have hidden it.
That's good reasoning, Inspector. Let's look around a bit. And afterwards, we'll let Dr. Morrissey examine the body.
A good idea. If he calls it murder like Chambers did, then we'll know something. Or will we?
I think we'll know more after Medical Examiner Ryan gives his report, Inspector. Inspector, Chambers said we'd find this a most interesting case. And you know, I'm inclined to agree with him.
Dorothy, in heaven's name, will you stop that endless pacing back and forth? Makes me nervous.
Oh, I'm nervous, too. What in the world are they doing up there?
Are you worried, darling?
Worried? Why would I be worried?
Well, search me. Unless it's because Maxine and Fred might affect a reconciliation and you'll never get to marry the guy.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Gretchen, don't be so vulgar.
Vulgar, she says. Darling, you're wonderful.
Fred was gone an unusually long time. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Rembrandt.
The what?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, Joel, for heaven's sake, forget that old painting.
Forget it? I'm not apt to. If anything's happened to Fred, I might not be able to collect my just debts.
Just debts? What in the world are you talking about?
Oh, Joel, he won that painting that hangs in Maxine's room from Fred at poker the other night. Fred asked Joel if he'd leave it hanging there until...
The Rembrandt? Fred lost it at poker? Oh, that can't be true. Fred would never gamble with that painting. He prizes it more than anything he possesses.
Well, he did gamble with it, and I won it. I have witnesses. He promised to give it to me as soon as Maxine...
As soon as she dies. Oh, why don't you say it, for goodness sake? And who cares about the old picture anyhow?
Gretchen, it's a pity you don't know more about art. That original is worth thousands of dollars.
Oh, thousands of dollars? What nonsense. Well, the 5 and dime store...
But it is worth thousands. Fred's told me so a dozen times.
Really?
And just who would pay...
I'm sorry to keep you folks waiting.
Oh, I should think you would be. Who were the people who came and left our house by the back way? While you can find us in this room. Does Fred know what's going on? I'd like to see it at once.
Question at a time, please. The people who came and left by the back way were Medical Examiner Ryan and his assistant.
Medical Examiner Ryan?
That's right.
Now, look here, Drake. I'm Maxine's physician.
Now, Mr. Chambers, Miss Winters, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Well, where is he, for goodness sake?
I haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, nonsense. Drake, what's this all about? What's happened? What brought you here in the first place?
That is something I think you will help me find the answer to, Dr. Morrissey.
I? What are you talking about?
Maxine Chambers is dead. She was shot through the heart more than 2 hours ago.
Maxine murdered? Oh, why, that's incredible. Who could possibly want to kill her?
Did I say she was murdered, Dr. Morrissey?
Oh, why, well, that is,
How very clever of you, Mr. Drake. Yes, how very clever. I suppose that's what you call a trap.
You can call it what you like, Mrs. Morrissey. Well, Doctor?
You tricked me into saying that, Drake. You implied that she'd been murdered. You put the words in my mouth.
No, Doctor. Fred Chambers put the words into your mouth. He called this evening and said his wife had been shot. He said that you would call it murder, Dr. Morrissey. Why do you suppose he said that?
Fred called you?
Hmm?
Well, that's a lie. How could he? He was here with us all evening.
You all admitted earlier that none of you had seen him for an hour after he went upstairs to see his wife.
Then it must have been Fred who shot her. That's it. He shot her, then escaped down the back way and called you. He figured that you would charge me with the murder because I had a motive.
That's interesting. What was your motive, Dr. Morrissey?
I'd won an original Rembrandt that he owned at poker. And there was a stipulation that I was to leave the painting hanging in Maxine's room as long as she lived.
I see. And being Maxine's physician, you knew she would live a long time, so you hurried things along?
Now, that's not true. You can't arrest me on such flimsy evidence. Dorothy had a motive just as strong, if not stronger than I.
Oh?
Joe Morrissey, how dare you say such a thing?
I'm saying it to protect myself, if you want to know. You were going to marry Fred as soon as Maxine was gone. Perhaps you decided to hurry things along.
It's despicable of you to even think such a thing.
Well, you had your chance, darling. You went upstairs to powder your nose just before these policemen arrived.
But so did you, Gretchen Morrissey. You were gone a full 15 minutes. And Joel went up to get a package of cigarettes out of his coat. We all had a chance if it comes to that.
Well, this is an interesting case. I wonder what you're all going to say when we determine whose fingerprints are on the gun.
You found the gun?
Oh, yes, we found it. It was lodged between the bureau and the wall. Evidently, the person who put it there stupidly thought it wouldn't be found. What are you looking so frightened about, Doctor?
Was the gun, was it an old hammer-action antique revolver?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, at least you all seem familiar with the lethal weapon.
Yes, we're all familiar with it.
Well, you see, Fred bought that gun today in an antique shop. He showed it to us when we first arrived. We all handled it. And when Fred went upstairs in response to Maxine's call, he took it with him.
Then that means... By Jove, that means that Fred must have murdered her. He deliberately got our fingerprints.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
But you weren't kidding when you said this was a strange case.
Something unusual turned up, Inspector?
Plenty. There were only 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. One was Mrs. Chambers.
The other must have been Fred.
Why? A minute ago, you were deliberately accusing Fred of getting all of our prints on the gun.
Wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. There were 2 shots fired, and both of them went through Mrs. Chambers' heart.
2 shots?
Yeah, 2 shots. Only it's a funny thing. There was only one exploded shell in the gun.
By Jove.
Well, Doctor?
It's as clear as crystal.
Oh?
Fred and Maxine were quarreling. I heard them when I went up to get my cigarettes. Fred must have shot her twice. He started to reload and heard me coming along the hall. He had time only to get 1 fresh cartridge into the breech and then ran out onto the balcony and jumped to the ground.
That, Dr. Morrissey, is not very clever. Chambers didn't have time to shove home the second cartridge, but he did have time to wedge the gun behind the bureau? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, yes.
I think we're going to find that Mrs. Chambers was killed by someone who's in this house right now.
What the heck are you hunting for in that wastebasket? What are you doing in this bedroom anyhow?
Well, this is the bedroom that Fred Chambers occupied, Inspection. I'm looking for... Oh, here it is.
Here's what? Looks to me like an ordinary piece of wrapping tape.
Exactly what it is, Inspector. It's the paper that the gun was wrapped in. Yep. Here's the name of the antique shop. The Old Antique Shop, 521 Washington Place.
So,
Now, what do we do?
Call them up, Inspector. Ask if they provided an extra cartridge when they sold Chambers that revolver. I've a hunch that the manufacturers long ago discontinued making ammunition of that particular caliber, but still it is possible that...
But for God's sake, you don't think that Mrs. Chambers' murderer actually stopped to reload?
We can't pass up any bets, Inspector, especially when we know that both those bullets came from the old hammer-action revolver.
How could they both have come from it? Even if the rifling is the same, it just doesn't make sense.
That's right, Inspector. It doesn't make sense. The only logical answer is an extra cartridge that would fit that antique gun.
All right, but I still think... Hey, what are you doing here standing outside this door?
I'm sorry, sir. I was just about to knock.
I'll bet eavesdropping. Come on in here.
Very good, sir.
Well, and who have you got there, Inspector?
I don't know yet. What's your name, Junior? Come on, speak up. What were you doing listening outside that door? What, are you going to talk?
I am, sir, if you'll give me a chance.
Yeah. Are you going to tell us who you are, or do we have to beat it out of you?
I'm quite willing to.
Oh, so you won't talk, eh? Okay, Junior.
Inspector.
What? Did you say something, Bart?
I wonder if you'd make that telephone call to the antique shop.
Telephone call now? But look, this eavesdropper...
I'll question the eavesdropper. You make the telephone call.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Only if he won't talk, just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. My name is Edwards. I'm Mr. Chambers' manservant.
I see. Where have you been all evening, Edwards?
I was at my sister's.
Oh?
Today was my day off. I just returned a few minutes ago. Dr. Morrissey told me of the terrible thing that had happened. I'd like to offer my services.
Services?
Yes. I'm a bit of an amateur sleuth, sir. If you'll pardon my saying so.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fact? Didn't know it was loaded, eh? Okay, thanks. You were right, Bart. The antique shop had a record of the sale. There wasn't any extra bullets. The shop owner didn't even know the gun was loaded.
That rather complicates things, doesn't it,
Puts
Inspector?
us right back where we started. Has Junior here decided to talk?
Oh, Inspector, this is Edwards, Mr. Chambers' manservant, and he's a bit of a sleuth.
Really? Well, a sleuth's just what we need. You and I aren't getting any place.
Mr. Drake, would you mind letting me see the two bullets that came from the gun?
Not at all. Show him the bullets, Inspector.
Okay, here you are, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Say, Bart, come over here a minute, will you?
Yes, Inspector. What?
I don't get this. How do we know but he's the guy who murdered...
Not so loud. What if Edwards overheard you say that?
Well, what if he did? Who cares? Listen, maybe he's got a motive.
He has, Inspector. He's got the best motive of them all.
What the devil are you talking
Never
about?
mind, I'll explain later. Just take your cue from me, and I'll guarantee to have this case solved within an hour. At last, we've got something definite to go on.
Something definite?
Well, Edwards, you find something interesting?
Indeed, I have, sir. Look here.
Look where?
Here, at these bullets. See their peculiar shape? Both of them are flat on one end only.
That means anything,
But
Edwards?
it does, you see it.
Nonsense. You're trying to make something out of nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. Now,
Inspector, I'm surprised. When will you learn that these amateurs are all alike?
I beg your pardon,
That's quite
sir.
all right, Edwards. Now, I want you to go downstairs and to tell our three guests to come up here at once.
But, sir, if you'll just let me...
I'm sorry, old man. You've wasted enough of our time already.
Now, you look here.
That's enough. Are you going to do as I ask, or will I have to put you out forcibly?
Very well, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
All I can say is, whoever assigned you to this case was a fool.
Well, Inspector, that does it. At last, we've solved the strangest case we've ever been asked to handle.
We have, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Bart, do you know what I think?
Now what?
I think you've suddenly gone crazy.
Oh, come, Inspector.
First, you won't let me ask the guy any questions. Then you won't let him talk when he figures something out. What do you mean we got this case solved?
Coincidence, Inspector. Everything is based on coincidence. Haven't you wondered why nobody claimed to hear the shot that killed Mrs. Chambers?
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why I didn't think that.
Coincidence again, Inspector. Chambers had gone to his wife's room. He left the door open. He was probably telling his wife that he had to give the Rembrandt painting to Morrissey.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me he heard someone coming along the hall and slammed the door.
That's precisely what I'm going to tell you, Inspector. He slammed it. Exactly as Edward slammed the door in this room a moment ago.
Now, look, Bart, wait.
Coincidence, Inspector. Coincidence. But in a moment, coincidence is going to begin working again.
Jumping Judas, what's that?
Police!
That's it, Inspector. That's coincidence. Come on.
Just here, Dorothy, hurry up. Hurry up. I'm coming.
Well, what are you coming up here for, ladies? Where's your husband, Mrs. Morrissey?
I don't know. He came up here. We heard a crash and someone yelled.
Yeah, and I got a hunch that the guy who yelled was Doc Morrissey. What did he come up here for? We told you all to stay in the library.
Well, Joe was nervous. He wanted to talk to Mr. Drake.
That's not true. Gretchen, it's about time we began telling the truth.
That's a good idea, Miss Withers. Suppose you start.
I will. Joel came up to get the Rembrandt painting.
That's a lie. He only wanted to make sure that it was still here.
And that means he's in Mrs. Chambers' bedroom. Come on, Bart.
I'm right with you, Inspector.
Here we are. Darkest pitch inside.
Yes, with the light switches on that right-hand wall.
Yeah, I got it. What? Hey, there's Doc Morrissey on the floor.
What happened? Joe. Is he dead?
No, knocked out is all. He'll be all right.
Joe, darling, speak to me.
Yes, what happened?
Suppose you tell us, Doc.
Give him a chance, can't you? He's hurt.
Take all the time you want. Just keep him here, that's all. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just checking the windows, Inspector. Is the doctor all right?
Yeah, he's okay. Say, look, those windows...
All locked, Inspector. You feeling better, Dr. Morrissey?
Yes, I'm all right.
Shall I have Edwards get you something?
Edwards?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who in the world is Edwards?
Who is he? You were talking with him a little while ago. It was you who told him what happened to Mrs. Chambers.
Nonsense. We've talked to no one all evening.
Exactly. Dr. Morrissey, did you recognize the man who attacked you when you came up here to steal the painting?
Steal it? Now, look here, Drake.
Fine. I see you didn't recognize him. Inspector, let me see those bullets that were taken from Mrs. Chambers' body.
Bullets? Oh, yeah, here they are.
Thank you. Now, please notice that one has been flattened on the pointed end and the other on the firing end.
Well, what does that prove?
That, Dr. Morrissey, is the answer to our very strange case.
I wish you'd explain how it answers anything.
Gladly. A long time ago, the revolver which was used to kill Mrs. Chambers was fired, and the bullet became lodged in the barrel.
Say, that's the answer, Bart. When the gun was fired the second time, it knocked out the first bullet, and both of them penetrated Mrs. Chambers' heart.
That's it, Inspector. The flattened ends of the two bullets prove it.
Oh, yes, maybe, but it doesn't prove who fired the gun.
I think it does, Doctor.
Who fired it?
Mrs. Chambers did. Chambers had wiped it off, handed it to her. She was examining the gun when Dr. Morrissey came along the hall.
Sure. Chambers knew that Morrissey was going to demand the painting, and he didn't want his wife to know he'd lost it playing poker.
Yes, Inspector, that's it. He slammed the door in Morrissey's face. Now, isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, yes, that part's right.
The slamming of the door startled Mrs. Chambers. The gun went off in her hand, killing her.
Wait a minute, Bart. Who hid the gun behind the bureau?
No one did. The terrific recoil of the two bullets knocked the gun out of Mrs. Chambers' hand, and it landed behind the bureau. Coincidence again, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a brown-eyed blonde. But look, why did Chambers take it on the lam?
Because he knew Morrissey had heard him and Mrs. Chambers quarreling. He knew his fingerprints would be found on the gun. He thought Morrissey had heard the shot, and he knew he was sunk.
Yeah, but I still don't.
After he got away, Chambers called me. Then he began thinking. He finally figured out what had happened.
Chambers figured it out?
Yes. He tried to tell us back in his own bedroom, but I wouldn't let him because I wanted to be positive that the man who called himself Edwards was Fred Chambers.
What?
He proved it when he caught Morrissey trying to steal his painting. Inspector, open up that closet door and ask Fred Chambers to step out, will you?
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Decent of Chambers to let us spend the night here, wasn't it?
Did you wake me up to tell me that?
Well, no, I was wondering.
Wondering what, Inspector?
How did you know that Edwards was Chambers?
I guess.
Now, listen, don't tell me.
Well, of course, my guesswork was backed up by the fact that I thought it strange Edwards or Chambers should call us both by name when he never met us.
Oh, I see.
Also, the fact that he asked to see both the bullets.
Huh? So he did. Yeah. Then he claimed he was a bit of a sleuth, tried to sell us the idea that sleuthing was his hobby.
On the contrary, Inspector, I think he tried to sell us the idea that he knew that...
Yeah, go ahead and say it.
Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Tonight's story officially began 2 days before state election last fall. Andrew Bradford, gubernatorial candidate on the independent ticket, was concluding a final speech, his final campaign speech, at a rally that was being held for him in the...
And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. If I am elected governor at the polls next Wednesday, it will be the beginning of a new era of state politics, an era of square dealing and fair play, an era of prosperity and economic advancement. This I give you as my solemn pledge. Thank you.
Andy, you were wonderful.
Thanks, darling.
Congratulations, Andy.
Thanks, George.
Nice going, boy. You're as good as in.
Well, thank you, Bill. Claudia, where's Dexter?
Right here, Mr. Bradford. Ready to go?
Yes, I think we'd better. I'm feeling rather tired.
But Andy, the banquet.
The banquet will have to get along without me, I'm afraid. I haven't had any sleep for days.
This way, Mr. Bradford.
Andy, wait. You can't walk out on all these people. How can I ever face them?
Don't face them, darling. Come along home with me. You could use some rest, too.
Andy, you can't. Don't you realize...
I realize that I'm about ready to drop in my tracks. Come along.
I should think you'd have more consideration for other people. I should think you'd consider me. I should think you'd realize you can't do this sort of thing. I think it's terrible of you to do this, Andy Bradford. I think
Here we are, home. At least wait until we're out of Dexter's hearing, will you?
Here we are, Mr. Bradford.
Thanks, Dexter.
Need me any more tonight, Mr. Bradford?
No. Go and get some sleep. This campaign hasn't been easy on you either.
Oh, I'm all right. Well, good night, Governor.
Good night, Dexter. Thanks.
I'll never forgive you for this, Andy. Seems to me that you could have at least...
Claudia, please. Can't we postpone this until tomorrow? I'm so tired.
No, we can't postpone this until tomorrow. You seem to forget that I married you when you were nothing. You seem to forget that...
All right. I owe everything to you, and I appreciate it. Only right now...
You appreciate it. You expect me to believe that? After the way you treated me tonight?
No, I don't expect you to believe it. I was a fool to ever expect you to believe anything I say.
Andrew!
Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
So that's the way you feel about me?
No, Claudia. Not really. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, Claudia.
You're not going to bed. We're going to have this out right now. Andy!
Good night, Claudia.
Andrew, come back here. I'll not let you treat me like this. If it weren't for me, you'd be nobody. I'll not...
Hello, Andy.
What the devil?
Nerves jumpy, Andy? Thought you'd have gotten over that by now.
Ray Seaver.
Yeah, that's right, Andy. Ray Seaver. I thought you weren't going to recognize me. Some of the boys said you wouldn't. They're saying that since you got to be a big shot, you're forgetting a lot of your old friends.
Ray, how did you get it?
You mean you ain't heard?
Why, no.
Why, it was simple, Andy. A bunch of us got together one night and persuaded the guards to lend us a couple of Tommy guns. I told you when we were at Joliet together that
In heaven's name, man, not so loud.
Okay, Andy. I forgot you wouldn't want to know you and me were cellmates.
Don't mention that word.
Easy, Andy, easy. Now, don't get excited. You've come a long way, boy, a long way. Andrew Bradford, alias Fritz Carlson, alias Tommy...
Ray, shut up. I paid my penalty. I've gone straight.
Sure you have, Andy, sure you have. From convict to governor, just like in the movies.
Shut up, I said.
Well. You still pack a gat, huh, Andy? Got a permit, I'll bet. How does it feel to be able to do things legally that in the old days they'd send you up...
Get out! Get out, or I'll...
You're what, Andy?
Don't force my hand, Ray. I still know how to use this gun, and I will.
Andy, I'm surprised. Think of tomorrow's headlines. Gubernatorial candidate slays old friend. Corpse found in Andrew Bradford's bedroom.
Ray, you always were a sucker. Who's going to know we were old friends? You fool. When they find out who you are, I'll get a medal for capturing an escaped convict.
Wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Didn't I mention that some of the boys came with me when I made that break from Joliet?
What do you mean?
Why, Andy, I'm surprised you ain't caught on. This is big-time stuff.
Get to the point, Stephen.
Well, that's better. Well, it's like this, Andy. We got things fixed, see? Nothing ain't going to happen to me because if it does, Charlie Messer, your worthy opponent, is going to get a letter, see?
You rat. What do you want?
Well, now we're getting places. It ain't what we want, Andy. It's how much we want.
Naturally. I can tell you right now, my resources are limited.
But your wife ain't.
My wife? Listen, Seaver, if you
I told you this was big-time stuff, Andy. We've covered all the angles. Now, it wouldn't be a shame if your wife found out she married an ex-con.
Why, you
Be almost as bad as Charlie Messer knowing about it, wouldn't it?
Ray, you can't do this to me.
It's done, Andy. It's done. It's all wrapped up and ready for delivery.
Ray, listen to me. You've got to listen.
Oh, sure, Andy. Sure. I got all the time in the world.
We're friends once, Ray. Good friends.
But I told the boys, Mandy and me, I told them we're just like that. He won't let us down.
And I won't, Ray. I swear it. Just don't say anything until after election.
Until after election, huh?
Yeah.
Well, come, Andy. Be reasonable. Our information wouldn't be worth a nickel after you're in.
It would, Ray. It would. Ray, I'd give you anything you want. There'd be ways of raising money then.
There's ways now. Quit stalling, Bradford. We ain't waiting for nothing, see? We know you can raise that dough, and we ain't listening to any sob story. Pay up or else.
How much?
$200,000.
200,000? Are you crazy? I couldn't raise half that amount.
Shut up! 200,000 is the price, and you're lucky it ain't more. I'm getting out of here. You got 2 days, Bradford. You bring the dough to... Put down that gun, you fool.
Come back here, Ray. Come back and sit down. Keep your hands where I can see them.
You can't get away with it, Andy. I always took...
Keep your hand away from that pocket, you crazy fool. I only want to...
Extra. Candidate for governor murdered. Slayer escaped. Paper. Read all about it. Big mystery surrounds murder of Andrew Bradford. Get your morning paper. Barton Drake to investigate slaying of Andrew Bradford. Bradford murderer captured by chauffeur Raymond Seaver. Says candidate wants his cellmate at Joliet.
Danton speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Bart.
Hello, Bart, my boy. How are things?
Not so good, Inspector.
Huh?
I'd like to have you meet me at the Andrew Bradford place right away.
Bradford? Hey, wait a minute, Bart. Haven't you heard? That murder's been solved.
A solution might have been offered that satisfied the public, Inspector, but it doesn't satisfy me. Nor does it justify calling an innocent man guilty.
Yeah, but look, Bart, all the evidence
The
shows
evidence shows nothing conclusive. I've just come from the Bradford home.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and I'm going back. I need someone of authority to go with me. Will you come along?
It isn't that I don't want to, Bart. Only the investigation is ended.
Mine is just beginning. Will you come along?
Well, gosh, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. Then I'll have to get someone else.
Oh, no. Look, no, I didn't. Don't do that. Oh, you win. Pick me up in your car.
Thank you, Inspector. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
I think you're crazy to do this, Bart. Ray Seaver isn't innocent. He was already doing a life stretch for one murder. He admits coming to Bradford's room and trying to blackmail him.
I'm quite aware of all that, Inspector. Dexter, the chauffeur, made a hero of himself by finding Seaver hiding in the greenhouse. And I'm still convinced Seaver didn't murder Andrew Bradford.
I give up. How do you know?
I'll tell you later. Here we are.
Well, look, why not tell me now? If I'm going to stick my chin out, I ought to be in the know.
I think it'd be a better idea if I show you, Inspector. Mrs. Bradford should be in.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Drake. I've already told you.
Good evening, Mrs. Bradford. I said I'd be coming back. This is Inspector Denton.
Hello.
Inspector Denton? Mr. Drake, I don't wish to appear rude.
But you think there's nothing more I can produce in the way of evidence? Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I'm positive there isn't.
And I'm just as positive there is.
I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Drake. I appreciate your taking over the case, but since my husband's murderer has been apprehended...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Your husband's murderer has not been apprehended.
I don't believe I understand. The newspapers...
The newspapers, Mrs. Bradford, were merely responding to the public's demand. They have offered nothing conclusive to prove that Ray Seaver murdered your husband.
Mr. Drake, aren't you being a bit egotistical?
You mean, of course, that my professional reputation has been challenged? Yes. I was called in on this case, and a few hours later, your chauffeur, Dexter, stole the show by capturing the alleged murderer in the greenhouse.
To put it crudely, that's exactly what I mean.
And you're quite right, Mrs. Bradford. A man in my profession does have his reputation to think of.
I see. Oh, I'm sorry that I can't cater to your professional whims. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Which, of course, is your privilege. Well, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean, well, Inspector?
Mrs. Bradford can force me to leave. As a police officer, you can remain, if you're convinced that Ray Seaver's not guilty of the murder of Andrew Bradford.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I demand that you both leave.
It's up to you, Inspector.
What a lovely spot it puts me in. Look, Bart.
The murderer and the bullet that killed Andrew Bradford was a .32 caliber, Inspector. The gun found on Ray Seaver was a .38 caliber.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean...
Of course it doesn't. Seaver could have had two guns. Most gangsters do. He could have disposed of one.
Yeah. That's the way I figure it.
There were powder marks on the inside of the bathroom door. Where did those get there? Unless someone fired the shot from behind that door, Inspector.
Yeah, but look, Bart.
How stupid of you, Mr. Drake. The murderer was standing in the bathroom when he fired the fatal shot.
Yeah. I sort of figured it that way, too, Bart.
An empty shell from a .32 caliber revolver was found on the ground beneath that window over there, Inspector. Where did it come from?
Oh, well, the way I figured it...
Mr. Drake, it seems to me you're trying desperately to vindicate yourself. The empty shell that you speak of was undoubtedly dropped there by the murderer when he was making his escape.
Yeah. Now, that could have happened, you know, Bart.
Quite true, Inspector, quite true. But Mrs. Bradford admits hearing 3 shots. One of them killed her husband. That one, we know, came from a .32 caliber revolver.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Drake.
The other 2 bullets we found embedded in the walls of this room. One was a .32, the other was a .38.
That's right. But, what's it prove?
Possibly nothing, possibly a great deal.
This is nonsense. I demand that both of you leave this house at once.
Well, Inspector?
Well, Inspector. There it is again. Poor me.
I'll not tolerate this any longer. You will please leave.
Inspector?
Okay, Bart. You win. Lady, we're not leaving here until we found out who murdered your husband. And heaven help us if we don't. Look, Bart, I hope you're not sore at me.
Not at all, Inspector.
After all, the evidence does point to Seaver's guilt.
It certainly does, Inspector. And besides that, Seaver was already serving a life term. Another murder charge couldn't affect him one way or another.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bart. If you're accusing me of...
Come, Inspector. I'm accusing you of nothing. Well, there's the garage. Dexter's room must be in that L over there.
You know, this guy Dexter's a tough character. I don't think he's going to want to answer any more questions.
Frankly, Inspector, I don't expect much cooperation from anyone.
Oh. Huh. I suppose that's a crack at me. Now, look, Bart,
I'm sorry, Inspector. Suppose we forget about it, here we are.
Looks like he isn't in.
On the contrary, I think he's merely being stubborn.
Yeah? Well, I'll take care of that. Hey, open up in there.
Oh, so it's you again. Look, when are you two going to stop playing cops and robbers and go home?
That'll be enough out of you. Come on in, Bart. If Junior wants to play rough, we'll help him out.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in
we
here.
can, too. Get over there and sit down. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Dexter, we're working on a theory that Ray Seaver didn't murder your boss.
What am I supposed to do?
break down and confess that I shot the old man?
That would certainly simplify things, wouldn't it?
You're crazy, Drake. It's as plain as the nose on your face. Why don't you get wise to yourself and go home and write your books?
Because I pride myself in putting accurate facts in those books, my friend. And if I stated that Ray Seaver murdered Andrew Bradford, it would be inaccurate.
Ah, nuts. You're sore because I stole your thunder. You just can't take it if you're not in the limelight, can you, Drake?
That's it, Dexter. I can't take it. Now I want you to show me the ladder that you found leaning against the house beneath Mr. Bradford's window.
Show it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Drake, if you think
Show it to him, Junior.
Take it easy, copper. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
That right? All we can do is take you down to headquarters and have some of the boys sweat it out of you.
Sweat what out of me? What is this anyhow? I've told you all I know.
No, you haven't, Dexter. You've only told us part of what you know, and only a fraction of that is correct.
Who says so?
I do, and I can prove it.
You see?
Now, wait a minute. Are you saying you can prove there wasn't a ladder leaning against the house?
No. That part of your statement is quite true. There was a ladder leaning against the house. There were imprints in the flower bed beneath the window to substantiate the fact.
Well, then?
That's probably also true that you heard the shot and ran outside. But when you state that you saw Ray Seaver coming down that ladder, you're lying.
Oh, am I?
Mm-hmm.
Drake, you killed me. So you're going to prove that I went up the ladder and shot Bradford, huh?
No, I don't think that's what happened at all. Dexter, exactly what did you do when you saw Seaver coming down that ladder?
I've already told what I did 100 times. Now,
Well,
look.
you're going to tell it 100 more. If we want to hear it, what you do?
Okay. I ran after him. He had a gun. He took a shot at me, so I ducked in the house and called the cops. That's all.
Not quite all, Dexter. Who removed the ladder from the side of the house?
I did. The cops told me to. That's how I happened to find Seaver.
Well, that part's right, boss. The ladder belonged in the greenhouse, and when Dexter here went to put it back, he said it was Seaver, sound asleep.
Yeah, that's it. He was sound asleep. He'd been there for 2 days trying to keep awake. Couldn't take it any longer.
That makes sense, Bud. It was kind of clever of Seaver at that, to hide on the grounds instead of trying to escape as everyone would think he'd do.
Seaver was clever, Inspector. Too clever to hide in the very place from which he'd stolen the ladder. Don't you suppose it occurred to him that the ladder would be returned?
Say, maybe that's something to think about.
Oh, nuts. If that's all you've got to go on.
We've considerable more to go on, Dexter. All right, let's go have a look at that ladder.
Well, there it is. So what mighty deduction are you going to spring now, Drake?
Dexter, I'm not quite sure yet.
Oh.
Yes, this is a ladder, all right. There's dried mud on the wide end where it sank into the flower bed beneath Bradford's window.
Now, ain't that wonderful?
Pipe down, Junior. What now, Bud?
A little experiment, Inspector. Grab one end of the ladder. I'll take the other. Come along, Dexter.
Hey, where are we going to take this thing, Bud?
Over to the house. I want Dexter to show us exactly where it was when he saw Seaver making his escape.
Oh, for crying out loud. You already said you knew the ladder was there because you saw the imprints of it in the dirt.
There's Mrs. Benson.
Yes, I rather expected she'd want to witness this.
Mr. Drake, I want you to know that I've contacted the State House and Governor Johnson has promised to put a stop to this nonsense.
Governor Johnson was a friend of your husband, wasn't he, Mrs. Bradford? I suppose he felt that doing you a favor would be a nice gesture.
I don't like your implication, Mr. Drake. Dexter, return to your room.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, stay here, Junior.
Sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Dexter's going to help us conduct a little experiment.
He's not. I forbid it.
It won't do any good, lady, but a stubborn guy.
Please stay, Mrs. Bradford. I'm sure that what we're about to do will prove most interesting.
I'll not stay. You're both of you crude and discourteous. You're acting like children. You have no respect for a widow's sorrow. I'm going to the house and call someone. I won't have this sort of thing.
Think she's mad?
Mad. Or clever. All right, Inspector. Up the ladder. Yeah. Careful now. I want those points in exactly the same imprints that were made in the flower bed when the ladder was up here before. All right, there we are.
Reaches right up to the upstairs bedroom window.
Yes. All right, Dexter. Up you go.
What do you mean, up I go?
I want you to climb the ladder and show me just how Seaver looked when he made his escape.
Are you crazy? What kind of kid stuff is this?
You'll see. Unless you're afraid.
Afraid? Of what? Get out of the way. I'll show you.
Splendid. When you get to the top, start down as fast as you can. Well, Dexter?
Hey, he stopped halfway up.
Keep going, Dexter.
Hey, I get it. He can't keep going. If he goes up any further, he'll fall over backwards.
That's right, Inspector. That ladder was placed so close to the house that it would have been impossible for anyone to climb up or down it.
Jumping Judas. Then that means that Seaver couldn't have. But Who put the ladder there, and why?
Why, Inspector, Dexter put it there. Didn't you, Dexter? You put it there to corroborate your story because you knew it was...
That shot came from the house, Inspector.
Yeah, from one of the upstairs windows.
Up on the porch, Inspector.
Yeah, there's the door, and it's open. Come on.
No, wait.
Huh?
That door's open for a purpose. Follow me. Let's try this window. It's locked.
Well, shall we bust it in?
Yes, tap the glass with your gun, Inspector, then reach in and open the latch.
Okay. That does it.
Good work. Now we'll just raise the window. Okay, Inspector. Let's get inside.
Yeah.
Careful, Inspector. We don't want to have to shoot Mrs. Bradford if it can be helped.
Mrs. Bradford?
Yes. She who shot Dexter.
Huh?
Now, that door there probably leads to the kitchen. We can get up the back way.
Yeah. I'll just open it easy like and...
Oops. All right, you two, get your hands up.
Well, Mrs. Bradford, you handled that gun quite well.
I'm an expert, Drake. Keep that in mind.
I've no doubt about you being an expert, and rather a cold-blooded expert. 2 murders to your credit.
And now 2 more, you and Danton. Is that what you're thinking, Drake?
Well, it stands to reason. But you can't be executed any more thoroughly for 4 murders than you could for 1.
You're a cruel one, Drake.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm hot. Lady, would you mind pointing that gun toward the ceiling? It might go off.
It's going off, my friend, and it's not going to be pointing toward the ceiling when it does.
Yeah, I was afraid that's what you'd say.
But first, you want to know how I happen to suspect you of murdering your husband. Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I don't believe you did suspect me. I think you suspected Dexter.
That's right, Mrs. Bradford. And until you saw Dexter trying to climb that ladder, you weren't sure whether or not I had any grounds for my suspicion.
I don't get this. If the lady here knew you suspected Dexter, what did she shoot him for? That's what I call sticking your chin out.
I'll tell you why she shot Dexter, Inspector. Both Bradford and Dexter overheard the conversation between Andrew Bradford and Ray Seaver. And Mrs. Bradford was standing in the bathroom between her room and her husband's. Dexter was outside in the hall. Neither one knew of the other's presence. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Bradford?
Go on, Drake.
You both decided that Seaver had to be eliminated. You both opened your doors and shot at the exact moment that Seaver and Bradford came to grips. One of you missed. The other hit Bradford by mistake.
So that's it. Dexter and Mrs. Bradford got a gander at each other. Both were guilty. They made a pact to pin the murder on Seaver because he was doing a life sentence anyway.
That's it, Inspector. So naturally, when I found the flaw in Dexter's story, Mrs. Bradford had to eliminate Dexter because she knew he'd talk in order to protect himself. And look out, Inspector!
I'm looking at this chair. I'll do this, will you?
Hey, Bart, what the deuce are you doing with that notebook and pencil?
Oh, just jotting down a few notes, Inspector.
About the Bradford case, huh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Maybe you got it figured out why Bradford's wife and Dexter both decided to shoot Seaver.
Oh, I had that figured out long ago, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bradford certainly didn't want it known that she'd married an ex-convict, and Dexter figured there'd be a reward for capturing Seaver.
I see. You going to write all about that in your book?
Certainly. After that crack that Dexter made, I've got to be more careful than ever to get my facts straight.
Yeah. What's the name of this book going to be, Bart?
Why, Inspector, what other name could it possibly be than Mystery is My Hobby?
Mystery is my hobby.
Today's story took place last month. Inspector Noah Danton and I had gone up to the Saranac Lake country to do some bird shooting. On the 3rd day of our vacation, we started out early in the morning, and before noon found ourselves some distance from the lodge where we were staying. Getting tired, Inspector?
Me? Tired? Heck no.
I never get tired. Phew. Let's stop and rest a minute.
All right, Inspector. There's a log we can sit on.
Yeah, good idea. This is better. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
How far do you figure we've walked since morning?
Oh, not very far.
Well, we've certainly come a long way.
Yes, and I think we might as well face it now as later.
Huh? Face it? Face what?
The fact that you're lost, Inspector.
I'm lost.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute, Bart, my boy. You're here, too, you know.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. But it was you who said you knew this country like your own backyard.
Did I?
Yeah.
Bart, I've a confession to make.
Oh, that's Inspector. What?
I haven't a backyard.
Very amusing, Inspector. Well, let's get going.
Get going? Where? If we're going to be lost, I'd rather be lost sitting still. We could build a fire.
We cut through that heavy growth over there. Looks like good partridge cover.
Well, all right. But I still think we ought to send up a smoke signal or something.
Inspector, I'm beginning to think that you're a pioneer at heart.
Yeah. I'm Daniel Boone without the whiskers.
Here we are, Inspector. You got your gun ready?
Yeah. Say, this is a regular jungle, isn't it?
Yes, but it's excellent bird country.
There goes one, Inspector. Take him.
Yeah, I'll take him.
You missed him, Inspector. What was that?
Huh? It sounds like someone's behind that clump of bushes.
Yes, and it was toward that clump of bushes that you shot. Come on, Inspector.
There he is. It's a guy on horseback.
Yes, and by the way that horse is acting, something's radically wrong.
Oh, down, boy. Hey, jumping Judas, Bart. Look at him go.
It's no use, Inspector. We can never catch him.
No, I guess not. Say, you don't suppose I hit him, do you?
I don't know, but I think we ought to find out.
Find out? How?
There must be a habitation somewhere near. I think if we follow that horse's hoof marks, we'll come to it.
Say, that's an idea. If I hit that guy, I want to tell him it was an accident.
Oh, yes. Well, he'll probably doubt that statement when you explain that the bird you were aiming at was 10 feet the other side of that clump of bushes.
Very funny, very funny. Jumping Judas, Bart. My dogs are so tired they're going to begin barking in a minute.
Don't get discouraged, Inspector. It can't be much farther.
No?
No.
You've been saying that for the past 2 hours.
There it is, Inspector. You can tell those dogs of yours that it won't be necessary to bark now.
What? Oh, a house, eh?
Nice house.
Say, that's quite a place, isn't it? Big enough to be a hotel.
Yeah, it looks to me more like a private residence. Some rich man's hunting lodge, maybe.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Those buildings in back must be the stables.
Yep. Well, there's no doubt this is where our horseman lives. Shall we go up and make ourselves known, Inspector?
Good idea. I hope they got an automobile.
Listen.
Huh?
Oh, is there anyone who can hear me?
Oh, sounds like someone's in trouble.
Mark. Oh, who are you?
Is there something wrong, miss?
Yes. Will you help me, please? Something's happened to Chris.
Chris?
Chris Pomeroy. He's a friend of ours. He shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, now, that's right up our alley.
Never mind, Inspector. Lead the way, miss. We'll be glad to do anything we can.
Oh, thank you. Come with me.
When did it happen, miss?
I don't know. Not very long ago. Mark and I were out for a walk. When we got back, I found Chris.
Well, was it we or was it I?
It was I. This is the room here. He's over there in the chair.
Yes, I see. You, please stay here, miss. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Got through the temple. Do you recognize him as our horseman, Inspector?
Could be. He must have been sitting here by the window reading. There's a book in his lap.
Yes, and there's the gun on the floor.
It looks like suicide, all right. Doesn't it?
Do you really think so, Inspector?
Naturally. Don't you?
I'm not sure yet.
Not sure. But look, Bart, there are powder burns on the guy's face. That
proves that the gun was held very close to Pomeroy's head when it was fired, doesn't it?
It sure does, yeah. It also proves that he pulled the trigger himself.
Oh? Why, Inspector?
Why? Because Here's the guy sitting in a chair reading a book or looking out of the window or something.
Yes?
Well, he isn't going to be dope enough to let somebody with a gun get close enough to him to shoot him so the powder marks would show.
Suppose Pomeroy were asleep.
At 11 o'clock in the morning, a young guy like that? Oh, come, Barton, my boy.
Excellent, Inspector. Your deductions are not only logical but brilliant. However,
Ollie, what the deuce has happened? I heard you yell.
Mark, I finish you, Tom. Mark, it's awful.
What's awful? Who are these men? Who's that in the chair?
Chris, Mark. He shot himself.
Chris shot himself. Who are you?
come on, Inspector. I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to introduce ourselves before now. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Dent.
Hi. Drake, the criminologist?
Yes, that's right. The inspector and I were out bird shooting. We became temporarily lost.
Temporarily, he says. That guy killed me.
But I still don't understand what... The inspector fleshed a partridge, took a quick shot, and a horseman galloped out of the cover. We followed the hoof marks.
A horseman? Oh, then it must have been Chris.
Chris, that man over there, Miss Essex?
Yes. How did you know my name?
I'm afraid your publicity has caught up with you. You're Polly Essex, this gentleman's your brother Mark, and your father is Calvin Essex, the publisher.
That's right, but how did you know?
Oh, Drake knows everything.
That's entirely untrue, Inspector, but your pictures appear frequently in the society columns of the newspapers. By the way, are there other guests staying here with us?
Yes. Glenn Douglas is here. He's a friend of Mark's. Dad and Mother are coming up tonight. Why do you ask?
Because one of you murdered Chris Pomeroy.
I got the kids out in the living room, waiting like you said, Bart. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just looking around, Inspector. According to the bottles and jars on Pomeroy's dresser, he was rather a vain young man.
What's that got to do with his being murdered?
Vain young men usually leave dramatic suicide notes when they take their own lives, Inspector.
Yeah. Is that the only reason you think the guy was murdered?
No, I have others. The fact that Pomeroy's chair is facing the light, for one.
I don't get it.
Well, when a man sits down to read, Inspector, he doesn't face the light. He allows it to come in over his shoulder.
Say, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is, Inspector. Well, suppose we go out to the living room and have a talk with the youngsters.
I'm telling you, Drake, I don't like this.
Well, neither do I, Essex. Nobody likes murder.
It's absurd to say that Chris was murdered. Inspector Danton proved by his deductions that it wasn't murder.
That's right, I did. Didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Inspector Danton was merely stating facts that seemed obvious to him at the time. I have every respect for his opinion.
That's mighty fine of you, Bart, old boy.
But
now,
in the excitement of the moment, Inspector Danton overlooked a number of things.
Such as what?
That's a good question, son.
Before I answer it, I'd like to ask a few questions myself. Do you mind?
Yes. I think you're letting your imagination run away with you, Drake. It's pretty obvious what happened.
And just what do you think happened, Essex?
I think that Chris went out for a ride this morning. Returned early and decided to read an hour before lunch.
Yeah, but the book became boring, so he decided to shoot himself, eh? That I can understand. Some of the books I've read lately...
Inspector, tell me, Essex, why do you think Pomeroy shot himself?
How should I know? Now, look, Drake,
what's the use? Why don't you tell him, Mark?
Tell me what, Miss Essex?
No, Polly, you keep out of this. Doesn't concern you at all. Chris shot himself. Why, I don't know or care. But I do care about dragging our name through a murder trial.
I'm afraid your name is going to be dragged through a murder trial, whether you like it or not, Essex. Now, Miss Essex, what was it you were about to say?
That Chris and I were engaged.
Aha! Here it comes, the old love motive.
Blast it, Polly, I told you to keep quiet.
But, Mark, if Chris were murdered, we can't just ignore it. Wouldn't it be better to do what we can to help?
Why? We're not even sure who these men are. Why should we answer their questions? What right have they even to be here?
Well, those are fair questions, Essex. If you say so, we'll leave immediately. However, it'll be our duty to report Chris Pomeroy's death to the police.
Then see what happens to your precious name.
On the other hand, we can stay and perhaps save you a lot of unpleasantness by solving this murder.
Solving it?
Yes, solving murders is rather a hobby with me.
He writes books about it.
Mr. Drake's right, Mark. If the police come, reporters are sure to follow, and Dad will be furious.
Okay, you win. What do you want us to do, Drake?
Thank you. Miss Essex, you say Pomeroy was in love with you. That's hardly a reason for murder.
We were engaged, but last week something happened.
Oh?
Glenn Douglas came home. He'd been reported missing in the war. It was a surprise to us all.
I see. And you and Glenn Douglas had known each other before the war.
He was in love with me.
And you with him?
I don't know.
Oh?
We weren't engaged, but I told him that I'd wait.
Well, that makes a nice little situation, doesn't it?
Glenn didn't kill him. He wouldn't do a thing like that. He's my best friend.
The soup is getting thicker, Bart.
Yes, you're so right, Inspector. Where is this Glenn Douglas now, Essex?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere. You've got to take it easy with Glenn, Drake.
Really?
Yes, he was in a prison camp for a long while. He's in bad shape.
Oh, I understand. Please don't worry about it. Miss Essex, was it you who discovered the body?
Yes, it was.
Will you tell me about it, please?
There isn't much to tell. Mark and I went out for a walk this morning. When we got back, Mark stopped at the stables, and I came on to the house alone.
I see. Did you hear the shot?
No, I didn't.
Then how did you happen to discover Pomeroy's body?
Why, I went to his room.
And you found him sitting in the chair dead?
Yes.
And you began screaming for help?
Yes.
Immediately?
Yes, why?
I think you're lying, Miss Essex.
How dare you?
If you'd come directly up from the stables to the house, Inspector Danton and I would have seen you.
That's right. We came up that way ourselves.
Also, I do not believe that you took a morning stroll with your brother when two young men, both of whom were in love with you, were eager for your company.
I concur. Very unnatural indeed.
And lastly, Miss Essex, I don't think you went to Pomeroy's room unless you had some definite purpose in mind.
I resent your saying that, Mr. Drake.
I'm sorry, Miss Essex. Frankly, I think you know who murdered Chris Pomeroy. I think you saw whoever it was, and you're trying to shield him.
Still looking for clues, eh?
Very so.
I should think you'd begin to feel like a corpse spending so much time with this one.
The corpse is about to be removed, Inspector. I've contacted the local coroner.
Well, look, Bart, I don't get this. If you're sure that the girl knows who murdered Chris Pomeroy, why don't you make her tell?
How, Inspector?
How what?
How would you suggest I make her tell?
Ask her. Make her talk.
Well.
Oh,
Inspector, you're terrific. Did you ever try to make a woman talk when she didn't want to?
No, but I've tried to shut him up without much luck.
Yes. And I'm afraid we'd have similar results with Miss Essex.
But look, there's ways.
Yes, such as the so-called third degrey, Inspector.
Well, we're cops.
No, Inspector. We're on vacation. Remember, we're not acting in an official capacity at all.
I guess you're right at that.
Besides, you wouldn't undertake the third degree anyone. Not if your life depended upon it. You're too soft-hearted.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle our thumbs waiting for Polly Essex to fall into a talking jag?
No, hardly, Inspector. We're going out to the stables, and we're going to look for a horse. A horse that has buckshot buried in its hide. I guess this must be the stables, Inspector.
Yeah, looks like it. I'll open the door. It's kind of dark in here, isn't it?
Yes, our eyes have become accustomed to the darkness in a minute.
Hey, there's a horse right over there.
Yes, and someone's with it. Let's get over there, Inspector.
What the devil's he doing with that jackknife?
Unless I'm greatly mistaken, he's picking buckshot off of that horse's
Come on
hide.
there. Come on over. Guess I haven't met you two men. My name's Glenn Douglas.
Oh, yes, Douglas. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
I'm glad to know you. Are you guests of Polly and Mark, too?
Well, not exactly,
The
but...
inspector and I were out bird shooting, and we just dropped by.
Oh, I see. Say, then you were the ones who
We're responsible for the buckshot you're picking out of that horse. I'm afraid we are. Did the horse suffer any?
No, didn't do a bit of harm.
Good.
I just wondered why he hadn't been attended to before this, that's all.
Well, if you were riding the
Oh, I wasn't riding him. It was Chris Pomeroy.
You mean you don't know what happened?
Just a minute, Inspector. Are you sure it was Chris Pomeroy who was riding that horse, Douglas?
Oh, yes. Both Polly and I saw him.
Mm-hmm. Did he see you?
See us? I don't think so. Why?
It might be important. Douglas, I'm going to tell you this because you're bound to find out sooner or later, and there's some questions I want to ask. Chris Pomeroy is dead.
Dead?
Yes. Polly and Mark Essex think that he committed suicide.
The poor devil.
But we happen to know
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Douglas, you don't act particularly surprised at Pomeroy committing suicide. Do you know of any reason why he should take his own life?
No, that is
We'd appreciate anything you can tell us.
But if he committed suicide, I
I don't want to say anything that would besmirch his character.
Then there is something.
Oh, well, not exactly. I don't see how it could be important.
Can I say it now, Bart?
Yes, go ahead, Inspector.
Thanks. Bob, Chris Pomeroy didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah.
The inspector wouldn't make that statement, Douglas, unless we had conclusive proof.
No, I don't suppose he would. That changes things, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I'm sorry we had to tell you like this, Douglas. Mark Essex explained to us about your war experiences.
Yes, they were pretty dull.
Dull. That isn't the word I've heard the boys use to describe those prison camps.
Prison camp? I wasn't in any prison camp. I wasn't even overseas.
Now, wait a minute. That isn't the way we heard it. Young Essex told us that you had a heck of it.
That's just one of Mark's stories. He doesn't like to admit that his best friend spent 3 years of the war sitting behind the desk in Washington.
I see. Very interesting. Well, now let's get back to Chris Pomeroy. What are your reasons for thinking he might commit suicide, Douglas?
They're probably not important. I happened to overhear Mark and Chris talking yesterday. I think Chris was trying to borrow some money from Mark.
There they are again. Money and love. The same old motive.
And Mark refused to lend Pomeroy the money?
I don't know. I got out there. It wasn't any of my business. All I know is that Chris seemed pretty desperate.
Mm-hmm. Douglas, will you come up to the house with the inspector and me, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Inspector, I think that now we can be pretty sure who it is that murdered Chris Pomeroy.
Understand me, Drake. I want to do everything I can to cooperate. But I can't see your point in herding us all into this room while you search the house. What do you expect to find?
A letter, for one thing, Essex, addressed to you and mailed by someone in New York. The letter, I think, will concern Chris Pomeroy.
So you know about that?
Yes. Yes, your war veteran friend overheard a part of your conversation between you and Pomeroy, and I guess the rest.
Glenn, what the devil do you...
I'm sorry, Mark. I thought Chris had committed suicide, and they wanted a reason.
Yes, but eavesdropping on...
I wasn't eavesdropping. I happened to be passing this room yesterday, and you and Chris were in here talking. I couldn't help but overhear what you said.
Well, you could help writing it to Drake.
What difference does it make now? Mark, what was in the letter?
You know what was in the letter, Miss Essex. Your brother Mark told you this morning.
You're pretty clever, aren't you, Mr. Drake?
That's what I'm always saying. That guy knows everything.
It wasn't a matter of being clever, Miss Essex. It was merely common sense.
Oh?
Your family have always been very proud, quite concerned with whom they married.
What's so terrible about that?
Nothing, except that you, Essex, believed that your sister was going to marry Chris Pomeroy, and you took the precaution to check on Pomeroy's background.
Okay, so I checked. So I found he didn't own the shirt on his back. So what?
So you tried to persuade Chris not to marry your sister. He refused. So you tried to influence your sister.
And how did she react?
I don't know. And I can tell by the expression of her face that she isn't going to tell me. However, what she said or did doesn't matter. I'm trying to solve a murder, not solve family problems.
And so far, you're no nearer to solving the murder than you were when you started.
Oh, on the contrary, Essex. Inspector Danton and I are going to leave you people here. In less than 15 minutes, we'll return with the evidence that will positively prove who murdered Chris Pomeroy.
Well, Bart, here's the last bedroom. And so far, we found nothing.
Patience, Inspector. I can practically guarantee that what we're looking for is in this bedroom.
Whose bedroom is it?
I haven't the faintest idea, Inspector.
Then, when we find what we're looking for, how are you going to know who owns it?
Fingerprints, Inspector. Now, just take a look in this closet.
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
I'm probably kind of dumb, but I still don't see why Chris Pomeroy let anyone get close enough to him to press the barrel of a gun against his temple.
Nothing in the closet. You're not dumb, Inspector. Let's take a look in this wardrobe.
Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Look, the door to the hallway's opening.
By Jove, so it is. I didn't expect this. Look out! Look out! He's got a gun!
Come on, Bart. He banged the door and beat it. We can catch him.
No, Inspector, wait.
Huh? What's the matter?
That's exactly what he wanted us to do, chase him so he could come back and... By Jove.
Now what?
come with me. Hurry.
You say, what is this? First, you say not to chase the guy and
Leave the door open, Inspector.
Open? Well, all right, only...
Here we are.
Look, this is just another bedroom across the hall.
Get inside. Quickly now.
But look, Bart. We were in this room a little while ago.
Keep quiet, Inspector. We'll peek through this crack in the door.
What's going to happen?
Keep quiet.
Okay.
Coming now.
Yes. Someone's coming along the hall. I'm not saying anything.
He's crossing to the other bedroom.
Yes. And the doors are all open for him.
Come on, Inspector. Don't make any noise.
Oh, don't worry about me.
The hall's empty. He's gone into the other room and closed the door.
Who is it, anyway?
The murderer, Inspector.
You don't say.
Have you your gun ready?
Yeah, I got it right here in my hand.
Good. Come on.
All right, Douglas.
What's that?
Drop that gun, Douglas!
Oh, you're like a thing.
Oh, no!
Come in, Essex.
How's your sister? She'll be all right, I guess. I'm glad. It was quite a blow to her, finding out that it was Glenn who murdered Pomeroy.
Yes, I imagine it was, especially when she thought the real murderer was you.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Isn't it true that when you and Polly were out walking this morning, you told her that you learned about Pomeroy's financial standing?
Yes. How did you know?
I guess, but my guessing was based on certain facts I had acquired. For example, you also told Polly that you were going to speak to Pomeroy, ask him to break off his engagement to her.
What it amounts to that?
I thought so. Polly wanted to talk to Chris, too, you know. She knocked on his door. When no one answered, she opened it.
I see. And when she found out he was dead, she thought that because of what I'd said that I had killed him.
Yes. So naturally, she couldn't tell the inspector and me.
But I still don't understand why Pomeroy allowed Glenn to get so close that he could press a gun against his head.
Well, that was easier than you might think. Pomeroy was quite madly in love with your sister. He was jealous of Douglas.
Well, that was obvious.
Yes. This morning, Pomeroy went out for a ride. He suspected that Polly and Douglas were together.
Well, they weren't. Polly was with me.
I know, but Pomeroy didn't know that. He went back to his room. From the front window, he could command a view of the entire valley.
Well, I get it. He saw Polly and me and thought it was Polly and Glenn.
Yes, but he wasn't sure, so he got out a pair of binoculars and he sat there watching you.
Say, that's the reason.
That's it, Eddie. With those binoculars glued to his eyes, he wouldn't be aware of anyone creeping up behind him and holding a gun close to his head.
Well, I'll be...
Oh, hello, Inspector. Come in, come in. Is Douglas safely installed in the local jail?
Yeah. He's taken care of.
Did you check the fingerprints on the binoculars?
They were his, all right.
What about Douglas's wound?
Wound? Heck, I only shot the gun out of his hand. Wound. He's not wounded.
Oh, of course, Inspector. I should have remembered what an excellent shot you are. Marksmanship is sort of a hobby with you, isn't it?
Now, wait. I know what you're leading up to.
Yes, I know you do, Inspector. You know I'm going to say that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arnold, a lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, had had an unexpected caller.
Yes?
Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the great Paul Arnold.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Robert, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
No, naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't the
Tony,
pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
Oh, I get it. His nibs there might tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, eh? Now, wait a minute, Twitch. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh. So that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony.
thinking that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this pantyweight.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said, Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony? Why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get sprung after only doing it a couple of years?
Tony, please.
Double cross? No, sir. I laughed at him. Why I says Toots wouldn't double cross nobody.
I didn't double cross you, Tony.
Sure you didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. You wouldn't double cross nobody.
I'm glad you feel that way, Tony.
You bet. Baby, I'm proud of you. You got class. I always figured you'd make the grade if you got the break.
Yes, Tony?
I ain't like some guys. Some of them boys... You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
Take that Chuck Pizzera, for instance. Now, there's a character.
Well, what did Chuck say?
Why, he says, look, Tony, don't be a dope. Toots is in the chips, he says. Look, he says, she used to be your girl, didn't she? Okay, go on up and clip her for a few $100. She'll never miss it, he says.
And what did you say, Tony?
Nothing doing, I told her. Not me. I ain't that kind of a guy, see?
Thank you, Tony.
I ain't that kind of a guy, I says, who'd stool on a friend. Not even if she did double-cross me.
Tony, I didn't.
So what if Toots would pay off to keep me from telling about the weekend we spent together?
Tony, that's not so.
Sure, it ain't. Yeah, but the thing is, this Paul Arnold don't know it ain't so.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this, baby. Suppose this Paul Arnold was told you used to be a burlesque dancer.
Oh, Tony, you wouldn't.
Suppose he got to know about you and Jerry the Duke in that nightclub raid.
Oh, Tony, please.
Suppose he told and was told about you and me, and I showed him some pictures.
Paul wouldn't believe you. He'd throw you out of the house.
The way I figure it, baby, Arnold could check them things. He'd find they was true. Then, when I mentioned about that weekend...
Stop it, Tony. Stop it.
What's the matter, baby?
What do you want, Tony?
Want? Me? Not a thing, baby. Not a thing.
Yes, you do. What is it?
Baby, you got me all wrong. You know, I wouldn't put the bite on you for nothing. Of course, since it's getting along towards Christmas.
Oh, I see. Very well, Tony. I'll give you a Christmas present.
Ah, swell, baby. Swell. Wait.
The safe is over here behind these curtains. I'll be back in a minute.
No, you don't. I'll just go along, too, huh? Maybe you got some ideas about telephoning? Hey. Ah. This is a kind of a cute idea, ain't it?
Go back where you were, Tony. I'll not...
Yeah. Kind of a cute idea. Big, heavy curtains hanging on the wall, just like there wasn't this little alcove behind them.
If you think I'm going to open this safe with you watching me, you're crazy.
Yeah, kind of cozy, too. Just big enough for us two.
Tony, don't look at me like that.
Come here.
Tony, you keep your hands off me.
Come here. Just us two. Like it used to be, huh? Come here. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Maybe we can make another deal. What's that?
There's someone...
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yes, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Paul Arnold.
Paul Arnold. Well, Paul, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
Right now, I'm not so good, Bart. There's a dead man lying in my living room with a bullet through his heart.
What?
Yeah, he was murdered.
Murdered? How do you know?
Well, my wife was standing beside him, and my butler was standing in the doorway and saw it. My sister was in the hall and heard it happen. And by the way, there's a guy here named Danton who's accused practically everyone of making it happen.
Danton? Not Inspector Noah Danton.
That's the guy. Know him?
Yes, slightly. Tell the inspector, Paul, that you've talked to me and I'm on my way out. And don't worry about him. The old boy's bark is worse than his bite.
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector.
Come on in.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for you. You got my message, huh?
No, Inspector. What message?
What message? Didn't the babe call you?
What babe?
Arnold's sister. I was busy and I asked her to get in touch with you. I thought she did.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I haven't heard a female voice in a matter of hours, worse luck.
Oh, no? Then how'd you know about this murder? How do you happen to be here?
Paul Arnold called me.
Arnold? Why, that... Hey, what's he think he's getting away with?
Hello, Bart. Glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
More than a year. I've been in the service, you know.
Yes, I certainly do know. Wasn't I at your going away party? What a time.
Pardon me for interrupting. You two gents don't happen to know each other, do you?
Paul and I are old friends, Inspector. We've known each other for years.
We were roommates in college, Inspector.
Well, isn't that sweet? Unless somebody thinks up some excuses mighty fast, somebody's going to be cellmates in Sing Sing. Now, look...
Always the man of duty, eh, Inspector? By the way, have you identified the corpse?
Sure, it was a punk named Tony Irwin. He was doing a stretch for grand larceny and got let off for good behavior.
I see. And what was Tony Irwin doing here?
Well, obviously his motive was robbery. His body was found lying near the wall safe.
Yeah, and there was a gun lying beside it with one bullet discharged. Look, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector. You better come along, Paul.
Yes, I think I'd better. Your friend, the inspector, has ideas.
And I can guarantee you'll have a lot more before we get much farther in this case. Yes, Inspector?
You see these portieres hanging against the wall?
Yes, I see.
Look like decorations, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, now I swing them out like this. On that plane they're hung on, and what do you see?
Well. A dead man on the floor, a gun beside him, and a small safe fitted into a sort of an alcove.
That's right. Now, when I got here a couple hours ago, things looked exactly as they do now.
Well, and what have you been doing for the past 2 hours, Inspector?
What have I been doing? I've been lining up the suspects. I've been waiting for you. I've been looking for clues.
All right, Inspector, all right. Now, who are your suspects?
Well, Mrs. Arnold admits being right here when it happened.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Brenda didn't do this. You can't
Keep
say...
your shirt on, Bub. I didn't say she did it. I only said she was a suspect.
How did Brenda happen to be here, Paul?
Well, she came into the room and saw movement behind the curtain and decided to investigate.
What happened?
This Tony, whatever his name is, was tinkering with a safe. Just as Brenda looked behind the curtain, the lights went out. There was a shot. Brenda screamed and ran out of the room.
That's her story.
Now, look here, Dan.
Never mind, Paul. The inspector sounds much worse than he means to.
Oh, is that so?
Inspector,
now,
have you checked the fingerprints on the guns?
That's being done now.
How about the safe?
What about the safe?
Well, if Mrs. Arnold were telling the truth, as you seem to doubt, Inspector, Tony's prints would be on the safe.
Huh. That's right, isn't it? Well, I'll have the boys check.
Good. And tell me, who are your other suspects?
Roberts, the butler, for one.
Why?
He claims he heard Mrs. Arnold talking with someone in here. Just as he opened the door, the lights went off. Roberts says he saw someone standing near the door to the hall across the room. Then the shot came.
Did Robert see where the shots came from?
Yep. He says the guy that was standing near the other door fired it.
But he didn't recognize the other party.
No. He only got a glimpse.
Inspector, why do you suspect Roberts?
Because he must have been lying. That gun right there is the one that killed Irwin.
Oh, you're sure of that, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. You know I don't make idle statements, Bart.
No. Whom else do you suspect?
Arnold's sister, Agatha.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Aggie's so scared of firearms, she won't even look at one.
Yeah? And why didn't she call Drake when I asked her to? I'll tell you why, Bub. She's the guilty party, and she knew that if Drake got on the job, he'd prove she was guilty.
Inspector, let's not make idle statements, remember? Paul, it looks to me as though you're the only one that's in the clear in this case.
Yes, and I'm sure I wouldn't be if I hadn't happened to be on a plane coming back from Boston at the time the murder was committed.
Oh?
That checks. I called the airport. Paul Arnold left on the plane that took off from Boston at 6:30 p.m. He couldn't have gotten here before 9 o'clock, and the murder took place at 7:30 p.m.
Well, thanks for that much, anyhow.
Don't mention it, Bub. We always aim to please.
And stop calling me Bub. Bart, it seems to me your friend the inspector is determined to make a complicated plot out of a purely simple case.
Yeah, well, Bart, it seems to me that your friend Bub Arnold is talking out of turn. What's simple about it, Bub?
Well, anyone with any sense wouldn't ask. This man Irwin is an ex-convict, sent up for larceny. Obviously, he came here with the idea of robbing my safe.
Okay, so then what happened?
We already know what happened. Someone shot him.
See what I mean, Bart? Everybody wants to get into the act.
I'm sorry, Paul. The inspector is right.
Thanks.
Why Tony Irwin is here is unimportant. Somebody murdered him. It's the inspector's job to find out who.
Okay, I guess you're right.
The only thing that we're sure of is that you're not the guilty party because you were on that plane.
Well, Brenda isn't guilty either.
I appreciate how you feel, Paul, but still the inspector...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Roberts, what is it?
There's a Mr. Harrison on the phone, sir. He'd like to talk to you.
Harrison? I don't know any Harrison. What's he want?
Well, he said something about a ticket, sir.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'll talk to him, Roberts.
Very good, sir. If you'll pick up the extension...
No, I'll take it in the library.
very good.
Excuse me, Bart. I'll be back in a minute.
Take your time, Paul. No hurry.
Harrison, he doesn't know him.
Inspector, what are you doing?
I'm listening in on that conversation over this extension telephone.
Inspector, gentlemen, don't do that sort of thing.
I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cop.
Well, at least keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
I've got my hand over the mouthpiece. Ah.
Something interesting, Inspector?
Yes, something very interesting. Well, I'll be...
Well, Inspector?
But how good a friend of yours is this Paul Arnold?
Why, the best. I've known him for years.
Think he's on the up and up, eh?
Yes, I gamble on it.
That's too bad.
Why?
But I hate to tell you this. Arnold wasn't on the plane.
What do you mean he wasn't on the plane?
That guy Harrison that Arnold was talking to, he used the plane ticket that Arnold bought. He just called to thank Arnold. But Paul Arnold was here in New York at the time Tony Irwin was murdered.
Brenda.
Yes, Paul?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm packing. I'm leaving you, Paul.
Leaving me? Why?
Because I think it'll be best for both of us.
Oh, then you stopped loving me.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, what else am I to think?
Well, I'm not very proud of my past, Paul. Among other things, I was a dancer in a burlesque show.
And you're ashamed of it.
Oh, no, I'm not ashamed. I did nothing to be ashamed of.
Then why?
Because I met you, Paul. Because I fell in love with you. Because I wanted so desperately to have you love me. And I knew that Paul Darnell could only fall in love with a lady.
He did.
What?
I said, Paul Arnold did fall in love with a lady. You're that lady.
You're trying to be kind. You're pitying me. I can't stand pity, Paul.
Nor I. No, look, Brenda, listen to me. I've known for the last 3 months about your past.
You've known?
Yes, sure. Tony Irwin called on me. He told me all about you, even threatened blackmail.
And you didn't believe him?
Well, I found that everything he told me was true.
But why didn't you tell me, Paul?
Why should I worry the girl I love with something that was completely unimportant?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, there, you poor kid.
Kiss me, Paul. Hold me close. Oh, darling, what a fool I've been.
No such thing. I should have warned you. Irwin waited until things quieted down, then tried his blackmailing stunt on you. That's why I didn't go to Boston. I was worried.
You didn't go to Boston?
No, at the last minute I had a hunch. I gave my ticket to a man named Harrison at the airport. In fact, he just called me on the phone to thank me.
Then you were here when...
When Irwin was shot? Yes. I came in the back way just as the shot was fired.
But you didn't...
Shoot Irwin? No, darling. I didn't get the chance. Someone beat me to it.
Paul, listen to me. Does Barton Drake know that you weren't on the plane?
No, why?
Then you've got to tell him, Paul. If he finds out that you were lying,
Nonsense. Let Bart have his fun.
But it isn't only Drake, Paul. It's Inspector Danson. Oh, Paul, can't you understand how important this is? Drake's clever. He might prove that you...
Brenda, you don't think that I... Oh, darling. Come here to me. Listen, Bart's my best friend. Don't worry about him. And even if I did kill Tony Irwin, I've got the best alibi in the world.
Look, Bart. When are you going to give up and admit that your friend Arnold is the guy we want?
Why should I, Inspector?
Why should I, he asked. Because all the evidence we've uncovered points to his guilt, that's why.
What evidence, Inspector?
What evidence? Now, look, Bart, I'm a patient man. You know that.
Yes?
Paul Arnold had a motive. He wasn't on that plane,
And we're keeping that knowledge to ourselves, Inspector. I don't want Paul ever to suspect that we broke his alibi.
Oh, you don't? This isn't a game, you know, Bart, just because the guy's a good friend
What
of
other
yours.
evidence we the points to Paul's guilt, Inspector?
His sister knows he was here, for one thing. I just talked to her. She admits that's why she didn't do as I asked and call you.
Because she thought that Paul had shot Irwin?
Sure. She didn't want to see her own brother go to the chair.
Oh, Inspector, that's weak. Very weak.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's the gun lying beside the corpse.
From which the fingerprints have been carefully wiped. So far, you haven't mentioned anything that would stand up in court.
Okay. How about the fact that no fingerprints were found on the safe?
Yes, that proves that Mrs. Arnold was lying, doesn't it?
As I said, she stepped around the curtain and saw Irwin tinkering with the safe.
Yeah, but if you just let me talk to...
You want to see me, sir?
Yes, Robert. Will you ask Mr. and Mrs. Arnold to step down here, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Inspector, what was it that you were about to say?
I was going to say if you just let me talk to Arnold,
You'd sweat it out of him, eh, Inspector?
Well, how are you going to find out if a man is guilty if you don't ask him any questions?
You'll get your chance to ask questions in a very few minutes, Inspector.
I will?
Mm-hmm. As soon as Paul and Brenda get here, I'm going to have the crime reenacted.
That ought to be fun. I can hardly wait.
Now, let's not be sarcastic, Inspector.
I'm not only...
Hello, Paul. Brenda, come in, please.
Bart, Brenda and I have just had a little talk. There's something we want to tell you.
I'm sorry, Paul, but that'll have to wait. We've something more important to do now.
Wait a minute. If the guy wants to talk, let him.
It's really quite important, Mr. Drake.
I'm sure it is, Brenda, but it'll still have to wait. Inspector, will you ask Roberts to step in here, please?
Now, listen, Bart.
And, Inspector, will you also ask Paul's sister, Agatha, to stand in the doorway to the dining room? That's where she claimed she was when the shot was fired, wasn't it?
Sure, but...
Fine. Hurry along, Inspector. We'll have everything ready by the time you get back.
Okay. Only I'm more used to giving orders than taking them.
Now, Brenda, if you'll stand over there, near the curtains, in the exact spot where you were when the lights went out.
I will. Only if you'll listen to what Paul has to say.
I'm sorry. What Paul has to say will have to wait.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. This may change your whole outlook on the situation.
I'm sorry, that's impossible, too, Paul. Listen, I appeal to you. If Brenda won't cooperate...
He'll cooperate if he wants a doggone rude.
I'm sorry. There are times when a man in my position has to appear rude.
Not to my wife, you don't.
Whose wife it is doesn't matter.
It does in this case. Now, listen, Bart.
All right, Robbie, inside.
Just a minute, Inspector Danton.
Pipe down, Gramp, and do as you're told.
Danton, take your hands off Roberts. He's done nothing.
Well, now, what's happened to the big, happy family I left a few minutes ago?
Never mind the wisecracks, chum. Bart, I thought you were a friend of mine.
Friendship ceases where murder's involved, Paul. Now listen to me, all of you. You're going to do as I say, or Inspector Danton will take the three of you down to headquarters and lock you up.
Now you're talking my language, Bart, old boy.
So this is when I ask a friend to help me out.
Oh, what's the use, Paul? If this is the kind of person Barton Drake is, and what we have to say won't matter anyhow.
Brenda, you're 100% right.
All right. If it's going to make you any happier, what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Paul. Brenda, will you stand over near the curtains, please?
Yes, all right. This is where I was when the shot was fired.
Fine. And where was Irwin standing?
Directly in front of the safe.
How were the curtains arranged?
Well, they were halfway open. About like this.
Thank you. Stay there, please. Now, Robert, if you'll just stand here in front of this door.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
It wasn't near this door that I was standing when I saw the shot fired. It was over there near the library door.
Yes, I remember your saying so. However, if you don't mind, I prefer that you stand here.
Now, look here, Bart. If you think that Roberts had anything to do with Irwin's killing, you're crazy. He's been with me for years.
We'll go into that later, Paul. Inspector, where's Paul's sister, Agatha?
She's out in the hall near the dining room door, bored stiff.
But look here, sir. If it were Miss Agatha, I mean, the dining room door is right behind where I'm standing. I mean...
Well, what do you mean, Roberts? Are you implying that Agatha murdered Tony Irwin?
Oh, no, sir. Of course not.
Then keep quiet.
Say, everyone's getting mad at everyone, aren't they?
Paul, will you go over and stand near the doors of the library, please?
Okay. So now I'm standing here. What am I supposed to do?
Look over towards the curtains. Can you see Brenda standing behind them?
Sure I can. They're half open.
Excellent. All right, Robert. Tony Irwin was supposedly standing in front of the safe, farther back in behind the curtains, when you stepped into the room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Robert, I want you to raise your hand as though you had a gun in it. Point it in the manner you claim to have seen the figure point it, and fire.
Yes, sir. The figure was standing here. He aimed deliberately. Good heavens.
Well, Robert.
You tricked me.
Look out, he has got a gun in his hand.
Hey, someone turn off the light.
Look out, Agatha. He's coming at you.
Why doesn't somebody turn off the light?
Which way did he go, Inspector?
Through this door. Come on.
Right.
It's Agatha. He's holding her in front of him.
Stand back or I'll shoot.
All right.
Look out, Inspector. You'll hit the girl.
Not me, brother. All right, Roberts, you got one chance. That does it.
You blundering idiot. You hit Agatha.
No, I didn't. I hit Roberts.
Nice work, Inspector. Come on.
Agatha, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Is Robert dead?
Yeah, he's dead, lady. Inspector Danton never misses.
So you knew all the time that it was Roberts, huh, Bart?
No, I only suspected. The thing that puzzled me is the fact that he had no particular motive.
But he did have a motive, Mr. Drake.
Oh?
Roberts knew that Paul and I were happy. He apparently overheard my conversation with Tony Irwin and realized that our happiness was being jeopardized.
Roberts has been in our family for years. He was just being loyal. You know, I wish somehow we could repay the debt.
Well, I think Roberts would feel repaid if he knew how things had turned out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Paul.
Oh, no, darling.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, Inspector.
All I want to know is, how did you know that Roberts was it?
Well, that's a fair enough question, Inspector. Roberts said he glimpsed a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hall. He said he saw that figure take deliberate aim and fire.
I get it. Anyone standing in the doorway leading to the hall couldn't see the two people standing behind the curtain.
Ah, that's right, Inspector. Roberts, standing in the doorway of the library, could see them plainly. So he assumed that the figure could see them, too.
Uh-huh. And how did you know that this figure just didn't fire blindly and hit Tony Irwin by mistake?
Oh, Inspector, I'm ashamed of you. Because if he had, there would have been a bullet hole in the curtain. Now, wouldn't there?
Yeah. And there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. By the way, Paul, what was it that you and Brenda were so anxious to tell me a little while ago?
Why, well, Bart, it really doesn't matter now.
No, it isn't important at all.
As a matter of fact, it had something to do with my alibi. Bart, it would kill you if you knew.
It would, huh? Bart, shall we tell him?
Absolutely not, Inspector. I told you I'd like Paul to think that...
I don't mean that.
No, what do you mean?
Tell him, you know what?
Huh?
Maybe they won't think they were so darn smart after all.
Oh, I see what you mean, Inspector, yes. Paul, whenever you think of how you put one over on Barton Drake, just remember that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. For more than 2 years, a pair of top-flight radio comedians, Kit Fairfax and Jay Hardy by name, had been delighting millions of listeners from coast to coast with a friendly feud which they'd been carrying on over the air. On the afternoon our story opens, Inspector Noah Danton had called at my apartment and said that he'd received a mysterious phone call in which some unknown person had told him that Kit Fairfax was to be murdered during his broadcast scheduled for that evening. Now, Noah Danton isn't the type of man to be taken in by crackpot telephone messages. And so, when he urged me to accompany him to the broadcasting studio, I readily agreed.
All right, just to show you I'm no cheapskate, I'm getting a cocktail party up in my room after the broadcast, and you're all invited. The only thing is, you'll have to bring your own liquor.
Bring your own liquor. That guy kills me.
You and about 20 million others, Inspector. By the way, did it ever occur to you that Hardy and Fairfax might be serious about some of those insults they hurl at each other?
Bart, you're smart enough to know that's exactly what Hardy and Fairfax want people to think.
Maybe.
That they are serious. They work at it. That's why it's such a good gag.
Exactly. It's a very convincing routine, almost too convincing.
Huh? Say, nobody's tipped you off to anything, have they?
No. Just making idle conversation. You know, Inspector, I was a little bit surprised to find you waiting outside the studio with a couple of tickets in your hand when I arrived tonight.
Well, now, think of that. That's what I call gratitude. Here, I go to the trouble of getting you a free ticket to a brother.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Hardy and Kit Fairfax will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, a serious question. Have you put a black mark against every suggestion of black marketing? We've set up price controls to protect ourselves against runaway, uncontrolled price rises.
That was a shot.
Then let's
Probably
keep
part of the
those
sound effects.
protections.
Not while the commercial is on. There wasn't anything phony about that.
Mr. Fairfax has been stopped. Mr. Fairfax has been stopped.
Holy smoke. Come on, Bart.
Right with you, Inspector. Better keep the crowd from leaving till we find out what the score is.
Yeah.
Hey, you ushers, lock those doors. All right. Take it easy now, folks. One side, big away.
Here we are, Inspector, through the store.
Which way now?
This door here opens onto the stage, I think.
Please, will everyone please be quiet? My sergeant guard of the police will be here in a moment. Please, will everyone please be quiet?
All right, mister, all right. I'm Inspector Noah Denton, police headquarters.
Well, my sergeant guard, how did you get here so soon? I mean, how fortunate that you are here.
Yeah. Suppose we take a look at the body.
Now, just a moment, Inspector, please. I must caution you. I will not tolerate any publicity. It would be very bad.
Look, Bub, do you take us to the body or do I arrest you for obstructing justice?
Arrest? I? What such language? Oh, very well. This way. Through the door here.
Well, the spot to hold a murder.
You said it, Inspector.
Oh, Mr. Flagg, it's terrible.
There, Amanda.
All right,
calm yourself.
folks, all right. I'll take over. Stand back, please. Let's have a look, Bart.
All right.
Dead, all right.
Through the heart. Killed instantly, wouldn't you say, Inspector?
Yep. Hey, you.
Are you addressing me?
Yep. What's your name?
Me? Why, I'm Gregory Flagg, of course. My stars and garters, everyone knows me. I'm Kit Fairfax's manager.
Okay. Look, call up my office and tell them to send medical examiner Jim Ryan out here.
What?
Also a squad car.
Well, I'm not
Now, get going, will you?
Oh.
All right, the rest of you people. Let's have your names. You first. I guess you're Hardy.
That's right, Inspector. Jason Hardy. It was I who discovered the body. See?
Never mind that now. You, ma'am, you must be Amanda Gale, the singer on Fairfax's show?
Yes, that's right.
I'll just write that down here. Now, you.
Me? I'm Gabby.
The bodyguard, eh, Gabby? What?
Nobody never called me nothing but Gabby.
You got a last name, haven't you, Bub?
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, what is it?
Zobel.
Spell it.
I can't.
Oh, smart guy.
Inspector.
Let's get... Yeah, Bart?
I think you'd better take charge of this.
The gun, huh? Where'd you find it?
Under Fairfax's body. Keep my handkerchief around it. There'll probably be some fingerprints.
Hey, that's my gun. Jeepers, how'd Mr. Fairfax get hold of it?
Maybe he just borrowed it to shoot himself.
No, he didn't. He ain't gonna pin this on me. Mr. Hardy shot him.
Oh, so Mr. Hardy...
Cut him out, Gabby.
Now, wait a minute, you guys.
Now, Hardy shot him. I seen him do it.
You what?
Why, you dirty liar. You hands off me, Hardy. I can tell a lot more. Don't forget that.
Hey, what is this? Break it up. Get away from him, Hardy.
Slap-happy bodyguard is nuts.
Yeah.
Kit was my best friend.
It's ridiculous to think that Jay could do such a thing.
Well, now, think of that. Just one big, happy family, eh? Everybody loves everybody else.
Inspector, perhaps it would be better if we adjourned to Hardy's dressing room. I'm sure his description of how he discovered the body will make interesting listening.
Good idea. Okay, everybody, in you go. Might as well go there as anywhere else. Okay, Hardy, let's hear it. And don't leave out any details. The rest of you keep quiet.
Well, there isn't much to tell. After we finished our turn, Kit and I came off the stage. Kit is an inveterate tea drinker. Thinks he does no more cups a day. Says he gave him a lift. Formed a habit of sneaking back to his dressing room for tea during the band number. The commercial follows the band, so he had about 2 minutes. Gabby here always had a hot cup ready just at the right time. Here's about the way it happened.
Show's going all right, isn't it, Jay?
Yes, well. Rolled him in the arms with that last gag.
Oh, that was the build-up you gave me, boy. Hey, how about a spot of tea?
No, thanks. I've got to make a phone call. See you in about 2 minutes.
All right.
All right. Hello, operator? This is Jay Hardy. Yes. Would you get me the passenger agent of the American Airlines, please? Yes, that's right. I'll hang on. What the devil? Good heavens, Kit. Holy smoke, he's been shot. Here's a gun.
Hey, what's the matter?
Gabby, Kit's been hurt. Get hold of his leg.
Jeepers. He's been shot. There's blood all over.
Now, take it easy. Getting excited won't help. Just do as I say and...
You shot him.
Oh, don't be a dope. I didn't shoot him.
You done it. You got the gun in your hand right now. You shot him. Mr. Fairfax been shot.
Oh, come back later, crazy lug. That's all there was to it. Gabby lost his head and went running out onto the stage yelling like a wild man.
Okay. Now, Gabby, what's this story of yours about seeing Mr. Hardy shoot your boss?
Oh, he's lying. Gabby hated Jay because Jay wouldn't give him a job.
Please, Miss Gale, your turn will come. Well, Gabby?
Hardy had the gun in his hand. He was standing over the dead body. Ain't that enough?
Hardly. Inspector, do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Go ahead, Bud.
Mr. Hardy, did you have the gun in your hand?
Well, Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. You see, it was quite a shock finding Kit like that. I was dazed. I didn't realize what I was doing.
But you weren't too dazed to hide the gun under the body. Is that correct?
Well, knowing that Gabby thought I shot Kit, I didn't want to get...
Well, this is utterly ridiculous, cross-examining poor Jay. But you men don't seem to realize that Jay's an awful...
By the way, Miss Gale, weren't you supposed to be engaged to Fairfax?
Why, well, not really. It was a sort of a publicity stunt to build up the show.
I see. Where were you when the shot was fired, Miss Gale?
Well, I was in my dressing room.
I'll bet.
Miss Gale, a moment ago you mentioned that Gabby hated Mr. Hardy because Mr. Hardy wouldn't give him a job.
Yes, I did. And it's true.
But why?
Because Kit Fairfax fired Gabby just before tonight's broadcast. Gabby asked Jay for a job, and Jay turned him down.
Is that right, Harvey?
Yes, it is. You see, tonight was Kit's last night on the air.
You mean Kit Fairfax was going off the air?
When did this happen?
Well, he planned to make the announcement at the end of tonight's show. Not many people knew it. But Kit's been suffering from heart trouble. His physician ordered him to take a long rest.
I see. Then tonight was the first time the public would know that Fairfax's program had been canceled, huh?
Yes. Kit was also going to announce that from now on, Amanda would be singing on my show.
That's a lie. Miss Gale was supposed to be in love with Mr. Fairfax. When he told her he had to quit the radio account he was sick, she begins to make passes at Hardy. I won't. I'm going to tell what happened.
Is that coming, rat? One more yip out of you.
Hardy, I told you once to lay off that rough stuff. Now I'm going to
Just a minute, Inspector.
Yeah, what's eating you, Bart?
Before you do anything drastic, do you mind if I ask our friend Gabby a few questions?
Well, no, I suppose not, but...
Gabby, tell me, where were you when the shot was fired?
I was in Mr. Fairfax's dressing room where I was supposed to be.
And you heard the shot quite plainly.
Sure, you could hear it all over the place.
And what did you do?
I already told you. I run to the door, flung it open, and I
And did you run to the door and fling it open immediately after you heard the shot?
Why, sure I did.
Inspector, I'm afraid that Gabby is the man you should arrest.
What do you mean, arrest me? What for? I didn't do nothing.
Fairfax's body was found in the hallway between his dressing room and the stage. That's right, isn't it, Inspector?
Why, yes, but...
The room we're in now is Mr. Hardy's dressing room. It's located farther away from the stage. So that means Gabby had about half as far to go to reach the body as Hardy.
Bart, you got something there.
Yes, if Gabby ran out of the door immediately after the shot was fired, he'd naturally be the first to reach the body.
Holy smoke, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, why didn't you? Well, maybe when I get through, none of you'll wish you had.
Put down that gun.
I'll put it down when I get ready. You ain't gonna arrest me. You think just because I'm a punk you can hang this murder on me, huh? I know your game. You don't want the public to know it was that pantywaist Hardy that murdered Kit Fairfax. You don't want them to even think that Hardy and Fairfax was good friends because it would be bad publicity. So you're going to pin the rap on me. Well, you ain't going to get away with it. You ain't going to get away with it.
Oh, my Sergeant Goddard.
Just in time, Mr. Flagg, come in.
Gabby, what are you doing with that gun? Put it away, put it away. I hate the sight of guns.
Well, you're going to hate the sight of this one more than most. I suppose you think that I killed Mr. Fairfax, too.
I think that you killed... What? No such thing, Gabby. On the contrary, I know you didn't.
What the devil do you mean, Flagg?
Precisely what I said, Inspector Danton. Your friend, Medical Examiner Ryan, has arrived. He's examined the body, and he states positively that Kit Fairfax was dead before the bullet penetrated his heart. He was poisoned.
Fine thing. We practically have the murderer on ice, and the medical examiner throws a monkey wrench in the works by telling us that Fairfax is poisoned.
We can't expect all the breaks, Inspector. Here's Fairfax's dressing room. Let's take a look.
Quite a place. Looks just like all the others.
But what did you expect? Burning incense and a gorgeous blonde reclining on a chaise lounge?
Yeah. Wouldn't have surprised me any. What have you got there?
Fairfax teacup. Yes, it smells of poison, all right. Strychnine, I think.
So what does that prove? Nothing. Any one of a dozen people could have dumped poison in that mug of tea.
That's not quite true, Inspector. You know, Fairfax had only a few minutes. He probably gulped the tea without tasting the poison.
So what does that add up to? Did Gabby dump the poison in?
No. It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, remember? If he poisoned the tea, he wouldn't have shot him.
Yeah, I know. By the way, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
About the way you tricked Gabby into showing his hand.
Tricked? Why, Inspector?
Well, if it had been Hardy who did the shooting, he would have had to leave his room before Gabby heard the shot. And that would have placed him in the corridor exactly as Gabby described.
Yes, it certainly would.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Drake speaking. What? Oh, splendid. Thank you very much. That was a studio switchboard operator. I asked her to check any calls made from Hardy's dressing room tonight.
Yeah?
Hardy put through a call at 7:16 to American Airlines. He broke off in the middle of it.
So that means he was telling the truth. He wasn't in the corridor when the shot was fired. Gabby was lying.
It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, all right. After Fairfax drank his tea and left, Gabby probably opened the door, took a quick shot at him, ducked back into the room, and waited until he heard Hardy running along the corridor.
Well, I'll be... But Fairfax was dead on his feet when Gabby plugged him. Poisoned.
Yes, and I think the answer to that poisoning is right here in this room.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure yet. There's something here that shouldn't be, or there's something missing that should be here.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Inspector, poisons are usually kept in some kind of container. They're not carried around loosely.
What are you driving at?
Just this. Whoever put that poison in the tea must have had a box or a bottle of some sort. Inspector.
Huh?
There's someone in that closet. I just saw the door move.
Oh, there is there? I'll just get out my gun and... Okay, come on out and with your hands up. Oh, so you're going to play hard to get, huh?
Bart, flatten yourself up against the wall and jerk the door open.
Right, Inspector.
Well, my Sergeant Garters, you've certainly got a nerve.
Well, if it isn't Paddy Waste himself, okay, Flag, what's the gimmick?
I won't talk to there.
Whoa. Hey, this guy's been reading too many books. Look, Angel Eyes, don't make me sore, will you? I'm just a poor cop trying to do his duty. What were you doing in that closet?
Don't yell at me like that, you thing.
Perhaps I can answer your question for you, Inspector. Probably as Fairfax's manager, Mr. Flagg wanted to look over some of his papers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think it's simply wonderful of you for thinking of it, Mr. Drake.
Oh, yeah? Then why did you hide in the closet when you heard us coming?
Because I like to listen to other people's conversations. I adore eavesdropping.
I give up.
I didn't poison Kip Fairfax, though, if that's what you're thinking. Oh, I simply hate people who poison other people.
Mr.
They need to
Flagg,
accuse me of it.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Why, of course not, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. As Mr. Fairfax's manager, I suppose you handled all his affairs.
Naturally.
You'd see that he had comfortable accommodations, attend to his needs, things like that?
Of course.
Then, of course, you'd provide him with a teapot and cup?
Hey, that's an angle. Nice work, Bart. All right, Angel Eyes, how about it?
My Sergeant Garters, what a silly question. Of course I prepare... Oh!
Well...
Oh, it's a trick. Oh, you're trying to trap me into saying that Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm furious at you. I'm simply furious at you. Well, I'll not stay here another minute. I'm going to leave this in.
Hey, come back here. And me, standing here with a gun in my hand watching him walk out.
He can't get very far, Inspector, but I'd track him down if I were you.
You bet your sweet life I'll track him down.
Operator, this is Barton Drake. I'd like to be connected with my office, please. Yes, that's right. The number is 20... Come in. Why, Miss Gale, I've been expecting you.
You have?
Yes. You've been waiting for an opportunity to talk to me, so I arranged to be here alone. For a talk, right?
Why, yes.
You want to assure me that it wasn't Jay Hardy who poisoned Fairfax?
Yes, Well, I did. Well, how did you know?
It's quite obvious that you're in love with Hardy, Miss Gale. You'd hate to see his career ruined by the publicity he'd get if you were arrested.
Why, that's it exactly. Well, you do understand, don't you? I was afraid you wouldn't. Well, Jay couldn't have murdered Kit. He's an artist and an idealist. He couldn't murder anyone. Oh, I think this whole thing is terrible.
Oh, there, Miss Gale. Here, take my handkerchief. Yours is all stained and wet. I guess this isn't the first time you've broken down tonight.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't. I've tried to pretend that I wasn't upset for Jay's sake.
I know.
I guess I haven't been very successful at it.
I think you're a brave girl. Could you tell me, Miss Gale, did Fairfax and Hardy dislike each other as much as they pretended on their shows?
Why, of course not. It was all a gag to arouse public interest.
I see.
A month ago, Kit's doctors told him he'd have to quit radio. Well, Kit and Jay and I talked it over. We didn't tell anyone else. Tonight, Kit was going to announce that Jay had won me away from him. In the feud, I mean, and that was the reason he was quitting radio. We wanted to keep the gag running until Kit was well enough to come back on the air.
I see. Sure, people have a curious way of doing things, but...
What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
Oh, it came from the direction of Jay's dressing room.
Come back here, you!
What happened, Inspector?
Oh, the dumb truck of a bodyguard took a pot shot at Hardy. That guy must have an arsenal.
Jay! It's Jay!
No, Gabby missed him a mile.
Oh, that fat-headed bodyguard.
Oh, Jay, are you all right?
Sure. I'm okay, honey. Did you get Gabby?
It certainly appears so.
He's not hurt. I only winged him.
You dirty copper, I'll get you for this. I'll get you for...
Oh, that's what they all say.
Well, what happened, Jay?
I was calling up American Airlines to make my reservations. I saw Gabby's reflection in the mirror.
You were making your reservations, Mr. Hardy.
Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?
You used the singular pronoun. Weren't you taking Miss Gale with you? Didn't you tell her she was to sing on your program in Chicago tomorrow night?
Why, yes, but...
I see. Inspector, I think you'd better inform Mr. Hardy that he won't be taking any airplane tonight.
Another dressing room. Holy smoke, how do these actors stand such lousy cubby holes?
They love it.
What the devil are you looking for?
I'm playing a game, Inspector. Button, button, who's got the tea leaves?
Tea leaves?
Yes. There weren't any in the cup that Fairfax drank from. See most anywhere around here, I suppose.
No one would be dumb enough to throw them in a wastebasket.
On the contrary, Inspector, if the person were smart, he'd throw them away in the most obvious place. Thinking, of course, we'd never look there.
Yeah, I can't see what a handful of tea leaves is going to get us.
Possibly nothing. Let's see now. Some old press clippings, theater programs, a couple of letters.
What's the matter?
I found it.
Say, what the... See, that looks like a tea bag.
That's exactly what it is, Inspector, a tea bag. Some of the tea leaves had been removed and poison substituted.
Well, then that's how...
Yes. This tea bag could have been prepared by the murderer days ago and placed in a box with other tea bags. Inspector, now I know who murdered Kit Fairfax.
Done, eh? Fairfax unknowingly put the poison tea bag in the cup himself.
Yes, he gulped down the tea, then headed back for the stage. He was probably just about to collapse when Gabby shot him.
Okay. Now, who was it that...
Don't move, you love. I've been standing outside listening. Clever of you, Drake.
The blonde singer, and she's got a gun, too. Well, now, think of that,
Neither of you are going to be able to think of anything in about a minute. Drake, it's a pity I have to do this. I was really beginning to think you were an all right guy.
I'm flattered, Miss Gale.
Sticking your nose into crimes that don't concern you is bad medicine. Say, by the way...
How did I know it was you who poisoned the tea bag? Oh, woman's curiosity can always be depended upon.
Never mind the cracks.
I'm sorry. It was like this, Miss Gale. First, there was something missing from Fairfax' dressing room. Remember, Inspector?
Yeah, I remember.
I didn't realize what had happened until I saw Miss Gale's stained and moist handkerchief.
My handkerchief?
Yes, your tears touched me, Miss Gale, but it occurred to me that a woman as charming as yourself would not carry about a handkerchief that was stained an ugly brown.
Now I get it. The babe here sneaked into Fairfax's dressing room, wrapped up the tea bag in her handkerchief, and took it away. That's how she destroyed the evidence.
Yes, that was what bothered me. Tea cannot be made without tea leaves. I could find neither a tea bag nor loose leaves anywhere in the room. It was Miss Gale's stained handkerchief that made me curious. So I had my office check up on your past, Miss Gale.
Why?
I wanted a motive for your murdering Kit Fairfax. Miss Gale, why didn't you divorce your first husband?
He wouldn't give me a divorce, the rat, so I left him. I changed my name and I got a job singing with Kit. Sure, I made passes at Jay when I found out that Kit was leaving radio. I was on the way up and I wanted to stay there. Well, how did I know Jay was going to fall in love with me and want me to marry him? Well, I didn't do any more than the other dame would have done who wanted to get somewhere. Why would have married Jay if he'd insisted? Then that lousy husband of mine turned up and got the Kit. Kit and Jay were friends. Good friends. Kit didn't want to see Jay get mixed up in anything that would harm his career. He told me that unless I laid off Jay, he'd spill what he knew.
So you decided the Kit had to be eliminated?
Yes, and I would have gotten away with it, too, if you hadn't interfered. I'm still going to get away with it because right now...
Hi, Sergeant. Got us another gun.
Grab her, Inspector.
Yeah. Oh!
I got her.
Grab the gun.
Sergeant, look. Oh, this is dreadful. We simply can't have this sort of thing, you know.
Okay, Bart. You can let her go. I got the bracelets on her lily white wrist.
Right.
Well, if it hadn't been for that dumb manager...
Aye. Why, I had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. My Sergeant got it.
And look, Bart, the next murder that comes up, let me handle it, will you?
Inspector, how can you ask when you know that mystery is my hobby?
Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh. So I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crane. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right...
What makes you think that John Crane was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crane was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crane died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel till we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Denton. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crane did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I met up here. Okay, so Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crane told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crane, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah, what kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cod.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Hey, he's a real tough character, isn't he? Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crane. I'm sure he's in the mood for
Glad
listening.
to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crane and why.
Now, there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that. All right. Who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, that's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight. Nice.
Of all the outlandish frauds, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crane. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There you see, he admits that John owed him money. Oh, don't try to get out of bed, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans. Just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crane, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crane, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up, I'll...
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bob. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that makes the cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crane, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crane. Bob, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crane weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that corpse. Crane's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in this shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crane, eh?
Yeah.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crane had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. See, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. Dr. Mason estimates the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month, eh? It was a month ago that Crane disappeared, wasn't it?
Yeah, no one thought much about it at the time. Crane always lived by himself in the cabin down by the lake. He came up to the hotel once every 2 weeks to get supplies. Evans got curious when he didn't show up and went down to investigate.
Yeah. Say, here's something. Huh? If the body is decomposed by water to such an extent that it is not recognizable, how is everyone so sure that it is Crane?
His brother, Hugh, the loud-talking gentleman, identified him by a ring he wore and a birthmark on his back. And his wife also identified him.
Wife?
Yes. They were divorced, but when she heard that Crane had disappeared, she came up to help in the hunt.
Decided she loved him after he was dead, eh?
No. Crane had a reputation for being a miser, and Mrs. Crane probably reasoned he might have some money lying around.
I get it. Say, is that why Brother Hugh is here, too?
That isn't likely. Hugh has more money than he can spend. I'm convinced his only purpose in coming up here is to help locate John's murderer.
And I wish he'd do his locating away from me. By the way, where did Hugh find the trunk?
In a cove not far from here. He was walking along the shore and saw it floating on the surface when... By Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something.
Huh?
Yes, I am right. I'm sure I am. Inspector, let's get down to the cabin where John Crane lives at once. That must be the cabin, Inspector. You just see it there through the trees.
Yeah. Not much more than a shack. I guess Crane was a miser, all right.
Inspector.
What's the matter?
There's someone in the cabin. I saw a movement behind one of those curtains.
Yeah? Yeah, and I can hear voices, too.
Let's get up closer so we can hear what they're saying. Down, Inspector.
You're a fool to come up here, Nate. I told you once it was all over between us, and I haven't changed my mind.
You can't mean that, Daphne. You said that only because of John that
That
you...
was when John was alive. He's dead now, and I'm free.
And you didn't mean it when you said you loved me?
Me? Oh, Nate, you're so naive, really. Of course I didn't mean it. Oh, you were funny, you amused me no end, but what's the loving...
Stop it! How can you be so cruel? Daphne, in heaven's name, be human. You've got to marry me. I can't live without you.
Can't live without me. Darling, you're so old-fashioned, really.
Stop it, I can't.
You might as well know it now, Nate. I'm going to marry you.
You're going to marry Hugh?
Yes, she asked me this morning, and I accepted it.
But you don't love Hugh.
Did I say anything about love? Hugh is one of the richest men in the state.
You're desperate. You're inhuman. You don't deserve anyone's love, and I'm going to...
Stop. Let go of me.
I'll show you. No one's going to have you but me.
Nate, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Grab him. Yeah, all right, Bub. Take it easy. Take your hands off me. Let me alone. Now, it isn't polite to choke ladies.
She's no lady.
Hey, I quite agree with you there, Bob.
Thank heaven someone arrived in time.
I presume that you're Mrs. John Crane?
Yes, I am. I was looking over some of my dead husband's personal things, and this terrible person came in and attacked me.
That's a lie. She asked me to meet her here.
Yeah, we know all about that. We were standing outside listening.
You were eavesdropping? You heard our conversation?
Yeah, every word, lady. So you might as well stop trying to act like a lady, ma'am, and be yourself.
Why, you dirty wretch. Who are you, anyway?
The police, Mrs. Crane. The gentleman holding your erstwhile love is Inspector Noah Danton. I'm Barton Drake.
The police? Then...
Yeah, then. That's the best answer you can think up, ma'am?
Okay, Flatfoot. What do you want of me?
Plenty. What's all this business about you and your dear, dead, departed husband? You and he were divorced.
Were we? That's where you're wrong. John wanted me to give him a divorce, but I refused. So he came up here and lived like a hermit. The fool.
Well, so now we got all kinds of motives.
What do you mean, all kinds of motives? If you think I had
Tut. Wait till you're accused before you start thinking up alibis, ma'am. I'm only saying that a babe who wanted a divorce from her husband so she could marry the guy's rich brother has a motive for murder, that's all.
That's ridiculous. I've told you that it was I who wouldn't give John a divorce.
You're lying, Daphne. You've been begging John for a divorce for years so that you could marry me.
You see what I mean, Bart? Motive. They're flying at us so thick and fast we gotta hire us a shorthand artist to take them down.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector. You're thinking that perhaps Nate decided there were other means of getting rid of her husband so Mrs. Crane could marry him.
Sure, that's
not true. It's not true, I tell you. I hated Crane, but not enough to murder him.
Oh, that's it. That's what you meant, Nate Hobart, when you said it wouldn't matter how we got rid of John, so long as he was no longer around. Oh, how foolish I was not to have guessed at the fiendish thoughts in your mind.
Daphne, what are you saying? You're making that up. You're trying to pin John's murder onto me because of what I might tell you.
What a fool I've been. If I'd only known there was murder in your heart.
Out of your mind. No one would believe such an absurd story. There isn't a shred of evidence.
Oh, that you two are breaking my heart. Any minute now I'm going to bust out weeping. Hobart, you're under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I didn't do it. I won't let you arrest.
Stop him. He's getting away. Why didn't you stop him? You deliberately let him escape.
Yeah, that's right. We let him escape.
Why?
She wants to know why, Bart. Shall I tell her?
No, not yet, Inspector. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall neatly into place. We still have one more person to question before we can begin to speculate on the identity of John Crane's murderer.
Look, Bart, I got your signal back there at the cabin, and I let Nate Hobart escape, but I still don't see the reason for it.
Well, Hobart can be more help to us free than if we held him prisoner, Inspector.
Why?
Because he's still in love with Mrs. John Crane, for one thing.
Yeah, how's that going to help us?
And for another, he's not the murderer of John Crane.
Now, wait a minute. He's got a motive, and the girl said he made threats.
The girl was lying. Here's your impel, Inspector. Let's go in.
So, what do we do now?
We have another talk with Albert Evans, the hotel proprietor. In case I didn't mention it before, Mr. Evans not only knows who murdered John Crane, but he holds the key to the entire mystery.
What mystery? All we got to do is catch Crane's murderer. That takes care of all the mystery.
Does it? I think we're going to find that apprehending the murderer is only a prelude to the real mystery, Inspector. Well, Evans isn't behind his desk. I wonder where he is.
Probably taking his midday nap. I'll ring the bell. No soap. Well, he can't be far away.
Listen.
Help! Keep away from it!
It's Evans, covered with blood.
Looks like someone knifed him and then threw him down the stairs.
Go after him, Inspector. I'll take care of Evans. Well, Inspector.
Whoever it was got away. How about Evans?
Dead. A knife through the heart.
Then that means...
Yes, that means whoever murdered John Crane also murdered Evans. Because the murderer knew that Evans was aware of his identity.
Well. If it isn't old Inspector Gumshoe. Say, what's happened?
What's it look like, loudmouth?
That's Evans. There's blood. He's been stabbed.
That's right, Mr. Crane. Stabbed through the heart. In exactly the same manner that your brother was stabbed.
By George, this is a job for the police.
He's catching on, boss. Now life is worthwhile.
But look here, why would anyone want to murder the shrimp?
Because the shrimp, as you call him, Mr. Crane, knew who murdered your brother.
You don't say.
Yes. Mr. Crane, I'd like you to join the inspector and me at your brother's cabin in an hour.
At the cabin?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Glad to do anything you ask, but couldn't you make
Conduct my investigation here? No, Mr. Crane, I couldn't. The answer to the mystery lies in the cabin. Your sister-in-law will be there, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, your rival, Nate Hobart. I think you'll find a most interesting gathering.
Well. Isn't this the coziest little party? Mountain cabin, excellent company, and, by the way, Hobart, you were smart to give yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up. I came back to prove that it wasn't I who murdered John Crane.
You fool. Why didn't you stay away while you had the chance?
Because then everyone would have thought me guilty. And that's what you wanted, Daphne.
Oh, really, Nate? Must you be dramatic?
Returning here to the cabin was the smartest thing you've done, Hobart.
The kid couldn't be smart if he tried.
Oh, is that so, Crane? Ever since you made your pile and retired,
Okay. Pipe down, you two. We didn't come here to listen to you birds throwing insults at each other.
Well, what are we here for?
Do you object to being in this cabin, Mrs. Crane?
Oh, of course I do. This is where poor John was murdered. I hate the place.
I should think you might. Crane, what are you doing over there at that cupboard?
Getting myself a drink. We've got to stay here and play cops and robbers. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Drink, darling?
No, thanks. You know I don't like scotch.
Well, that's all there is. Here's looking at you, Gumshoe.
Mr. Crane, at the time your brother was reported missing, did you come up here to Chatsworth immediately?
No, I waited a couple of weeks. Wanted to make sure he hadn't just wandered off for a while like he'd done before.
Not many people knew it, but John was a little odd.
He must have been to marry a babe like you.
I think you're positively insulting.
Well, I gotta live up to my reputation. Everyone thinks that cops are roughnecks.
Another crack like that, Gumshoe, and I'll take a hand.
That's what I'm hoping for. All I want is an excuse.
Mr. Crane.
Huh?
Is it true that when your father died, he left you practically his entire fortune and omitted your brother John's name from his will?
Where did you get that information?
I've done some telephoning within the past hour. Your father objected to John's marrying Daphne because she was a chorus girl. When Daphne learned that her husband was to receive nothing, she left him.
And that's why Johnny decided to come up here and become a hermit.
Yes.
I don't see that's any business of yours.
Yes, what's all this about?
I'll explain in a minute. Mr. Crane, while you were up here conducting your search for your missing brother, did you live here at this cabin?
In this dump? I should say not. I stayed at the hotel.
Then this is the first visit to the cabin. Inside the cabin, I mean.
Yes. Now, what's all this about, Drake? I don't like the tone of your voice.
I was just wondering how you knew where your brother John kept his scotch. He walked directly to the proper cabinet and found it.
Why,
This is silly. I told him where it was. I found it this morning.
While you were looking over your dear, dead, departed husband's personal things?
And I was wondering, Mr. Crane, how you knew that your brother John owed Albert Evans a sum of money. for supplies he'd bought. This morning you gave that as an excuse for Evans murdering John.
This is nonsense. Why shouldn't I know? Evans told me.
On the contrary, Evans stated definitely that he told no one that John owed him money.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want his guests to know about it.
What are you getting at, Drake? Are you accusing me of murdering John Crane?
No, Mr. Crane. John Crane isn't even dead.
What, not dead? No,
John is dead. His body was found.
Not John Crane's body, Mrs. Crane. It wasn't John Crane's body that was in that trunk.
Then whose was it?
It was the body of Hugh Crane. This man here who claims to be Hugh Crane is John.
Drake, you're too smart for your britches. You haven't got a chance to prove him that.
Oh, yes, I have. You and your brother Hugh look enough alike to be twins.
No, wait a minute. Bart, are you saying...
I'm saying, Inspector, that when the elder Crane died, John came up here and lived like a hermit, so people would forget any particular traits he might have had.
Oh, this is utter nonsense.
No, it isn't. You and John did look alike.
Why, you're crazy, Nate Hobart. You never saw them together more than once or twice. And that was 10 years ago.
I remember that they looked alike. They were the same size, too.
Go on, Bart.
John spent those 10 years trying to make himself as much like you as possible. He practiced his gestures and his blustering voice and his handwriting.
That was so he could sign checks, eh?
Yes. John and Daphne wanted the money they felt they'd been cheated out of. They inveigled Hugh up here, murdered him, placed his body in the trunk, and submerged the trunk in the lake, so his features would be decomposed to a point of being unrecognizable.
I get it. Then John, pretending to be Hugh, meant to go back and pick things up where Hugh left off. He and the girl here would be married a second time, and everything would be rosy.
That's it, Inspector. But unfortunately, John made one fatal mistake. Look out, Inspector. He's going to throw that bottle.
Hit him, John. Put down that bottle or I'll...
Duck, Inspector.
That'll take care of you, gumshoe.
Get the Inspector right between the eyes. He's heading for the door. Grab him, Hobart.
Got him. Wait a minute, Sam.
Nice work, Hobart.
I learned that one when I played football in college.
Another minute and it would have been too late. Crane had a knife in his hand, the same knife with which he murdered his brother and Albert Evans. Well, how's the head, Inspector?
Okay. That guy was pretty good at throwing bottles.
Yes, and knives, too. I imagine that was another thing he practiced while pretending to live as a hermit.
Well, it's the first time a bottle of scotch ever went to my head. Say, I still don't see why Crane knocked off Evans.
Because Evans was the only man who saw John Crane while he was a hermit. Evans suspected that Hugh was John.
Then why didn't he call the cops?
But he did.
Huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. Evans called me.
Yeah, I remember. Now, if he...
And, of course, when John realized what Evans had done, he murdered him.
Okay. Now, what was the one fatal mistake that Crane made?
Both John and Daphne wanted to be sure that when the body was finally discovered, it would be decomposed to a point where no one would recognize it. So, John decided to discover the body himself.
So he discovered the body himself?
Yes. But when he told how it happened, he said the trunk was floating.
Something wrong with that?
Plenty, Inspector. If enough water had entered that trunk to decompose the body, it couldn't have been floating. It would have sunk.
Well, now, think of that. Now, wait. I know how you figured it out. You got a hobby.
Yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Inspector Noah Danton and I had not been out of the city for some time. When I received an urgent telephone call from Mr. Sam Hudson, an artist and magazine illustrator of Oak Ridge, we both welcomed the chance for a breath of country air. Unknown to us, Sam Hudson had had an unusual conversation with his half-sister Mary that morning.
Sam?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mary.
Yes, it's me. Sam, I want to talk to you.
Now, my dear, I've asked you not to disturb me when I'm working.
Sam, this is important. Put down the brush and palette and listen to me.
Now, look here, Mary. I promised Robinson I'd have this landscape done by Monday. I intend to keep that promise.
Sam, Cousin John is dead. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
What of it? I'm sorry, Mary, but we hardly knew John.
Sam, you don't understand. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
A lot of people die of cerebral hemorrhages. I don't want to appear rude, Mary, but really...
Sam, give me that brush.
Hey, stop that. Mary, what the devil?
Now, Sam Hudson, you listen to me. Cousin John is the third in our family to die of a brain hemorrhage within the past month.
So what? Maybe the family's having an epidemic of brain hemorrhages. Now, give me that brush.
No. Sam, you may be so wrapped up in your work that these deaths mean nothing to you, but to me they mean a great deal.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because George Hudson will be next. And then you.
George, and then... Mary, you can't be serious.
I am serious, Sam, very serious. Cousin Elliot was first, then Henry, and now it's George's turn.
Then comes me.
Yes. There's a small fortune in our family, Sam. According to the terms of Grandfather Hudson's will, it's to be handed down in the order I've just named.
Mary, you're wonderful. So Henry killed Elliot to get the fortune. Then John murdered Henry, and George killed John. Then, hey, I must be the one who's going to murder George. Now, I wonder when I'm going to do it. I'm pretty busy.
Sam, I wish you wouldn't laugh at me. I'm frightened.
Nonsense. Now, forget this, Mary. You're being entirely too melodramatic.
Oh, I can't forget it. It isn't just coincidence that those three people died.
Of course it's coincidence. Mary, listen to me. Elliot and John and Henry lived miles apart. Their deaths were spread over a period of months.
I know, but you're all I had.
You're Dean Woodford. When my time comes, you'll inherit the family fortune, marry Dean Woodford, and live happily ever after.
Well, all right, Sam. Maybe I am overly concerned.
Of course you are.
But you will be careful. Promise?
I promise. Now, hey, there's Dean coming up the drive. Go on out and have a time for yourselves. Only don't scare him with any of your wild stories.
All right, Sam. Oh, I'm asking Dean to stay to lunch.
Well, I'm going into my study. You can have the place to yourself. See you at lunch.
Hello, Dean.
Hi, honey. How's things?
Just fine. Nice coming in.
Where's Sam?
In the study. Asked me to come out for a walk.
Okay. Well, let's walk down to the river, honey. It's such a swell day.
All right. Sam won't mind. I told him that you were going to stay for lunch.
Well?
I did what you said, Dean. I tried him out.
What did he say? How'd he act? Are you satisfied?
Yes. Sam's not suspicious. I'm sure of it.
Oh, good. I told you that's the way it'd be.
I know, but I had to find out. I gave him every chance. It was the safe thing to do.
Well, you're too jittery, darling. No one's suspicious. They couldn't be. Why, it's a perfect setup.
Dean.
Yeah?
Stop here. We're out of sight of the house now. Dean, I...
Say, what's the matter? Come on, speak up. Has anything happened?
Oh, no, Dean. Nothing, only... Dean, you do love me, don't you?
Is that all that's worrying you? Come here. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, Dean, I love you so.
And you won't regret it, honey. After this job is over, we'll have plenty of dough and plenty of time to enjoy ourselves.
Dean, is it necessary that Sam...
Now, look, darling, there's no other way. You know that. You've known it right from the start.
Oh, I know, but Sam's my half-brother, and...
And what has he ever done for you? Made a drudge out of you. Made you live up here in the sticks.
But he did give me a home.
Sure. Why not? He needed a housekeeper. He had a few bucks of his own. He couldn't stand it to have anyone else around while he worked. So you were the sucker.
Oh, you're right, Sam. You're right, but I wish it were over.
Oh, stop worrying. In 4 days it will be over. First your cousin George, and then Sam. Cerebral hemorrhage. What a laugh. Even the doctors don't know.
And there isn't a chance of them finding out, is there, Dean?
Not a chance, baby, not a chance. They're all like that brother of yours. Too dumb even to think about it.
Hello, Drake speaking.
This is Sam Hudson, Mr. Drake. I'm up here at my place at Oak Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Hudson?
Drake, if possible, I'd like to have you take a run up here.
Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Hudson?
I don't know yet. You see, 3 members of my family have died within the past 6 months. All of cerebral hemorrhage.
Well, that sounds like an unusual coincidence.
Too unusual, Mr. Drake. My sister is... Well, you see, there's a small fortune in the family that's handed down from one cousin to another upon the death of the first.
I see. And one of you is next in line?
Yes. After my cousin George dies, the money comes to me. You know how women are, Drake. Mary's worried.
And you?
I must confess, Mary's got me going, too. I wouldn't want her to know I made this call. It would only worry her more. Still, I think an investigation would do no harm. On the other hand, if you'd rather not...
On the contrary, Mr. Hudson, it sounds like an interesting case. I'll get hold of Inspector Danton, and we'll take the first train up there tomorrow.
Well, that's all I can tell you, Inspector. Sam Hudson suspects that he's going to be murdered because 3 of his cousins have died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
But that just doesn't make sense.
It might when we hear the rest of the details.
Okay, but it sounds nuts to me. Guys who die of cerebral hemorrhages aren't murdered.
Stop worrying, Inspector. A couple of days in the country will do us both good. Yes, boy. Have you any local papers? One published in Oak Ridge?
You betcha, mister. Oak Ridge Gazette. There you are.
Thanks.
It's 3 cents.
Pay the boy, will you, Inspector?
Pay the... Oh, sure. Sucker me. Here you are, bub. Can you break a nickel?
Break a nickel?
Okay. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir. Newspapers, magazines...
Wait a minute. Huh. Here's something, Inspector.
Rudy Nebb in another jam?
No, it isn't the comic strips, Inspector. It's right here on the front page.
Yeah?
George Hudson, a cousin of Sam, died last night.
What did he die of?
A cerebral hemorrhage, Inspector.
Yes?
Good afternoon. Is Mr. Sam Hudson in?
Sam? No, he isn't. He's in New York.
New York? That's odd. Can you tell me when he left?
Why should I? And why is it so odd that Mr. Hudson is in New York? Who are you men, anyway?
Who are we, lady? We're here to ask the questions, not answer them. Now, look...
Inspector, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hudson. You are Mrs. Hudson, I presume?
No, I'm not. I'm Mary Hudson, Sam's half-sister.
I see, thank you. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, the police.
Everybody acts surprised when there's a cop in the crowd.
Anything wrong, darling?
Dean, these men are policemen. This is my fiancé, Dean Woodford.
Well, what's going on, boys? Bank robbery or something?
We wouldn't know, chum. Murder's our hobby.
Murder?
Don't be alarmed, darling. I've heard of this man, Drake. He writes books about murder. He's harmless.
Thank you.
Suppose we all step inside out of the cold. That's better. This country air bothers my hay fever.
Now, see here.
All right, tut now. Never argue with a cop, Junior. Okay, Bart, go ahead and ask your question.
We're sorry to have to intrude on you folks like this, but, Miss Hudson, we've reason to believe that your brother might be in danger.
But why?
Would you mind telling me exactly when your brother left for New York?
Why, it was yesterday morning. Yes, yesterday morning. He had to deliver a painting to Jeb Robinson of National Magazine.
You're quite sure he left yesterday morning?
Yes. Oh, something happened to Sam?
I don't know. Miss Hudson, I'm betraying a confidence in telling you this. Your brother called me yesterday.
Sam called you?
Yes, he felt that you were worried because of the deaths of your 3 cousins, and Sam was thanked to admit that he was worried also.
That's utter nonsense. Mary's cousins died of cerebral hemorrhages. A mere coincidence.
I'd be inclined to agree with you, Woodford. If George Hudson hadn't died yesterday, also of a cerebral hemorrhage.
Then you know about George.
Why shouldn't we? It's in all the papers. You know, Bart, if Sam Hudson was worried enough to call
now,
you...
listen, this thing is getting to be funny. What if Sam did call yesterday? That doesn't mean that he was home when he made the call. There are pay stations all the way to New York.
That's true, Woodford. But why didn't Mr. Hudson arrange to see me in New York if he was coming down anyway?
Yeah. Why did he insist that we come up here?
I don't know. You'll have to take that up with Sam.
Yes, we intend to, Woodford. Inspector, I think you'd better call National Magazine and ask Mr. Robinson a few questions.
Look here, Drake. It just happens that Mary and I are engaged to be married, and I feel that I have the right to protect her.
Do you think she needs protecting, Woodford?
The way you're acting, yes.
I always say give a guy enough rope and he'll hang himself.
Just what do you mean by that, Danton?
Oh, nothing. Only I was wondering why Miss Hudson said her brother left for New York yesterday to keep an appointment when the man he had the appointment with says that wasn't until tomorrow.
Well, I can't see as that means anything. Sam finished the landscape earlier than he expected to. Went to New York on the chance that he could see Mr. Robinson today.
Without calling Robinson first?
How Sam arranges his appointments is no concern of mine. Or yours.
You're right, darling. Drake, in your quest for book material, you seem to make mountains out of molehills.
It usually pays off, brother.
Well, this is ridiculous. I certainly don't intend to subject myself to any further questions.
Miss Hudson, you seem to think that Inspector Danton and I are accusing you of something.
Well, it certainly sounds like
Let me
it.
assure you we're not. Our sole purpose in being here is to help your brother, if he's in trouble.
Well, he's not. Now, look, if it's being paid that you two are worried about, I'll give you a check myself, and you can go on home.
Well, now, that's mighty thoughtful of the young man, Bart.
Yes, it is, Inspector, and I think we'll take him up on it.
Huh?
We can make out that check for $150, Woodford.
What, you don't mean...
Yes, I think we're wasting our time here, Inspector.
Huh?
If anything had happened to Sam Hudson, we'd have heard about it before
But
now.
look, it was only...
Write out your check, Mr. Woodford. When Hudson returns, he can give us a ring if he's still worried.
Bart, look, you said this yourself on the train.
Yes, that's right, 150. Thank you, Woodford. We're sorry to bother you folks. Come along, Inspector. There seems to be one time when we've gone on a wild goose chase.
I still don't get it, Bart. You walk out on the deal. Now, here we are on a plane heading for Bangor, Maine. Why?
If possible, Inspector, I want to save the life of Sam Hudson.
Save his life? For crying out loud, we don't even know where the guy is. What the heck are you talking about?
Something you said on the train, Inspector.
Of my say?
Yes, you said if a man died of a cerebral hemorrhage, he hasn't been murdered.
Well, that's true. You can't force a man to have a brain hemorrhage, can you?
I don't know. But the undertaker who buried Elliot Hudson when he died 6 months ago might give us the answer.
That's right. I'm Abe Shaw. I'm an undertaker, and I buried Elliot Hudson. Now, who be you?
Did you know Elliot very well, Abe?
Sure did. Known him all my life. Nice fella.
Abe, I want to ask you something, and I want you to think hard. Was there anything strange about Elliot's corpse?
Strange? What do you mean?
Any bruises or evidence of violence?
Violence? No, let me think now. No, can't say there was. Leg swollen a bit. Scar on his cheek. Hadn't been there for 10 years, though. Face bloated some. All that's natural. What you want to know for?
We're studying to be corpses.
Oh, funny guy, eh? Now, you look at here, you city...
All right, Abe, you've helped us a lot. Now, I don't suppose that you know the doctor who signed Elliot Hudson's death certificate.
Sure do. Everybody knows Doc Hayward.
And Doc Hayward said that the death was due to a cerebral hemorrhage.
Yep, cerebral hemorrhage, that's right.
Abe, had Elliot Hudson been seriously ill for some time?
How should I know? I never seen him much. He lived alone. Folks don't ask undertakers to call on him. Look, now, why don't you two go see Doc Hayward instead of asking me so darn many questions?
We intend to do that, Abe. Not only are we going to call on Doc Hayward, but on the doctors who attended both John and George Hudson. Come on, Inspector. I think we've hit upon our first clue. There's just one more question I'd like to have you answer, Dr. Hayward. Did you ever know a case in which a cerebral hemorrhage had been induced?
Certainly not. Such an idea is preposterous. Now, look here, Scranton or Danton or whatever your name is. When I say John Hudson was one of the best-looking corpses I ever had in my morgue, I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. You don't have to get tough about it. That's all I can tell you, Mr. Drake. John Hudson died naturally of cerebral hemorrhage, and I'm sure of it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, Bart, that's the last of them. They all told us the same thing.
You sound discouraged, Inspector.
Well, aren't you? This is the third jerkwater town we visited in the last 2 days. And what's it got us?
It's got us a lot, Inspector.
Oh, it has?
Yes. Now we know it was not mere coincidence that 4 men have died of brain hemorrhage within the last 6 months.
Oh, we do?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I missed something. I don't suppose you want to let me in on the secret, would you, Bart?
But of course, Inspector. I'll say, by the way, have you got our plane ticket?
Oh, yeah, I got him. There's plenty of time. Now, what was it?
Oh, yes. Well, Inspector, the reason that I know those 4 men did not die naturally is...
Dean,
Yeah? What's the matter now?
were you out there?
Yeah.
Was he...
No. I told you to take another 12 hours. Now stop asking so many questions.
I wish we'd never started this. I wish Sam would not...
Oh, shut up. Now listen, baby. We're in this up to our necks. Now quit your bawling. In another day, it'll be all over.
Oh, Dean, do we have...
Yes. I've gone too far in this to stop now. Besides, 5 murders are no worse than 1 in the eyes of the law. Well, are you going to quit that bawling?
Sorry, Dean.
No, that's better. Now, tomorrow, when I bring Sam in, remember what you're going to say to Doc Ambrose.
I won't forget, Dean. Sam has been in New York for the past 3 days. He came into the house complaining of a headache and went right up to bed.
Perfect. About an hour later, you went up to see if he was all right. You found him unconscious and called Doc Ambrose.
And Dr. Ambrose will say that Sam died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. He can't say otherwise. It's perfect, baby, perfect.
Dean,
Yeah?
look out there. It's those policemen.
What the devil are they doing back here?
Oh, Dean, I'm scared.
Now, quit that. Get hold of yourself. Yeah, it's them, all right.
They're coming in here. Dean, could they have found anything out?
No. Now, remember that. There isn't a chance that they could find out a thing. They'll probably pretend that they have, and we've got to play the game.
All right, Dean.
Come on. Let's see what they want.
Sorry, Miss Hudson, to have to intrude upon you again so soon, but certain things have come up.
Now, just a minute, Drake. We put up with your rudeness once before.
You're going to do it again, Bob. One side.
How dare you force your way into my house?
Oh, we dare anything, lady. We're brave men. Besides, this time we got a warrant.
A warrant?
Yeah, search warrant. Okay, Bart. Where do you want to begin?
Suppose you take a quick look around the house, Inspector. I'd like to ask these people a few questions.
Good idea. You need me just yet.
Right.
Mr. Drake, I absolutely refuse to answer any more questions.
That's up to you, Miss Hudson. However, after I tell you the information and the evidence that we've collected, you may change your mind.
Evidence?
Don't listen to him, Mary. He's trying to trick you.
I don't think I'll have to resort to tricks, Woodford. Miss Hudson, I suppose you know that 4 of your cousins have died of cerebral hemorrhages during the last 6 months.
Yes, I know about it. Why?
And, of course, you know that there was a sum of money handed from one to the other.
I can't see as that concerns you.
Oh, but it does, Miss Hudson, because the last one to receive the fortune was, or would have been, your brother Sam, and Sam is my client.
Well?
In the event of Sam's death, you would inherit the money, isn't that true?
Yes, it's true. What about it?
After you inherited the money, Woodford was going to marry you.
What the devil are you talking about, Drake?
I'm building a case, Woodford, against you and Miss Mary Hudson, a case of murder.
Murder? Are you trying to tell us that Mary's cousins were murdered?
That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, Woodford. Furthermore, you and Miss Hudson are the murderers.
You're crazy. They died of brain hemorrhages. You haven't got a thing on us. Don't listen to him, Mary.
Nothing to do about the place is clean.
I didn't expect we'd find anything in the house, Inspector. You folks won't mind if we look around outside, will you?
Yes, we will. This thing has gone far enough. Now, you two get out of here.
Take it easy, pal. Holding a gun on an officer of the law is a serious offense.
Forcing your way into a private residence is also a serious offense. Besides, I have a permit to carry this gun.
And we got a warrant to come into this house.
How do we know you have? How do we know you're even cops?
We're telling you, that's why.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mary, go into the kitchen and call police headquarters. We'll settle this thing right now.
But, Dean...
Do as I say. You know where the phone is.
Yes, and she knows it isn't in the kitchen. Woodford, that's as nice an act as I've seen in a long time. Now I know why you were able to convince Sam Hudson's cousins that you meant no harm.
Drake, I don't know what you're talking
about.
Oh,
yes, you do, Woodford. You're telling Miss Hudson
to
go...
Mary, are you going?
All right, Dean.
No, you don't, lady.
Keep your hands off me.
Sorry, ma'am, but this is necessary. Okay, Woodford. Put down that gun.
Take your hands off her, copper.
I wouldn't, Bob. You'll hit the lady.
Dean, don't shoot.
I don't intend to. Instead, I'm going to make that phone call myself.
Hey, that's a switch. I thought the guy was actually going to show his hand.
No, not yet, Inspector. Woodford's going to play the game to the very end.
Let me go.
Just a minute.
Never mind the girl, Inspector. Come along.
Okay, but this isn't the way I'd play it.
Woodford went through that door.
Yeah, sure he did, but...
Locked.
Yeah. So now what do we do? Break it down?
No, we don't have to, Inspector. Woodford won't go far. I'm sure of that.
Hey, now the girl's gone.
Splendid. I think we'll find them both waiting for us in the garage. There's the garage, Inspector.
Yeah. And you still think those two will be waiting for us inside?
Mm-hmm. I'm positive of it, Inspector.
Why?
Because Woodford still has hopes that he's committed a perfect crime. Here's the garage door, Inspector. Here, help me grab hold.
Okay. Hey, it's dark in here. All the windows are covered.
Yes, and for a good reason. There are our friends over there in the corner.
Oh, Mr. Drake, something terrible has happened.
Yes, I see it has. Is that your brother's body lying on the floor?
Yes, that's Sam.
Don't get any ideas, Drake. Sam was dead when we found him. There isn't a mark of violence on him.
It's true, Mr. Drake. Dean lost his head back there in the house and ran out here to get his car. He found Sam just as you see him.
Now, that's what I call thinking on your feet, lady.
Yes. Turn on the lights, will you, Inspector?
That's a good idea.
You won't find any marks on him, I tell you. Sam died
of a cerebral hemorrhage. Is that right, Woodford? Well, there's the lights. Let's have a look.
There's nothing to look at. Dean's right. I think we'd better call a doctor.
And I think we'd better take a look at your brother's ankles, Miss Hudson.
Sergeant God Woodford's got a gun?
I see he has. Watch it, Inspector.
Hey! He hit the girl with a 30!
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York only last week. K.O. Brown, lightweight boxing champion, was defending his title against a virtually unknown contender named Lefty Ross. The inspector and I were lucky enough to get ringside seats.
No doubt who that round went to, eh, Bart?
Not a question, Inspector. Young Lefty Ross doesn't seem to be doing so well, does he?
Well, I said right along the kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. Brown.
Yeah, you're right.
That fat head manager of his, what's his name? Niall Sampson, yeah. Knows as much about boxing as I do about flagpole sitting.
Was flagpole sitting the chief sport when you were a boy, Inspector?
Oh.
Look, Inspector. There comes Sampson now.
Yeah. I suppose he's going to give young Ross some fatherly advice.
Probably.
You know, if I had Sampson's reputation, I'd crawl into a hole and I'd just pull it in after him.
You don't think much of Sampson, eh, Inspector?
I'll say I don't. Hey, what's going on over there in K.O.'s corner?
It looks as though a private fight of its own has started among the spectators. Here comes a policeman. They'll have it settled in no time.
Sometime I'd like to go to a prize fight and see all the fighting done in the ring.
Here we go, Inspector. Round 2.
Yep. Hey, you want to make a little side bet on who takes it?
Right. 10 even says Lefty Ross takes it.
Are you kidding? That's a sucker bet.
10 even, Inspector. Take it or leave it.
Okay. It's a deal. Sucker.
That's all right. We'll see.
Hey, what's the matter with K.O.? He's laying down on the job.
You've got that twisted, Inspector. Young Ross is waking up on his feet. Look at that.
Hey, you bum! Get in there and fight!
You tell him, Inspector, he needs all the support he can get.
My golly. Sampson must have given the kid a shot in the arm or something.
Either that or K.O. was up late last night. Joe, look at that boy slam. Come on, Lefty. My money's on you.
What a sound. K.O.'s driving. This is something I never expected to see.
You and 2/3 of the crowd, Inspector. Look, K.O.'s down.
He's not only down. He's out. Like a light.
Get back to your corner, Lefty. Let the referee count.
He's counting. He's counting. Don't worry about your goal.
Stop hitting me.
Champion, Lefty Ross!
a minute. There goes Lefty back to his dressing room. Say, they're certainly putting him out of the ring in a hurry.
Well, there isn't going to be any hurry about K.O. leaving.
No.
He hasn't moved since Lefty hung that right hook on his jaw. Come on, Bart. Let's get out of here. I still can't
Wait
believe...
a minute, Inspector.
Oh, all right. Here's your dough.
Never mind the dough. Look up there.
Where? Oh, so you want me to look at my boy, eh? You got to rub it in,
Inspector,
eh?
K.O. is more than knocked unconscious. Come on, man.
Good gosh, you're right. Follow me, Bart. Hey, make way there, will you?
Pardon me,
One side, you
Pardon me,
guys. Here we are, Bart. Climb up under the rope.
Right. That's Doc Stanley bending over K.O. now.
Yeah. By the expression on his face, I'd say things weren't so good.
Hello. How's the story, Doc?
Hello, Mr. Drake. This is bad. K.O.'s jaw is broken. He's dead.
Look, Bart, if you think you're going to smell a murder out of this one, you're crazy. The fact that K.O.'s jaw was broken is
The
enough.
fact that K.O.'s jaw was broken is the reason why I'm suspicious, Inspector.
I don't get it. Look, if the kid could
This is
hit
K.O.'s
hard
dressing
enough...
room. Let's go in. What?
I'll take care of that. Open up. Come on, open the door.
They don't seem to hear you, Inspector.
Oh, well, they better hear me. Hey, open this door in the name of the law. Who is that? Well, how do you like that? Who is it, they want to know? The police! Open this door out! That's about time. Oh, the devil...
There's Lefty on the rubbing table, Inspector. Let's go over to him.
Yeah. There's Sampson with him. One side, Bob.
Hello, Denton. What's on your mind?
Plenty. What's the matter with the kid?
Well, what do you think? A couple of rounds of being slugged by a pug like K.O. onto a kid like Lefty here, no good.
You mean that Lefty's up?
He was out on his feet when we took him from the ring.
By the look of those red welts on his body, he took more of a beating than I thought.
Hey, take it easy, kid. Take it easy. You'll be all right.
Is that the reason you hurried him out of the ring, Sampson?
Sure. Don't do no good to let them things get wrong.
Oh, I figured right, eh? The kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. But you shoved him in just the same. He got in a lucky punch and...
Take it easy, Flatfoot. You stick to your snooper and I'll stick to my prize fighting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what the devil reason you got busting in here anyway?
Plenty. Now,
Inspector,
listen.
please. Sampson, would you mind stepping over here in the corner a minute? Bring along those gloves, Inspector.
Sure.
All right, Sampson, let's go.
Say, what kind of a gag is this? Look, I got to tend to the kid.
It'll be just as well if the kid doesn't hear what we have to say for the moment.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Doc Stanley just finished examining K.O. He's dead.
Dead? What do you mean he's dead?
He stopped breathing. What do you think we mean?
Now, wait a minute. What's it got to do with me? What do you needle me for?
K.O. died as a result of a beating he took from your boy, Sampson. His jaw was broken.
What do you mean beating he took from my boy? That's a laugh. It was K.O.'s fight right from the first gong until Lefty got in that lucky punch.
Yes, it was. That's what made us think that something might be wrong. Inspector, have you examined those gloves?
Yeah, they're okay. Nothing wrong there.
Say, look, what is this? What are you examining the gloves for? If you think I had anything to do with this, you're crazy. Lefty couldn't hit anyone hard enough to kill him. Anybody'd know that.
That's just the point, Sampson. Lefty couldn't hit K.O. hard enough to kill him. And he couldn't hit hard enough to break K.O.'s jaw. That's why I think that K.O. was murdered.
Lefty.
Oh, hello, Donna.
Lefty, you didn't win.
Yes, I won. I'm the new lightweight champion.
Oh, darling. Darling, now we can have... Lefty, what's wrong?
But you haven't heard?
Haven't I heard what, honey? I've just been sitting here waiting.
K.O.'s dead.
Dead? Darling, what are you saying?
He's dead. He died because I hit him too hard.
Honey, you're joking. How could he die because you hit him too hard? That's ridiculous.
They think I had my gloves padded. They think I murdered him. They let me go because they couldn't turn up any evidence, but I can't leave town.
The idea. Well, the very idea of thinking that you...
They're coming up here to ask me questions. They think I did it. They think I'm a murderer.
Oh, darling, don't. Of course you didn't do it. Of course you're not a murderer.
I must be. They said K.O. died from blows he received in the ring. They examined my gloves. They thought the gloves had been padded.
Look, darling, be reasonable. You couldn't have hit him that hard. And even if you did, it wouldn't be your fault. Lefty, your gloves weren't padded.
I don't know. I don't remember. It's all confused in my mind. Maybe they were padded. Oh, there they are now. I've got to get out of here.
You're doing nothing of the sort. You stay right where you are. This is the silliest thing I ever heard of. Yes?
Sorry to intrude, Mrs. Ross. You are Mrs. Ross, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Ross. If you're the police, Lefty has already
I'm
told
Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hi.
Hello, Lefty.
Hello, Mr. Drake.
Now, see here, Mr. Drake. It's utterly ridiculous to think that Lefty could have hit
Yes,
that.
I know. We don't believe Lefty's capable of delivering a blow hard enough to kill any man any more than you do.
But still, you've accused him of murder.
Not yet we haven't, lady. It's like this. If K.O. died as a result of the blows he received, the gloves had to be padded.
Padded?
Yeah.
Are you accusing Lefty of padding his gloves?
What does Lefty have to say about it?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't pad them myself, but suppose someone else did.
Someone else? That's a hot one. Look, son, don't stand there and tell us. You wouldn't know whether or not you were wearing gloves with a hunk of lead in one of them.
Well, I suppose I'd know.
Sure you'd know, and the referee would know when he looked the gloves over.
That's just the point. The referee would know. Lefty, tell us exactly what happened from the time you left your dressing room until you returned there after the fight.
Well, I don't know exactly what... That is, I'm not sure. Everything's so confused.
You don't know? Now, look, son, you don't expect us to believe that.
Then why not? Lefty was excited. It was his first big fight. Naturally, he's confused about what happened.
You remember the fight, don't you, Lefty?
Yes, I remember that. I remember taking a beating in the first round. I remember the roar of the crowd and Sampson yelling at me, calling me a coward, telling me to get in there and fight. Then the gong rang, and I remember thinking it would have to be now or never.
So you got in there and slugged, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Lefty, K.O. must have worked me over pretty badly. I guess I was out on my feet when they took me from the ring. I got in one lucky punch, and that was all.
Well, I got to admit it was a beautiful sock. Now, I don't think you were so confused, Bob.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I think he was.
But look, Bob, if he can remember getting in there and slugging...
Inspector, I'm going to change my opinion about K.O. Brown being murdered. I think his death was accidental.
Accidental?
Yes. Tell me, Lefty, this was to be your last fight, wasn't it?
Well, yes, Mr. Drake. Well, that is, if I lost, it was.
And you had every intention of losing. I mean by that, you knew you weren't ready to meet K.O., and you didn't think you had a chance of licking him.
That's right. Sampson didn't think so either, but he offered me big money to take K.O. on.
Look, Lefty and I want to buy a farm. Neither of us have any relatives, except Lefty's brother Mike, who isn't much good. Fighting was the only way Lefty knew of earning enough money before we got too old. You can't blame him.
I'm not blaming him, Mrs. Ross. One more question, Lefty. Suppose K.O. hadn't died. Suppose you just knocked him out, thereby making yourself champion. Would you have stuck with Sampson?
Well, if I got to be champ, I don't suppose I could have let Sampson down until after I had at least one more fight.
Exactly. Inspector, I think we'd better get down to Niall Sampson's gymnasium. We're going to work a little bluff on Mr. Sampson that should definitely pay off.
Oh, it's you, Drake. Still snooping around, huh?
That's right. Still snooping around, Sampson. Well, are these two hairy gentlemen your bodyguards?
That's it, Drake. My bodyguards. They get paid to see that no harm comes to me. You understand?
Yes, perfectly.
Drake, you're smart. All right, boys, relax. Now, what's on your mind, Drake?
A little matter of murder, Sampson. That's rather a new line for you, isn't it?
Let's say it's out of my line entirely, chum.
I see. Meaning, of course, that you didn't murder K.O. Brown.
I didn't lay a hand on him. And I can prove it.
Can you prove that you didn't pad one of the gloves worn by Lefty Ross with a pair of brass knuckles or worse?
Ah, that's a laugh. I suppose next you're going to tell me I had the referee in my pay.
I think you would if you could, Sampson. Failing in that, you resorted to the next best thing. You padded the glove yourself. You did it between round 1 and 2.
Sure, just walked up, stuck a hunk of iron in a glove with everyone looking on at me.
No one was looking at you, Sampson, because everyone's attention was attracted to the fight among the spectators. It started near K.O.'s corner.
You're reaching for something that ain't there, Drake. Can I help it if a couple of drunks get to slapping each other around?
You helped this one. You paid the drunks to do it. Inspector Danton just took them down to headquarters, where I feel reasonably sure he'll persuade them to confess.
What? What, you could...
Well, now that we've cleared up that point, perhaps you'd like to confess to petting Lefty's glove.
Look, Drake, you're too smart for your pants. Why don't you go have a talk with Lefty?
Uh-huh. I just came from there.
And I suppose he told you that between round 1 and 2, I come up and stashed a slug in his glove.
No, I'm sorry to say he didn't.
Which blows your theory wide open, don't it? Listen, that kid's on the level. He wouldn't let me pull a fast one like that even if I wanted to.
I'm quite aware of that, Sampson. That's the reason I'm going to hunt through your desk for a bottle of scopolamine tablets.
Are you saying I drugged the kid?
That's what I'm saying, Sampson.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I drugged the kid so he wouldn't know I was loading his glove. But he was still in good enough condition to knock out K.O.
You sound triumphant, Sampson.
Yeah, triumphant. Yeah, that's a good word. I think you're a little bit wacky if you expect anybody to believe that crackpot story. Now get out of here. I got things to do.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone the things you have to do, Sampson.
Keep away from that desk, Drake.
Afraid of what I might find, Sampson?
I'll tell you how afraid I am. Boys, lock the door.
I wouldn't do it, boys. Inspector Danton will be back here any minute, and he won't be alone.
So what if he is? I'm telling you to get out of this office or else.
Sorry, Sampson. You've been training fighters for years. You ought to understand this.
Boy, you lousy. Get him, boy.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, come on. Oh, you will, will you?
Get it on. Open the door. Takes care of Drake. Come on, boys. Let's get out the back door. What Danton don't know won't hurt him. Hey, you get back out of sight. Open up or I'm shooting this lock to
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll let you in.
Jumping Judas, Bob. Look at your face. They did a job on you, eh?
Yes, it feels that way, Inspector.
Oh, what did you let them lock the door for?
I was busy at the moment.
Well, anyway, the bluff worked. Sampson thought sure as heck I was working over some of his boys down at headquarters.
I'm afraid our bluff missed fire entirely, Inspector.
What do you mean? I heard every word Sampson said.
The trouble is you didn't see what I saw.
You see something special?
Very special, Inspector. Just as Sampson and his boys reached the rear door, it opened and a man came in. Sampson yelled at him to get back out of sight.
Well, who was it?
Lefty Ross.
Bart, those mugs had done something to your thinking apparatus. That couldn't have been Lefty Ross you saw.
Well, possibly you're right about Lefty, Inspector, but there's nothing wrong with my thinking apparatus.
Who are you calling? Every minute we waste here gives Sampson more time to get away, you know.
Sampson won't go far, Inspector. As soon as he realizes that running away will amount to confession, he'll be back.
Hello?
Hello, Lefty. This is Drake.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake.
Lefty, have you been away from your apartment since Inspector Danton and I were there?
No, Donna and I have been right here all the time.
Good. Now listen carefully, Lefty.
I wish I had your faith that mug Sampson would stick around when he knows.
That's right, Lefty. Now, if you'll follow those instructions, I think you and Donna will be able to buy your farm. Do you think you can handle it, Lefty?
Sure, Mr. Drake. We'll do anything you say. What time do you want Donna and me to leave the apartment?
Oh, in about 15 minutes. Inspector Danton and I will have everything under control by then.
Okay, Mr. Drake. We'll be there. You can count on us.
Fine. Goodbye, Lefty. See you later. Well, Inspector, do you think my plan will work?
It'll work as far as we're concerned, but suppose Sampson doesn't play ball.
He will, Inspector. I'm sure of it. We're giving him an opportunity to destroy evidence that will prove him guilty of murder, and I doubt if he'll fail to bite. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going out the front door of the gymnasium and walk down the street as though we were leaving the place for good.
You figure that Sampson's watching outside for us to do just that, eh?
That's exactly what he's doing. As soon as he's sure we're gone, he'll return to his office. After all, he feels reasonably sure that we haven't got a thing on him. Now, if he can destroy certain evidence that is probably hidden around this gym somewhere, he's going to feel pretty smug.
Okay, I only hope those kids don't get themselves into a jam.
They won't, Inspector. We're going to be on hand to see that they don't. Come along.
Mr. Drake's plan doesn't work?
Oh, it'll work, Donna. Drake knows what he's doing. It's the only chance I have of escaping a murder charge. Oh, Mrs. Sampson's office here.
Aren't you going to knock?
No, let's surprise her.
Hey, what the... Oh, it's your kid. And a little woman, too. Well, come right in. Come in.
Hello, Niles. I dropped by to tell you I was quitting the ring.
Oh, you did? Now, just a minute, kid. You ain't walking out on me just when I made you champ, are you?
Yes, I am. That fight wasn't on the level, and you know it.
You better back that statement up with a few facts, kid. I don't like it.
I didn't think you would, Niles, so I got the facts. All the facts I need.
Yeah? Such as what?
Well, I talked to some people who saw the fight. They said I took quite a beating in the first round.
They said it? Don't you know yourself whether you did or not?
No, I don't. That's what I wanted to ask you about, Niles. Everyone I talked to said K.O. lambasted me all over the place. They said that mostly he went after my face and head.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. And when I heard that, I began to wonder why I didn't have any marks or bruises on my face at all.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Well, now, ain't that a shame? Kid, it's just a lucky thing my boys are here. They can just take care of your predicament without no trouble at all. Boys, the kid here figures he ought to have some marks on his face and head to show he's been in a fight.
Lefty, look out. They're going to beat you up.
Now, Mrs. Ross, don't you worry. My boys will give Lefty what he wants, and then we'll all sit down and have a nice little talk about whether or not the kid's going to walk out on Niles Sampson.
No, leave him alone.
Give it to him, boys. He asked for it. Keep away from me, you nuts. Get out.
You punks. Get away from him. Sit still, Sampson. Bart, go over there and frisk him, will you?
Glad to, Inspector.
Hey, what is this? What's the idea?
In case you're really wondering, Sampson, we'll let Lefty's brother Mike give you the details.
Why, you can't prove a thing by him. Not a thing.
What's my brother Mike got to do with this, Mr. Drake?
Quite a lot, son. It was Mike who fought K.O. Brown yesterday, not you.
That's impossible.
No, that's not as impossible as you might think, Mrs. Ross. You see, before the fight, Lefty was given a scopolamine tablet.
Scopolamine? What's that?
It's a new drug, Lefty. It puts the patient in a semi-conscious state. Some psychiatrists use it as a substitute for hypnotism.
Well, I can't believe I wasn't actually in that ring.
You don't remember the fight? You said so yourself.
Well, it's all confused.
I'll tell you why you can't remember it, Lefty. Sampson had a loudspeaker rigged up in your dressing room. You heard the fight, and Sampson kept yelling at you to get in there and slug.
And someone else kept whacking you with a wet towel, which accounted for the welts on your body.
It was your brother who was actually in the ring. He looked enough like you so that no one noticed the difference.
And between rounds 1 and 2, Sampson came up and patted one of Mike's gloves while everyone's attention was attracted to the fight near K.O.'s corner. Mike had been training for weeks. It wasn't much good, but he had enough stuff to last 2 rounds, which was all Sampson wanted.
Yeah, but why? Why did Sampson go to all that trouble?
The answer to that is obvious, Mrs. Ross. Lefty was going to quit the ring, but Sampson knew if he won the championship, he'd feel morally obligated to stick for at least one more bout.
And maybe Sampson could work the same gag again.
Okay, boys, you got me. That's just the way it happened. I should have figured I couldn't get away with it.
Huh? What? Did you hear what I heard? The guy actually admits it.
No one I'm licked, Danton. I got that box of scopolamine pills in this drawer in case.
Watch him, Inspector. There's a gun in that drawer.
You bet there is. Take care of Drake, boys. The boys better take care of themselves and Drake.
Hey, pull up here, Inspector. The Rosses live in that apartment house.
I know it. I've been here before.
That's right.
I don't know how Lefty and I can ever thank you two for all you've done
That's
for
fine, Mrs. Ross. It's the sort of thing that the Inspector and I enjoy. Eh, Inspector?
Oh, sure. We had a heck of a time. Say, look, Bart, I've been figuring...
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Were you going to say something, Lefty?
Well, yes, I was. Well, what if no one had noticed, Mr. Drake? Well, I mean, Sampson never let me have much publicity. Do you suppose
That he
was
kept you undercover on purpose? Yes, I do. The fewer times your picture appears, the less likelihood of anyone recognizing Mike when he stepped into the ring.
I guess you're right. Mike and I look almost exactly alike. Did you know it wasn't me in the ring, Mr. Drake?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Oh, then how did you guess? What gave you the idea that something was wrong?
It was your name, Lefty.
My name?
Of course. You got your name for being left-handed, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but...
K.O. Brown was knocked out by 2 rights to the heart and a right hook to the jaw.
That's it. That's what I was trying to figure out. But
Hand me over $10.
$10, Inspector?
Sure, you bet me 10 even on that second round.
I don't understand, Inspector. I bet you 10 even that Lefty would take the second round, remember?
Well, sure I remember. But Lefty didn't take it. It was his brother Mike who took it. You proved it yourself. Now, give me my $10.
You won't. All right, you got me, Inspector. I stuck my chin out on that one. Here you are.
Thanks. Glad I happened to think of that. By the way, Bart, there's a fight at the Gardens next week.
So?
Now, look, I'll bet you 15 buckles.
No, you don't,
huh?
Inspector. Not a chance. From now on, I'm betting on only one thing, and that is... mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Inspector Danton and I decided to take a few days off and do some fishing. We stopped at a place called Pine Haven Lodge, located in the heavily timbered slopes of the Adirondacks. Judd Loring, owner of the lodge, had told us of a likely pool, which was known only to himself and a few others. Well, I guess this is the place, Inspector.
Yeah, I guess it is. Look at that pool. Quiet as a mill pond. You know, it reminds me of the time we were on that windmill case up in New Hampshire.
Oh, yes, I remember that. The surface of the water on that pond was as smooth as this one, but the sails on the windmill were turning.
Yeah. And we wondered why the pond wasn't ruffled if there was enough wind to make the windmill sails go around.
Yes, which led us to suspect that some mechanical device was being employed to turn the windmill.
Yeah. We found it was a hidden motor that was turning the windmill, and the windmill was pumping oil from a pipeline.
Mm-hmm. You certainly were clever to figure that one out, Inspector.
I was clever?
Yes.
Yes, I was, wasn't I?
You were indeed. Well, let's hope that no murders occur to spoil our fun this time.
Yeah. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Did you bring the worms?
Worms?
Sure. How we going to fish without worms?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to use a Royal Coachman, Inspector. Pass me that bait box, will you?
Bait box? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Thanks.
What's a Royal Coachman? When I was a kid, we just stuck a worm on a bent hairpin. We didn't need any coachman along, royal or common.
A Royal Coachman, Inspector, is a wet fly.
Oh?
And there we are. Did you ever catch any fish, Inspector?
Ever catch any fish? Say.
Stand aside, please, Inspector. I'm going to cast.
Okay. This fish I caught was bigger than...
By Jove, Inspector, did you see that rainbow leap?
No. My fish was bigger than...
Inspector, Jim Loring was right. This pool is fairly alive with trout.
Is it? That fish of mine must...
Look out. I've got a strike.
What? Do you want to hear about my fish or don't you?
Too bad he got away. Oh, well, there seem to be plenty more. What were you saying, Inspector?
Nothing.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Tell me about it.
Nothing doing. I'm not forcing my fish stories on anyone.
Well, very well. Suit yourself.
You mean you're not going to insist that I tell you?
Naturally not, if you don't want it. Wait a minute. Inspector, listen.
Huh? Listen to what?
Someone's coming.
Well, what about it? Let them come. We don't own this pool. Maybe they got some worms, huh?
Jim Loring said that nobody at the lodge knew about this pool. Keep quiet a minute. Listen.
It's perfectly silly you'd make such a threat. You're even in fun.
Fun? Are you kidding? Listen to me, Rita. Unless you make up your mind to forget that old buzzard and come away with me, I'm going to kill him. I mean...
Oh, you.
Hey, that guy sounds serious.
Keep quiet. We're hidden by that screen of bushes. They can't see us. Keep quiet now. Listen.
Oh, you darling, you shouldn't talk like that. You know you shouldn't.
Why not? It's the way I feel. You're in love with me, and... Rita.
Yes, you.
You are in love with me, aren't you?
Yes. I am in no hurry.
Well, then...
Oh, but this has got to end, you.
And?
I've made up my mind, darling. We can't keep holding these clandestine meetings. It isn't fair, and it makes it harder for both of us.
And do you think it's going to be easier if we don't see each other, huh? Rita, be reasonable. You know what will happen if we call it quits.
I know it'll be best for both of us.
It won't. We'll stay apart for just so long, and then we'll be back together again. It's happened before.
I know.
Rita, listen to me. We were made for each other. No two people were ever more suited, and you know it.
Oh, I don't know what to say or do. I'm so unhappy.
Now, don't worry about it, darling. Let me take care of everything. There's no use of us ruling our lives.
Well, How do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Do you know who that was? That was young Hugh Osmond and Rita Conrad.
She's the babe who's married to the Oil King, isn't she?
Yes, Gil Conrad. The gossips at the lodge have it that she married him for his money.
The gossips must know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
No young girl would tie up to an old buck like that unless he could offer something besides the wisdom of his 75 years.
You're becoming lyrical, Inspector. I wonder just how serious Osmond was when he threatened to solve his and Rita's problem by murdering the old man.
Kids are always making big talk like that. It doesn't amount to anything.
That was a shot, Inspector. You don't suppose that he...
Forget it. Probably somebody target practice.
Well, maybe you're right.
But I wish you'd quit going around looking for murders every time we go any place.
Inspector, apparently the target practicer hit the bullseye. Come on.
Okay, but I still say we're looking for trouble.
A shot and the woman screamed. A perfect formula for trouble, Inspector. It came from this direction, I think.
Yeah, I bet we don't find a thing except a dead squirrel or something.
Yes, I suppose the woman was screaming for joy because her boyfriend proved himself a great huntsman.
Yeah. Oh, you're certainly quick with comebacks, aren't you? Sometimes I wonder...
Look, Inspector.
Hey. The guy lying on the ground and a babe kneeling over him.
Yes, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, the guy is Gil Conrad and the woman is Rita, his wife. Let's get over there quick.
Oh, Gil. Gil. Why did you do it? Why? Oh, thank heaven, someone's here.
What happened, Mrs. Conrad?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that Gil shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, maybe you're right. There's a gun in his hand, there's a bullet hole through his head, and there's powder burn.
Tell us exactly what happened, Mrs. Conrad.
I was walking along the riverbank, and I heard a shot. I came over to investigate, and I'm still lying here.
See? Everything adds up. It was suicide, all right.
Yes, maybe. What makes you think it was suicide, Mrs. Conrad?
Because Gil told me.
Your husband told you?
Yes, he wasn't dead when I got here. He lived long enough to tell me that he'd decided to end it all.
What could be more perfect? But let's get the coroner...
Inspector, wait a minute. Where was Hugh Osmond when all this was happening, Mrs. Conrad?
Hugh? Why, I don't know. Why should I?
Because we just overheard a conversation between you and Osmond. We heard Osmond threaten to kill your husband.
No, you didn't do it. You mustn't think that he did.
No?
Gil shot himself. He told me he did.
Rita, what happened?
Hugh.
Oh, good heavens, it's Gil. Yes, it's Gil, all right, Osmond. What do you know about it?
What do I know about it? Why should I know anything about it?
Oh, lots of reasons, Bub. You've been bragging about how you're going to knock the guy off, haven't you?
What the devil are you talking about? Of course I haven't.
Oh, no, Hugh. No. Don't deny it. They heard us talking.
Say, what?
I'm sorry, Osmond. We were fishing in the deep pool, and we heard your conversation with Mrs. Conrad a few minutes ago.
Well, what about it? Doesn't mean that I shot Conrad. I'd be a fool to think I could get away with anything like that.
That's the most sensible thing you've said, Bub. What I want to know is why weren't you two together when you heard the shot?
Oh, what's the use? If you overheard our conversation, then you know why. We didn't want to be seen returning to the lodge together.
Don't answer any more of their questions, Rita. We don't have to, without a lawyer. You've already told them that Gil admitted suicide. If that isn't enough...
How do you know that, Osmond?
How do I know what?
That Mrs. Conrad told us that her husband had admitted taking his own life.
Didn't she?
Yeah, but you weren't here, Bub.
Why,
I. You two kind of got your wires crossed, haven't you?
No, we haven't. What are you two trying to do? Trick us into admitting we're responsible for Conrad's death?
Could be. The thing is, though, if we put the finger on you, we'll do it without tricks. But I take it all back. There's dirty work afoot.
I quite agree with you, Inspector. Sorry, Osmond. You get your lawyer, we'll get the coroner. Then we'll take on from there, eh?
Hello, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Has the coroner gone yet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice guy. You left the whole deal in my lap. Where have you been?
I've been having some further conversation with Hugh Osmond. I'm afraid he succeeded in selling me a bill of goods.
What kind of goods?
Osmond claims that when he heard the shot, he came running back. Just before he reached the clearing where Conrad lay, he heard Rita scream.
So then, what did he do?
He stopped behind some bushes and listened. He overheard Conrad tell his wife that he had shot himself.
So that's how he knew Conrad had admitted suicide, eh?
Apparently, yes.
Do you believe him?
I believe part of what he said. He showed me the spot where he'd been standing. It was close enough to the clearing so that his story could be true.
Well, why did he keep hiding then after we arrived?
Well, according to him, to see which way the wind blew. It was only when he believed that we were going to accuse Rita of murder that he decided to show himself.
And that's the part of his story you don't believe, eh?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm not sure yet. By the way, Inspector, what have you been doing?
Oh, I've been getting along. Come over here.
Well, discover something, huh?
I modestly admit that I've discovered quite something.
Well.
Yeah. That's Conrad's body lying there on the couch, isn't it?
It certainly is, Inspector.
Note the bullet hole through his head.
Yes. It's a clean hole all the way through.
Yeah. Now, there are powder burns on the right side of his head, aren't there?
That's correct, Inspector.
Sure. And since we found Conrad holding the gun in his right hand, the setup would indicate that the guy is right-handed, wouldn't it?
Quite true, Inspector.
Well, the guy is left-handed.
What?
Now, why, when he decided to shoot himself, would he do it with his right hand?
A good question, Inspector. How do you know that Conrad was left-handed?
That's my discovery. Look, I've been fishing through his pockets. I found his keys and his loose change in his left-hand pants pocket.
By Jove, Inspector.
Yeah. A guy who carries his dough and his keys in his left-hand pants pocket only does so because he's left-handed. So the way I figure it is, Mr. Gil Conrad was murdered and someone tried to make it look like suicide.
Amazing. Do you mind if I look through his pockets too, Inspector?
Go ahead. Who cares? If you don't want to take my word for it.
Come. You know your word is as good as gold, as far as I'm concerned.
As far as you're concerned. So everyone else thinks I'm a liar. Well, now who's that?
Why don't you open the door and see? Possibly the murderer has come to confess his crime.
Very funny. Huh, it's a babe. You, looking for someone, miss?
Yes. I'm looking for Inspector Danton. Are you Inspector Danton?
Yep, I'm Danton. Come on in.
I'm Laura Bailey. Mrs. Conrad's my sister. I just heard about the terrible thing that happened to Gil.
Oh, you did? You know anything about it, do you?
I think I might be able to tell you something that will help explain why Gil took his own life. I thought you were alone, Inspector Danton.
No. That guy standing up over there is Barton Drake. The horizontal gent is your brother-in-law.
Barton Drake? Oh, I'm so glad you happened to be here, Mr. Drake. I've heard so much of you. My name is Laura Bailey.
Sure, everybody's heard of Drake.
How do you do, Miss Bailey? Did I hear you say you're Mrs. Conrad's sister?
Yes. We were all staying here at the lodge together. Oh, I would have come sooner, only I couldn't believe that Gil was serious when I talked to him this morning.
When was that, Miss Bailey?
Shortly after breakfast. He asked me to come to his cabin.
Now, don't tell us that he threatened to commit suicide.
That's exactly what he did, Inspector Danton. You see, Gil had found out about Rita and Hugh.
I see. And why should he talk it over with you, Miss Bailey?
He felt that he had to talk to someone. He knew that I was his friend. I couldn't believe that Rita was being untrue. He asked me what I knew about it.
And what did you tell him, lady?
I told him that Rita was in love with Hugh Osmond. Why should I deny it? Rita is young and beautiful. Why should she waste her life on an old man?
The thing is that Rita should have thought of that when she married the old man. These women who take a guy for his dough and then try to walk out on the deal get in my hair.
It wasn't Rita's fault. Gil begged her to marry him. But she hadn't met Hugh then.
Oh, nuts.
So Conrad told you he was going out and commit suicide. Is that right, Miss Bailey?
Yes. I didn't believe him, of course. He wanted me to talk to Rita, persuade her to forget Hugh. When I refused, he tried to work on my sympathy by threatening suicide.
That is probably because he figured you were his best friend. Now, look, lady, we happen to know that...
Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Bailey, was your brother-in-law right-handed or left-handed?
What a strange question. Why, he was right-handed.
Uh-huh.
You're sure of that, Miss Bailey?
Of course I'm sure. I've known Gil for years. I'd most certainly have noticed any strange traits of character that he had.
Now, just a minute. Just 1 minute. Lady, I'm too polite to call a female a liar, but I just got through proving
Careful, Inspector, careful now.
Huh?
There's no doubt in my mind that Miss Bailey's telling the truth.
Well, what was that, Bart?
Of course I'm telling the truth. Gil was as right-handed as I am. Everybody knows that.
That's just the point, Inspector. Everybody probably does know it. It's a fact that can be easily checked. Because of that, I hardly think Miss Bailey would run the risk of lying.
But doggone it, Bart. That means the guy probably did commit suicide. And you said yourself he was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Of course Gil took his own life.
On the contrary, Miss Bailey, your brother-in-law was very definitely murdered. Furthermore, it was either you or your sister or Hugh Osmond who murdered him. The two of you who are innocent of the crime know which one is guilty and are trying to shield him or her. I hope you realize that that makes you all equally guilty in the eyes of the law.
him, dear. Did you see Inspector Danton? Yes, I saw him.
Did you tell him that Gil had told you he was going to commit suicide?
Yes. Hugh, how did Gil know that you and Rita were in love? The last I knew, you were taking every precaution to keep that knowledge from him.
I told him myself.
Hugh.
Sorry, darling. I should have told you. I couldn't see the point in keeping him in the dark any longer. I went to him this morning and asked him to give you up.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. And, of course, Gil refused?
Not only refused, he wouldn't believe me. I guess that's why he sent for you, Laura.
Undoubtedly. And you knew nothing of this, Rita? Oh, no. Gil acted strangely this morning, but I didn't guess what was behind it. Oh, Hugh, why didn't you tell me?
Well, why should I? It would only have made you more unhappy. I hope that I could make you see things my way.
Oh, I wish I had. I wish I'd seen things your way a long time ago. Perhaps this never would have happened then.
Darling, everything's going to be all right.
I'm afraid everything isn't going to be all right, Hugh.
What do you mean?
Barton Drake is convinced that Gil was murdered. He says that he can prove it.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I hope you're right, Hugh. Mr. Drake says that one of us murdered Gil. He says the two who are innocent are trying to shield the guilty one. He says that he has the proof, Laura? Yes.
I don't believe it. He knows that Gil was murdered and that one of us is guilty. Why hasn't he made an arrest?
Because he isn't sure yet which one of us three committed the murder. Laura, you sound as though you believe one of us is guilty. I do. Laura.
Don't look at me, Laura. I didn't do it.
Oh, Laura, you don't think that I had...
Say, where were you, Laura, when Gil was being murdered?
You see, none of us actually trust the other, do we? Well, what are we going to do about it? Is the guilty party going to confess to save the other two? Laura, you don't know what you're saying. Of course we're not going to confess. I mean, you didn't.
Of course I didn't.
It certainly wasn't I. Laura. Control yourself, darling. I'm not going to confess either. I didn't murder Gil, but I know who did.
So, we're working out another of your little deals, eh, Bart?
That's right, Inspector.
And we had to wait until night to do it.
Right again, Inspector.
Why?
Why, what?
Why did we have to wait until it got dark? Why don't you tell me what we're up to? Doggone it, Bart.
Be quiet, Inspector. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's wait here and see what happens.
Yeah, why not? That sounds like fun. For crying out loud, what do you think is going to happen?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector, if I've guessed correctly. You see that group of 3 cabins over there, the ones with the lighted windows and drawn curtains?
Sure, I see them. That big one is where Gil Conrad and his wife live.
That's right. And the one in the middle is occupied by Laura, Rita's sister. The one next to that is occupied by Hugh Osmond. And the... Oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
Someone just walked past the window in Laura's cabin.
What about it? Maybe the babe can't sleep. Maybe she's walking back and forth to wear herself out.
Maybe, but the trouble is we're not sure that it was Laura, are we, Inspector? All we can see is the silhouette behind that curtain.
Oh, look, Bart. I love mysteries, but when you pull them out of thin air...
Look, Inspector. There goes someone pacing behind the curtain in Osmond's cabin.
Yeah. Now, don't tell me that wasn't a man.
No, you have good eyesight, Inspector.
Sure.
Have you your gun handy?
Why, sure I got it handy. Right here in my hand.
Fine. You may need it. Look, there goes someone past the curtain in Rita's cabin.
So that makes all 3 of them pacing the floor.
Right.
Now are you happy?
Perfectly, Inspector. I couldn't have hoped for better results. Keep your eye on them, Inspector.
Okay. How long do we keep this up? I'm getting cold.
There. Osmond passed the window and didn't return.
Neither did Rita. So what?
Only Laura seems to be active. I wonder now how long... That's it, Inspector. Come on.
Someone shot at the girl in Laura's cabin.
And hit her, too, I think. Over this way, Inspector. The shot came from behind that cabin.
Yeah, there he goes.
Let him have it, Inspector.
Yeah. Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Get down, Inspector. He's going to be stubborn.
Who can play at that game?
You missed him, Inspector. He's heading for the woods.
I never missed. That guy's hitting.
By Jove, you're right. Look, he's stumbling.
He's more than stumbling. He's flat on his face. Come on.
Here he is. Yeah. Look out. He's still holding his gun.
Yeah, but he's in no condition to use it. I'll just roll him over. Jump. And Judas, it's Osmond.
Of course it's Osmond, Inspector. Let's hope he'll live long enough to confess to the shooting of Gil Conrad. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a time proving him guilty.
it's Mr. Drake.
Yes, it is. Is your sister seriously hurt, Mrs. Conrad?
No, the bullet just grazed a neck.
Oh, I'm glad. I sent for a doctor. He should be here any minute.
Doctor won't be necessary. I've taken care of Laura.
Oh, you have?
Mr. Drake.
Yes?
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Conrad. You must have loved you very much.
Is he dead?
Well, Oh, Inspector. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Lived long enough to tell us it was him who shot your husband, lady. You know, that's something I can't figure out. He didn't have to confess. Why did he?
Well, the answer to that's pretty obvious, Inspector. You knew he was going to die. He didn't want anyone else to be blamed for a crime he had committed.
I guess that must be it. Even when he passed out, he didn't know we had him paid for the crime. Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
That royal coachman of yours doesn't seem to be doing much good.
Ah, patience, Inspector. Patience is the virtue of all fishermen. Patience and silence.
I see what you mean.
Thank you.
Wish we'd brought along a set of chessmen. I even wish there was a good-looking babe around so we wouldn't have to just sit here and stare at the water.
Okay, Inspector, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's. Now, look, this is the way I got it figured. You told Laura that you knew one of the three was guilty, so she'd tell the other.
That's right, Inspector. I also told her that I believed that the two innocent people were trying to shield the guilty one.
So Osmond, being the guilty one, had to dispose of Laura because he thought she knew he was guilty.
That's right. He also knew that if she continued to shield him and was found out, she was going to be held as an accomplice.
He knew that Rita would never give him away because Rita was in love with him.
Right you are, Inspector. You know, Laura actually hadn't much to gain. He was afraid she'd break down, which she probably would have, too.
Now, there's two other things.
Two, Inspector? What?
Yeah. How did you know that Conrad hadn't committed suicide?
Well, that one's easy, Inspector. You see, Conrad was shot through the head. That means he was killed instantly, doesn't it?
Well, so what?
So, Rita told us that when she reached him, he lived long enough to confess to his own suicide, remember?
Well, I'm a royal coachman's coach dog.
You see, Rita either saw Osmond shoot Conrad or suspected that he had. So, naturally, she wanted to protect him. That's why she told us the story of Conrad's confession.
And that's how you knew that Rita would never give Osmond away?
Yes, that's it. Now, what was the other thing you wanted to know, Inspector?
Oh, yes. Now, look, Bart, I proved by a bit of ingenious deduction that Conrad was left-handed, and then you come along and call me a liar.
Oh, no.
You did.
The thought, Inspector.
You did.
Never would I call you a liar, never.
Well, it amounted to that.
No.
I don't like it. You gotta back up that crack you made with some proof of your own.
All right, Inspector, I'll do my best. You believe that Conrad was left-handed because he carried his money and keys in the left-hand pocket of his trousers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Now, it was a clever piece of work on your part, Inspector. The trouble is, you didn't go far enough.
What do you mean I didn't go far enough?
You didn't look in his other pockets. You see, in the right-hand pocket of Conrad's trousers, there was a hole. By Jove, Inspector, look out. I've got a strike.
All right. So he carried his stuff in his left-hand pocket because he had a hole in his right-hand pocket. All right.
The side, Inspector. Oh, boy, what a beauty. Look out, Inspector. He's heading for that log.
Who cares? Doggone it.
Oh, the devil. He got away. Inspector, I give up. I thought it might be fishing.
But what might be fishing?
My hobby, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to continue to admit that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Denton and I had arranged to spend a few days at a resort called Southern Hot Springs.
At the last moment, I was detained in New York. Inspector Danton went on alone, and I entrained 2 days later to join him at the resort. Why, I beg your pardon. I thought this was...
It is your section, Mr. Drake. You are Mr. Drake, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm afraid you have the advantage.
I'm Monica Michaels, Mrs. Rex Michaels.
Oh, what a pity that...
Please, I'm in desperate trouble, Mr. Drake. I need your help. I haven't dared go to anyone else. They'd think me crazy.
Why would they think you crazy, Mrs. Michaels?
Because I believe my husband is trying to kill me.
Oh, and just what makes you think that?
Oh, it's rather a long story. I have no proof, no evidence. To all appearances, we're both very happy, very contented.
Then you're still in love with your husband?
Still in love with him. I could no more stop loving Rex than I could stop breathing.
You intrigue me, Mrs. Michaels. A woman who is sure that her husband is trying to kill her and just as sure that she loves him is rare.
But don't you see, that's why I haven't dared go to any of my friends. What if I'm wrong? What if Rex should find out about my fears? What if he is ill?
Yes. Can you think of any reason why your husband might want you out of the way? Another woman, perhaps?
No, I'm positive. So, for a reason, it'd be almost a relief. There's nothing on which I can base my suspicions except...
Yes?
My husband's a writer, Mr. Drake. Perhaps you've read some of his things.
Yes. Rex Michael's stories have a rather psychological flavor. I was wondering if you were the same man. I admire his work very much.
Rex would be flattered to hear you say that, Mr. Drake.
When did these suspicions first appear in your mind, Mrs. Michael?
They began one evening about a year ago. Lucille and Neil Parker, our best friends and neighbors.
Hey, wonder what's happened to Monica. I've never yet met the woman who could powder her nose in less than half an hour.
Oh, don't be impatient, Neil. She'll be along. Cigarette, Rex?
No, thanks. Oh, he was right. Only a woman could quit a bridge game with a final rubber hanging in the balance. I'll call her. Monica, we're waiting.
Oh, don't bother her, Rex.
She's been gone long enough. Monica!
Did you call me, Rex?
Yes, for heaven's sakes, where are you?
I'm coming right down.
There, you see? All she needed was a little... Good heavens, what was that?
Well, it sounded as though Monica fell down the stairs.
Good Lord, how could that have happened?
There she is, lying at the foot of the stairs. Monica! Monica!
Be careful, Rex. There might be some bones broken.
Oh, Monica. She's white as a sheet. Neil, she isn't dead.
Darling, speak to me.
Of course she is. Now get hold of yourself, Rex. Suppose you call a doctor.
But if she's...
Neil's right, Rex. Call the doctor and try to get hold of yourself. We'll take care of Monica.
All right, be careful of her. I'll get Dr. Howley. Is it any better, darling?
I don't know. Pain doesn't go away. There must be something we can do. Rex, suppose I run across the street and look at our medicine cabinet.
No. The ambulance will be along any minute. We might give her the wrong thing.
Hey, it's been over an hour since you called. I'm going to give him a ring and see what's going on.
Tell him to hurry. Why don't they get here? Why don't they get here? Oh, if she could only faint, it would be so much better.
Monica isn't the fainting kind. Here, dampen that cloth again. Let me bathe her face.
All right. Here.
Thank you. There. Does that feel better, darling?
My arm hurts terribly. She's getting delirious. The pain must be frightful.
Is the pain frightful, Monica? Tell me. Is the pain frightful? How does it feel? Tell me exactly how it feels.
Rex, what are you saying? That expression on your face.
Tell me exactly how it feels, Monica. Tell me.
Oh, Neil, what's the matter?
I just got hold of the county hospital.
Well, what did they say? Why isn't the ambulance here?
They said that they'd received no call to send an ambulance out here. They checked the switchboard and found that there'd been no call from a Rex Michaels tonight.
I'm not sure that I quite understand what you're trying to tell me, Mrs. Michael.
I'm not sure either. That is, I wasn't sure then.
But you became sure later on.
I think so. I did faint before the ambulance arrived that night, but when I returned to consciousness, I was in bed at the county hospital. Oh, Lucille. What happened? You're all right now, darling. You fell down the stairs and broke your arm. Oh, yes, I remember. Where's Rex? Neil took him across the street for a drink. He was terribly shaken. Poor Rex. Must have been terrible for him watching me suffer. Yes. I remember how he kept asking me how I felt, how the pain felt. Poor dear. Yes. Sometimes I think Rex suffers in this. Lou, something wrong? Oh, no, dear, nothing at all. But You're looking at me so strangely.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing, really.
Lou, is anything wrong with Rex? Did my accident upset him? Lou?
Darling, I don't know what to say.
Don't know what to say. Lou, whatever in the world are you talking about? Tell me.
Monica, your fall wasn't an accident.
Wasn't an accident?
No. You see, before we left the house, Neil went upstairs to get our things. He slipped on the rug at the head of the stairs.
Oh, then that's how...
Yes, that's what caused you to fall, darling. You know, it's a small scatter rug placed at the top of the stairs.
Yes, I know that, but it'd be impossible to slip on it. Both Rex and I were careful to put non-skid rubber mats underneath. Lou.
The rubber mats had been removed, Monica. One of them fell from Rex's pocket while they were carrying you to the ambulance.
Are you trying to tell me that your husband resorted to such a crude attempt to take your life, Mrs. Michael?
No, not then.
Not then?
It's very difficult for me to explain this, Mr. Drake. It's too much like a nightmare. Oh, good heavens, if it only were a nightmare.
Yes, you were upset, Mrs. Michaels. If you'd rather...
No, I want to tell you I must. Lying in bed at the hospital, I had plenty of time to think. The absurdity of the thing struck me. Rux came every day. He was most kind and considerate. I convinced myself that it had been an accident, that the hospital had been mistaken about not receiving the telephone call, that the rug had become loose and Rex had absent-mindedly picked up one of the rubber mats and put it in his pocket.
In other words, you wanted to convince yourself that Rex wasn't trying to kill you.
He wasn't. Not then.
You said that before. What was he trying to do then?
Rex is very intense, Mr. Drake. He's very much in love with his work. He demands realism in his characters.
I see. Go on, please.
He was writing a story at the time in which his chief character was suffering intense pain. The character tried to describe how she felt to her husband.
Good heavens, you don't mean that...
I don't want to mean what you're thinking, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't permit the thought to enter my head then. But later, after I came home from the hospital, Rex and I and the Parkers went on a picnic at a place called White Rocks Beach. The Parkers had also decided to forget the incident of my fall. There was a tiny cove at the beach that Rex had discovered sometimes earlier.
Go ahead.
Okay, here it comes, Alice. See, you catch it. Nice work, Lou. Throw it here.
Okay, watch it.
Wow, I had to reach for that one.
Throw it to me, Rex.
You bet. Get ready, darling. There she goes. Oh, sorry, honey. That's nice going, Rex. It only went above her head about 4 feet.
Land in the water.
I'll get it.
No, let me. I haven't even got my bathing suit wet yet.
Okay, darling. Take it easy.
Be careful, Monica. There might be an undertow. I'm all right.
Don't worry about Monica. She can outswim any of us.
Sure, she's...
Hey, look. The ball's being carried out. There must be a current there.
Monica doesn't realize it.
Good heavens. Monica, come back here. She can't come back. The current's got her.
She's being pulled under.
Come on, we've got to help her. Monica.
Obviously, they reached you in time.
There was a dory pulled up on the beach. They used it to rescue me.
And what happened that time, Mrs. Michaels?
They brought me back to the beach and used artificial respiration. It was hideous.
The same thing happened?
Yes. I can still see Rex's face, the way he looked at me, the almost avid expression in his eyes.
And you were convinced that Rex deliberately threw that ball over your head?
What else was I to think? It was Rex who suggested eating our lunch at the cove. Later, Neil made some casual investigations and learned Rex had arranged to have the dory there.
Well, which means, of course, that Rex wanted you to be rescued.
Yes, Oh, it's terrible to think of, but the next week I saw the manuscript of Rex's latest story. In it, one of his characters almost drowned.
Amazing. Were there other incidents after the drowning episode, Mrs. Michaels?
Yes, many of them. During the weeks that followed, I ran the gamut of every emotional reaction possible for Rex to study.
And you think that Rex was responsible for all of them?
I'm not sure. I didn't want to think so.
And now you think he's trying to kill you?
Yes. Death. The agonies of a violent death. The only emotions he hasn't been able to observe at my expense.
And you believe that he'll make this attempt in your life at Southern Hot Springs?
2 weeks ago, Rex began to work on a new story. The setting is a Southern health resort. Rex suggested we all go down to Hot Springs so that he could pick up some local color.
All of you?
Yes. He invited Neil and Lucille. I'm afraid he did it deliberately so as not to alarm me.
Oh, then the Parkers and your husband are on the strange room.
No. 2 days before we were to leave, I read in the papers that you were going to Hot Springs also, Mr. Drake.
Yeah.
That's why you found me sitting here in your section when you returned from the dining car.
But the fact that your husband and the Parkers are already in Hot
Oh, I
Springs...
told Rex that my sister in Connecticut had suddenly become ill, that I wanted to run up and see her. I urged him to go on with the Parkers. He couldn't very well refuse without arousing my suspicions. Mr. Drake, you will help me, won't you?
Help you, but what can I do? You have no evidence. You're not sure that you believe half of these things that have happened yourself, I'm afraid.
You're right, Mr. Drake. Rex admires you very much. He'd be flattered if you'd call on him.
But I have
You could question him without rousing his suspicions. I must know. I must.
Questioning people who are obviously neurotic, Mrs. Michaels, is out of my field. I'm afraid what...
I have plenty of money. I could pay you. Please, help me.
Very well, I'll do what I can. Inspector Danton will be at the station to meet me. I'll ask him to come along. Well, I believe with him, Mrs. Michaels. Will your husband be here to meet you?
I imagine so.
Carry your bags, sir?
Thank you, Porter. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. Hey, Bart. Bart.
That's Inspector Danton.
Hey, Bart, hey.
Hello, Inspector.
Bart. Am I glad to see you? And me figuring I'm coming down here for a vacation.
Inspector, I want you to meet Mrs. Rex Michaels. Mrs. Michaels, this is Inspector Noah Danton.
How do you do, Inspector Danton?
Hi. Look, Bart, the doggone Michaels. Did you say your name was Michaels, lady?
Yes, Mrs. Rex Michaels. Why?
Anything wrong, Inspector?
Wrong, I'll say something's wrong. A man named Neil Parker was found shot to death at the Surf Hotel yesterday, and I'm holding a guy named Rex Michaels for his murder. Well, Bart, those are the facts of the case. This is the room where Parker was found dead. That's the gun that killed him lying on that table.
Mm-hmm. 38, Inspector?
Yep.
Fingerprints?
Sure, there were fingerprints. As nice a set as you want to see. Michael.
Well, naturally, they would be if you came in here and found him holding the gun.
Not only holding the gun, but standing over the corpse looking smug.
Smug, eh?
Yes, smug, eh?
All right, Inspector. What did Michaels have to say for himself?
Oh, the usual stuff. He and Parker had been sitting here talking. Michael stepped across the hall for a minute. While he was gone, he heard a shot, came running back, found Parker with a bullet through his heart.
He saw the gun on the floor and picked it up without thinking, eh?
Yep, that's it.
Who owned the gun, Inspector?
Michaels. He said he'd carried it around with him for years, but never even had it loaded.
Uh-huh.
I found a box of cartridges in his bureau drawer with 2 bullets missing.
Well, are these things on this table Parker's personal effects?
Yep, nothing important there, though.
Let's see, bill phone, keys, silver, watch. Hey, what's this?
What is it? What's it look like? It's a picture of a babe.
It's more than a picture of a babe, Inspector. It's a picture of Monica Michaels.
Huh? Well, what about it? They were all good friends, weren't they?
Yes, they were. Well, what else is there?
Nothing much. That pile of papers there is the story Michaels was working on.
Oh? Did you read it, Inspector?
Yeah, dull as dishwater.
Oh.
It's a yarn about a private detective who solves a murder after the regular police have failed. Imagine that.
I can't imagine that, Inspector. By the way, tell me something, will you?
Glad to, Bart. What's on your mind?
Why do you think Michaels is innocent of murdering Neil Parker?
Why do I?
That's right.
Doggone it, Bart. Haven't I already told you that I've had the guy arrested? Haven't I shown you that all the evidence points to his guilt?
Stop being so proud, you old codger.
Huh?
There's a doubt in your mind that you wouldn't have asked me even to look at the corpse. Now, what is it?
Well,
what?
Well, it's like this. In the first place, Parker was wearing a jacket he'd borrowed from Michael.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So it could be that whoever murdered Parker meant to get Michael.
What?
In the second place, I haven't been able to scrape up a motive for Michael's murdering his best friend.
Consider it's necessary that you do so, Inspector?
Well, I like to be thorough about these things, you know. Then there's another thing.
Yeah?
I talked to Mrs. Parker, and she told me a lot of things about the way Rex Michaels has been acting lately.
Oh? Such as trying to kill his wife?
Yeah. How did you know?
Mrs. Michaels told me.
Well, then that's it.
What is it?
Mrs. Michaels had a motive, and Mrs. Michaels was here in Hot Springs at the time the murder was committed.
What?
That's right. Mrs. Parker saw her. So did a couple of other people.
Can that be possible? Could she have...
Yeah, she could have. I checked the plane schedules. She could have flown back as far as Washington and picked up the southbound limited there.
I just, Inspector, you may be right. It was after we left Washington that I came back and found Mrs. Michaels waiting in my section.
Sure, I'm right. I'm always right. But wait a minute.
We can't just go galloping into Mrs. Michaels' room and arrest her without any evidence now, can we?
No, but we can go galloping in and find that evidence. Inspector, send down to the police station and have Rex Michaels brought up here.
But, Lou, why would Rex want to kill me? Or why?
The answer to that seems pretty obvious to me, Monica.
What do you mean?
I mean, he must have found out that Neil realized what Rex was doing to you.
Oh, that silly Rex wouldn't have shot him. He couldn't have.
Oh? Your attitude toward your husband seems to have changed.
It hasn't changed. I think Rex is ill, but not ill enough to commit murder.
And yet you believe that was the very reason he wanted you to come to Hot Springs, to murder you.
No, I didn't think that. Not really. Oh, I don't know what I thought. Perhaps I imagined all these things. Perhaps it's I who's ill.
Perhaps it is, darling. Perhaps that's why you were here yesterday.
Lucille, what are you saying?
Oh, darling, I don't want to alarm you, but you were here yesterday. I saw you, and other people saw you. Suppose you are ill, Monica.
You don't mean you can't.
I'm afraid, Monica. Afraid for you. Could it be that you've imagined these things about Rex?
No. I'm not ill. I'm not.
You're afraid of Rex. You thought he was going to kill you. Neil was wearing Rex's jacket when he was shot. Oh, Monica, could we have been mistaken all these months?
Oh, hello. Oh, I imagine you're Mrs. Parker. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, yes, Barton Drake. You're the criminologist.
That's right.
It was you to whom Monica wanted to talk about Rex.
Yes, we rode down on the train together. Is anything wrong, Mrs. Michaels?
No, I'm all right. I think I'd like to sit down.
Monica and I have been talking, Mr. Drake. Something happened that she doesn't seem to remember.
I couldn't have been here yesterday. I couldn't have.
Oh, this is dreadful. You see, Mr. Drake, Monica was here in Hot Springs yesterday.
Yes, I know. You saw her and some other people saw her. Who were the other people, Mrs. Parker?
Who were they?
That's right.
Oh, some casual acquaintances whom we met here at the hotel. Does it matter?
It matters a very great deal. What were their names? Are they at the hotel now?
No, as a matter of fact, they aren't. They left this morning. I don't remember their names. It didn't seem important.
Not important. Where was it that these people met Mrs. Michaels?
Monica? Why, they never... Oh, of course, they must have met somewhere, mustn't they?
In order to recognize her, they certainly must have. Come, Mrs. Parker, why did you want to establish that Mrs. Michaels was here?
Why, then I wasn't here. I'm not going mad.
Of course you're not going mad, Mrs. Michaels. Mrs. Parker, do you mind if I search your room?
Yes, I do mind. I resent your attitude, Mr. Drake. You tricked me. What are you doing at that fireplace?
I was wondering about these charred fragments of photographs. Have you been burning photographs, Mrs. Parker?
No, yes. They were some old pictures I decided to destroy.
Pictures of whom? Pictures of Mrs. Michaels? Do they belong to your late husband? And these bits of metal, they seem to have come from the binding of a book, a diary, perhaps?
Mr. Drake, this has gone far enough. I will not tolerate this.
All right, Michaels, in you go.
Rex!
Monica, when did you get here? Why didn't they tell me?
Rex,
Oh,
darling.
there, honey. Everything's going to be all right.
But you didn't...
Shoot Neil? Of course I didn't. Why in the world would I want to shoot old Neil?
Because he was in love with your wife, Michaels.
What? Who are you? What are you talking about?
The name is Drake, Barton Drake. What was Neil Parker doing in your room, Michaels?
I asked him to come. I wanted to talk over my new story with him. Neil always had good ideas. He was an excellent critic.
Really? Did you always talk over your ideas with Parker first?
Mostly always. Why?
Rex, I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me?
Why should I? It wasn't important, and besides, Neil asked me not to.
What reason did he give for asking that?
The obvious reason. He didn't want to take any credit for my story.
How did he happen to be wearing your coat when he was shot?
He was cold and put it on while we talked.
So then you stepped across the hall, and while you were gone, you heard a shot and came running back.
What? Is this some kind of a trick to get me to lie?
Why don't you leave him alone? Neil was his friend.
The kind of friend, Mrs. Michaels, who plots against him, who tries to destroy him so he can have his wife.
I don't believe it.
You mean, Mrs. Parker, that you didn't believe it? It was quite a shock to you when you came across photographs of Mrs. Michaels among your husband's things, wasn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And the diary. There must have been some shocking bits of information in that diary. It came over you all of a sudden that for years your husband was in love with your best friend.
That's a lie. It's not true.
You were furious. You knew about Michael's gun. So you got it from his bureau and shot your husband through the heart.
No, I didn't. You can't prove a thing.
Your fingerprints weren't on the gun, Mrs. Parker. You wiped them off. But did you wipe your fingerprints from the cartridges that you took from the box that was in Michael's bureau drawer?
Why, All right. I shot him. Doesn't matter now. After I learned that all this time he'd been in love with another woman, nothing mattered. Nothing mattered at all.
You know something, Bart?
What's that, Inspector?
This is the first time I've had a bathing suit on in 5 years.
I never would have guessed it, Inspector. I knew it looks good.
How do you know? You haven't looked at me once since that blonde babe sat down over there under the beach umbrella. Well, are you going to tell me?
Tell you? Oh, yes, of course. But I'll have to make it fast, however, Inspector, because the blonde is rather attractive, isn't she?
Okay. Look, just answer me one thing. Was that guy Neil Parker nuts?
Let's say he was neurotic, Inspector. He knew that the only chance he'd ever have of winning Mrs. Michaels was to have her fear and hate her husband.
So he planted the idea in Monica's mind that Rex was using her as a guinea pig for his stories, eh?
Roughly, that's it. But Parker went further by suggesting incidents for the stories and then causing them to happen to Mrs. Michaels.
And then pointing out to her that the stories and her accidents were the same.
That's it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, how did you know that it was Mrs. Parker who shot her husband?
Elimination, Inspector, and motive.
Oh, elimination and motive.
Yes. You see, Rex had no reason for murdering Neil. Right up until the last, he claimed that they were friends.
Uh-huh.
And Mrs. Michaels couldn't have done the shooting because she was on the train with me.
But I thought...
No, Inspector. Trying to sell Mrs. Michaels the idea that she was here in Hot Springs without knowing it was a pretty absurd piece of business. It didn't make sense.
So that left Mrs. Parker, eh?
Yes, but Mrs. Parker didn't have a motive, so I grabbed the most obvious one and hit the jackpot.
Pretty far-fetched. Must have been a gimmick.
A gimmick?
Oh, sure. Now, don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about.
All right, Inspector, I won't. You see, Mrs. Parker tried to establish that Mrs. Michaels was here in Hot Springs when the shooting took place. She knew that Mrs. Michaels had a motive for shooting her husband. She knew that Neil was wearing Michaels' jacket, and therefore it could have been a case of mistaken identity. Well, Parker was shot through the heart, wasn't he? That means that he must have been facing whoever shot him.
Say, so if it had been Mrs. Michaels, she couldn't have failed to recognize him, could she? Hey, where you going?
Blondes, Inspector, are notoriously impatient. See you later.
What are you going to tell her?
Anything, Inspector, except that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 73 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Case of the Walking Corpse. The heat in New York had been intense. For 5 days, nothing of an exciting nature had happened. On Saturday evening, Inspector Danton and I met at the air-cooled Lamplighters Club for a quiet game of chess. Well, Inspector, are you going to move or... Inspector.
What? Did somebody say something? Oh, hello, Bart.
Hello, Bart. By Jove, Inspector, I believe you were asleep.
Me? Asleep?
And I thought you were sitting there with your chin in your hand trying to figure out a move that would place me in checkmate.
I was. Look, I'll move my queen up here. How do you like that?
Why, I like it fine, Inspector. I'll just come across with my castle and collect that queen for my very own.
Oh, well, that ends that.
Yes, it certainly does.
You know something, Bart? We've played chess every single night this week.
Are you getting bored, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm getting bored. Tomorrow's Sunday, and it doesn't look as though anything's going to happen. I'm used to a more active life.
Well, I think I can promise you some action in about 5 minutes, Inspector.
Yeah, what's going to happen?
Let me see, it's now 9:15. Arthur Avery said he'd be here shortly after 9 o'clock.
Arthur Avery? You mean that old fuddy-duddy with all the dough who's trying to make a record collecting wives?
That's the man, Inspector. I suppose you read in the papers yesterday that he's just married his 9th wife.
Yeah, I read it. Married a red-headed nightclub singer named Flossie something or other. Well, what's Avery want to see you about?
A murder, Inspector.
A murder? Say, this sounds interesting. Who's been knocked off?
Arthur Avery thinks his new wife has. As a matter of fact, he could... Here's Mr. Avery now. I'll let him tell you his own story. Hello, Mr. Avery.
Drake. Sorry I'm late. Well, it's just as I suspected. The body was that of my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Avery. Are you still convinced she was murdered?
I'm positive. She was found lying near the railroad track.
Pardon me for interrupting, but would you two like to be alone?
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. Mr. Avery, this is my co-worker, Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi. Danton. I've heard that name before. I'm sure I have. How do you do, Inspector Danton?
I said hi.
Yes, of course. Hi.
Hi.
How long ago did you view your wife's body, Mr. Avery?
Less than 2 hours. As I mentioned to you over the telephone, the minute I heard that the body of an unidentified woman had been found in the town of Sydney, I suspected that it was Flossie.
Why?
I'll explain that in a minute, Inspector. I immediately chartered a plane and flew out there. As soon as I verified my suspicions, I called you, Mr. Drake.
I see. Of course, the Sydney authorities have taken care of the body.
Yes, of course. There's only one officer in the town. His name is Clifton Neal. He agreed with me. It was a pure case of murder.
Why?
I'll explain that in a minute, Inspector. Mr. Drake, money is no object in this matter. I want the murderer of my wife brought to justice.
Naturally you do, Mr. Avery. A moment ago you mentioned a man named Jeff Morgan. Do you think he murdered your wife?
Yes.
Why?
I'll explain that right now, Inspector. As you may know, Flossie was my 9th wife.
Who doesn't know it?
Directly after the ceremony, we went to my country place up in Meredith. I'd given the servants a holiday, and the day after our arrival, I drove over to the village for supplies. Returning, I found a strange automobile parked near the boathouse. Somewhat perturbed, I hurried towards the cottage and heard the sound of voices.
Stop it, I say. You mustn't take me. You mustn't.
No? Kind of strange, haven't they, baby? Every time any kind of light might kiss me.
Let me alone, Jeff. Don't you realize I'm married?
Married? Sweetheart, how long are you going to stick with old Bluebeard before you throw him over and start suing for alimony?
I resent that, Jeff.
Now, look, I got a proposition.
I'm not interested in any propositions you have, Jeff Morgan. Now get out of this house. Arthur will be back in a minute.
All right, Doris, we'll be back in a minute. So how would it be if I had a talk with Arthur and told him about Henry?
Henry?
Yeah, Henry Roberts. Didn't know I knew about him, did you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you don't know what I'm talking about. So I'll hang around till Arthur comes and we'll talk it over. We've got a few mementos Arthur might like to look at.
Jeff, you wouldn't.
That's better. Now, do you listen to my proposition, or do we wait for Arthur?
Jeff, please. I'm so happy here. Please let me alone.
Okay, baby. It's up to you.
Jeff, listen to me. All those things are behind me now. I'm never going back. Never. I've gotten what I want, and I'm going to keep it. And the way to keep it is by being a good wife to Arthur.
Oh, well. Saints and angels. Is this a little sloppy Sterling, a tramp?
Jeff.
Okay, honey. Relax. Letting bygones be bygones is okay with me. I was just thinking, though. There's one thing wrong with them sweet dreams of yours.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this. Maybe you got what you want, and maybe you're going to try and keep it. Only I don't see how you're going to arrange that without you listening to my proposition. You see, All right, Morgan, that's enough. Get out.
Arthur.
Well. If it isn't little old Bluebeard himself. Where'd you get them snapping black eyes, Grandpa? Morgan, I'll give you 30 seconds to get out of this house. If you don't, I'll... what, Grandpa?
Arthur, not that. Don't shoot him.
I will, unless he gets out of here.
Now, take it easy, Avery. All I wanted to have a little talk with you.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say. Get out.
Maybe you would be if you looked at the people in these pictures.
Jeff, you wouldn't.
Don't worry, darling. I won't look at the pictures. I'm no more interested in them than I am in this man's blackmailing stories.
Then you heard?
Every word. Morgan, I've met men of your stripe before. What you can't understand is that there are some people in this world whose faith and love and belief in each other are all they need to achieve happiness. You're rotten, Morgan. And nothing you can say or do will change my opinion of my wife.
What?
Now, isn't that a pretty speech? Just like out of a storybook. Avery, I got news for you. Flossie is not your wife.
Are you mad? Flossie and I were married yesterday in New York.
That's what you think. Law's got a funny habit of raising objections when a babe gets married to two men at the same time.
What do you mean, Jeff?
Flossie, is this true?
No, I was married before. Perhaps I should have told you.
But you divorced him.
Yes.
That's all I want to know. Morgan, I'm telling you for the last time, get out.
Why, you lying little cheat.
Arthur,
Here, you keep away from her, Morgan.
You old fool.
Keep your hands off of me. I'll shoot.
Arthur!
Here's one right on the button strap.
Jeff Morgan is a bigger and younger man than I am, gentlemen. He knocked me unconscious. When I came to, I was lying on the living room floor.
And Jeff Morgan and your wife were gone.
Yes.
Well, look, if she ran off with him...
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Flossie didn't run off with him. He forced her to go. He probably knocked her unconscious, too.
I get it. They got as far as Sydney, and Mrs. Avery returned to consciousness. She tried to get away and probably jumped from the car.
That's exactly what I think happened, Inspector. Morgan, realizing that I knew she was with him in his car, carried her body to the railroad tracks, so it would appear as though she'd been struck by a train.
That makes sense. What do you think, Bart?
It doesn't make sense to me.
Huh?
If Mrs. Avery had gone with Morgan on her own accord... Yes. No, if she hadn't gone with Morgan, I doubt if he would have left her body where it could be found. He'd have thought of some other means of disposing of it.
Why?
Because Morgan would realize there was no reason for Mrs. Avery to be in Sydney. She wouldn't have just wandered up there and fallen down on the railroad tracks. And since Morgan knew that Avery was aware his wife had gone out with him...
Drake, if you're implying that Flossie voluntarily went with Morgan,
I'll... Mr. Avery, I'm merely thinking out loud. There's something here we've all missed.
Missed? But I was there all the time.
You were there, Mr. Avery, but you weren't conscious when you and your wife and Morgan disappeared. You only hazarded that they were left together.
But I don't understand.
Suppose someone else were present, someone outside listening, as you had been doing.
Say, that's a possibility.
Yes. Mr. Avery, how far is it from Meredith to Sydney?
About 50 miles.
Does the officer there, this Clifton Neal, know of your suspicion of Jeff Morgan?
No, I told him nothing. I wanted you to hear my story first.
Good. I think the three of us had better go up to Sydney immediately, have a talk with this Clifton Neal, and view the body of Mrs. Avery.
Oh, I sure, Mr. Drake. Glad to let you see the woman's body. Got her in my back room right here.
In your back room?
Yes.
You mean there isn't an undertaking establishment in this town?
Sure there is, and this is it. To handle the town's corpses is sort of sideline. You want to take another look at it, too, Mr. Avery?
No, I'll wait out here. You understand, Mr. Drake?
Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Neal, let's go.
Yep, right through this here door. Ain't got her laid out as yet. Ain't had time. Just like she was when I lugged her over from the railroad track. Just wait till I throw this here sheet back. Oh, there you are.
Say, she certainly got banged up a lot, didn't she, Bart?
Yes. Face cut and bruised, hair matted with mud and blood. What would you say was the cause of death, Mr. Neal?
Well, I ain't made a very good examination yet. So I suppose I got to sooner or later, me being the coroner.
The coroner?
Yes.
Say, you're rather a busy man, aren't you, Mr. Neal?
Oh, not so busy. Folks don't die much in Sydney. There ain't many crimes committed, and there ain't never been a coroner's inquest yet, so, see, that gives me plenty of time to run the farm.
Farm? Well, I'll be...
Yep, farming ain't so good, of course, this year. It's been hot and dry for weeks. Drop surface water within miles. Kind of providential, this murder comes
along. You were going to give us your opinion as to how Mrs. Avery died, Mr. Neal?
Yes, I was, and I will if I'm given a chance.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you see, the way I figured, Miss Avery was strangled.
Strangled? Just how do you figure that?
Why, don't take much figuring. See this here scarf? Dave Palmer, he was the guy who discovered the body and reported to me. Dave found her, and that there scarf was knotted around her neck tight enough to strangle anybody.
Okay, but that doesn't mean she strangled to death. The scarf could have been tied around her neck after she died.
Straight, yes, that's right, could be. Ain't likely, though. Anyhow, we'll know as soon as the autopsy is performed.
And when will that be, Constable?
Oh, tomorrow, I should say, yes, maybe. Ain't no hurry, I can see.
And you don't see very well, chum. But it looks to me as though things are getting a little complicated.
Yes, it does, Inspector. Tell me, Mr. Neal, did Arthur Avery know that his wife had been found with a scarf about her neck?
Nope, he didn't tell me nothing, so I didn't tell him nothing. Way I figured if he wanted to get himself a private detective, it was all right with me. You see, I'm not proud.
That's fair enough. Bart, how's this for a guess?
Yeah?
When the babe returned to consciousness and found she was riding along with Jeff Morgan, she started to yell and he strangled her to keep her quiet. We gotta find this guy, Jeff Morgan.
You won't be hard about that.
No, that's because you never had to hunt down a murderer before. Why, this Jeff Morgan is probably halfway to the coast by now.
He must have got there powerful fast. You see, I was talking to him less than half an hour ago.
What?
Are you sure it was the same Jeff Morgan we were talking about, huh?
Must be. He lives only a couple of doors down the street. Him and his wife. Jeff, he used to be married to this here Mrs. Avery.
I'm positive that scarf didn't belong to Flossie, Mr. Drake. I'd recognize it in a minute if it did.
I don't know about that, Mr. Avery. You were on your honeymoon, you know. Didn't your wife bring a trousseau with her?
Everything my wife had, Inspector, I bought her. I have to pick out the things myself. Now, I prefer that you drop this rather intimate subject.
Okay, we'll drop it. But we got to find out where that scarf came from.
I think I know the answer to that, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mr. Avery, did you know that your wife had been married to Jeff Morgan?
No, I knew she'd been married, but I didn't know the man's name. The fact that it was Morgan gives him, to my mind, a stronger motive for murdering her.
Why?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Inspector. Do you have to ask me why every time I make a statement? Isn't the answer obvious?
Not to me, it is.
I believe we're all agreed that Jeff Morgan at least had the opportunity of murdering Mrs. Avery. Inspector, I think our next move is to drop in on Jeff Morgan and his wife and have a talk with them.
Well?
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Jeff Morgan?
Yeah, I'm her. What about it?
We'd like to talk to your husband.
What about?
We got a murder story we want to tell him.
Oh, you must be the two city cops Cliff said that Avery was going to hire. Well, come on in.
Thank you. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Okay, you're Drake and Denton. What do you want to know?
Well, it was your husband that we wanted
He ain't here.
You expect him soon?
Maybe.
That's a smart answer. Where was he last night?
Out?
What time did he go out, Mrs. Morgan?
I don't know, right after supper.
What time did he get back?
9 o'clock.
Oh, you're definite about that. How do you know it was exactly 9 o'clock?
Because the mail plane to Chicago goes over then. I always check it with the clock.
Oh.
Was it that clock on the wall with which you checked, Mrs. Morgan?
Yeah, why?
Because it's an hour slow.
It's an hour... Oh, smart guy, huh?
Smart enough to figure you're trying to establish an alibi for your husband.
Yeah? Well, let's see if you're smart enough to figure out how you're going to prove that clock was an hour slow when the mail plane went over last night.
Huh?
Mrs. Morgan, did you ever see this scarf before?
See that? Where'd you get that?
Clifton Neal found it tied around Mrs. Avery's throat. It belongs to you, doesn't it?
No. No, I never saw it before.
I see. Did you ever hear of a man named Henry Richards?
Henry?
Yes.
Sure. Because Henry was playing around with Flossie when she was married to Jeff. That's why I divorced her.
I thought so. And right after the divorce became final, he married you.
Sure, why not?
Not a thing, Mrs. Morgan, except you made a grave mistake when you followed your husband to Avery's home at Meredith last night.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Inspector, I think if we drive over to Meredith, we'll have no difficulty in picking up the final clue that will definitely establish the identity of our murderer. Done here, Inspector.
Okay. What time is it?
Time, it's 4:30. It'll be done in another 15 minutes.
That's good. I don't like to sleep in the daytime anyway. So maybe I'll be able to stay awake. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I've been wondering how Mrs. Morgan knew that Avery was going to hire a couple of city cops. He told us he hadn't mentioned that to anyone.
No, he told us that he hadn't mentioned any names. But Clifton Neal knew Avery was going to get outside help. I imagine Neal mentioned it to Morgan.
Uh-huh. Do you think that scarf belongs to Mrs. Morgan?
I know it does, Inspector.
Do you think she was in Meredith last night?
I'm quite sure she was.
Okay. Then you think she tied the scarf around Flossie Avery's neck?
Are you trying to trap me into admitting something, Inspector? Oh, wait, turn here. Avery's name was on that mailbox.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to trap you into anything. I'd just like to know who murdered Flossie, that's all, and I think you know.
Knowing and proving, Inspector.
Yeah. Knowing and proving are two different things. I wonder how many times I heard you say that. Say, Avery's got quite a place here, hasn't he?
Yes, very elaborate. Stop here, Inspector.
Say.
Well,
By golly, I just thought. How are we going to get in? We haven't any keys.
We don't want to get in. What we're looking for is on the outside. Come along, I'll show you.
Show me what? Look. That hot sequence that Avery told us about took place inside the house.
True, but if my reasoning is correct, the murder took place outside the house.
Sure it did. It took place in Sydney. Now, look, Bart. Hey, where are we going?
Right here to the shore of the lake. It's light enough to see what we're looking for, don't you think, Inspector?
It depends on what we're looking for, Mr. Drake.
We're looking for footprints, Mr. Dalton.
Footprints? Bart, are you sure you haven't got this case mixed up with the one we were on 3 weeks ago?
Yes, quite sure, Inspector. By Jove.
By Jove what?
Look there, Inspector. Those are footprints on the soft ground, aren't they? A woman's footprint.
Sure they are. Why shouldn't they be? Maybe Flossie went swimming. Every once in a while you run across a babe who's willing to get her bathing suit wet.
Do they go swimming in high-heeled shoes? No, Inspector. And look there. Those are footprints of a man's shoes. And over here, the two sets of footprints intermingle, indicating a struggle.
Or a necking party. But there's one thing about you. You've never been married.
That's true.
Now, most honeymooners are prone to walk arm in... what are you looking at?
Mr. and Mrs. Jeff Morgan, Inspector. They just drove up and parked behind our car.
Well, I'll be... By golly, here they come. Hey, Bart, that guy looks mad.
He is mad, Inspector, and I'm pretty sure I know the reason why. Anger is sometimes a defense against the guilty conscience.
Guilty conscience? Then it was Morgan who...
Quiet, Inspector.
So you're Barton Drake, are you?
That's right.
My wife told me how you came busting into our house. Well, listen, you're not going to get away with it, see?
Get away with what, Morgan?
With pinning this murder rap on me. Only wish I'd been home when you called. I'd have told you a few things.
Why don't you tell us now, chum? Nobody's stopping you.
Go ahead and tell him, Jeff. Go on.
All right, I will. It wasn't me who murdered Flossie, and I can prove it.
Well, please do.
Okay, wise guy. You think I can't, huh? Well, listen to this. I was out of the house only 2 hours Saturday night. I got friends who'll testify where I was the exact minute Flossie was murdered.
The exact minute, Well, I didn't know anyone was aware of the exact minute Flossie was murdered.
What? Well, you're crazy. Cliff Neal knew, and he told me.
Funny thing, he didn't mention it to us. Bob, I'd hate to be in your friend's shoes if they testify you were out of the house only 2 hours Saturday night.
Don't testify. Don't worry.
You'd be making a mistake if you tried to prove you weren't here Saturday night, Morgan. The fact that your wife's scarf was tied around Flossie's neck satisfied me that you were.
You can't prove that scarf is mine.
There's a cleaner's mark on it that says I can.
Cleaner's?
Yeah, you know when you sent the thing to be cleaned, they stamped their mark on it.
Oh, you're crazy. I never sent that scarf.
You see? It's simple, isn't it, to prove a person is lying. And it's equally simple to prove a murderer guilty.
Drake, listen. Lay off, will you? We didn't have anything to do with Flossie being murdered. Why don't you let us alone?
I gather from your tone, Morgan, that you're afraid we can prove you guilty. That indicates to me that you were here 2 nights ago. You're afraid to admit it because of your purpose in being here.
Yes. Only you can't pin a murder rap on us. We didn't have anything to do with it.
On the contrary, you had a lot to do with it. You were the direct cause.
I wasn't. I didn't have a thing to do with it.
Let me explain, Morgan. You and your wife read in the newspapers about Flossie's marriage to Arthur Avery. Avery, being a wealthy man and rather prominent because of his marital adventures, you decided to attempt a little blackmail. Your wife agreed.
I didn't. All I did was drive Jeff down here.
Shut up, Bessie.
Well, now we know they were here.
Bessie stayed in the car while you, Morgan, went inside. The sight of Flossie awoke in you fond memories. While Bessie waited, you and Flossie renewed old acquaintanceship.
That's a neat way of putting it, Bart.
Bessie was still waiting when she saw Avery's car approaching. She didn't have time to do anything but hide behind some bushes.
Hey, that's when she lost her scarf, eh?
Right you are, Inspector. Her hiding place was on the path that led down to the lake. She crouched there and watched as Avery came up to the house and looked in on his new wife and Morgan. Am I right, Bessie?
Go ahead. You're telling the story.
Very well, thank you. Avery suddenly burst into the house and in a rage attacked Morgan.
Only Morgan was bigger and younger. And he knocked Avery for a row of banana trees.
Right again, Inspector.
That's pretty good guessing, Drake. Then what happened?
I'm not guessing, Morgan. What I'm telling you is merely logical reasoning supported by evidence. I think you must have been afraid that you'd killed Avery. You convinced your wife that she was as much to blame as you. So you both headed home and waited to see if Avery really were dead.
It must have been quite a shock when you found it was Mrs. Avery who had been murdered. Say, what? If that story's true, then it must have been Avery.
Inspector,
huh?
There's someone in the bushes right behind you. Pretend you don't know it. Wander over that way.
Oh, I get it. I'll just look around here a little part.
Yes, that's fine, Inspector. Well, Morgan, are you going to deny now that you were here last night?
I could. You haven't proved anything. You're only guessing.
All right, mister, get out from behind those bushes. Keep away from me, Danton. Oh, you will.
Look out, Inspector. It's Avery.
I know it's Avery. All right, Avery. You won't take me. You won't. Oh, no. Put down that gun. I'll shoot myself first. Holy smoke. He did shoot himself.
You can go to sleep if you want to, Inspector. Still a long way to New York.
Not me, son. There's some things I want to know about before I cork off.
Oh, really, Inspector?
Yeah, really, Inspector. That guessing game you played with the Morgans, for one thing. As far as I can see, you didn't have one doggone fact to support it.
Oh, I have several facts, Inspector.
Yeah, what were they?
Well, I knew that Flossie had been murdered near the lake in Meredith, for one thing.
How?
Because when we examined Flossie's body in Clifton Neal's undertaking parlors, we saw that her hair was matted with blood and mud, remember?
Yeah, but...
A few minutes later, Neal told us that there'd been a long, hot, dry spell in Sydney, not a drop of surface water within miles.
Oh, I see what you mean. No water, no mud, eh?
Exactly, Inspector.
Yeah. Okay. How did that prove that Avery was the boy we wanted?
Oh, it added up, Inspector. There were only 3 people involved, the Morgans and Avery. You see, Avery wanted full revenge by having us prove that Morgan was guilty of the crime he, Avery, had committed. He knew that we'd likely discover that Morgan had been at Meredith.
Yeah, but why couldn't either of the Morgans have murdered Mrs. Avery at the lake and then carried her body to Sydney?
Well, but why, Inspector?
Why what?
Why would either of the Morgans have murdered her? You see, Avery was the only one with a motive. The Morgans wanted to keep her alive in order to exact their blackmail.
Hey, that's right, isn't it? Yep. Well, I guess I can go to sleep now.
To sleep, Inspector, but the case isn't closed yet.
Huh? What do you mean it's not closed?
It never is, Inspector, until I say mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York early last month. In a third-floor apartment located in the upper 80s, a young woman stood near a window, furtively peering down into the street.
See anything?
Yes. Peter just came in with the door. See you for a minute.
Okay, honey. Well, this is it. Remember now, stay in the kitchen. Make him come to you out there.
Dad, I'm scared. What if Peter suspects? What if our plans don't work? What?
They'll work. They can't help it work. Stop taking it. That's what I tried, baby, now. Remember how much depends on this. Remember all our risks of planning.
But now the time is near. I'm so afraid.
Forget it. We can't turn back now. If Peter found me here, it would be worse than if we didn't go further.
Oh, you're right. You're always right.
There. Is that better?
Dad, you always make things right.
Everything's going to be all right from now on, honey. Everything's always going to be all right with us from now on.
We'll be, won't it, Dad? After this is over, it'll be all right. Tell me it will, Dad.
Sure it will, Peggy. I've already told you. Now, go on. Get out to the kitchen. He should be here. Make him come to you in the kitchen.
All right, Dad.
I'll be behind the dining room door. You'll never know what hit him. Oh, don't worry about a thing.
Just where you want me?
Yes. Sit there. Oh, pretend to be reading. Talk to him when he comes in. Make him come to you.
All right.
Here he is now. Smile at him, honey. Make your voice sound natural.
Is that you, Peter? I'm out here, out in the kitchen. Peter. Peter, what's wrong? You haven't said a word. you coming out and kiss me? What are you staring at?
That'll take care of him.
Daddy.
Get hold of yourself. Now, unplug that gas hose in the floor heater while I move this body. Go on. There. That ought to do it. Peggy, close the door to the living room.
All right.
Okay. We'll go out through the kitchen and down the back way. Oh, wait. Let me look around now. Make sure everything's all right.
Never forget the way she did it. Never. This is what you knew. I couldn't believe it. The way...
Quit it, I say. Think of the way he used to look at you before you met me. The way he used to knock you around.
You're right.
Hey. Yeah, that's better. Now, let's see now. Book open on the table. Half-filled glass of liquor. Good. Honey, it's a perfect setup. Perfect. Why, we haven't got a thing to worry about.
Can't we go now, Chad? Why do we have to stay here any longer? Suppose Peter comes too.
Sure, honey, sure. We're leaving right now. Wait for me over there near the back door.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to turn on the gas. Go on now.
All right.
Here we go, Peggy. This is it. That does it. Come on, Peggy. Let's get out of here. What drive is this, Peggy?
11:15.
Another 3/4 of an hour and we'll go back. Dance?
Rather not.
How about another drink?
No, thank you.
Oh, don't be a sap. Have a drink. You need it.
I don't want another drink, Chad. I've had enough.
Cut the ad, Peggy. Waiter. 2 more bourbon. Come on, hurry him up.
Chad, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, 12 o'clock, Peggy. Time to go. Old Pete ought to be dead as a herring by now.
Don't talk about it.
Why not? We gotta talk about it sometime. Say, what's the matter with you, anyhow?
Oh, I don't know. Chad, I wish we didn't have to go back.
Yes. So do I.
Chad, you're not really drunk.
Of course I'm not drunk. I just wanted to attract attention. Now listen. As soon as we find Peter, you scream. That'll bring some of your neighbors running. From then on, I'll take over.
What are you going to do?
Do? I'm going to show him how Peter was sitting at a kitchen table reading and having a drink when the telephone rang. He got up to answer it, tripped over the gas heater in the living room, hit his head when he fell, and pulled out the rubber tube that feeds gas into the heater.
Oh, Chad. You think they'll believe us?
Of course they'll believe it. What's to stop them? It's perfect, honey. Perfect. Let's put on the final act and finish it up. Steady, Peggy. This is it.
I'm all right.
Shall we
ride up in the elevator? It's only 2 flights.
Sure we will. You always do, don't you?
Sometimes I walk.
Here we are. Tonight you're writing. It'll look more natural.
Chad, I'm scared.
For God's sake, quit saying you're scared. I'm sick of hearing it. Here we are. Go ahead.
Chad, there's a light under the door. Someone's in the apartment.
Nonsense. You probably left the light burning in the living room.
No, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. What'll I do? Oh, what'll I say?
Just that's natural. Remember, you don't know anything. When they tell you about Peter, put on an act. Start crying. Carry on.
Right, I'll try.
Now, come on. That's the stuff. Come on now.
There's someone here.
It is. Are you Mrs. Sanders?
Yes, I am. Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment? Where's my husband?
One question at a time, lady.
I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
The police.
Police? What? What's wrong? What happened?
Who are you, if I may ask?
Well, I'm Chad Pennington, a friend of Mr. and Mrs. Standish here.
Oh?
We were supposed to meet Pete tonight at the Golden Glow nightclub. He didn't show up, so I brought Mrs. Standish home.
I see. I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Mrs. Standish.
Has something happened to Peter?
Yes. Your husband's dead, Mrs. Standish.
Dead? Oh, no. No.
Peter's dead. Can't believe it. How did it happen?
Gas fumes. He apparently tripped over the hose that connects the floor heater to the wall plug in the dining room, hit his head somewhere, knocked himself out, and inhaled enough of the escaping fumes to asphyxiate him.
Peter can't be dead. He can't be.
Steady, Peggy. Are you sure that's what happened? How did you find out about it? Where's Peter now?
He's still in the dining room. Would you like to have Inspector Danton explain what probably happened?
Oh, yes. It seems incredible that such an accident could have occurred.
Come this way, please.
I can't look at him. No, I can't.
You've got to. Come on.
He's in here.
Oh, Peter.
Steady, Peggy, steady. Hold on to yourself. Inspector. It's terrible. When did you discover it?
About an hour ago. A neighbor came to the door and knocked. No one answered, but since the neighbor had seen Standish coming up in the elevator, they knew that someone was home.
What a pity. I suppose old Pete must have been sitting at the kitchen table reading and having a drink.
Why do you say that, Pennington?
Oh, Peter always had a drink before going to bed. It was a habit he had.
Yes.
He'd sit out in the kitchen for an hour or more, reading and drinking.
Oh. Was it his habit to read a cookbook, Mrs. Standish?
Cookbook?
Yeah, the book we found on the table near the glass of liquor was a cookbook.
But that doesn't surprise me. Pete didn't care what he read. The book was lying there, and he probably opened it and just flipped a page.
I see. That probably accounts for the fact that he was sitting in the dark.
In the dark?
Yeah. When we arrived on the scene, there wasn't a light on in the place.
Well, that's ridiculous. Peter wouldn't sit in the dark.
Of course he wouldn't. But, George, I know. He didn't want anyone to know he was home, so he switched off the light when he heard the knock.
Yes, he knew you two were expecting him at the Golden Glow, and he didn't want anyone to suspect that he'd come home instead.
Of course, that must have been it. It must have been.
Sure. I told you somebody could answer all those questions for us, Bart.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's that business about the heater being on.
Heater being on?
The inspector was disturbed, Mrs. Standish, when the neighbor who came in told us that the button near the wall plug that turns on the gas was in a non-position.
Yeah. You see, that means that the heater must have been lighted. Otherwise, of course, no gas would have escaped when Standish accidentally tripped over the tube and pulled it out.
But why shouldn't the heat have been on?
No reason, Pennington, except that this is an unusually warm evening for anyone to have a floor heater going.
Oh, Peter was like that. He was always cold.
Yes, I see. Always cold. Well, Inspector, I guess you'll have to turn in a report of accidental death.
Of course. Accidental death. What a pity. Well, thanks for dropping in, boys. I suppose you run into cases like this frequently.
Oh, all the time, Bub. Wait a minute, Bart. I just thought of something.
Yes, Inspector.
What do you figure it was that Standish hit his head on when he fell?
Why, Inspector, the heater, of course.
Yeah, but if that happened, the heater would be behind him. And here's the guy turned around just as though he'd crawled up to the gas outlet and stuck his nose into it.
Yes, possibly you have something there, Inspector.
That's nonsense. He could have fallen sidewise.
Yes, Inspector, I think what you say should be given some thought. For example, if Standish did strike his head against the heater, there'd be blood on it, wouldn't there?
Yeah, no, that's the way I figure it.
What is this? He could have hit his head against the floor.
Well, if he'd hit his head on the floor, Pennington, the wound would be in the front of Standish's head and not on the back, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Oh?
He probably fell backward.
Oh, now he probably fell backward. That guy must have been a contortionist. Bart, I guess we'd better switch that accidental report.
What do you mean?
I think the inspector means, Mrs. Standish, that he feels your husband didn't die accidentally. He was murdered.
Murdered?
No. Peter wasn't murdered. He couldn't have been. You mustn't think that. You must.
We not only think it, lady, we know it.
I'm afraid the inspector's right, Mrs. Standish. But please don't alarm yourself. You're in no danger. Even though the murderer should return, Inspector Danton and I will be here to protect you both.
what? What do you think?
I think we have a couple of murderers in the next room, Inspector.
Well, then, what are we waiting for crying out loud?
We're waiting for one of them to break down and confess, Inspector.
Confess? Are you kidding?
No, not at all. It'll save us a good deal of trouble and the state a lot of money if either Mrs. Standish or Pennington confess wanted.
It sure will. It'll also save me a lot of headaches if you can tell me why either one of them will be sucker enough.
Well, let me put it this way, Inspector. So far, we've succeeded in establishing the fact that Peter Standish was murdered.
All right, then. Let me go in and arrest the guilty party.
On what grounds?
Huh?
Have we any proof that Standish's wife and Pennington are guilty? No, we haven't. The best you could do is bring them down to headquarters and hold them on suspicion. My plan is much simpler.
Plan? What plan?
Sitting here and waiting.
Huh?
Letting them wonder what we're doing, how much we know, when we'll finally present them with the evidence that will prove them guilty.
You think one of them will break, huh?
I'm quite sure of it, Inspector. You see, those two are not unlike a lot of other people who think they're clever enough to commit a crime and fool the police.
We kind of made them look silly, didn't we, Bart?
Yes, we did, Inspector. Pennington and Mrs. Standish, being novices of the art of crime, overlooked all the less obvious clues. But my guess is they were careful to provide alibis for what they thought would be the clues we'd check on first.
Such as what?
Well, they probably made sure they were seen at the Golden Glow nightclub. And I imagine if we checked, we'd find that Standish had actually arranged to meet them there.
So you figure we'd be wasting our time if we checked all those things, eh?
Yes, definitely. Our two suspects are not hardened criminals, Inspector. They're just a couple of ordinary human beings. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
Maybe not. But when medical examiner Ryan's report comes, and when we hear from the fingerprint boys, I figure we ought to do something.
Oh, we will, Inspector. We will. But in a psychological manner.
Psychological manner, then?
We'll play what is known, Inspector, as the waiting game.
Sounds like fun. I only hope it'll work.
It'll work, Inspector. Don't worry. It will work. Yes?
How long has they been in there?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of hours, I guess.
Why don't they come out? Why don't they question us some more? Waiting's going to increase.
Forget it, Peggy. I've told you 100 times. We haven't anything to worry about. Now relax.
What are they doing? Why are they holding us here?
Why not? Look, honey, those two are human beings just like you and me. Even if they are cops. They've got their reputations to think of.
But if they don't know it was us...
Shut up. Look, they think they like me. Now, take it easy, honey. If they want to play a waiting game, we'll play it, too.
I suppose you're right.
Sure, I'm right. They haven't got a thing on us. Which is smart for them, Peggy. Too smart.
Look, Bart. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting tired.
Well, Inspector, go over on the couch. Take a nap.
Oh, I'm not that tired. I want to know what's going on, you know.
But there's nothing going on at the moment, Inspector.
Yeah, that's just the point. What if this psychological manner deal of yours doesn't pay off?
It will pay off.
Yeah?
What if you were the murderer, sitting there in the next room? Wonder what's going on in here.
Yeah, but I'm not a murderer.
Oh, Inspector.
Huh?
It'd be a big relief to me if you would take a nap.
Yeah, but I just told you. You're good sleep.
Inspector, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't get any fun out of this business at all.
That's what I like about you, Bart. Sometimes you don't seem to know up from down.
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, that sounds like maybe your plan is working, Bart.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I don't think we'll have to wait much longer. As a matter of fact, I think you'd better put off that nap for another 15 minutes. Fool. What if they heard you say that?
I hope they did. I hope they did. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I hope it was...
I had to. Get hold of yourself. That's what they're waiting for. For one of us to break.
Not knowing what they're doing. Perhaps they found some more evidence.
There isn't any more evidence. That's what I keep telling you, Peggy. They haven't got a thing to go on. Not a thing.
You said that before. You said you'd taken care of everything, and then they found all those clues.
So now it's my fault. It was you who wanted him murdered, and now because I told you...
It wasn't I. You found out about the insurance money. You made all the plans. You forced me to...
You little double-crossing cheat. It was you who first put the idea into my head.
And now you're trying to sell me down the river.
That's not true. I'm not. Oh, Jeff. Let's not quarrel. Quarrel.
Don't need a telephone. I'll answer.
I'll take that, Pennington. Thank you.
Just sit down, Bob, and relax.
Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Ryan. I see. He was, eh? No traces? Well, that's odd. His wife? I see.
What about his wife? Who is it? What's he saying about him?
Now, lady, what are you getting jumpy about?
Nothing. I'm not jumpy. Why should I be jumpy?
Maybe plenty of reasons, maybe none. What's the story, Bart?
This looks serious, Inspector.
Yes?
Mrs. Standish, are you quite sure you were at the Golden Glow tonight?
Of course we're sure. We were both there. We can prove it. You hear me? We can prove it.
How, Pennington?
Because we were seen. I got drunk and made a lot of noise, and people looked at us.
Well. So you got drunk and made a lot of noise and people looked at you. Well.
What do you mean? Well. Oh, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Nothing, Bob. Nothing. What are you getting excited about? You haven't a thing to worry about, remember?
That must be our fingerprint expert, Inspector. I'll answer. Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Mac. What did you find? Is that so? On the swinging door between the kitchen and the living room, eh? By Jove. I can't believe it. Okay, thanks, Mac. Pennington, were you here earlier in the evening?
Yes, why? I came up to get Peggy.
Whoops, wait a minute, Bob. You told us that you met her at the Golden Glow.
I didn't. I said we all arranged to meet here.
You'd better check that with your notebook, Inspector.
Yeah. Let me get up my little black book here.
I don't care what your little black book says. I know what I said.
Who got to the Golden Glow first, you or Mrs. Standish?
She did. She was there when I got...
But you just said you called to Mrs. Standish here.
I did. I mean, we left here together.
Nope, my little black book says otherwise.
I don't care, I tell you. Those fingerprints couldn't have been mine. They couldn't.
What fingerprints, Pennington?
The ones on the swinging door.
Why couldn't they have been yours? Did you wipe yours off?
I mean, there weren't any to wipe off.
Do you mean, Pennington, that you were here, but that you didn't go out into the kitchen?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Then how could you leave by the back way?
The back? Who said we left by the back way?
Peggy, she just told us.
I didn't say a thing.
But you did leave by the back way, didn't you, Mrs. Standish?
Yes, but what difference does it make? Ted did...
Shut up, Peggy. Don't answer them. Don't say a word.
Was the swinging door to the kitchen open or closed, Pennington?
When? I don't know. I didn't go out there, I tell you.
Sure you did. You wiped off your fingerprints. You said so.
You tricked me into saying that. It doesn't prove a thing.
Let me see your handkerchief, Pennington.
Why?
If you wiped off your fingerprints, there'll probably be a smudge on your handkerchief. Hand it over here.
Something wrong, lady?
What's the use? What's the use?
Shut up, Peggy.
Well, Pennington.
I haven't got a handkerchief.
Oh, you haven't?
What if there are smudges on it? They could have gotten there some other way.
We can check that easy enough. Let's see your handkerchief.
I haven't got one, I tell you.
Sorry, Pennington. You also left your fingerprints on the button of the gas heater.
No, he didn't. He couldn't have. It was I.
It was you who what, Mrs. Standish?
It was her who turned on the gas, of course.
She didn't. Don't let him trick you, Peggy. Keep quiet.
So that's how it was. Pennington slugged the guy and the babe turned on the gas.
Who pulled the tube from the wall socket?
And who swung Standish's body around after he was knocked out?
What did you hit him with, Pennington?
It was a lead pipe. I found a pipe.
You're a liar. It wasn't a pipe.
Oh, so it wasn't a pipe.
Then what was it, Pennington?
None of your business. It wasn't anything. You haven't got a thing on me.
Did you know that Standish was dead before the gas reached his lungs?
He wasn't. He was breathing. Who says so? I do.
How do you know?
No, stop it. I can't stand it anymore. We did it. We killed him.
Shut up, you fool.
No, I'm going to tell him. I've got to.
I said it.
We murdered him. We thought we could get away with it. We wanted to be sure. Dad said we wouldn't find out. He said he'd take care of everything.
Shut up. Grab him, Inspector. Grab him.
Stop.
Don't shoot you two. The killing days are over. Just put on that gun. Don't kill everybody. Look out, Barton. Down there.
Let me out at the corner, Inspector. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Okay. You're tired. Practically daylight. Say, Bud, I was wondering about those telephone calls.
The one from Ryan and the one from Mac?
Yeah.
What did they find?
Not much more than we already knew, Inspector. The autopsy showed that there was no trace of alcohol in Sandy's system.
So he hadn't been sitting there drinking, eh? How about the fingerprint?
No fingerprints at all, Inspector. Pennington must have worn gloves, a fact which he'd probably forgotten.
It seems to me like he forgot a lot of things.
One of the main things he forgot, Inspector, was that he was new at the business of crime. He had the usual layman's lack of respect for the police, and we used it to advantage. You know, when this story breaks in the newspapers, a lot of people might learn a lesson.
I doubt it. Well, I guess that about winds up everything.
Yes, guess it does, Inspector. Well, good night.
Good night. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
What are the folks who read this story going to think when they realize that you're not a cop either?
I guess we'll have to tell them, Inspector, that mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last autumn. Arthur Gideon, playboy, world traveler, and multimillionaire, had been asked to write his memoirs. He'd invited most of the people whose names would appear in the book up to his estate on the Hudson for a weekend party. Well, Barry, come in. Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine, Arthur. Just dandy.
Good. I like to feel that my guests are enjoying themselves.
I'll bet. That makes it easier for you, doesn't it, Arthur?
Well, what was that, Barry? Easier for me.
Sure. Easier for you to study them, to get their reactions. That's what you invited us down here for, wasn't it?
Oh, Barry, you amaze me. Are you implying that I coerced you and the others into coming down?
Yes.
Oh, come now, Barry.
And you were very clever about it, Arthur. Very subtle. The invitations that you sent us sounded genuine.
They were genuine.
Yeah, except for one thing. It's the first time in 3 years that you've had a weekend party.
I know. I'm ashamed I've been ill.
It's a pity you didn't die easily and comfortably in bed.
Well, that sounds suspiciously like a threat, Barry.
It's more than a threat, Arthur. It's a statement of fact. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, Barry, that's very amusing. Shall I act terrified, drop to my knees, and beg for mercy?
You think I'm kidding? Take a look at this.
Well, a knife, and a big one, too. You plan to slit my throat with it, or will it be a quick plunge to the heart?
You still don't get it, do you, Arthur? Listen. Last night, after everyone had gone to bed, I came in here to your study.
Yes, I noticed that my desk had been tampered with.
I found the chapter that you had just completed in your book of memoirs.
Oh, you did? Then you read a few facts about yourself that you thought I'd forgotten. Didn't you, Barry?
I read some facts that I hoped you'd have the decency to forget.
Oh, Barry, my dear boy, when a man is asked to write a book of memoirs, it's because his publishers feel that he has certain things to say that will be of interest.
Arthur, you're a rat. You're an unmitigated pig. It's a wonder to me that someone hasn't called your bluff before now.
My bluff? I've never bluffed in my life. Everyone knows that.
Everyone's been afraid of you, Arthur. You had money and power and influence. Your life has been sheltered and protected. You've been allowed to get away with things for which other men have gone to jail.
What sort of things, Barry?
Bullying people. Slandering their characters. Upsetting their lives and amusing yourself by breaking women's hearts.
Oh, Barry, you're priceless. Can't you ever forget that Fran Darwin?
No. I was in love with Fran Darwin, Arthur. Can you understand that?
Yes, I remember. It was unfortunate because dear Fran happened to be in love with me.
That's a lie. You bought her. You offered her jewels, furs, cars, servants, and she fell for that.
Oh, yes, how vividly it all comes back. Youth, Barry. Youth is a wonderful thing. Tell me, Barry, how many years was it you spent in jail?
A lifetime.
Thanks to you. Oh, I suppose it did seem like a lifetime. Refresh my memory, Barry. Why was it you were sent to jail?
You should ask.
I'll tell you why, Barry. You couldn't meet competition. You didn't have the money to buy Fran's life.
Why,
you tried to steal it and got caught.
If you'd succeeded, you'd have done exactly what I did. Offered to buy Fran for a penny. You knew she was in the open market?
Shut up, you cheap two-timing...
Oh, now. Calm yourself, my boy. Calm yourself. The case facts. We both played the game and you lost.
Lost? Well, you framed me. You gave me the tip on those stocks. You knew the bottom was going to drop out of the market.
Oh, come, Barry. That's the way the game's played. The cards are dealt, the chips are bet, and the loser grins and plays the next hand. There are no hard feelings, are there?
Do you know what will happen if my present boss finds out I'm an ex-convict?
Well, I'm sorry, Barry, but it seems that my publishers feel that I've, lived rather an interesting life. Now, would it be fair to them if I omitted the incident of Fran Darwin and you?
It would be the only means of saving your life.
Oh, Barry, for heaven's sake, stop talking about killing me. You're not going to kill me.
No?
Of course not. You haven't the courage.
You're quite sure of that, are you, Arthur?
Of course. Consider your chances of getting away with it. The house is full of gas.
You're wrong, Arthur. We're quite alone.
What did you say?
Your guests are all attending the skeet shooting matches that you arranged for them last night. Remember?
Oh, nonsense.
Although the servants are under orders not to disturb you during the morning hours while you're at work on your book. Surely you remember giving such orders, Arthur?
Well, what of it? Someone knows you're here. Someone is... Harry.
No, Arthur. No one knows I'm here. I went to town to send a telegram. Oh, I've arranged things very nicely, Arthur.
Harry. Don't be a fool. Somebody will hear you, though.
No, Arthur. No one will hear. The night is silent and smooth and quick.
Oh, Barry, don't. In heaven's name, I'll do anything.
I haven't the courage, Arthur? You fool. Look at me. Backed against the wall. Your eyes terrified. Sweat on your face.
In the name of God.
Come, Arthur. Why aren't you still scornful and contemptuous and sure of yourself?
Barry, take the knife away from my throat, please.
That's it, Arthur. Beg. Beg for your life.
Please.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I dreamed of hearing.
I do beg you, Harry. I do. I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Only please take that knife away.
How does it feel, Arthur? Tell me. The point is pricking your skin now, isn't it? Your eyes are wide with terror. You're trembling. You're sweating from every pore.
Barry, in the name of...
So you thought I wouldn't have the courage to kill you. Why, you... You filthy scum. Thought I didn't...
Arthur! Oh, Barry, I thought you'd gone to town. Where's Arthur?
What are you doing back here, June? You're supposed to be at the skeet shoot.
Oh, what is the skeet shoot? I thought of something I wanted to tell Arthur that might help him in writing his book. Oh.
Yeah?
There's someone on the floor. Behind the bed. Harry!
Stay where you are, June.
It's Arthur. It's Harry.
Shut up, June. Shut up, Harry.
Oh, it's...
I'll do more than choke you if you don't shut your mouth.
You murdered Arthur.
Yes, my dear. I murdered him. I slit his throat with this knife. It was a very pleasant experience, I assure you.
But, Barry, you can't get away with this. The police...
I have no worries about the police, my dear. No worries about the police at all.
They'll find out, though. Why? What are you going to do?
No worries at all about the police, my dear. What a pity you chose this time to come back and visit poor Arthur.
No. I won't tell my daughter.
No. I don't think you will tell.
So, this guy Arthur Gideon wrote your letter, did he, Bart?
That's right, Inspector. He expected to be murdered this weekend, and he thought I might like to be around.
Very funny. Now, how about telling me what this trip is all about?
I'm quite serious, Inspector. Gideon is writing his memoirs. He had quite an eventful life, you know.
Yeah, I know. 5 wives, a couple of duels in Europe.
Right.
International politics, a royal scandal or two. Oh, the guy got around all right. So, now he's writing a book about him, eh?
That's right, Inspector. He's invited most of the people who will appear as characters up to his place on the Hudson for the weekend.
And he expects one of them to murder him.
That's it, Inspector.
Sounds like an original party, at least. Hope we aren't too late for the big event.
I don't think we will be. Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Say, look at that bunch of cars.
Yes, and there's a larger bunch of people. Apparently, they've just come back from someplace or just leaving.
Now, wouldn't it be our luck if they were leaving and me just spoiling for a good red-hot murder?
Park in behind this line of cars, Inspector. We can walk the rest of the way.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, here comes someone to meet us.
Yeah. Rather matronly-looking lady. Probably Arthur Gideon's sister.
Good afternoon. I suppose you're more of Arthur's guest.
Yes, my name's Drake, Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Daffy.
Hi.
Drake? Benton? Well, the names aren't familiar. Well, Arthur knew a great many peculiar people whose names he neglected to mention to me. Come along up to the house and have a drink.
Peculiar. Did you hear what that old battle axe said, Bart?
I certainly did, Inspector. That confirms the stories they've heard about Arthur Gideon, doesn't it?
Confirmed. Hey, what are you looking at?
That young girl who just came out of the house. She looks scared to death.
There she does it there. I wonder what's the matter.
Well, we'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. She's heading for Miss Gideon.
June, what in the world is the matter? Oh, Miss Gideon, it's terrible. Barry Chester's been bitten by a black widow spider. What's that? Barry bitten by a spider? What's so tragic about that?
You don't understand. This was a black widow. They're poisonous.
The young lady's right, Miss Gideon. If someone's been bitten by a black widow, you'd better send for a doctor at once.
I've done that. He's on his way now. I tried to find Arthur to tell him, but he's disappeared.
Arthur disappeared? Oh, come, June, you're all excited. Calm down and explain yourself.
It's true. I went to his study. The manuscript was on his desk. Arthur was gone.
Well, could Mr. Gideon have just stepped out somewhere?
And leave his manuscript for prying eyes to see? Oh, not Arthur. Oh, come, I think we'd better look into this. Well, he's certainly not here.
There's the manuscript on his desk. The last page is half completed. He must have been writing when...
When what, June?
When... whatever happened to him happened.
June, what in the world ails you? You're white as a ghost. You're trembling.
Oh, my trembling. It's cold in here. What is this, Gideon? An Eskimo or something?
I don't think June is trembling from the cold.
There's nothing wrong with me, really. I'm just worried about Barry. Perhaps the doctor won't get here in time. And what do you think happened to Arthur?
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Come over here a minute.
Right. You found something, Inspector?
I don't know. Look down there behind the desk.
A dark spot on the rug, eh?
Yeah.
Any idea what it is, Inspector?
Sure, I got an idea. It's blood.
Oh, no, it isn't blood. I'm sure it isn't. It couldn't be blood.
And why couldn't it be, June?
Because it couldn't. I mean, why would there be blood in Arthur's study? It's perfectly ridiculous.
There's something peculiar about all this. I think I'd better call the police.
Your brother's already attended to that, Miss Gideon.
Attended to it? Arthur? Whatever do you mean?
Inspector Danton's a policeman. Your brother wrote us a note asking us to come up here for the weekend. He said he expected to be murdered.
Murdered? Oh, great heavens, by who?
I don't think that was important to him. I think, Miss Gideon, that your brother wanted to be murdered.
Wanted? Oh, Mr. Drake, if that is your name, that is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard. If this is some sort of practical joke...
I assure you, Miss Gideon, it's no joke. Your brother's been ill for the past 3 years. Did you know that he'd been suffering from an incurable disease?
Why, no, why?
He would have been dead in a short time anyhow. By allowing himself to be murdered, a chapter would be written in his book of memoirs that would give a publication a sensational value. I think that's what Arthur Gideon wanted.
Hey, Bart, we missed the boat again. That spot on the floor isn't blood, it's water.
Water?
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know what you two make of it, but it confirms my belief that this is nothing but one of Arthur's...
Look out, Inspector.
Good gosh, the babe fainted. Okay, nothing to get excited about. She'll be all right in a minute.
I can't understand it, June. Such a healthy girl. What do you suppose made her faint?
The usual causes. Miss Gideon, would you mind getting a damp cloth and some smelling salts, please?
Oh, I'll ring for one of the servants.
I think it would be better if you saved time by going yourself.
Well, all right.
And tell someone to get some wood and start a fire in this fireplace. I'm frozen.
All right, Inspector. Go over and lock that door.
Lock the... Why, for crying out loud?
Hurry. June is regaining consciousness.
Okay. Only I don't see why.
Are you feeling better, June?
What happened? Where am I?
Nothing. You fainted. You'll be all right in a minute. Where's who, June?
Nobody. I'm all right. Have they Has Arthur come back yet?
Can Arthur come back, June?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
I was just wondering if it were possible for Arthur to come back. Or is he dead?
Oh, no, of course he's not dead. What makes you even think such a thing?
Well, the blood.
It wasn't blood, it was water. That other man said so.
And where did that water come from?
Where did it come from? I don't know. Why are you asking me?
Because I think you know the answer. There's no reason why there should be water on the floor. There's no water pitcher in sight. Who put the water there, June?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, you do. You put the water there, June. You wiped the blood with a wet cloth, didn't you?
Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, please don't ask me any more questions.
You're frightened, June. Why? Was it you who murdered Arthur?
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
You admit coming here to the study and finding it deserted. Was it deserted, or was...
I'll get it.
No, you mustn't. It's for me. I'm sure it's for me. Let me answer.
Just a minute, lady.
Let her answer.
Let her now look, Bob. I'm the cop here.
Hello? Hello, who is it, please?
It's Barry, June.
Barry. Where are you?
I'm upstairs in my room. The doctor just left.
The doctor?
Yes, he gave me an antidote to the spider bite. I'm going to be all right, June.
That's fine, Barry.
Have they found Arthur yet, June?
No. The policemen are still here. They're right at my elbow, Barry. They're listening to every word you say.
Is that so? Well, ask them to come up and see me, June. Maybe I can help them out.
All right, Barry. I'll tell them.
And remember, June, I'm all right. I can get around. I can do things. I'm as good as new.
I understand, Barry. Goodbye. That was Barry Kester. He thinks he might be able to help you find Arthur.
Mm-hmm. I think so, too. Come on, Inspector. Let's go have a talk with Barry Kester. This must be the room here, Inspector. Let's go in.
Yeah. Oh, hello there. Are you the policeman?
That's right, Mr. Kester. How's the spider bite?
Oh, I'll live, I guess. Still a little weak. Those things can be dangerous, though. I'll say they can. I didn't know there were any black widow spiders around this section of the country.
Yeah, indeed there are, Inspector. Black widows aren't as common here as in some of the western states, but they're just as deadly. Eh, Kester?
Deadly? I never heard of a man dying from one.
Oh, there have been cases. You were smart to call the doctor the first thing. What did he use for an antidote?
Oh, the usual stuff, I suppose.
And what's the usual stuff?
Serum made from the blood of a victim.
I see. You were fortunate that the doctor had some on hand. I suppose that bandage around your arm covers the wound.
Say, I'd like to see what one of those bites looks like. Sorry, old man. Removing the bandage would be strictly against the doctor's orders. Yeah, I guess you're right.
June told us that you might be able to throw some light on the whereabouts of Arthur Gideon.
No, I wouldn't worry about him. Arthur's always disappearing for short periods of time.
I suppose, like most writers, he likes to spend considerable time alone.
Yeah, creates an effect. Arthur was always one to create an effect, so I've heard. Now, wait a minute. This doesn't add up. The guy invites a lot of people up here for a weekend, then goes off by himself because he doesn't want to be around the people he invited up here.
But Mr. Kester just explained that, Inspector. The more people he has around, the better the effect he can create.
That's all right, but... I wouldn't worry about it, Inspector. No? Arthur will turn up in a day or so and get a big laugh out of our concern.
Yeah, but... Mr. Kester's right, Inspector.
Huh?
We don't want to make fools of ourselves, do we? Come along. I hope you have no ill effects from that spider bite, Mr. Kester.
But I'm beginning to get another one of my headaches from watching you work.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Inspector.
Now, look, that guy Kester didn't fool you, did he?
Not for a minute, Inspector.
Good. That makes me feel better.
On the other hand, I'm sure we didn't fool him.
Huh? Were we trying to fool him?
But definitely. That must be the stable over there.
The stable?
That's right.
What do we want the stable for? No. Don't tell me, I know. We're looking for something.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Yes. So, now I'm supposed to ask you what we're looking for. Nothing doing. You won't tell me anyhow.
Well, of course I'll tell you, Inspector. We're looking for Arthur Gideon's body.
Body?
Naturally. We can't prove there's been a murder unless we have a body. Corpus delicti, you know, Inspector?
Yeah, corpus delicti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just one thing wrong with that theory, Bart.
Oh, what?
Bodies are usually dead. Now, if this Arthur Gideon is only sitting off in some corner thinking about his...
Arthur Gideon, Inspector, was murdered. Its corpse has been hidden somewhere around these premises. If we don't find it before nightfall, the murderer is going to sneak the body out and dispose of it.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Oh, I wonder why I didn't figure that all out.
Why? Because you're not a figuring man, Inspector. You're a man of action. Here's the stable. Let's go in and have a look. You take a look in the horse stalls, Inspector. I'll browse around the feet and...
Well, what if there are horses in the stall?
Don't ask questions. Just...
Now what?
Here comes Miss Gideon, and she looks excited.
Maybe Artie has returned.
No, I doubt that.
Oh, Mr. Drake, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Something wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, you've got to help me find Arthur, Mr. Drake. Our guests are asking questions. I'm rapidly getting into a stew.
Is that a fact? It's a tough thing to get into, lady.
Inspector. Is anything else wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, everything's wrong. June acts strangely. Barry Kester's been bitten by a spider. The servants won't bring in wood for the fire. Everybody's cold. It looks like rain. Arthur can't be found.
Now what? Now what, Inspector? Now I know what happened to Arthur Gideon, and I know where to find him. Come along. Well, June, I'm surprised to find you still here in the room where Arthur Gideon was murdered.
Murdered? What do you mean?
Don't ask him, lady. He might tell you. That might prove embarrassing for certain people.
You know he was murdered, June. You saw it happen.
That's not true. I didn't see it happen. I didn't.
But you know who murdered him.
Oh, I don't. I don't know anything. Won't you please stop hounding me?
Concealing guilty knowledge is as bad as committing the crime itself, June.
I can't tell you. I can't. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Oh, June, Oh.
Come in, Chester.
Hey, for a guy who just got out of bed, you're acting kind of spry, aren't you, son?
I'm sorry. I thought June was alone.
Just a minute, Chester.
Well?
Close the door, Inspector.
Close it? Okay. It's closed. Now what?
Chester, you must be a pretty tough guy.
What do you mean by that crack?
Why, the way you frightened June into not talking. The way you manhandled Arthur Gideon before murdering him.
Before murder? Are you crazy?
I wonder just how tough you are, Chester.
Why, you... keep your hands off me, Drake.
Come, Chester. You're not going to just stand there and take it, are you?
Quit it. I'm no match for you. That spider bite left me as weak as a kitten.
That's right, Bart. Better take it easy. The guy can hardly stand up.
I disagree, Inspector. Chester's just as strong as he ever was. He just doesn't dare fight back because he knows that by doing so, he'd give away the fact that he wasn't bitten by a black widow spider at all.
I was. I can prove it.
And I can prove that you're lying, Chester, this way.
You keep away from me.
On the contrary, I'm going to follow you right around the room. Lock the door, Inspector.
He won't get out.
How about it, Chester? How long can you keep your temper,
Watch out, Mr. Drake. He's dangerous.
We'll soon find out, June. Well, come on. Stop talking and do something, man.
Quit it.
You what, Chester? Come on. At least put up your dukes, man.
I'll do more than put up my dukes, you dirty copper. I'll make you wish you'd never...
Your face is bleeding, Bart. Be careful.
Archie says he doesn't like blood, lady. Watch.
Fine. Now we know, don't we, Chester? You got to do better than that.
I'll do better. I'll do better.
You don't. This won't do it.
Nice going, Bart. He's out like a light.
Yes, I guess that takes care of Mr. Chester. You better put some handcuffs on him, Inspector.
With a right cross like that, he writes books.
Your poor cheek. Let me wipe off the blood. Oh, you were magnificent, Barton.
You flatter me, Miss... June.
No.
I'll answer it. What in the world is going on in here? Who's that on the floor? It's Barry. Mr. Drake just knocked him out. It was wonderful. Wonderful. Mr. Drake, what is the meaning of this?
I'll explain as briefly as I can, Miss Gideon. And then I think you'd better summon the coroner.
The coroner? Why?
Because the body of your brother is stuffed up the chimney in that fireplace, and it's held in place by the damper.
Well?
Barry Kester murdered him when he learned certain things your brother was writing in his book of memoirs.
I can't believe it. It's true. I came in and saw Arthur's body on the floor. Barry tried to kill me, too, because he thought I'd tell. I begged him not to. We heard someone coming, and he told me if I said a word, it was awful. Upon my soul.
Well, when Barry forced June to wash up the blood in the carpet while he stuffed the body in the chimney, he had to work fast. He had to think quick. If he could keep anyone from discovering the body until tonight, he had a chance to dispose of it. That's why he thought of Black Widow.
The Black Widow? Whatever did that have?
The Black Widows are sometimes deadly poisonous, Miss Gideon. Everyone knows that. But Chester merely announced he'd been bitten by a black widow spider while picking up some wood from the fireplace.
Say, that's the reason none of the servants would lug in any wood. They were afraid of being bitten by a spider.
Exactly, Inspector. You see, Chester couldn't afford to have anyone start a fire in that fireplace.
Well, I'm a black widow's spouse. But that was a nice piece of work. Knocking out Chester, I mean.
Yes, it was fortunate, wasn't it, Inspector, that for once something besides mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. I retired early after spending an evening with Inspector Noah Danton at the Lamplighters Club. It must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when my telephone began to ring. There. Last telephone. Probably Inspector Danton. Hello.
Hello. Is this Barton Drake?
Yes, this is Drake. Who's calling?
Well, this is Guy Walters. Can you come out to 146 West Chestnut Street right away? There's been a murder.
If there's been a murder, why haven't you called the police? I wish people would realize
that murdered was Mrs. Stella Dix.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What did you say?
Mrs. Stella Dix. Under the circumstances, you can probably understand why we haven't called the police, Mr. Drake.
Yes, of course. What did you say that address was?
146 West Chestnut.
146. Very well. I'll be there within a half hour. Tell absolutely no one that this has happened.
So, you told this guy Walters to tell nobody that Stella Dix had been murdered, and then you wake me up to tell me. Is that right, Bart?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. You see, you are a policeman.
Yeah, but I thought Guy Walters didn't want to cast in on the deal.
No, he didn't, Inspector. However, when a murder has been committed, it's necessary to have an officer around, and you men can be trusted.
Yeah.
See, Inspector, if Stella Dix has actually been murdered, it's going to make a profound influence on how the voters cast their ballots next week.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
This is the first time that a woman has come close to being elected to the United States Senate in this state. It's important to know how she died, who's responsible for her death before the voting starts.
You mean you think her opponent might have killed her?
No, Inspector, not that. But suppose at the last moment, Mrs. Dix had decided to change her stand on the Interstate Commerce Bill. Suppose someone who would be personally affected by that change of attitude decided to do something about it.
Like knocking her off before the old girl's decision was made known to the press, eh?
Exactly, Inspector. Stella Dix is, was one of the most brilliant personalities of our day, Inspector. She has a large following, people who believe in her implicitly.
And a switch in policy on her part would come the works, eh?
Yes, that's one way of putting it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, where did this murder take place?
I don't know. Guy Walters asked me to come to 146 Chestnut Street. That's the Dix home.
Isn't Guy Walters Stella Dix's campaign manager?
Yes, that's right.
And isn't he president of the Walters Trucking Company?
Yes, I think he is, Inspector.
Well, then.
So, Walters murdered her because Stella decided to change her policy, thereby affecting his trucking business, eh?
Well, it's a motive.
Yes, it would be, Inspector. If Stella had decided to change her policy. This is the house, I think.
Yeah, 146. Well, let's go up and start the old routine.
Right.
Shall I ring the bell, or do we go busting in?
Well, I think it would be polite if we rang. Well.
You're Barton Drake.
That's right.
We've been waiting for you. I'm Penelope Gage. Oh, you have someone with you?
Yes, this is Inspector Noah Danton, Miss Gage.
Hi.
But the police...
Yes, I know. Mr. Waters preferred that the police were not to be notified. However,
Of course. I'm sure the presence of Inspector Danton will be a help to us. Come in, please.
Thank you. Miss Gage, you are Stella Dix's secretary, aren't you?
Yes, I was. Guy called me directly after it happened, and I came over immediately.
Well, when did it happen, and where, and why?
I can answer your first two questions, Inspector Danton, but I'm afraid that... Oh, here comes Guy now. He can tell you.
Hello, Drake.
Hello, Waters.
Oh, who's this gentleman?
Never mind, Bart. I'll tell him. I'm tired of being apologized for. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, yes, of course, Danton. I've heard of you. Your name is frequently mentioned in connection with Drake's work.
Yeah.
Drake, I appreciate you being willing to make an investigation before notifying the police. You see,
Now, wait a minute, Junior. You got your wires crossed. I'm the police.
Huh? Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Well, then I imagine Penny's given you all the details.
No, I haven't. I thought you'd be better at that, Guy.
Huh? Very well. Well, it was like this. Stella came over to my house tonight to discuss the campaign. Penny was also there, and Otto, Stella's husband.
You four were the only ones present?
Yes. We broke up about 2 a.m. Stella and Otto decided to walk home. It's only a few blocks. About 3/4 of an hour later, Otto called and asked me to come over. I couldn't understand him very well, but, well, I came nevertheless.
Yes, and what did you find?
Stella was dead. She'd been beaten to death with a hammer wrapped in a newspaper. Otto was wounded, but had crawled into the house, bound a towel around his head, and called me.
Then the murder took place outside the house?
Yes. Just as they turned up the walk from the street. Apparently, the murderer or murderers had been waiting behind the shrubbery that grows there.
I didn't see any shrubbery.
Well, you should go out and look again.
Huh?
Otto's upstairs in his room, Drake. I suppose you'd like to hear the story from him firsthand.
Yeah, and we'd like to ask what decision Stella Dix came to tonight at your house regarding the interstate commerce business.
In good time, Inspector. Drake, I have the hammer and the newspaper in which it was wrapped in the next room.
Oh, good.
I found them lying beside the body. Possibly you'd like to examine them.
Yes, I would. Did you find anything else?
No, that's all.
How about the body?
Where's that? Upstairs. I carried Stella to her room.
You mean you moved the body without a coroner?
Well, naturally. I couldn't just leave her out there in the street. No, Penny, have I omitted anything?
Nothing except that you murdered Stella.
What was that?
You murdered her, Guy. It's silly to deny it. You were the only one who had a motive.
What you hope? No. What's that, Inspector?
I hope it was Wallace who committed the murder.
You do? Why?
I don't like him.
Oh, come, Inspector.
Oh, all right. What's that you got?
It's the murder hammer, Inspector. If it weren't for the fact that the handle was broken and held together with picture wire, I'd say that Mrs. Dix's murderer was a homicidal maniac.
You would? Why?
Because most hammer murderers are committed by maniacs, Inspector. And in practically every case, their weapons have been nice new hammers.
You're right. Now, why do you figure the killer wrapped his hammer in that newspaper? And why do you figure he left the hammer at the scene of the crime?
Well, he probably left the hammer there, so we would think the killer was a homicidal maniac. And he probably wrapped the hammer in a newspaper so there wouldn't be any fingerprints, Inspector.
But we think otherwise, eh? Mm-hmm. We know that there will be fingerprints on the newspaper, don't we, Bud?
I'm afraid, Inspector, we're going to find that the killer's prints aren't on this newspaper. Look here.
Well, what do you know? The outside page has been torn off.
Yes, and that's the page in which the killer's fingerprints would have been. Inspector, I think we've really stepped into one this time. Come on, let's go upstairs and have a talk with Otto Dix.
And that's about all I can tell you, gentlemen. As Stella and I approached the house, someone jumped on us from behind. I was immediately knocked unconscious. When I regained my senses, Stella was lying beside me on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. Did you know she was dead at the time, Mr. Dix?
No, I spoke to her, but she didn't answer. She's a fairly large woman, and I knew I couldn't move her, especially in my weakened condition.
So you crawled into the house and got to a telephone?
That's right, Inspector Danton.
Shouldn't you have called a doctor for yourself, Mr. Dix? That wound looks pretty bad.
No, I'm getting along fine. Please don't call a doctor. Oh, Mr. Drake, you must know what this will mean if the news gets out.
We both know, but the news has got to get out sometime.
Oh, yes, of course. But I was hoping that Mr. Drake could apprehend the murderer before the story reached the papers. You see, if the man I suspect is guilty, it'll make a great deal of difference.
Oh, so. And whom do you suspect, Mr. Dix?
Terence Adams.
Adams? Your wife's opponent for the senatorial chair, eh?
Yes. Oh, I don't imagine that Adams attacked us personally, but if it were proven that he'd hired some thug, well, you can understand what it would mean.
Yes, quite. If Adams is responsible for your wife's murder, I hardly think he would get many votes.
Exactly. On the other hand, if Terence is innocent, I shouldn't want to hurt his campaign.
Well, that's very fair of you, Mr. Dix. Tell me, did your wife discuss with you the possibility of changing her views on the interstate commerce bill?
Well, briefly, yes. I urged her to maintain her original stand, but doubt if my argument had much effect.
I see. And what was the nature of your argument, Mr. Dix?
Nature? Why, I just reasoned it was rather late in her campaign to make such a drastic step. Her platform had been too firmly established.
I see. If Mrs. Dix had decided to take your advice, how would that have benefited you, Mr. Dix?
Benefit me? I beg your pardon?
I understand that you and Terence Adam were one-time partners. You owned and operated a road construction business. I was thinking that possibly a coastal truck route might have...
That's ridiculous. I don't know where you got your information, Drake, but, well, it's entirely incorrect. I've been retired from active business for several years.
I see. I beg your pardon, sir. Thank you. I didn't know that, Mr. Dix. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think we'd better step across the hall and have a look at the body of Mrs. Dix.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'd like to lie down.
Certainly, Mr. Dix. Get some rest. We'll see you later.
Well, there she is. I wish that Walters mug hadn't moved her.
Yeah. Why?
Why? It's against the law, for one thing.
Inspector, she's pretty severely beaten. Have you any other reasons, Inspector?
Sure, I have other reasons. The position of the body, the condition of the body. Oh, there are 100 reasons, and you know it.
Yes, you're quite right, Inspector. Mrs. Dix was a handsome woman, wasn't she?
Sure, everybody knows. That's one reason she had a chance of winning the election.
You know, I admire intelligent women who have the good sense not to neglect their looks. Especially, look at that now. Except for the wounds about her head, Mrs. Dix is perfectly groomed. Now, Inspector, let's... Oh, hello, Waters. We're just about to go looking for you.
I hope what that poor woman said there hasn't made you suspicious about me.
We're suspicious of everyone, Junior. Now, where is the fool woman, by the way?
I sent her home.
Sent her home? What's the matter? Were you scared she'd tell some more stories on you?
Scared is hardly the word, Inspector. I think annoyed would be more suitable.
Oh, so then you did figure she had some more to tell.
I figured she'd tell some more, whether she knew anything or not. Miss Gage saw a chance to put me in a bad light, and she grabbed it.
Why would she want to put you in a bad light, Walters?
Well, we seldom agreed on anything. As Mrs. Dix's secretary, she wanted to run the entire campaign. Said she knew the women's viewpoint.
Do women have a viewpoint?
Well, we'll talk to Miss Gage again in the morning. In the meantime, Waters, I'd like to have you show Inspector Denton and me exactly where you found the body of Mrs. Dix. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Well, is this the place, Waters?
Yes. She was lying right there with her head at the edge of the curbing.
Mm-hmm. And where was the hammer?
Right there beside her. The newspaper was under it.
Oh, the newspaper was under it?
Yes. Does that prove anything?
I don't know. It might.
Well, there are plenty of blood stains. Footprints could have been made by anyone walking by. And... Uh-oh.
Found anything, Drake?
Yes. These fine particles of glass, they look as though they might come from the crystal of a wristwatch.
Hey, that's right. Otto's watch was broken when he fell. He showed it to me himself.
Oh, he did? Well. Walters, did Mrs. Dix mention that Terence Adams had called on her recently?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she did. He was here yesterday. Tried to get her to change her mind on the interstate commerce bill.
Well, thank you very much. Come along, Inspector.
Huh?
We're going to wake up Terence Adams out of a sound sleep. If a man who has a guilty conscience can sleep soundly.
Doggone it, Bart, I don't get this. We drive around the block, park the car, and then start walking. What's the idea?
Oh, that might not be a good idea at all, Inspector. Look, can you read the number on that house up there?
Wait a minute, I'll get out my flashlight.
No, don't do that, man. Don't. I think this must be it.
Must be what?
Yep, there's a number above the bell. 381. That's where he lives.
Who, Terence Adams? You're crazy. He lives way over the other side of...
I'm talking about Guy Walters, Inspector. This is where he lives. Have you got your skeleton keys with you?
Sure, but without a warrant, I don't like to use them now.
Loud, man. Oh, wait a minute. Let me try the door first. Good, it opens. Walters probably left in such a hurry, he neglected to lock it. Close the door, Inspector. Now you can get out your flashlight.
Okay. Suppose he's got a wife. Suppose it's a house full of servants. I'd be like a thief.
You're going to be a thief in just about 1 minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Throw your light around the hall.
Okay. Well, looks like an ordinary hall to me. What'd you expect to find?
Look, that door over there probably leads to Walter's study. Come on, now be careful. Don't trip over the rug.
Don't worry about me tripping. I'm not tripping.
Quiet.
All right. People ought to know better than to interrupt.
There we are, Inspector. I'll open the door. Throw your light around, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, there is someone. Oh,
It's Miss Gage. Grab her, Inspector. Grab her, Inspector. You won't get away. All right, lady.
Oh, please. I'm not trying to get away. You frightened me.
Is that a fact? Now, I wonder why. I suppose you're going to tell us you live here.
No, I don't. Do you?
Do I? Are you kidding?
Then what are you doing here? Have you a search warrant? If so, why'd you come sneaking in? Did Mr. Walters give you permission to enter his house?
No, but...
I think we're in the same boat, Inspector Danton. Suppose we compromise.
Compromise? Look, Bud, why don't you say something? Answer the lady's question.
I'm speechless, Inspector.
That's a help.
However, I think we'd be smart to listen to Miss Gage's compromise.
Yeah, that's a good idea. A very good idea. All right, lady? What's the compromise?
You came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters of murdering Stella Dix. So did I.
Well?
I found it. I'll be glad to turn it over to you, but I don't want my name used in connection with your investigation.
We don't make deals, Miss Gage. Just give us the evidence.
Mr. Drake.
Never mind him right now. Let's see what you've got.
Very well. Here.
Well, now, picture wire.
Yes. I think you'll find that it is the same as was used to bind up the handle of the hammer that was found beside Stella's body.
Well, Bart, that little lady's smart. I guess this sort of clinches things, doesn't it?
No, hardly, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Gage, a moment ago, you said we came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters. That's not so. We came here looking for evidence, period.
But doesn't this prove that
No, that doesn't prove anything. What made you think a coil of picture wire would be lying in Walter's desk drawer, anyway?
I saw him put it there.
Oh, you did?
It was lying on top of his desk when we came in tonight. I watched him thrust it into a drawer. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But when Stella...
Oh, that's nonsense. The man who had used picture wire to bind up a hammer that he planned to use to kill someone wouldn't leave such a damning bit of evidence lying around.
Come to think of it, that's right.
Of course it's right, Inspector. Miss Gage, would you mind telling me why you're so anxious to pin this murder onto Guy Walters?
I'm not. I'm just trying to do what I think is right. It's important that the murderer be apprehended before the story gets to the newspapers.
Even though the murderer is yourself, Miss Gage?
Whatever are you saying?
I'm saying, Miss Gage, that you have a motive and a good one.
I have a motive?
Yes. If Stella Dix were successful in the forthcoming election, you would continue as her secretary, wouldn't you?
Why, yes, but...
Being secretary to U.S. Senator is an important position, Miss Gage. If Mrs. Dix changed her policy regarding the Interstate Commerce Bill, the chances are she would be defeated at the polls. In that event, you would, of course, find yourself out of a job.
Well, the idea. Are you implying that I would
Well,
commit
it's a
murder...
possibility the inspector and I can't afford to overlook, Miss Gage. May I suggest that you return to the Dix home? We'll join you there in about an hour.
But I...
If you don't mind, we'd prefer that you discontinue going about looking for evidence that will convict someone else. At best, you'd probably destroy clues that would help the inspector and myself.
Well, you certainly
Good
have
evening,
your
Miss
nerve.
Gage. Take the picture wire, Inspector, and let's get going.
Sure, that was a nice brush off you gave the babe. But I'll bet a buck she didn't swallow that routine about us suspecting her because she'd lose her job.
No, why not, Inspector?
Because if she did murder Stella Dix, like you implied, she'd be out of a job anyhow.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. However, somebody had to say something. You weren't doing so well.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes.
I suppose you expect to find her at the Dix house when we get there.
Yes, definitely.
And I suppose you told me to bring along the picture wire because you figure it's the same as was wrapped around the hammer handle, and you didn't want Miss Gage to know it.
Oh, Inspector, now you're anticipating me.
Yeah, I'm anticipating.
Now what? I'm going to buy a newspaper that's all night stand. Inspector, have you got a nickel?
Have I got... Oh, sure. Just... Hey, haven't you got a nickel?
Thanks, Inspector. Here we are. Let's see now.
What are you looking for?
An account of Stella Dix's murder, sir.
But look, the newspapers aren't supposed to...
Well.
It's there,
No. But here on the masthead, it says that this particular paper reached the newsstand at 2:15 in the morning.
Well?
Well, the newspaper in which the murder weapon was wrapped was an early edition of this same paper.
My. So now we know that the murderer bought a paper at this stand, wrapped his hammer in it, and shot Stella on the noggin, eh? So what?
So now we know who murdered Stella Dix. Don't we, Inspector?
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Come in.
How's the head, Mr. Dix?
It's coming along nicely.
Have you talked to Torrance Evans?
No. We found it wasn't necessary.
Not necessary? Well, then that must mean you believe him innocent. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Arresting Terrence would have created no end of a scandal.
Yes, it would. We've just returned from the house of Guy Walters.
Walters?
Mm-hmm.
Good heavens, you don't think
I didn't say that now. Inspector Danton will be here in a moment with some evidence that we found. As a matter of fact, well, here he is now. Come in, Inspector.
Hey, Bart, I found these two in our huddle in the den. At first, they didn't want to come along, but I got kind of persuaded.
You mean you threatened us with a gun? Now, see here, Drake. Penny tells me you two have been searching my house. I'd like to know
Did she
about
tell you that she was searching it, too?
Of course I did. I explained that I was looking for some evidence that would help solve the murder.
Yeah, but did you tell him that you figured...
Inspector, did you bring the picture wire?
Yeah, here it is, and the hammer, too.
Thank you. Walters, we found this picture wire in a drawer of the desk of your study. We've compared it to the wire that was used to bind up the hammer handle.
Oh, of all the idiotic nonsense. That picture wire was lying on my desk because I was hanging a picture this afternoon.
Now, that's a simple explanation, isn't it?
Sorry, Walters, you didn't let me finish. I said we compared the two wires and found that they were of an entirely different texture.
Entirely different texture?
That's right.
Well, then why are you accusing me of murdering Stella?
Oh, did we? What's the matter? Something wrong, Miss Gates?
It's Otto. He seems to have fainted.
Huh?
Oh, I'm all right. Just let me rest a minute.
He's probably weak from loss of blood.
Yes. Miss Gage, suppose you look at that wound. Since Mr. Dex refuses to see a doctor.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right, I tell you.
Yes, but I still think you ought to change that bandage. Do you mind, Miss Gage?
No, I'll be glad to if Otto doesn't.
Keep away from me. I don't want the bandage changed.
Sorry, Mr. Dix. I insist.
I don't care whether you insist or not. I'm not going to permit. Keep away from me, Drake.
Hold still, can't you? I'm only trying to help you.
You take your hands off me. Let me alone.
There.
Why, he isn't wounded at all. Why, there isn't even a sign of a wound.
Otto, what the devil's the meaning of this?
The meaning is quite obvious, Walters. Dix wasn't attacked by his wife's murderer because he is a murderer himself. Arrest him, Inspector.
Hey, Bart.
Inspector what?
Get your nose out of that newspaper and let's play chess. What's so doggone interesting, anyhow?
Well, I was just reading the statement that Stella Dix made to the newspapers last night before she attended the meeting at Guy Walters' house.
What's it say?
It says she definitely did not plan to change her policy on the Interstate Commerce Bill. So, you see, there was no point in being so secretive about her investigation after all.
And there's no point in you being so secretive about how you knew that Otto was our boy. You can tell me while I'm setting up the man.
All right, Inspector. First, I think I'd better give you the picture of how it happened as I see it.
Yeah, tell me about that first.
You see, Mr. and Mrs. Dix left the Walters home shortly after 2 o'clock. As they passed the all-night stand, Mrs. Dix asked her husband to step inside and get an earlier issue of the morning paper.
She wanted to see if they'd published her story on the Commerce Bill, eh?
Yes, that's right. There was a hammer lying on the counter beside the newspapers. While Dix stood there waiting for his change, he probably conceived the idea of murdering his wife.
Why?
Because, Inspector, he was sick and tired of being known as Mr. Stella Dix.
The old motive, eh?
Right.
Hubby's pride wouldn't allow him to take second place.
That's it, Inspector. Dix had been an important man all of his life. He didn't like being shoved into the background. You remember, he told us himself that Stella had little respect for his opinion.
Yes, so he did. So he rolled up the hammer in the newspaper, thus concealing it, and they started home.
Yes, and it isn't a pretty picture. During the brief walk, the murderous impulse was probably building in his mind.
And when they got in front of the house, he let her have it, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid that's right, Inspector.
What made you suspicious of Otto?
Well, Mrs. Dix was meticulous about her appearance, Inspector. She was one of the best-groomed women in the public eye.
Everyone knows that, Bart. So what?
When we viewed her corpse, we found her without a hair out of place, except for the wound caused by the blow.
And that made you suspicious of Otto?
Yes, it substantiated my suspicions. Otto told us that he was attacked first and knocked unconscious. Say, is right, Inspector. If Otto were attacked first, Mrs. Dix would have had a chance to scream or run or at least defend herself. She certainly would have struggled.
Struggle is right, and being a big woman, she'd probably have put up quite a scrap. At least she'd have been mussed up.
That's right, Inspector.
But you're an amazing fella. Sometimes I think you're wasting your time in this sort of work. Now, if you were in politics...
Yes, possibly you've got something there, Inspector. Politics these days is murder. Mystery is my hobby.
Today's story began only last week. Unknown to me, Inspector Noah Danton had been approached by a man named Ben Kramer, who believed his wife was in danger of being murdered. Inspector Danton was unaware of the fact that on the evening previous, Ben Kramer had paid a visit to a boyhood friend named Steve Allison.
Hello, Steve. Well, if it isn't good old Ben Kramer. What are you doing, Ben? Selling magazine subscriptions?
No, Steve. I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, sure. Sure, go ahead and talk. What's stopping you?
Well, would you mind if I came in, Steve?
Yeah, I would. What's in your mind, chum?
It's about Judy.
Judy?
She's sick. She wants to see you.
Come in. Sit over there.
This is good, Steve. You've done well. It's warm here.
Never mind that. What about Judy?
I'm afraid there isn't much hope, Steve.
You mean Judy's going to die?
She's very sick. Pneumonia. The doctors give her only a short time.
You rat. It's your fault, you and your pride and your false morals.
Steve, you're choking me. Don't.
I ought to choke you to death. You killed her, Kramer. You killed the most wonderful woman who ever lived.
It's all right, Steve. I don't blame you.
You blame me. That's a laugh. If you'd only let me...
I know. I won Judy away from you, Steve, by promising her things that I knew I could never provide.
By lies, by running me down, by setting yourself up as a moralist.
It's true. I'm not denying it. I loved Judy madly. That's why I...
Loved her?
I did, Steve. I did. You should understand that. You loved her, too.
Yeah, I loved her, too.
And you still do, don't you, Steve?
So what if I do? What difference does it make?
Steve, listen to me. I failed. I tried, but I failed. I wanted to give Judy everything.
Don't try to make yourself out a hero, Kramer. You were a rat right from the start.
All right. I was a rat. I knew I couldn't fulfill the promises I made.
Yeah, but you married her just the same. She fell for your lies, and she married you instead of me.
I'm sorry, Steve. Believe me, I am.
Sorry? Sorry about what? That she married you? Kramer, you can't help being a rat, can you?
Allison, do you think a rat would come to you tonight as I have? Would a rat humble himself enough to ask help from a man he hates?
Ah, at last you've given it a name, haven't you, Ben? You've admitted that you hate me.
Yes. I do hate you, Steve Allison. I hate you because you always had more than I. Because you were more popular. Because you had family and background and all the things I never had.
Huh. That's interesting. Tell me more.
I hate you because it was you who drove me to tell Judy the lies I had to tell her in order to win her.
Well, that justifies everything, doesn't it?
I hate you, Steve. I'll never stop. But I love Judy more. Will you go to her?
Go to her?
She's been asking for you in her delirium. She wants to see you. Will you go to her?
She's been asking for me?
Yes, I guess it's been there in the back of her mind all the time. The fact that she made a mistake.
I see. Well, what can I do? Is there any hope?
I don't know. Perhaps. If she becomes rational and you were there, she...
All right, I'll go.
Steve, do you mean it?
I said I would, didn't I? It's just one thing.
Anything, Steve. I'll do anything.
I want to see Judy alone. You keep away.
I will, Steve. I will. I'll stay away as long as you want.
Okay. I'll write your address in a slip of paper and then get out. Judy. Good heavens. Judy! Judy! Another gun. She's been shot. Judy! She's dead. I gotta get out of here.
All right, son, drop that gun. Get your hands up. You're under arrest for the murder of Judith Kramer. Now, look, Bart. I tell you, the case is dead open and shut. I caught the guy red-handed.
It was you who made the arrest then, Inspector.
Sure, it was me. I opened the door, and there was this guy, Steve Allison, with a gun in his hand, and the body of Judith Kramer on the floor with a bullet through her heart.
I see. Ben Kramer, you say, Judy's husband, came to you because he suspected that Steve Allison was going to pay his wife a visit.
Yeah, that's it. Kramer figured that Allison was going to murder Judy.
Why?
Why, what?
Why did Kramer figure that Allison was going to murder Judy?
I've already told you.
Oh?
Judy and this Allison were old sweethearts. They've been playing around. Kramer found out about it.
And he told his wife that unless she stopped seeing Allison, he'd kill her.
That's the deal?
Mm-hmm. But instead of that, Allison shoots Judith.
Yeah, Allison shoots Judith. Dead open and shot.
Inspector, you're wonderful.
Something funny, eh? What?
Yes, Inspector, you, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah? Now, wait a minute. About finding a woman murdered is no laughing matter.
I know it isn't, Inspector, but listening to you tell that story is very funny.
Why?
Because you don't believe it any more than I do. It's too packed. Too many discrepancies.
I do, huh? Now, wait a minute. I arrested the guy.
I know you did. That's why you're here. You arrested the guy. But then you realized you'd stuck your chin out. You began wondering how to salvage your pride and your reputation.
Well, I like that. So you
That's all right, Inspector. I'll be glad to help you. We'll go down to the tenement house on Spring Street at once.
I don't know, Bud. If it got around that I was backing down on my original move.
What would happen, Inspector?
Well, a man in my position, I mean, all the newspapers have published this story.
I see. You think if we produce evidence that indicates there's been a miscarriage of justice, it would give you a bad name.
That's it. I wouldn't want you to make a monkey out of me, Bud.
Inspector, I love it. There's always a conflict in your mind as to whether you've made a wrong decision or whether your pride is going to be hurt.
Well?
Don't worry, Inspector. If we can save a man from the electric chair, the monkeys won't mind if we join their ranks. Is that the place, Inspector?
Yeah, that's it.
It's not a very impressive-looking building, is it?
No, Ben Kramer wasn't doing so well. He and his wife practically lived in the slums.
I see. Well, let's go in and see if Kramer's home.
It's this door here.
Yeah, the last one at the end of the corridor, huh? Well, let's find out if he's home.
Yes? Hello, Kramer. It's Danton.
Oh, yes, Inspector Danton.
This is Barton Drake, the criminologist.
Drake?
How do you do, Mr. Kramer?
Is something wrong? What did you want to see me about?
We want to ask you a few questions. You mind if we step inside?
Yes. Well, that is, couldn't you come back some other time, gentlemen? Judith, my wife, was taken away this morning.
We appreciate how you feel, Mr. Kramer. However, I think there's one person who feels worse than you do today.
Feels worse? I don't believe I understand.
Steve Allison. He's sitting in a jail cell, Mr. Kramer, charged with murder.
Allison, that rat.
Yes, possibly he's a rat, possibly he's a murderer. But until we're sure, I think you should forget your grief for a few minutes and answer our questions.
Until you're sure. What do you mean by that? Allison murdered Judy. Inspector Danton saw it.
Well, back up. Not so fast, Sonny. Inspector Danton didn't see anything. All Inspector Danton did was to walk in on a guy and find him holding a gun.
Suppose we step inside, Mr. Kramer, and continue from there, shall we?
Well, now, just a minute. The least you can do is respect a man's grief.
We do respect your grief, Mr. Kramer, but we respect the possibility of a miscarriage of justice more. Where was the body lying, Inspector?
Right there by the window.
I see. Yes, there are still some blood stains on the carpet. These have been analyzed, of course.
Yeah, there's her blood, all right.
I see. And the bullet that was taken from Mrs. Kramer's body came from the gun you found Allison holding?
Yes, it did, and the fingerprints on the gun were Steve Allison's. I don't know what you're trying to prove, Drake. Inspector Danton saw it.
Stop talking about what I saw. I didn't see anything.
Well, you saw enough to arrest Steve and charge him with the murder. I was here. I heard you.
Don't remind me of it. What's next, Bud?
I was wondering, Inspector, about those fingerprints. How many sets were found on the gun?
One. They were Allison's, all right.
Sure they were. That proved
In this instance, Kramer, one set of prints practically proves that Allison didn't murder your wife.
Proves he didn't? What the devil are you talking
Let's
about?
reconstruct what happened, see what we have here. Allison came up here with a gun in his pocket. He took out the gun and shot Mrs. Kramer. Is that right?
I suppose so. What does that prove?
Perhaps nothing. But if Allison came with the gun, he must have handled it before he arrived here. In that event, there'd be more than one set of prints, wouldn't there?
I don't see why
I do. But you're right. I should have thought of that myself.
Yes, however, if Allison arrived and found Judith lying dead on the floor, he would have been shocked. His natural impulse would have been to pick up the gun and...
Ben, darling.
Sadie, I told you to... I'm sorry. Gentlemen, this is Miss Sadie Evans. She's a friend of mine.
A friend, eh? Do all your friends call you Ben, darling?
Resent that. Ben, who are these men?
I'm Barton Drake, Miss Evans. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
We're here to ask Mr. Kramer a few questions regarding his wife's death.
Asking questions? But I thought Steve Allison...
did murder Judith. Drake's got it into his head that I did.
Oh, you must have a guilty conscience, Kramer.
No, I haven't got a guilty conscience either, but I'm not fool enough to think that accusing me of the murder isn't your reason for being here.
Well...
See, Bart? That guy's smart.
I don't have to be smart to see through your artifice. I suppose next you'll be saying that Steve wasn't here at all.
Oh, that's absurd. I saw him myself.
You saw him, Miss Evans?
Yes. Well, I was just going into my room when he came along the hall and knocked on Ben's door.
Where is your room, Miss Evans?
It's across the hall, 2 doors down.
I see. Did you see Allison enter this apartment?
No. No, I couldn't just stand there and stare at him.
Why not? Most women are curious
Inspector,
enough to...
please. What did you do, Miss Evans?
What difference does it make? Don't answer him, Sadie. You don't have
I'm sorry, Kramer. This is important. Miss Evans, you're not sure that Allison entered this apartment.
Yes, I am. You see, after I entered my own room, I stood near the door listening.
See, female curiosity had never failed.
What did you hear, Miss Evans?
Well, I heard the door open, I heard Judy ask Steve inside, and then the door closed.
And how long was it after that Kramer and Inspector Danton arrived?
Well, I don't know for sure. Perhaps 5 minutes.
That's right. Kramer and I were across the street. We waited 2 or 3 minutes after Allison entered the building.
I see, Inspector. Thanks. Miss Evans,
yes?
Were you standing at your door listening during the 5 minutes that elapsed between the time Steve entered this apartment and when Inspector Danton and Kramer arrived?
Yes, I was.
Mm-hmm. And how long would you say it was after Steve entered the apartment before you heard the shot?
Shot? Well,
There was a shot, wasn't there, Miss Evans?
Well, I suppose.
Of course there was a shot. Tell him how long it was before you heard it, darling.
I don't know. Well, I mean, it couldn't have been very long.
You know exactly how much time passed before the inspector and Kramer arrived, but you can't tell me when you heard the shot. Come, Miss Evans.
Why don't you leave her alone? How can you expect her to think with you firing questions at her?
The answer to that, Kramer, is very, very simple. Miss Evans was confused only because she didn't hear the shot at all. There wasn't any shot.
You're crazy.
Am I? Inspector?
Yeah?
I think we'd better check with some of the other tenants in this building. If there was a shot, someone would have heard it. And after that, we're going down to headquarters, Inspector, and have Steve Allison released in your custody.
This is a fine thing, Bart. I suppose you know what's going to happen the minute we get Steve Allison released.
No, what, Inspector?
The newspapers are going to blast me all over the lot for making a false arrest.
They're going to make a monkey out of you. Is that it, Inspector?
Well, maybe you think it's fun.
I think you'll find you don't have to worry, Inspector.
What do you mean, not worry? You've already proved Allison didn't murder Judith Kramer. Kramer himself was with me, so that lets him out. Say.
What, Inspector?
How about the girl? She could have done it. By gosh, why didn't I think of that before? She was in love with the guy.
And decided to shoot his wife so she could marry him.
Sure. She shot her just before Allison arrived. She knew he was coming because Kramer told her.
So she wiped the fingerprints off the gun, knowing that Steve would pick it up.
That's it. But it's dead open and shut. Let's turn around and go back.
No. Let's not, Inspector.
Let's not. But look, the girl. Hey, what are we stopping here for?
You're going to make a telephone call, Inspector.
A telephone call? And who am I going to call?
Ben Kramer. I want you to ask him and Miss Evans to meet us at Steve Allison's apartment in an hour.
Now, there's one for the book. Look, we just left them 15 minutes ago. Why didn't you tell them then?
Evidence, Inspector. We've got to collect evidence. And making this telephone call will prove to be the most successful way of getting it.
Ben?
Inspector Denton. He wants you and me to meet him at Steve's apartment in an hour.
Meet him at Steve's apartment? What for?
I don't know. Maybe he's found out something.
Found out something? Ben, are you going?
Sure I'm going. Why shouldn't I?
Why shouldn't you? Oh, darling, suppose they have found out something.
Don't worry. They haven't. There isn't a chance.
Oh, I wish I was sure. Oh, Ben, I'm afraid.
Oh, there, honey. Stop worrying. Just leave everything to me.
All right. Kiss me, Ben.
That make things better?
Oh, you know it does. Oh, if only it could always be like this.
It will be. No one's ever going to know unless...
Unless what, Ben?
Well, there's one thing that bothers me, Sadie. What did you do with the gun?
Gun? What gun?
Why, the gun that you used to shoot Judith.
What did you say, Ben Kramer?
Okay, honey, you don't have to tell me. Perhaps it's just as well that I don't know, so long as...
Ben, stop it. Stop it. I won't listen. Oh, you can't be that rotten. Not after all we've been through together.
What do you mean, that rotten? What are you talking
You
about?
know what I'm talking about. Telling me that I
Oh,
shot
for
Judith.
heaven's sake, shut up and stop putting on an act. I'm not Drake O'Danton.
Oh, I'll say you're not. You're just a two-timing rat. And if you think I'm taken in by your great play of innocence,
Play of
you're
innocence?
crazy.
Are you accusing me of murdering?
Oh, I don't have to accuse you. You did it, and I'm the gallows can prove it.
Why, you little...
Skip the act, Ben. I'm Sadie, remember? The only witness you've got.
Shut up!
Okay. Okay, Ben Kramer. That does it. I'm leaving for Steve Allison's apartment right now. And it's going to be a pleasure to see you fry in the electric chair.
Your story's most interesting, Allison. Have you the slip of paper on which Ben Kramer wrote his address?
Well, I suppose it's still here at my desk. I'll see. Yeah, here it is.
Thank you.
Does that satisfy you that I was telling the truth?
Yes, it will, as soon as I've checked Kramer's handwriting.
I don't get this, Drake. First I'm framed for a murder I didn't commit. Then I'm told I'm free, and I'm held prisoner in my own apartment. What's the idea?
You'll know in a few minutes, Allison. In the meantime, relax. Make yourself comfortable.
Now, that's smart advice. Here I am facing a murder charge, and he tells me to relax.
I'm sorry, Allison, but Kramer and Miss Evans should be here any minute now.
Kramer. Double-crossing weasel. What's he coming here for, and who's this Miss Evans?
You don't know Sadie Evans?
Of course I don't. Why should I? Who is she, anyhow?
Why, she's a friend of Kramer's. He lives down the hall a couple of doors.
Oh, so Kramer was playing around, was he?
Well...
I'm a bum coming here and telling me Judy was sick.
Let's get back to Sadie Evans, shall we? She claims she saw you when you entered Kramer's apartment.
So what?
So nothing. I was merely wondering if you remembered noticing a girl in the hall.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it was a babe. That's right. Gave me a queer look now that I think about it.
Would you recognize this babe if you saw her again?
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
Hmm?
If this babe was playing around with Kramer, maybe she...
Okay, Bart. I found it.
Good work, Inspector. Anything else?
Nope, but the way I look at it, that's enough. Did Allison talk?
Oh, yes, considerable, Inspector. I think now we can safely say that the case is dead open and shut.
What do you mean, dead open and shut? What did Danton find? Listen, I'm sick and tired of...
Danton and I have been collecting evidence, Allison. Evidence that's going to send the murderer, Judith Kramer, to the electric chair.
And this time, nobody's making a monkey out of nobody.
Oh, that's just dandy. You've got the evidence, and the two people who murdered the girl are running around the country.
The only place that the two people to whom you refer, Allison, are running is right here to this apartment.
Yeah, that's more evidence.
Huh, more evidence. You know what I think?
No, what do you think?
I think you guys are a couple of dopes if you expect Kramer and that babe to come here when they can...
What were you saying, Allison?
Nothing.
I'll let him in.
Okay, Drake, you can relax. Here's your murder.
Help your face, Sadie. Drake, I hoped I wouldn't have to say this, but it was Sadie who shot my wife.
Oh, that's a lie.
Now we're getting places, Bart. It looks as though your idea is beginning to pay off.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I hardly hope for such good results.
Now, wait a minute, Drake. If you think you're going to pin this murder rap on me, you're way off the beat.
Am I, Kramer? Why?
Would I be sucker enough to come here if I thought there was a chance that you could collect evidence that would prove me guilty?
Say, he knows the answers, doesn't he, Bart? My, what a smart young man.
And since the same excuse goes for Miss Evans, Inspector, it looks as though we're wasting their time, doesn't it?
I don't need an excuse. I didn't murder anyone, and I'm getting out of here.
You're
but quick.
getting no place till we say so, baby. Sit down there. You too, Kramer.
Hey, where do you...
Well, Drake, you've got the stage all set for a dramatic payoff. Let's start the play.
Glad to, Allison. But first, I'd like to know if Miss Evans is a girl you saw in the corridor.
Oh, that could be.
Hmm?
She's anyone I'd look at twice. I'm not taking my oath.
Why, you
Take it easy,
punk.
lady. The woods are full of guys like Allison.
Rat holes are full of them, you mean?
They sure are.
Okay. Now, are you three going to shut up, or do I shut you up? That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Miss Evans, a moment ago, you accused Ben Kramer of murdering his own wife. Exactly when did you come to that conclusion?
I knew it all the time. I wouldn't have said anything, but the louse tried to frame
Frame
me
you?
for it.
Why, you little flat-footed wren, I didn't have to frame you. You killed her and then figured that Drake would find out, so you tried to pin it on me.
And when did you decide that Miss Evans was guilty, Kramer?
I knew it a week ago. She told me she was going to do it.
Oh.
She thought I'd marry her.
Oh, that's a dirty lie, and you can't prove
You're
it.
right, Miss Evans. He can't. Well, Allison, haven't you got anything to say?
Well, I was wondering when you were going to get around to me. Sure, I've got something to say. I was the guy who was framed, but good.
No, Allison, you weren't framed. You only thought you were.
No, I don't get it.
You will in a minute. Kramer, you and Miss Evans are under arrest. Charged with obstructing justice.
What do you mean? Obstructing justice? What is
You
this?
both claim that you knew that the other had murdered Judith Kramer. Yet you allowed Steve Allison to be arrested for the crime.
Well, you can't arrest me for that. I would have told. Nobody asked me.
Where you're going, lady, you'll have a chance to talk plenty.
What neither of you knew was that Steve Allison did actually murder Judith Kramer.
See?
Well, it wasn't you.
Inspector, what was it you found in Allison's bedroom?
A silencer. Here it is.
Thank you. Do you recognize this, Allison?
Sure. It's mine. Had it for years, so what?
So, you used it on the gun with which you shot Judith Kramer on the morning of October 29th.
You're crazy. You can't prove a thing.
I think I can. Shall I tell you what happened?
Yeah, you're so smart. Tell me.
You've been in love with Judith Kramer for years. When she married Ben, you tried to put her out of your mind. A week ago, you found out where she was living. You thought it'd be easy to win her back because you were so rich and Kramer had nothing.
Well, regular dime novel stuff, huh?
Yes, only cheaper. On the morning of October 29th, you went down to the tenement house. You shot Judith Kramer, using this silencer on your gun so the shot wouldn't be heard. You left the gun there, but removed the silencer and came home.
Drake, you're a dope. That'll make good reading, but it won't hold water.
Then, when Kramer came home later, he found his wife dead. He thought Miss Evans had murdered her because she threatened to do so. That gave Kramer an idea. He saw a chance to pin a murder on you whom he hated and let Miss Evans off free.
Oh, it still stinks. Wouldn't I be a sucker to walk into Kramer's apartment if I already knew his wife was lying dead on the floor?
No, not at all. My friend, you'd be smart. You figured that Kramer hadn't discovered his wife's dead body. If you refused to do what he asked you to, you'd be giving yourself away completely.
Oh, I see. And how are you going to prove all this?
By a queer twist of fate, Allison. Miss Evans, when was the first time you saw Steve Allison?
Why, I don't remember.
Yes, you do. You saw him on the morning of October 29th, didn't you?
Well, yes, there was a man, but, I didn't know.
No, you didn't know it was Allison because that was the first time you'd seen him. But later on, you told the inspector and I that you recognized Allison when he came back for the second time.
Say, that's right. The babe had to see Allison twice in order to recognize him the second time.
Look out! Sorry, gentlemen. You should have searched more thoroughly. I've kept this gun in my desk for years.
On the contrary, Allison, we left that gun there purposely after first removing the bullets.
What? Well, you couldn't have. It was hidden behind
Not well enough, Allison, and now that you've endorsed my dime novel story by betraying yourself, I'll take that gun.
Oh, no. Keep away, all right? Be careful. The gun is loaded.
One game of chess and then to bed, eh, Inspector?
Suits me. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Weren't you taking quite a chance trying to kid Allison into thinking that gun wasn't loaded?
Well, I suppose I was, Inspector. Still, I didn't like the idea of standing there and being shot.
Yeah. I see what you mean. By the way, when Allison went to Kramer's, knowing that Judith Kramer was lying dead on the floor, what did he plan to do?
Put on an act, of course, Inspector. Pretend he'd discovered the body.
Taking quite a chance, wasn't he?
No, I don't think he was. He knew there wouldn't be any shot. He had the slip of paper on which Kramer had written his address to substantiate his story that Kramer had asked him to come down there.
I see. He didn't figure that Kramer was going to frame him, eh?
No. And you know, Inspector, you must have given him an awful surprise when you popped in on him.
Yeah, me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Don't remind me of it. Well, all right. It's your move.
Okay, let's see. I'll move my knight over here.
No.
No? What?
No.
Oh,
I don't mean that kind of a move.
I see what you do mean, Inspector. You mean it's my move to say, mystery is my hobby. Hello. We're looking for Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
I thought I heard voices out here. Was there something you wanted?
Yes. Are you Tracy Winthrop? I'm Barton Drake.
Drake? Well, I didn't expect you until tomorrow. Yes, I'm Tracy Winthrop. Come in, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Winthrop. There was someone there at the end of the porch who spoke to us. We're curious to know who it was.
Someone spoke to you?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, in just a minute, I'll turn on the light. There. Well, the porch seems to be empty, Mr. Drake.
Yes, it does. That's odd.
Odd? It's downright impossible. Look, Mr. Winthrop, both of us heard a voice.
Really?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. This is my assistant, Noah Danton. Noah, Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
Nice to know you, Inspector Danton. I've read a lot about you.
Inspector, look, how did you know I'm Inspector Danton? Barton, I thought...
Oh, come now, Inspector. When I asked Barton Drake to take my case, I hardly expected him to arrive without you. After all, it's a well-known fact that Mr. Drake considers you indispensable.
Well, now, Bart, did you hear what the man said?
I certainly did, Inspector, and he's 100% correct.
Well. I always thought...
Now, if you gentlemen are convinced there are no spooks lurking here on the porch, will you step inside, please?
Yes, thank you.
But look, that voice...
The wind plays peculiar tricks at Hurricane Manor, Inspector. Often we mistake its howling for the whispering of voices.
Whispering? By golly.
Step into my study, please. This is the only room in the house that's soundproof, so we can feel quite free to talk without being overheard. I'll turn on the lights.
Hey, Bart, are we nuts, or did we hear a voice out there on the porch?
Of course we did, Inspector, but for the time being, I think we'd better pretend it was the wind.
There we are. Now, sit down, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
Hey, it's kind of nice in here, isn't it?
Well, it's the only room in the house I've been allowed to fix up to suit my own tastes, Inspector.
Allowed to fix up? I thought you were...
Yes, I know. You thought that being a millionaire, I would be master of my own home. Unfortunately, I'm the victim of circumstances.
Oh, what kind of circumstances, Mr. Winthrop?
Women.
Women?
Yes. 2 nieces and a stepdaughter. One of them is planning on murdering me.
That's a pleasant outlook. What does one of them want to murder you for?
My money, naturally. You see, in my will, I've left everything to my stepdaughter, Lucy.
Mm-hmm. And you think it's Lucy who's planning your murder?
Oh, no. Why should she? Lucy has no way of knowing that she's my heir.
So, to your nieces?
I think they suspect. Mr. Drake, I'd like to appoint you as Lucy's guardian.
What?
Well, that's a new one. How old is Lucy, Mr. Winthrop?
20. She's very attractive.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winthrop. Acting as guardian to an attractive girl is a little out of my line.
Please hear me out, Mr. Drake. Lucy is, shall we say, not a very strong character. She's rather shy and retiring. As soon as I'm dead, my 2 nieces are going to try and influence her to turn my fortune over to them.
You seem very matter-of-fact about all this, Mr. Winthrop.
Cold-blooded murder isn't something that should be spoken of so lightly.
I'm sorry, but being practical in this case is being smart. I know I'm close to death. I want Lucy's interest protected after I'm gone by someone of good sense. That's why I've taken legal steps to make you her guardian, Mr. Drake.
I'm afraid you took too much for granted when you assumed I'd accept the guardianship of your stepdaughter, Mr. Winthrop.
On the contrary, I rather think you'll like the idea. I believe it appeals to you because it smacks of danger.
Danger? What's dangerous about playing nursemaid to a 20-year-old babe?
I explained all that in my letter to Mr. Drake, Inspector. That's why he indicated his willingness to do what I asked by cashing the check I enclosed.
Now, wait a minute. Just what did you explain in the letter?
Explained, Inspector, that there was a possibility of my being murdered.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Why is there a chance of Bart being murdered?
Because, Inspector, after I'm gone and it becomes known that Mr. Drake is Lucy's legal guardian, somebody's going to try and dispose of him.
I don't believe it. Those things only happen in books. Now...
Leave this house, Barton Drake, or you die.
Good heavens, what's that?
It's the voice of death. Where'd it come from, anyway?
Behind you, Inspector.
Behind me? I don't see...
This is the house of doom. Leave before it's too late.
It didn't come from behind me. It came from over there.
It couldn't have. This room is absolutely soundproof.
Tell me, is this the first time you've heard the voice, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, it is. I can't imagine what its meaning is or how it's possible for us to hear it in this room.
Maybe it's the whispering of the wind.
Is that what you meant when you said you heard a voice out on the porch?
Yes. Are you convinced now that we weren't imagining things, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, I am. That was a real voice, though inhuman sounding. Drake, this could mean the beginning of the end for me.
Why? What's the voice got to do with you? It was Bart the guy was talking about.
But don't you see? Somehow they've learned that Drake is here. Perhaps they know that I've appointed him Lucy's guardian. They're trying to frighten him away.
I think you're partly right, Mr. Winthrop.
Good Lord, listen to that.
Sounds like the voice of death got it herself.
Yes. I think we'd better find out where that came from right now, Mr. Winthrop. Will you lead the way, please?
But the voice was right here in this room.
Obviously, that's incorrect since we can see every section of this room. No, I think if we look carefully, we'll find a loudspeaker attached somewhere and a microphone in some other part of the house.
Say, that could be the answer, couldn't it?
It must be the answer, Inspector. Well, Mr. Winthrop.
All right, come along. We'd better search the bedrooms first. The stairs are at the end of the hall. I'll switch on the lights as we go along.
Stop. Death lurks at the top of the stairs. Beware.
The guy must have a walkie-talkie. That came from over there. Under the stairs.
There's nothing under the stairs. You can see there isn't.
Mr. Winthrop, Where's the switch that'll turn on the lights at the top of the stairs?
Right there on the wall beside you.
Oh, yes, fine. I'll turn it on. You'd better get out your gun, Inspector.
I've had it out for 5 minutes. Go ahead. Switch on the light.
Good heavens.
That's jumping. Judas, what happened? The lights are out. It's pitch dark.
Must be a circuit. Mr. Winthrop. Inspector.
Yeah, I'm right here. Hey, Mr. Winthrop. Well, looks like the old boy's left us. He was right there when... Okay. What's going on?
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Okay. Hey, well, you dirty...
What's the matter?
Someone knocked the light out of my hand.
Well, pick it up.
Okay. I gotta find it first. Doggone it. I can't see a thing.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll light a match.
What is that?
Someone went through that door at the end of the hall. Here's a match. There's your flashlight over against the wall.
All right. Yeah, I got it. Now I can see something. Jumping Judas spot. Look.
Yes. I see it. Winthrop's body.
His body? Do you mean...
Look at his neck, Inspector. There's a strand of wire knotted around it. He's been strangled.
All right, golly. Let me take a look. You're right, Bart. He's dead. Murdered right under our noses.
Yes, and quite cleverly, too. That wire had been fashioned into a noose before the...
Look.
I see.
Here comes the babe with a candle.
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have done rather a thorough job of murdering Uncle Tracy.
Murdering him? Us? Now, look, lady.
You're Inspector Danton, are you not? And this tall gentleman must be Barton Drake.
That's right. And who are you, please?
I? Don't you know? Well, I'm Lucy. Tracy Winthrop was my stepfather.
You're Lucy. And Winthrop must have been giving us a runaround. There's nothing shy and retiring about you.
In the face of death, Inspector Danton, even the shy and retiring are strong. And then, of course, I'm crazy.
Crazy?
Yes. Didn't Father tell you? Oh, yes, I'm crazy. I'm stark staring mad.
Lucy, answer me.
Yes, Cousin Mona?
What are you laughing at? Who turned off the light?
It's Father Tracy, Mona. He's been murdered.
Murdered? What are you talking about? I knew I shouldn't have left that girl alone. Lucy, who are these two men?
I don't know, Cousin Mona. I found them standing here over Father Tracy's dead body.
Good heavens. He's been strangled.
That's right, Miss Evans. You are Miss Evans, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mona Evans. Who are you? What are you doing here? And who's this other man?
Danton is the name, ma'am. Inspector. Homicide.
Inspector? Then that's why you're here, because Uncle was murdered. Tell me, how did you know? He was alive an hour ago. This is all so confusing. Won't someone kindly explain what it's all about?
They killed him. I saw them. I was standing right there in the doorway.
Oh, hush, Lucy. Policemen don't go around killing people. Now go back to your room.
But I
Go
saw...
back to your room, I say.
All right, Cousin Mona.
Cousin Mona. She's no more my cousin than the man in the moon. Now that Uncle Tracy's dead, I'll have her committed to a home.
You seem rather pleased that your Uncle Tracy is dead, Miss Evans.
Naturally. Helen and I stand to inherit his entire fortune. Why shouldn't we be?
Helen?
She's my sister.
Oh.
We'll share Uncle Tracy's fortune equally.
Where's this Helen now?
She's up in Maine visiting the family of the fiancé. Oh, dear, what a mess this is. I suppose you men are going to insist that Uncle Tracy was murdered?
Yeah. That wire wasn't put around his neck for comfort. Furthermore, we're going to find out who murdered him.
How annoying. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, that depends on how cooperative you are, Miss Evans. By the way, who's that standing over there in the doorway?
Where? Oh, that's Grace, our maid. What is it, Grace?
Is something wrong, Miss Mona? The lights went
No,
off.
there's nothing wrong at all, Grace. Mr. Winthrop has been murdered, that's all.
Murdered?
Yes, but don't worry. These gentlemen are here to find out who did it. You can go now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Lucy will be leaving us tomorrow. You can help pack her things.
Leaving? Miss Lucy?
Yes. That's all, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Evans.
Yes.
I dislike disillusioning beautiful women, but I'm afraid you're taking too much for granted.
Oh?
In the first place, you are our number one suspect.
The idea.
In the second place, you are not the one of the heirs to your uncle's estate. He left everything to Lucy.
Nonsense. I've seen the will, and it's properly
In the third place, I've been appointed Lucy's legal guardian, and I don't believe she's crazy.
That's ridiculous. Of course she's crazy. She's been crazy for years. Helen and I can prove it.
And I can prove something, too, Miss Evans. I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who it was who murdered your uncle.
said there aren't any loudspeakers or microphones here in Winthrop's study?
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to admit defeat on that score.
So the voice of doom really does come out of the spirit world, eh?
In fact, your sense of dramatics sometime proved to be the most ridiculous... Oh, hello, Miss Evans. Come in.
Mr. Drake, if you're so positive who murdered my uncle, why are you going to all this trouble to collect evidence, as you call it?
Knowing a person is guilty of murder and proving it are two different things, Miss Evans.
And Drake doesn't go around putting the finger on people unless he can prove their guilt, lady, so you might as well quit playing hard to get along with.
Oh, all right. What do you want me to do?
First, I'd like to see your uncle's will, the one in which he named you and your sister Helen as his heirs.
I see. You doubt that such a will exists. Very well, I'll show it to you. Uncle Tracy made no secret of it. He kept the will here in his desk drawer. Yes, here it is in the folder. Look it over, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you. This is rather extraordinary. A will and handwriting.
Uncle Tracy was an extraordinary man. The fact that the will is in his handwriting proves it's authentic.
It might, if that's Winthrop's handwriting.
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Of course it's Uncle Tracy's handwriting. A dozen people can and will swear to it.
Tell me, is this the only will that your uncle ever made, Miss Evans?
No. A long time ago, before Lucy became deranged, he made another, naming her as heir.
Mm-hmm. And where's that will now?
I suppose that Attorney Scott Rowland has it in his office. But don't get any ideas. The will you have in your hand outdates the other by months. It's properly witnessed and otherwise quite in order. Now, what else would you like to know, Mr. Drake?
Oh, quite a few things. First of all, the inspector and I would like to search your bedroom.
My bedroom?
Yes. Then we'd like to examine the cellar.
The cellar? What an unusual request. Mr. Drake, are you quite sure you know what you're doing?
I'm very sure, Miss Evans. Furthermore, I'm quite sure that you know what I'm doing, too. Come along, Inspector. Here we are, Inspector. This must be the room.
Yep. I don't know what you expect to find in the babe's bedroom, but hey.
Wow. This is something I didn't expect to find. Were you looking for something, Grace?
I was just cleaning up.
That's a good one. You always start cleaning up by looking inside of desk drawers?
I don't know what you mean.
What's that you're trying to hide behind you, Grace?
It's nothing. Really, it isn't. It's nothing at all.
No, let's see here.
Oh, please. I didn't mean to steal anything.
Well, a book. Now, what the
May I
heck?
see it for a minute, Inspector?
Sure, it's nothing but an ordinary book.
No, it's quite a lot more than an ordinary book. It's Mona Evans' personal diary. Grace, what did you want with this diary?
Oh, I didn't steal it. I didn't. I was only going to dust it off.
Dust it off. But when this babe cleans up a room, she really cleans it, opens drawers.
I suppose you know that people who steal are sent to jail, Grace.
Oh, I wish you would send me to jail. I wish you would. I hate it here. Hate it. Are you really policeman?
Really, policeman? Now, look, lady, this is the first time anyone ever asked me that question.
Why are you so anxious to know if we're really policemen, Grace?
Because if you are, there's something I must tell you.
This is the House of Doom. All who come here must die.
There it is again. The voice. Oh, it's frightening. I know that I'll be next. They told me I would if I...
If you what, Grace?
I can't tell. I can't. I'll die if I do. They said I would.
Who said you would?
She did. The voice. She said that Mr. Winthrop would die, and then she said I would. Oh, I'm so frightened.
Now. There's no need to be frightened, Grace. You're not going to die.
I am. I know I am. I'm so afraid.
Now. Inspector and I'll take you to your quarters, Grace, and you can lock yourself in your room until we get back.
Where are you going?
Down in the cellar. And when we return, we'll have the voice of doom with us.
What are we stopping here in the kitchen for? I thought we were going down and trap the voice of doom.
Let me see.
Hey, Bart.
Oh, yes, Inspector. We are going down and trap the voice of doom. But first, I want to check through this diary.
Why? You expect to find a confession of murder there?
No. Miss Evans couldn't have had time to record the murder since it only occurred an hour ago. Be reasonable, Inspector.
Okay, then what are you looking for?
A confession of murder, Inspector.
A confession? Now, wait a minute, Bart.
All right, Inspector. I found what I wanted. Get out your flashlight and let's go. Looks rather forbidding down there, doesn't it?
There's a light switch on the wall. No light.
No, I didn't expect there would be. Did you, Inspector? Someone in this household is mighty handy with electric wires. Point your flashlight down the stairs, Inspector.
What are we looking for? That's what I want to know.
We're looking for the door to the furnace room, Inspector. Yes, this is it, all right.
Furnace? What are you going to do? Start a fire?
We might have to smoke out the voice of doom at that.
Well, there's no furnace in here.
No. Appears to be nothing but a storeroom.
Hey, someone shut the door.
Not only shut it, but lock it.
Why, the dirty... Hey, open this door. Open it!
No use, Inspector. Whoever locked us in here intended that we should stay.
So the great Barton Drake stepped into my little trap.
Where'd that come from?
That grating up near the ceiling, I think, Inspector. It's an air duct from a furnace.
From the furnace?
Yes. This house is heated with a hot air system, Inspector, which means that there are one or more registers in each room. Now, any sound made inside the unlighted furnace would produce a hollow intonation which could be heard throughout the building.
So that's where the voice of doom came from, eh?
There's no doubt about it, Inspector.
How very clever you are, Barton Drake. You fool. You were warned. Now you must die.
Die, she says. What's she going to do, scare us to death?
Nothing so naive, Inspector Danton. Listen.
Hey, that sounds like escaping gas.
Inspector, that is escaping gas. It's coming through that air duct.
Well, of all the corny gimmicks. Hey, shut off the gas before I... before
you what, Inspector?
Don't waste your breath talking, Inspector. You need all you have before we get out of this one. Pull that box over here.
Box, what for? What are you going to do?
I'm going to stand on it and stuff my coat into that air duct. Hurry now.
Okay. Stuffing up that hole isn't going to keep all the gas from getting in here. I'm beginning to feel lightheaded already. But we're doomed.
Nonsense. There we are. That'll keep most of the gas out. All right, Inspector. Start shooting.
Shooting? Shooting at what?
The lock, of course. 2 or 3 slugs should ruin it completely.
Oh, say, that's a good idea. Funny I never thought of it.
Well, hurry up.
Okay, here goes. That ought to do it.
Better. I am beginning to feel lightheaded.
Okay, Bart. Come on, it's open.
Fine. Keep your flashlight handy, Inspector. The voice of doom must be somewhere nearby, and we're going to find her.
There's a door over there, maybe...
Shh. Listen.
What'd you hear?
I'm not sure. Come over this way.
Hey, Bart, look.
Yes, I see it. Behind that barrel. Come on, Inspector.
No, you don't, sister. Stay right where you are.
Grab her, Inspector.
I'll grab her all right. Come here, you.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
Help it, Judas. It's Lucy.
Yes. Shy and retiring little Lucy.
You let me alone. You can't arrest me. I'm crazy. Everybody knows I'm crazy.
You're telling us?
What's going on down there? Lucy?
Mona, help, help!
I'm afraid your cousin Mona won't be of much help, Lucy.
There she comes, and the maid's with her.
Lucy, what happened? What's all this shooting about?
I think you know what the shooting was about, Mona.
Oh, I do.
Tell him I'm crazy, Mona. Tell him I'm not responsible for what I do.
Before you answer that, Mona, let me tell you something.
Well?
In the first place, I'm going to ask Inspector Danton to arrest you for being an accomplice in the murder of your Uncle Tracy Winthrop.
You what?
And in the second place, I'm going to ask the inspector to arrest this young lady here as the actual murderess.
Wait a minute, Bart. Do you mean you want me to arrest this one?
That's right, Inspector.
But this is Lucy. She's the old man's stepdaughter. Also, she's crazy.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Inspector. She's not crazy. In fact, she's not even Lucy.
Huh? What was that, Bart?
The young lady's name, Inspector, is Helen. She's Mona's sister. And this girl here who's been posing as a maid is Lucy. Isn't that right, young lady?
I'm not supposed to.
Shut up, you. If you open your mouth, I'll...
No, you won't do anything. Stand back and let the girl talk. Go on, miss.
All right. I'll tell you. They threatened to kill me if I did, but now that Father's gone, I don't care anymore. I'm Lucy. They made me pretend I was a maid. They killed Father. They've been
Why,
planning...
you little wretch. I told you I'd kill you, and I will.
Put down that gun, Mona. Inspector.
Yeah, I got it. All right, lady. Take it easy.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Drake.
Hmm? Oh, yes, Grace.
You can call me Lucy now. That's my real name.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. What was it you wanted, Lucy?
Are you and Inspector Danton leaving now?
Yes, we are. But don't you worry. You'll be all right. There's no one around to bother you now.
But I thought...
Yes?
Well, if Father appointed you my guardian, I mean... Well, I hate being left alone and...
Yes, I see what you mean. It wouldn't be quite right to leave you here all alone, would it?
Well, tomorrow I could go to Aunt Fulton's house and my best friend, and they want me to live with them. And...
Okay, Bart, we're all set. Those two babes are taken care of, and I drove the car all the way up the hill. Say, what's the matter?
Inspector, I was wondering...
Oh, you don't have to brag. I caught on to the gimmick almost as soon as you did. It was the book.
Book? What book, Inspector?
The one with the writing in it. The diary that the young miss here was trying to steal.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, what did you want to steal it for, miss?
Well, you see, Inspector, I knew that Mona had been practicing Father's handwriting for months. I also knew she kept a diary, so I reasoned that the more accurate she became in writing like Father, the more the entries she made in the diary would resemble his hand.
Say, you're pretty smart. You figured it right. The last entries in the diary were written in exactly the same hand as that phony will.
And that meant that Mona forged the will, didn't it?
Right. They suspected that you knew what they were up to, so they forced you to play the part of the maid.
And then Helen pretended she was me and tried to make you think she was crazy. And later on, they tried to work it out so that I'd be committed to a home.
That's it. There's only one thing I can't figure out. Why did Mr. Drake here become suspicious in the first place?
Oh, I know the answer to that. When Helen first spoke to him, posing as me, she referred to Father as Uncle Tracy. You see, I'd naturally speak of him as Father.
Well, did you figure that one out, too?
Oh, no. Mr. Drake told me.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you let me in on it. Bart would needle me about it all the way back to New York because I didn't notice. Hey, Bart.
Yeah?
Let's get going. I gotta be back in New York tomorrow.
Sorry, Inspector.
What do you mean, sorry, Inspector?
I'm leaving, but you're not.
What the devil are you...
We can't just go off and leave this little girl here by herself. One of us will have to remain until she can make arrangements with her friends.
Well, now, let's see out. Guardian Drake is the boy.
Guardian Drake is returning to New York, Inspector. As the policeman in charge of this case, it's up to you to stick on the job.
Nothing doing. Look, I'm a cop, not a nursemaid. Hey, Bart, come back here. This is your job.
Sorry, old boy, playing nursemaid isn't my job or hobby. Writing is my job, and mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
The story began last autumn. Mr. Grant Parker, a wealthy art collector, had called me and asked me down to his country place for the weekend. 15 minutes later, I picked up my good friend, Inspector Noah Danton, and we were on our way to Woodsville, the small country town where Parker spent his summers.
So, we're going down to see this Grant Parker who says he's a what's the thing you call him, Bart?
A numismatist, Inspector.
Is that good?
Well, a numismatist, Inspector, is a man who collects coins.
Who doesn't? Personally, I prefer collecting the folding kind of dough.
Numismatology, Inspector, is somewhat different than merely collecting money.
Oh?
Some rare coins, minted at a value of, say, 50 cents, have sold for as high as $10,000.
You don't say.
And I understand that Grant Parker has an equally valuable coin in his collection. It's called a Maria Teresa Toller from the island of Matsira.
Well. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Doesn't it ever hurt to know so much?
Now, don't you take it seriously, Inspector. I looked that information up before we left headquarters.
Why?
Because Grant Parker explained to me over the phone that he believes one of his weekend guests is planning on stealing that coin.
Now you're talking my language. What gave him that idea?
Because last night Parker was knocked unconscious while working on his study.
And the coin was stolen, eh?
No, but the room was ransacked. Fortunately, Parker had taken pains to find a good hiding place for the coin.
Yeah, but not so good that the thief can't eventually find it, eh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. Oh, Inspector, we're to pretend we're merely guests. Parker told no one of the attempted theft, and he doesn't want his guests to know our real purpose in being there.
Good idea.
Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Here's the gate right here. Well, how do you like that? The driveway gate is closed.
And locked, too, if that padlock means anything.
Yeah, did you say that Parker expected us?
Yes, well, he probably has some reason for wanting to keep the automobiles out. Shut off the motor, Inspector. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Yeah. Walking's out of my line. Wonder how far it is to the house.
Oh, it can't be a great ways. There's a small door here beside the gate that seems to be unlocked.
This guy Parker must expect an invasion. Iron gates and 10-foot brick walls. Say, isn't that a house up there through the trees?
Yes, I believe it is. Let's go.
It's kind of pretty around here, all these trees and everything. Hey, what's that?
Duck, Inspector!
Holy suffering cats, what was it?
A boomerang.
A what?
There it goes, behind that clump of bushes. Come on, Inspector. Let's find out what this is all about.
Here, you two. What are you doing?
There he is.
Yes, I see him.
What the deuce are you two doing running around here? This is private property, I'll have you know.
And we'll have you know we don't like being targets for boomerangs. Where is it?
Where's what?
The boomerang.
Boomerang? What the deuce are you talking about?
You know darn well what we're talking about.
Inspector, since the boomerang seems to have disappeared, suppose we introduce ourselves and explain what happened.
Well, who are you?
I'm Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
Drake, Danton, never heard of you.
We're here at the request of a Mr. Grant Parker.
Nonsense. I'm Grant Parker, and I requested nothing of the sort.
You are Grant Parker?
Of course. Now get out of here, or I'll call the police.
How do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Mr. Parker, someone called me this afternoon, said he was Grant Parker, and asked me and Inspector Danton down here for the weekend.
Why, that's preposterous. Now, look here, you two. I don't know what your game is, but
Good gosh, what's that?
Someone's in trouble. Come on,
This
Inspector.
way.
I see them over here.
Yes, there's two of them.
Charity, come away. Charity, what are you yelling about? Good heavens.
Jumping Judas, look at that guy on the ground.
Yes, he's practically decapitated. Uh-oh. So?
Yeah, I see. The boomerang and covered with blood.
Charity, in heaven's name, how did it happen?
I don't know. I was coming along the path and found him.
Perhaps you can tell us how it happened, Grant.
Me? Blast you, Monty, what are you suggesting?
Guess.
Why, you miserable young pup.
Come, break it up.
Who are you?
The police.
The police?
Police?
Yeah, convenient, isn't it, to have the police right on the spot when a murder's committed. Now, suppose we ask a few questions. Parker, who's the dead man?
None of your business. I've already told you to get off my property. If you don't,
You've told us too much already. All three of your suspects. Now, smarten up, wise guy.
Look here, are you accusing me
Grant,
of...
let's not make things any more difficult than we can help.
Well, now...
The dead man is Sam Jenkins. Was a guest of ours.
Of whose?
Mine and Mr. Parker.
Oh.
I'm Mrs. Parker, and this gentleman is Marty Osgood.
He's a guest, too, I suppose?
Oh, yes. Now, may we all go up to the house, please? I feel rather faint.
You poor... Keep your hands off my wife, Osgood. As for you two, I don't know who you are, and I don't believe you're the police. I order you to get off my property.
Just a minute, Mr. Parker. All this blustering doesn't impress us in the least.
Why?
There's been a murder committed here. Whoever called on the telephone anticipated it. Neither the inspector nor I are leaving until we find out just what this is all about.
Look, Bart. Sitting here in this room and waiting isn't getting us anywhere.
It will, Inspector, if you can just control yourself.
Yeah? What do you expect to happen? The murderer going to walk in here and give himself up?
Perhaps not the murderer, but I am expecting a visitor.
Who?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector. In fact, we'll know in less than a minute. Oh, hello, Mr. Parker. Come in. We've been expecting you.
Expecting me?
Yes. Are you quite sure our conversation here can't be overheard?
Positive. Look here, Drake, why do you ask that?
Isn't that your chief concern? Didn't you want to wait until we could get someplace where we could talk freely?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Though I'm blamed if I can figure how you knew it.
That's unimportant. The point is, it was you who called me this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Well, You mean you were putting on an act out there in the woods?
Yes.
Huh.
Gentlemen, I'm in grave danger.
What kind of danger, Mr. Parker?
In danger of being murdered, I'm afraid. Whoever threw that boomerang this afternoon intended me to be the victim.
How do you figure that?
I had announced earlier that I meant to take a walk. I knew I'd be followed.
How did you know it, Mr. Parker?
Because one of the guests who's staying here this weekend is determined to get hold of my Maria Teresa Toller.
Is that $10,000 50-cent piece you were telling me about, Bart?
Yeah.
So you figure somebody would murder you for a $10,000 hunk of lead? Nope, I can't buy that, Mr. Parker. There's easier ways than that to get dough.
Ah, you don't understand, Inspector Denton. Numismatists, in fact, collectors of all types, become fanatics.
Oh.
They'd go to any lengths to acquire a rare specimen.
Yes, that's true, Inspector. The intrinsic value of items can't be considered here. Mr. Parker, why exactly did you put on your act out there in the woods? Was it because you feared that whoever followed you would overhear our conversation?
Yes, I was sure of it. I didn't want anyone to know that I was suspicious enough to call the police.
Not even your wife?
I see what you mean, Drake. Please remember that there was another person present when we discovered my wife beside the body of Sam Jenkins.
Yes. Your wife is considerably younger than you, isn't she, Mr. Parker?
Yes? Why?
Is she in love with you?
I resent that question, Drake.
Now we're getting to the real motives.
You can leave my personal affairs out of this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker, but your personal affairs are most important where murder is concerned. By the way, may I see your Maria Teresa Toller?
Yes, of course. I carry it here in my wallet.
So that's the reason the thief didn't find it when he knocked you out and ransacked your room, eh?
Yes. After today's experience, I'm convinced that whoever's after the Toller has figured out that I carry it about my person at all times.
So he's got to murder you to get his hands on it.
That's right. It is, Drake.
Thank you. Yes, this is a collector's item, all right.
Who's the dame on it?
That's Maria Teresa herself.
Oh.
The date the Toller was minted, 1790, is directly beneath.
Well, you seem to know considerable about rare coins yourself, Drake.
A minor hobby of mine, Mr. Parker. Look, Inspector, you see the band of pearls in Maria's hair?
Why, sure, I see him.
That band and the clasp on her dress, also made of pearls, is what makes a Toller genuine. Isn't that so, Mr. Parker?
Yes, it is. Drake, you should make numismatology a hobby.
I already have one hobby, Mr. Parker. One that takes most of my time. It's murder. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. How many guests are staying here with you this weekend?
8, or rather 7, now that poor Sam is gone.
And are they all collectors?
Well, let's say they're all interested in collecting. Any one of them would like to possess this Toller.
Exactly. Mr. Parker, I'd like you to invite all your guests out into the lawn immediately.
But look here, what for?
I took the trouble to investigate your guests before the inspector and I came down. Most of them are independently wealthy. That's why they're interested in collecting rare items. Something to amuse them. That and hunting big game with boomerangs.
I get it. We'll let them show us how good they are with those boomerangs, and that'll tell us something, huh?
That, Inspector, is going to tell us more than you think, if we're allowed to live that long.
We've got to tell him, Monty. Don't you see we have?
No, Charity, not now. It's too dangerous.
Why is it dangerous? Oh, Monty, I'm frightened.
Oh, there, my dear. Charity, why did you slip away and go down the path after Grant this afternoon?
Because I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to tell him about us.
Oh, you shouldn't have, darling. That's my job.
No, it isn't. I'm his wife. Oh, what a fool I was to ever believe he loved me.
Charity, where were you when poor Sam was hit with a boomerang?
Where was I? I don't know exactly. Monty.
There, darling, I only thought...
You thought what?
Charity, please, don't look at me like that.
You thought that I murdered Sam.
Of course I don't, darling. I only want to help you. Be reasonable.
I can't believe it.
Now, see here, Charity, listen to me. You were alone out there in the woods, and so was Grant. You hated him, and everyone knew it.
Stop it, I won't listen.
You will listen. Those police are going to ask you questions. They're sure to find out that you're an expert with a boomerang. They're bound to think that you mistook Sam for Grant.
I hate you, Monty Osgood. I was a fool to have ever listened to your drivel. And you said you were in love with me.
I am, believe me, I am, Charity. If you need help...
If I need help? Is yours then the kind of love that can attach itself to a murderer?
Charity, stop.
Now I see your game. Sam was your best friend. You loved him more than you did me. You thought I was jealous of him, and that I deliberately...
Charity, you're out of your mind. Come back here.
Okay, Mr. Monty Osgood. Perhaps I did murder Sam. Wouldn't you like to know? And wouldn't you like to know also what my plans are for you?
I don't know. Drake, I don't like this. After what's happened today, no one's in the mood for playing games.
This isn't a game, Mr. Parker. It's deadly serious.
And we're not kidding.
All right, folks. Who will be the first volunteer?
I will. I'm no good at boomerang throwing, but I'll be glad to help you out.
Thank you, Osgood. Select your weapon and go ahead.
One's as good as another. Hand me one, Drake.
Yesterday, you were bragging how good you are. Here, take this one.
No, thanks. Man's out of style if he doesn't brag in this gathering. Okay, here goes.
This is the craziest...
Nice throw!
Right around that clump of trees. Here it comes back.
Too bad. Off about 10 feet.
There you are, Drake. Does that make me the murderer?
The purpose of this experiment, Osgood, is not to identify the murderer.
No?
No. On the other hand, making a wild throw doesn't prove you innocent either.
I don't like this. I'm only trying to cooperate, and you fellas are trying to...
Thank you very much, Osgood. Now, will you please step aside and let the next volunteer take over? Who's next, please?
I suppose sooner or later you'll come to me. I'll throw if you like.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker.
So, it's a woman's game, too, eh?
My wife is considered an expert at many kinds of games.
Are you trying to be subtle, Grant? Please don't. You succeed only in sounding ridiculous.
Blast you, Charity. I'll not tolerate
Would
your...
you mind throwing the boomerang, Mrs. Parker?
Well, he...
I never.
Very well. Watch it!
Wow! Hot diggity. Low and fast. The gal's good. Here it comes back.
Yes, only it isn't coming back where it should.
Not Parker! Good heavens! Whipped him on the side of the head.
Good heavens, his head!
He's not seriously hurt. Well, Mrs. Parker, whoever said you were an expert with the boomerang was either lying or you are being very clever.
Oh, no, it was an accident, I swear it. Oh, Grant.
How does it feel now, Mr. Parker?
Well, I'm all right. It's just a nick. Where's Charity?
She's downstairs.
She with Osgood?
No, she's alone. Mr. Parker, do you think your wife deliberately tried to hit you with that boomerang?
No. Of course not. It was an accident.
But you yourself said she was an expert.
Well, she was nervous. She must have been. I shouldn't have spoken to her the way I did. It must have upset her.
I see. It would have been much more gallant if Osgood had failed to make a perfect throw, wouldn't it?
What do you mean? What are you driving at? I'm deeply in love with my wife, and she with me.
Did I say that you weren't, Mr. Parker?
Well, you implied it. Drake, you're overstepping your authority. I asked you down here because
as you expressed it, you felt you were in grave danger. It seems to me, Mr. Parker, that some of that danger has materialized.
Nonsense. Drake, do you think that my wife deliberately tried to kill me?
Do you?
No,
Come, Parker, stop pretending. Have you ever known your wife to make such a wild throw with the boomerang?
Well, no, I haven't. Well, wait a minute. Something did happen once.
Oh, so?
Well, it's ridiculous to think of. I'm sure it was an accident.
Tell me about it.
There's not much to tell. Haven't given it a thought since. Once a group of us had gone to Africa to hunt tigers.
Oh. And what happened?
Nothing. That is, Charity and I were out one day alone with a native guide. We saw one of the beasts crouching in a tree. Charity made a throw and missed. The guide had to shoot the tiger with a high-powered rifle.
And what happened to the boomerang?
Why, it barely missed striking me. But this is absurd. I'm sure it was an accident.
Your story is absurd, Mr. Parker, but not for the reasons you suggest. Oh, come in, Inspector.
How's Parker?
He's doing very nicely.
Now, look here, Drake. I want you to explain that remark you just made.
In a moment, Mr. Parker, in a moment. Inspector, have you talked with any of the guests?
Yeah, I talked to them all. You know, Bart, it's a funny thing.
What is?
I got a feeling that most of these people hate each other. All this double talk they do is an act. They don't mean it.
Now, you two, listen to me. I won't have you talking about my guests like that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker. We've a murder to solve. Go on, Inspector.
Well, the way I get it figured is this. These people haven't got enough to do. They've all got more money than they can get rid of. They spend their time collecting things and big game hunting and being mean to each other.
Nice work, Inspector. I think you're right. A murder on the side gives them a new lease on life, something unusual and exciting.
Yeah. I think any one of them could have committed that murder.
Blast it, you're not going to get away with such talk. I'll turn you over to the police.
Relax, Mr. Parker, relax. Inspector Danton is all the police that are necessary to solve this crime.
But what do you mean?
I mean that the guilty party has been painfully obvious in his mistake. We know positively who it was that murdered Sam Jenkins.
Well, look, Bart. If we know who it was murdered Sam Jenkins, why don't we arrest the guy?
Well, it would be much easier if the murderer came to us than if we went to him. Don't you think so, Inspector?
No.
No?
No. If he comes to us, he'll come with homicidal ideas.
That's exactly what I want, Inspector. If he attempts to murder us, then we'll be positive he's guilty, won't we?
Positive? Yeah. Say, wait a minute. I thought you said you were positive.
I did, Inspector, and I am. But I want to be able to prove the person's guilt once we decide to make an arrest.
Well, I'll be, look, Bart, sometimes, boy, you wear me down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector.
Yeah. But 2 hours ago, you announced that you knew who murdered Jenkins. Where are we going now?
We're going to trap the murderer.
We're going to trap... Jumpin' Judas, Bart. Let me in on the deal, will you?
Yes, you bet I will, Inspector. But here we are.
What's this?
Grant Parker's trophy room.
Where'd you get the key?
Parker gave it to me. Must be a light switch here. Yeah, here it is.
Jumpin' Judas. Look at that.
Yes, quite a display of trophies and equipment. Well, Inspector, that does it.
Huh? What does what?
Here's the rack where the boomerangs are kept. Let's take a look at them, Inspector.
Hey, look, Bart. Are you going to let me in on this, or aren't you? Am I a cop or what?
Quiet.
Huh? What's the matter?
Don't look now, Inspector. But there's a man peering in at us through the window directly behind where we're standing.
Behind me?
Yeah.
A man? How do you know?
I can see his reflection in this glass case.
My gosh, you're right. Hey, he's opening the window.
Yes, and he has a rifle,
Yeah.
a high-powered, big-game rifle.
Well, what are we going to do? Are we going to just stay in here and be knocked off like clay pigeons?
No, wait a minute. Wait until we get this rifle leveled.
Huh?
Then I'll throw this handful of boomerangs at him.
Why wait till then? I'm sweating already.
Because if we wait, it will take him a few seconds to detach himself from that cumbersome rifle, and we can use those seconds, Inspector.
I get it, but I don't like it. Hey, he's leveling the rifle now.
Yes, and he has his finger crooked around the trigger.
I can't stand it any longer.
All right, Inspector, jump!
Yeah!
Come on, Inspector, after him.
I'm right with you, son.
There he goes, Inspector.
Yeah, I see him. Stop, or I'll shoot.
I guess he didn't hear you.
Well, he'll hear this.
Too bad, Inspector. He ducked behind the garage.
Why, the dirty... He's shooting at us.
I suppose we have to expect that kind of treatment from a murderer.
Have you got to be funny at a time like this?
There he goes.
Yeah, and this time he's out in the open.
Take your time, Inspector.
Yeah, I can't miss.
Good work. Your aim is improving, Inspector.
I only hit him in the leg.
He dropped his rifle when he fell. Come on, let's have a look.
Jumpin' Judas. Look who it is.
Are you surprised, Inspector?
Grant Parker. Say, I thought he was the guy we were supposed to protect.
He was and still is, Inspector. Here comes his gang of alleged friends from the house to gloat over what they probably hope will be another murder.
Well, it's certainly good to be back at the old Lamplighters Club after all that excitement. How about a game of chess before we turn in, Bart?
Excellent idea. Oh, Inspector.
Yeah?
Well, don't you want to know? You've been sitting there for 15 minutes trying to act unconcerned.
Oh, is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How'd you guess?
It wasn't guesswork, Inspector. It was knowing certain facts.
I suppose so. What facts?
Facts about the Maria Teresa Toller that Parker had. It was a phony.
Well.
You see, in the first place, the date on it was 1790. All Tollers from the Matsura Island, Inspector, carry the original date of minting, which is 1780.
My.
Also, the band of pearls in Maria's hair contained exactly 8 pearls, but there were 10 on Parker's coin.
How can you argue with a guy like that?
You see, Inspector, Parker knew that Osgood was in love with his wife and she with him. So he used the coin as bait to get Osgood down here, because Osgood is a collector of rare coins.
So Parker decided to become a collector of corpses, eh?
Right, Inspector. And Parker thought it was Osgood who had followed him on his walk this afternoon. He had to throw that boomerang hurriedly because he heard us coming through the brush. When he discovered his mistake, well, it made him a little mad.
No regrets, eh? Nice people.
Plus, he saw a chance to get back at his wife by letting me think she deliberately tried to kill him when she made that wild throw this afternoon.
But, of course, you knew he was lying, eh?
Yes, Inspector, I did.
How?
Because Parker said he and Mrs. Parker had hunted tigers in Africa.
Well?
There are no tigers in Africa, Inspector. All the tigers known to exist are in Asia.
Well, I'll be a monkey's dear departed aunt. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I can't wait. Tell me.
All right, Inspector. Murder is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Our story begins on a cold, blustery day last winter. Tobe Morelli, the notorious gangster, had staged a daring daylight holdup of the Home National Bank, needlessly shooting a half-dozen helpless bystanders, including 3 children. Tobe's accomplice was believed to be a woman named Maud. Despite the fact that the police quickly threw out a dragnet and placed guards at all logical escape routes, the couple completely and mysteriously disappeared. The police, of course, had no way of knowing that the escaped criminals had become snowbound in a remote farmhouse far to the north. And though isolated, Morelli was able to keep in touch with the outside world by radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been officially stated that Barton Drake, crime expert, has been employed by Victor Stark, whose son, Johnny, age 5, was wantonly shot to death last week in the lobby of the Home National Bank to aid in the nationwide search for the killers. In an interview tonight, Drake said that he and Inspector Noah Danton, his co-worker, were completely baffled as to...
That's those dumb cops. About time you got back, Maud. How's the copper?
Hey, it's worse. I told we got to do something.
What do you mean, do something?
Well, like them cop in the barn, Jerry Hayes. Still got that bullet in his chest, you know. I told you shouldn't have shot him.
No? What should I have done? He's a state trooper, ain't he? Came out here to ask us questions, didn't he? Get out of yourself, baby.
But you can't get away with it, Tobe. They'll follow the footsteps of Jerry Haynes in the snow.
In this storm, don't be a dope. Haynes was way off his beat. Might have holed up anyway to sit out the storm. He won't be missed for days.
Tobe, listen. Jerry's out of his head half the time with pain. I tell you, we got to get him to a doctor.
A doctor? You gone crazy or something?
No, I'm not crazy, but Jerry's got a fever.
Give him some of that medicine the old lady down the road brought up. It's a laugh. She thinks it's me who's sick.
Tobe, will you listen to me?
Yeah, these corn crackers. Tell them anything, they believe it. They even think we're relatives of old man Botkins, who used to own this dump. Dumb cluck.
Tobe, I'm going to bring Jerry inside.
Bring him in?
Yeah.
Listen, so we bring him inside. So old lady Roth and her husband come busting in here, and we hear a guy yelling every time he gets a twinge of pain. Don't be a dope.
But Tobe, it's cold out there in the barn.
Forget it. Copper's all right. You got him wrapped up in blankets, haven't you?
Yeah,
Then
but...
relax. We got our own selves to think about. The guy won't die.
But that's just it, Toby will. He will die unless we get him to a doctor.
Then let him. What do we care? Come on, have a drink. Forget the copper.
I can't forget him, Toby. He's dying, and see the way he looks at me. I don't know, but it kind of reminds me of those kids back at the bank.
Ah, nuts. I'll get some music. Lighten things up around here.
Oh, Tobe.
Yeah?
Tobe, let's give ourselves up, huh?
It was
Was that you said, baby?
Why, I just said let's give ourselves up. Well, they'll get us sooner or later. They always do. And then there's Jerry and...
Now listen to me, my blue-eyed pet. We're in this together. We're in it up to our necks. We're both seeing it through. Just because you happen to fall for that baby-faced cop ain't gonna make no difference, see?
Ah, you're crazy. I didn't fall for
I got other
him.
plans for that copper, or I would have finished him off long ago. So we ain't getting soft and dreaming up ideas about giving ourselves up, see?
Don't get sore, Tobe. I was only thinking it ought to be better, that's all. Maybe they'll go
You
easy.
think too much, baby. I told you at the start I'd do the thinking for both of us. All you gotta do is make a noise like an ever-loving wife and leave the rest to me.
Okay, Tobe. Okay.
Only what?
Only when do we get out of this lousy hole? And when is it going to stop snowing? And when do we...
Shut up.
Oh, I'm just scared, Tobe, that's all. I didn't think it would be like this. I mean, all those killings and... Oh, we'll burn...
Shut up, I said.
And then there's Jerry. He's only a kid. He never hurt anyone. And he's going to die and...
I told you to shut up.
Oh, Tobe, don't.
So you don't like the way things are going, huh, pet? Now, ain't that too bad? Well, you won't like this either.
Oh, don't hit me again, Tobe, please. I didn't, Tobe. Oh, let go of my arm. What are you going to do?
I'm going to teach you that Tobe Morelli don't take no lip from no dame.
Land of Goshen. What weather. I declare I never saw the like. Clarence, close the door.
It's already closed.
Well, I declare so it is. Now then, where's... Oh, there you are, Mr. Morelli.
Hello, Mrs. Ross. Quite a snowstorm we're having.
Worst in 30 years.
Why, Mrs. Morelli, you're as white as a sheet. Is anything wrong?
No, I'm all right, Mrs. Ross.
Oh, there. Now, you look peaked. Now, if there's anything I
No,
can
please,
do...
I'm quite all right.
Oh, you don't look all right to me. Now, you come on into the kitchen.
Leave her alone. She's all right.
Well, I declare. You man. Oh, now, come on. Don't you mind him, dearie. You just come along with me.
I said leave her alone.
Well, can't a body make a suggestion?
Hey, Sherry, how about that new medicine you brought along for Mr. Morelli's cold?
Well, I declare I almost forgot. It's in my bag here.
Hey, Sherry's a great hand for curing folks. She makes her own medicines out of herbs she digs in the summer.
Oh, yes, here we are. Here. I call it Sarah Ross's Cure-All. Get me a spoon, dearie, and we'll give some to your husband now.
Oh, yeah, of course.
My cold's all better.
Oh, no, it isn't. Your voice is still hoarse. Now, one dose of my Cure-All will fix it up in jig time.
Here's a spoon, Mrs. Ross.
Thank you, dearie. Now, I'll just pour a little of this...
I'm all right, I tell you.
Oh, I'm the one to decide that. Now, open
Now, listen, I don't want any of that
Better
stuff.
get in, son. Sherry ain't one to take no for an answer when there's curing to be done.
Now, come on now. Open up. It'll be all over in a minute.
Okay.
There, it wasn't bad, was it?
What is that stuff made of?
Oh, you man. You're all alike. Such babies when it comes to taking medicine.
Yeah, cure or kill. That's Sherry's idea.
Now, take the bottle, dearie, and give that husband of yours a spoonful every hour.
Thank you, Mrs. Ross. Very kind of
And you better see to it gets plenty of rest. You ought to be in bed this minute. Well, Clarence, come along.
Ain't it kind of bad weather for you two to be out?
Well, yes, it is, but there's nothing we can do about it. Ruth said he was arriving on the afternoon train.
Ruth? Who's he?
Oh, my cousin Ruth. Oh, in all the excitement of making my new medicine, I must have forgot.
Where's this Ruth from?
Why, it's from Coldbrook, naturally. Our whole family's from Coldbrook. Everybody knows that.
Yeah? What's his business?
Why, he's a farmer, of course. I declare, Mr. Morelli, you sure can ask more questions.
Ain't no more than you, Sherry. How's it seem to be up against someone who wants to know as much about folks as you do?
That'll be quite enough, Clarence Ross.
Don't go getting peeved now. Anyway, folks, Ruth's a nice young chap. I'll fetch him over to meet you.
Now, listen, don't go bringing anyone
We'll be
here.
very glad to meet your cousin, Mrs. Ross.
Oh, thank you, my dear. And I know he'll like meeting you folks.
Now, wait a minute.
Mr. Morelli he just doesn't want to expose anyone to his cold.
Rubbish. A big strapping fellow like Ruth catching cold? Wait till you see him. Well, Clarence, come on. We're late now.
Yeah. Oh, say, I almost forgot about the snowplow.
Snowplow?
Eve Bodkin's man used to live here, had one. Rigged it up to his tractor. Did a right smart job of plowing. I was wondering if he left the old blade out in the barn.
No, there's nothing out in the barn.
Well, that's funny. Eve always kept it there. I was wondering if I took a
There's
look.
nothing in the barn, I tell you.
Well, maybe he put in the tool house.
There's nothing in the tool house either. Keep away from there.
Well, okay. Guess Eve must have sold it with his other stuff. Well, come along, Sherry. So long, folks.
Goodbye. Drop in again soon.
Oh, we will, dearie. And don't forget to give that husband of yours his medicine.
Did Joe Kenny see him?
Yeah. They got a horse and sleigh.
Do you think they suspect anything?
Yeah, they ain't as dumb as they act.
Who are you calling?
Listen and find out. Operator, give me the railroad station. What? Okay, give me the depot then. Hello? And what time's the afternoon train arrive in Woodville? What? There ain't any, eh? Okay. There ain't any afternoon train. Those country bumpkins were giving us a runaround.
Tone. Well,
Yeah, take it easy, baby. Let me think. This roof guy. Yeah, that's it. It fits.
What, Tone?
Drake, the whole thing's a setup, see? The radio broadcasts an announcement that Drake ain't got the first base. Then these yokels come in with a story about Cousin Roof arriving on the afternoon train. Well, there ain't no afternoon train. Sure, it adds up.
Do you mean the Drake? Well, I mean the police have found our hideout?
Yeah, they found it. It kills me. They found it, only they can't do anything, baby. They can't do a thing.
What do you mean? Well, why can't they? Oh, Tobe, what are you laughing at?
I'm laughing because those dumb cops thought they could put one over on Tobe Morelli. Listen.
I'm listening.
You know why they don't come busting in here?
No.
Because that kid Cop's here, see? He came out of his own accord. We ain't even holding him prisoner. He can leave any time he wants. Drake figures Hames is still alive, and he's afraid of what might happen if he shows his hands. It kills me. Baby, we're sitting pretty.
Oh, Tobe, you don't know what you're saying. If the police know we're here...
Skip it, baby, skip it. And go out in the barn and bring that copper in.
Bring Jerry in? Tobe, do you mean...
Yeah, bring the copper in here where it's nice and warm. And you can give him some of old lady Ross's cure-all medicine.
Oh, Tobe. Hey, that's wonderful.
Yeah, bring the copper in here where I can keep an eye on him. They'll find out they can't put anything over on Tobe Morelli. I'm too smart for him, them two rubes. Wait till Barton Drake finds out what I got in mind for them two rubes. It kills me.
Well, here we are back, Mr. Drake. Safe and sound.
I'm glad to see you both, Mrs. Ross. Inspector Danton and I had begun to worry.
Oh, nonsense. There's never need to worry about Clarence and me.
There's plenty need where Morelli's concerned. That punk wouldn't stop at anything.
Sherry stopped him. She gave him some of her special cure-all medicine.
You mean you actually fed Morelli with a spoon?
Of course. He insisted that his cold was better, but I'd have none of it.
Can't believe it.
Listen, you're quite certain that Morelli and his woman are giving the medicine to young Jerry Hames?
I'm positive. Where else could it be going? That Miss Morelli isn't taking it. He's no more sick than I am.
Yeah, that's what made us suspicious in the first place. But we let them think that we believed their story about being relatives of Eve Bodkins. We knowed Eve and his family for years. He never had any relatives look like them.
Well, so when we heard about the bank holdup and those 3 innocent children being shot, we told Jerry. He went on up to Bodkin's place, and a little later, we thought we heard a shot.
Yeah, I wanted to go over and see what happened, but Sherry wouldn't let me. Said I'd only get shot, too.
Yes, and very likely you would have. He was smart to notify the police instead. If for a second Morelli thought that you'd become suspicious, I'm afraid it would have been all over for both you and Jerry.
Morelli's about as low on the ruthless as they come. He'd do anything to save his own hide.
Well, I'm sure they don't suspect us.
No. They think we're just a couple of nosy country bumpkins.
Still, we can't be too careful. We'd better wait a day or two before we take any action.
Oh, you can't do that. Jerry may be dead by then. They're keeping him out in the barn.
Out in the barn?
Yes, we're sure of it. If he'd been in the house, we'd be bound to hear him. The barn's the only other place that could have him.
Hey, what's more, Morelli wouldn't let me set foot in the barn or the tool shed when I asked him about Eve's old snowplow.
That Morelli, it's going to be a pleasure to get my hands on him.
Inspector, Mrs. Ross is right. If Jerry is hidden in that barn, we have to act now, tonight.
That suits me fine.
Mrs. Ross, did you mention to Morelli that your cousin Ruth was arriving this afternoon for a visit?
Yes, I did. Furthermore, I told him that we were bringing Ruth over to see him.
Splendid. Inspector, go into the kitchen and call the state troopers barracks in Anderson. Be careful what you say. This phone's on a party line. Tell them the time is 8 tonight.
I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
Mrs. Ross, as soon as it gets dark, you and I and your husband will go over and pay the Morellis a visit. I'll play the part of your cousin Ruth.
Shall I bring along my gun, Mr. Drake?
Oh, well, only if you have a revolver that you can keep well concealed. Now, while we're talking to Morelli and his woman, Inspector Danton will go into the barn and bring out Jerry Hames.
Every time I think of poor Jerry lying out there in that cold barn, I could cry.
Yes. Well, as soon as Inspector has Jerry safely away, he'll come up to the house.
And that's when we jump Morelli. Boy, and I can hardly wait.
Well, that's taken care of. The troopers will have the place surrounded by 7:30.
Excellent. Now, listen, all of you. The important thing is to get Jerry safely away. If Morelli gets the smallest suspicion what we're up to or who we are, none of us will have to get out of there alive. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Ross, are you quite sure you want to go through with this?
You bet we do. Well, I'd risk anything to save Jerry.
You can count on us, all right, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. We'll leave here in exactly 2 hours.
At 6 o'clock tonight, police headquarters had no clues that would indicate the whereabouts of the bank robbers and child murderers. Barton Drake, crime expert, who has been assigned to the case, made a final statement to the press tonight in which he declared that both he and Inspector Noah Danton had abandoned the search at least until some contact...
Barton Drake, that two-timing copper stooge. Thinks he can put one over on Tobe Morelli.
Did you see anything outside, Tobe?
Plenty. Lucky thing we'll be getting out of here tomorrow. Bottle's almost empty.
Toby, are they out there?
Who?
Well, Drake and Inspector Noah Danton.
Not yet. Nobody out there, baby. But about 24 state troopers.
Tobe!
Yeah, 24 state troopers. Get that, honey? 24. That's what Tobe Morelli rates.
Tobe, what are we going to do?
Do? Why, honey, ain't you got it figured out yet?
Toby, you're not going to...
Knock off Hames? No, baby, I ain't going to knock off Hames. Not unless it comes to a showdown.
What do you mean, showdown?
I mean this, baby. Hames is laying there in the next room, see? He's alive. Outside, the snow stopped and it's nice and quiet. So quiet that if a man stood in the open doorway and yelled, he'd be heard a mile or so away, maybe.
Stood in the doorway and yelled? Well, who are you going to yell to?
I ain't, baby. Drake is. Them Rosses are going to bring him up here, see? They're going to introduce him as Cousin Ruth. It's a laugh. Barton Drake playing a country Rube.
Tobe, tell me. Look, what is Drake...
Just this, baby. I'm holding a gun on Hames, see? Right smack at his head. Then I tell Mr. Barton Drake to call off his dogs or else. Get it, baby?
You'd shoot a helpless man just to save your own skin?
That's it, baby. I'd shoot a helpless man to save my own skin, and Drake knows I would. Why? Because I'm Tobe Morelli. That's why I got a reputation.
Tobe Morelli, you're rotten.
Baby, you're getting out of line. You know that? You're getting out of line, and I don't like it, see?
I don't care what you like.
No dame talks like that to Tobe Morelli. Nobody, see? It's just a sample, baby. Just a... What's that? It's them. It's the Rosses and Cousin Lou. Okay, baby, this is it. And listen, be smart. Life's sweet, baby. Remember that. Life's sweet.
Okay, Tobe.
I'm standing here where I can see through to the next room where Hames is. Go let him in.
Mrs. Morelli, he's here. Ruth's here. And we brought him right over. Yeah, that's fine, Mrs. Ross. Won't you come in? Hello, Mr. Ross.
Oh, hello there, Miss Morelli. Where's that sick husband of yours?
What?
How you doing, old-timer? How are you?
How are you mean? Taking all that cure-all medicine yet, huh?
This is Ruth, Mrs. Morelli. Say howdy, Ruth.
Howdy, ma'am. Howdy.
How do you do?
And that sick-looking critter over there is Mr. Morelli.
So that's Cousin Ruth, eh?
Howdy, Mr. Morelli.
Ruth just couldn't wait to meet you folks.
That's so.
Yeah, made us bring him right over.
Howdy, folks.
Hey, can't he say anything beside howdy?
Not much, I reckon.
Well, Ruth never was one to talk much.
Makes his words count, though, don't you, Ruth?
Yep.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I see, all right. Well, where do we go from here?
Why, Mr. Morelli, what you mean?
So now Ruth's had a gander at me and my old lady. What do we do?
Well, I thought we might just sit and visit a while.
So that's the gimmick, eh?
Gimmick?
Please sit down, Mrs. Ross, and you gentlemen, too.
Oh, thank you, dearie.
Hey, come on over here, Morelli, where we can be sociable together. Huh?
I'm staying here.
Well, if you don't want to be polite.
Tell us about yourself, Ruth. Been a farmer very long?
Yep, all my life.
That's so. Never done nothing else, huh?
No.
Never thought you'd like to be, a detective, maybe, huh?
The idea.
Roof, a detective.
Yeah, Morelli, you sure think up some funny ones.
Yeah, I'm a very funny guy. How about it, Roof? Detective's out of your line, huh?
Well, I declare, Mr. Morelli, you're embarrassing Cousin Roof with those silly questions.
Yeah, I can see I am. Seems like you can't talk no more. Lost your tongue, Roof?
Don't stop it.
Shut up, baby. Well, come on, Roof. Say something.
What was that?
Just what you think it was, honey. Sit still, Barton Drake.
Good gosh, he knows.
Yes, I'm afraid he's known all along.
You bet I have, Drake. The great Barton Drake.
I wish now I'd grabbed him this morning.
Be careful, Mr. Ross. Morelli would just as soon shoot that gun that he's holding as not.
That's right. Tell him, Drake, you're smart. You know that Tobe Morelli don't stand for no fooling.
Well, Mr. Morelli, you might as well know it now as any time. You haven't got a chance of escaping. The house is completely surrounded by state troopers.
You don't say, dearie. My.
All right, Morelli. What's the deal?
See, Drake, he knows. He's heard of Tobe Morelli before. Well, the deal is this, Drake. Open that door and yell out to your bloodhounds to go home.
Why, the idea. Don't you do any such thing, Mr. Drake.
Don't worry, Sherry. Mr. Drake wouldn't do that.
And if I refuse, Morelli?
You won't refuse, Drake. 'Cause why? 'Cause right in there in the next room where I can see him is that poor, helpless state cop. You folks wouldn't want anything to happen to him, now would you?
Why, you dirty...
Stand back, Ross.
I'd have half a mind to box your ears, Mr. Morelli.
Try it. Well, Drake?
Morelli, I didn't think even you could sink that low.
That ain't half as low as I can sink. Come on, get moving.
And if the troopers obey my orders, then what?
Then more than me takes the sleigh and gets out of here.
And young Hames?
Kid goes with us.
Oh, no.
To the next town. You can pick him up there tomorrow morning.
How can you expect us to believe that? How do we know that you won't murder Jerry?
You don't. You take it or leave it.
You scoundrel.
He's right, Mrs. Ross. We have no choice. Okay, Morelli, you win. I'll open the door.
Morelli!
Don't shoot, Inspector, young Hames! Are you hurt, Inspector?
No, I guess not. Just grazed me.
Cop, by that time you got a break. Next time you ain't going to be so lucky.
You brute.
I only wish I'd brought along my double-barrel shotgun.
All right, Drake, time's getting short. Get to that door.
What's the deal, Bart?
Morelli wants me to order the state troopers out of the place. If I refuse, he's going to shoot young Haines.
Why, that dirty... Are you going to do it?
No, Inspector, I don't think I am.
Listen, cut out the kidding, Drake.
I'm not kidding, Morelli.
But, Mr. Drake, if you don't do as he said...
There's no other way, Drake.
I think there is.
What the devil are you talking about? You try any funny stuff and
Really, there's one thing you overlooked. There's one weak point in your whole plan.
You're crazy. It's the best gag I ever dreamed up.
Is it? Does Maud think so, too?
Maud? What are you talking about?
She's a woman, Morelli. Murdering in cold blood is out of her line. How about it, Maud?
What Tobe does don't make no difference to me.
Oh, yes, it does. If it didn't, you'd have let young Hames die. Instead of that, you nursed him and kept him alive the way a woman should.
Ah, you're crazy. Do what Tobe says.
If I don't, Maud, Morelli's going to murder that kid in there. He's going to shoot him in cold blood. The way he shot down those innocent children at the bank. Do you think you could stand by and see that happen, Maud?
Yeah. Call off the troopers, you fool.
Hames is young, Maud. He's clean and honest. He's the kind of boy you might have fallen in love with and married if you hadn't met up with
Drake, I'll knock you off.
Morelli's got the same plans for you that he has for Hames, Maud. You know too much. You'll be in his way after you've served his purpose.
I don't believe it. Why, Tobe...
You're a woman, Maud. You didn't want to get mixed up in all this killing, did you? Morelli promised you there wouldn't be any killing. You kept that kid alive because giving life is a woman's job, not taking
Stop it, stop
I
it.
get it, Drake. Right where Hames is getting...
You see, Maud? He's going to shoot Jerry in cold blood, the boy you nursed back to health and fell in love with.
Oh, no.
Keep back, Drake.
You're standing very close to Morelli, Maud. You could knock that gun out of his hand. This is it, Maud. I'm going after Morelli. It's up to you.
Drake, you lousy cow.
You got him, Inspector.
Yeah. He's out cold. How about the girl?
She's dead. Morelli shot her. Oh, the poor dear. She wasn't at all bad.
Poor kid. She deserves something better than that.
No, on the contrary, Inspector. I think Maud knew what she was doing. This is the way she wanted it.
The way she wanted it? Why, you mean that...
Yes. Maud knew Morelli would shoot her, but she saved the life of young Jerry Hames. I think Maud planned it this way.
Jerry's in here. He's going to be all right.
Oh, thank heaven. Thank heaven.
Well, Inspector, you'd better go out and tell Captain Melvin that everything has turned out satisfactorily.
Okay. Oh, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Bart, well, sometimes I might have kidded you some. I never saw anything much braver than the way you walked toward Morelli.
Oh, come, Inspector. You know there was only one reason for that.
Yeah, I know. Murder.
That's it, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby. Mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 117 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Murder Can Sometimes Be Pleasant.
Time out here.
Yeah, 15, love. Oh, darn it, I missed.
Love 30. Well, good serve. Here it is. Right back at you.
Oh, no.
Love 40. Still your serve. No, let's fall. Try again, now. Outside. Outside, that's game and set.
Love set.
Well, you want to play another, Alfie?
Let's get over here and sit down.
All right, let's.
If you play like that tomorrow, you're bound to win the championship.
Sure, I'll win it.
Kiss me, Dad.
Oh, you stacked up.
And after you win the championship, our problems will all be settled. Gramps will let me marry you.
Well,
Kiss me again, John. Oh, I love you.
You're a sweet little kid, Alfie.
I'm not a kid. I'm 19.
And I'm 42.
The best part of it. You're mature. You've seen life. And you taught me what love really means. Oh, John. You just got to win that championship.
Alfie?
Yes, Johnny?
Even if I do win the matches, money is still going to be a problem.
Oh, the $2,000 prize money.
Yeah, $2,000 won't half pay you back the money you've given me in the past 6 months.
You can forget that, Johnny. Nobody knows.
But there are other debts, other women who...
Johnny, what are you getting at?
Alfie, I can't marry you.
Why? What?
I'm going to marry Irene.
Irene?
Yes, your mother.
Honey, you can't do that. Why,
Of course, honey, of course. You're the one I love. But Irene has the money. All the money that was left her from her 4 husbands, and I simply have to have money out there, lots of it.
You can't. You can't. What'll become of me?
Oh, it doesn't have to make any difference with us, darling. Sure, I'm marrying your mother, but only for her money. I'll be around, darling.
Oh, down, dirty, stinking pig.
Alfie, you don't have to take it this way.
You think you're going to marry my mother? Oh, no, you're not. Before I let you do that, I'll kill you. You understand? I'll kill you.
Barton Drake stretched his long legs out until they pressed against the back of the front seat of a luxurious sedan that was to drive him from the Miami airport to the sumptuous El Boca Hotel. Comfortably, he settled himself, lazily scratching his broad back against the soft velour upholstery. He heaved a comfortable sigh and turned to Inspector Noah Danton.
Well, Inspector, what is this all about? I thought you came down here to go fishing.
I did.
Well, then why this mad wire to me? Certainly you don't need my help to pull those minnows you catch off the pier.
The police force down here got stuck with the case, and they asked me to get them out of a jam.
And now you're stuck with it? Is that it?
I'm in the jam right with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to get me out.
No, Inspector. I think I'd rather go fishing. I hear the sailfish are running, and
Bart, what would you say if you found a man lying in a lot with every bone in his body broken?
Well, I'd say that he'd jumped off a 15 or 20-story building.
But he was over 175 feet away from the building.
Even I know a guy can't jump that far.
Well, he could have jumped from an airplane.
This guy didn't jump from anywhere. He was tied hand and foot. He was pushed.
Well, somebody could have thrown him from an airplane.
Mm-hmm. This guy was seen going up to his room the night he was killed. After he'd said goodnight to everybody. He was well known. So well known that he couldn't have come down and gone out of the hotel without being recognized.
Well, from your description, I'd say he did come down anyway.
Sure. But how? How was it done?
That, my dear Inspector, is more than a $64 question.
Can you help me, Bart?
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid you're too persuasive.
Good, Bart, good.
Where did all this happen?
In the parking lot of the El Boca Hotel.
The El Boca?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that where we're staying?
Yep.
How high is the El Boca?
18 stories.
18 stories.
But that won't do you any good. He couldn't have fallen from there.
Who was this gentleman with the 7-league boots?
Johnny Murray.
The tennis player?
Yep.
Well, he was all set to be the next champion.
Yep, that's the guy. Well, here we are, the El Boca.
Well, Inspector, when you go fishing, you go in style, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Why not? I save up all year for this. Come on, let's get out.
Right with you, Inspector.
Hey, Mark, look out!
What?
Why, well, what was that?
Looks like a piece of cornice fell from off the hotel.
Brother, if we hadn't got out when we did, we'd be deader than a couple of mackerels.
You know, it occurs to me, Inspector, that somebody doesn't like me. Or maybe it's you.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the second act of...
Mystery is my hobby.
This is where the thing fell from, Bart.
Mm-hmm. Tell me more about this Johnny Murray. All you know, Inspector.
Well, the night he was killed, he had just announced his engagement to a Mrs. Irene Van Norton.
A widow?
Yeah, 4 times. Every one of the guys left her a wad of dough.
What was she going to marry this Murray for? He didn't have any money, did he?
Puppy love, I guess. She's almost in her second childhood.
Uh-huh.
Now, don't ask me what he was going to marry her for, you know.
Uh-huh. Nice chap, huh?
A bum. I'd like to get the guy who threw those bricks down here.
Nobody threw that piece of cornice, Inspector. It was an accident.
You mean it fell off there all by itself, huh? Nobody laid a hand on it?
Well, there certainly wasn't anybody attached to it when it hit the car.
That isn't funny.
I'm sorry.
Well, you know what you want to see?
Mm-hmm.
Well, come on, Bart. Let's go. There isn't anything up here but a lot of ventilators, a couple of smokestacks, and a flagpole.
All right, Inspector. I'm ready.
Good.
Tell me, does this Mrs. Van Norton live here at the hotel?
Sure, she and her 19-year-old daughter, Alfie, and her father. Old General Albert Dexter, U.S. Army retired. They got a suite.
Not General Dexter.
That's what I said. You know him?
Well, I certainly know of him. He's one of the greatest artillery experts this country ever developed. Fought all through this last war and the first one. So the old boy's retired, huh?
Yeah. Been living here all winter.
Tell me, Inspector, were there any objections from the family regarding this marriage of Mrs. Van Norton?
Oh, I'll say there were. Both the general and the daughter were mad as hell.
Very interesting.
Oh.
Ring for the elevator, will you, Inspector?
Sure. Somebody else was mad as hell, too.
Yeah? Who was that?
Bob Hilton. John Murray's roommate.
Who's Bob Hilton?
Another tennis player.
Oh, yes, sure. Well, listen, he's almost as good as Murray. What floor is this Bob Hilton's room, Inspector?
5th.
5th floor, please.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute.
What
are you...
to pay a little call on Mr. Hilton, Inspector.
Yeah.
Which is his room?
518.
Oh, yeah. Here we are. Well, you try it this time, Inspector.
Okay. Huh. Maybe he's out.
No, somebody's home.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Inspector.
Yeah, my friend, Barton Drake.
What do you want this time? I've already told you all I know about Johnny.
We want to come in and talk.
Well,
Come on in, Bart. And close the door. You.
All right, if you insist.
Hilton, I was on the plane and didn't get the news. Who won the tennis championship this afternoon?
I did.
Why? I see. Rather convenient for your roommate to get himself killed, wasn't it?
Now, see here. I'd have won it anyway.
That's something we will never know, will we?
Look, if you came here to accuse me...
I'm not
of...
accusing you of anything, Mr. Hilton. I simply... Just a minute, Mr. Hilton.
Hey, you. Stay away from that door.
You stay where you are, Hilton.
You might as well come out and join the party, young lady.
Hey, that's Althea Van Norton. What's she doing here?
Can't you see, Inspector?
Well...
She's rearranging her hair.
Yeah.
Don't let them scare you, Alfie. They're just a couple of cops.
You blush very prettily, Miss Van Norton.
I have just asked Althea to marry me, and she accepted. I was giving her a kiss when you knocked on the door. Anything mysterious about that?
Only that it's a bit strange that Althea would be seriously concerned with affairs of the heart so soon after her mother's fiancé's demise.
Our affair, Mr. Drake, is none of your darn business.
Bobby, darling.
Irene.
Oh, good heavens, look at all the people.
Mrs. Van Norton, this is Barton Drake.
How do you do?
Barton Drake. Remarkable physique.
Mother, haven't you any sense of decency?
Oh, Althea, mind your own business.
Walking in on Bob here without even knocking. What in the world will people think?
I don't care what they think. Bob and I are going to be married.
What did you say?
I said Bob and I are going to be married. Oh, think of that, Althea. Your own dear mother, married to the world champion tennis player.
But Johnny, you allowed Johnny to announce your engagement.
You're so young, my child. Engagements don't mean anything.
Bobby here just asked me to marry him.
Did he? Oh, the dear boy. Well, you can't have him now, you know. Oh, I found out last night that he dances the most wonderful rumba.
Mother,
oh, now don't start getting difficult, Althea.
You never intended to marry Johnny, did you?
Of course not, silly child.
Oh, Mother, what you've done, what you've done.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the third act of...
Mystery is my hobby.
Thank you for bringing me up to my room, Mr. Drake.
That's perfectly all right, Miss Van Norton. Inspector and I wish to see your grandfather anyway.
Poor Gramp. This thing is hitting pretty hard, you know.
Your mother's actions can't be helping the old gentleman's peace of mind.
Let's stop here a minute before we go in.
Oh, yes, certainly.
You, live on the top floor, don't you?
Yes? Mr. Drake, I want to explain why I was in Bob Hilton's room.
You don't have to, unless you care to.
But I do. I allowed Bob to make love to me, to kiss me, because I thought...
Yes?
I thought maybe I could get him to admit that he killed Johnny.
Oh. You think that Bob killed Johnny Murray?
I'm sure of it.
Why?
For one thing, so he could win the tennis match. Now it's what we've just seen because he was jealous of Johnny and Mother.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's plenty of motive there. Miss Van Norton, just why are you so interested in apprehending Murray's murderer?
Because I love Johnny very deeply.
Brother, has this turned into a family affair?
I'll admit now it's all very disgusting. Well, shall we go in and see Grandfather?
Yes, let's.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, Althea, dear.
Yes, Grand.
I missed you, honey. Who's that you've got with you?
Well, Grandfather, this is Mr. Barton Drake and Inspector Danton of the police.
How are you, General?
Police.
How are you?
Now, look here. Don't you start putting my granddaughter through any third degree. She had absolutely nothing to do with the murder.
Mr. Drake and the inspector have been very kind.
Better be, by trumpet.
Your granddaughter's helped us a lot, General Dexter.
Fine girl. Only one in my family's any good. She's my girl. Mother isn't worth the sand you'd stuff in a rat hole, by trumpet.
Grant.
Well, I mean it. You a military man, Drake?
4 years in the cavalry.
A dirty neck, eh?
That's right.
Dang good outfit.
Thank you.
Changed them into tanks this last war. You first made the landing at Okinawa. No, with a lot of help, of course. A couple of Marines and the whole dang Navy. First in your person was a horse trooper, sir.
Yes, sir. I've heard a great deal of you, General. I understand you're an artillery expert.
Know all about it. Studied the subject from the time David threw a stone at Goliath with a slingshot
down to the time we threw an atom at Bikini. All artillery, you know. The propulsion of missiles. Yeah, but getting too dang modern for me, though. Had to retire, by trumpet.
Well, General, this is very interesting, but really, we're here for an entirely...
No, you're trying to find out who murdered John Murray.
That's right, sir.
I'd find out myself. I'd pin a medal on the man who did it. Give him a citation.
I take it you didn't care much for the gentleman?
He was worse than a cashiered second lieutenant, sir. The scum of the earth. Elsie, darling, would you mind leaving the room? What I have to say about Murray isn't fit for your ears.
Of course, Grandfather. Don't be hard on Gramps now, Mr. Drake.
You can trust me, Elsie. You and your granddaughter are nice people, General Dexter. However, I can't say the same of your daughter, Mrs. Van Norton.
Just like a mother. Worse. Lack of discipline when she was young. I'm an army man. Moved around a lot. Then there were a couple of wars that interfered with my bringing her up properly.
I see. You were violently opposed to your daughter's marriage to John Murray, weren't you?
Opposed? I forbade it.
I see. Tell me, General, have you any theory as to who could have committed this murder?
Ask him if he's got any theories as to how it was committed.
Oh, I already know how, Inspector. Now I want to know who. How about my question, General?
Well, sir, I was probably the last man to see him alive.
You were the last man to see him alive?
Yes, sir. He came up here right after announcing his engagement to my daughter. We had a pretty violent scene. He'd come into my apartment. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to prevent your marriage to Irene.
Why? What have you got against me?
Everything. I've had private detectives on your trail.
Yes, I know. I've had them in for drinks.
For the past 6 months, you've been living on money given to you by my daughter. Why, any man who takes money from a woman is no more
take
than
it easy, Gramps. Take it easy. I've been living up there, too.
That's a lie, sir. Why, there's one thing that I absolutely will not let you touch, and that's my granddaughter. She's the only clean one in the family.
She's mad about me. I had a hard time making up my mind which one I wanted. However, your daughter's money was the deciding factor, so she's the one I'm going to marry. I'll outlive her anyway. She'll drink herself to death.
Why, you low-down, dirty heel?
Sure, I know I'm a heel. And your daughter's a heel, and your granddaughter's a...
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Drake, is just about the last time I ever saw John Murray alive.
Thank you, General, for telling me this. I'm sorry I had to question you, but...
Oh, that's all right. I'm a military man, sir. I like direct action by trumpet.
Well, General, it's been very nice meeting you.
Glad to know you, too, sir.
You know, with your knowledge of artillery, you ought to write a book.
I have, sir.
You have? Good. If we ever have another war, God forbid, this country's going to need it, by trumpet. Come on, Inspector.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, Bart. What was that crack you made about knowing how the murder was done?
I do, Inspector.
Well, come on, give.
No, I don't think I'll ever tell.
Huh? Now, look, Bart, you can't...
If I ever heard of a justifiable homicide, this is it.
Now, look, Bart. There's a law, and it says...
John Murray was a skunk, not fit to live with human beings. No, I guess you're going to have to figure this one out for yourself, Inspector.
Now, look here, Bart. The law's the law. We've got to have it, and the law says that if a man commits a murder, he has to be punished. No man has the right to take the law into his own hands, whether or not the homicide is justifiable or not. It isn't up to me to decide, or you. We've got the courts for that purpose. Now, if you know anything about this murder, you've got to tell it. Otherwise, it makes you an accessory after the fact. You know that as well as I do.
Yes, Inspector, I know. I know. All right. Get your crowd together and bring them up to the roof. We might as well get this thing over with.
My crowd?
Yes, Althea, Mrs. Van Norton, Bob Hilton.
Well, how about old Grandpa, the general? Want him to come up, too?
No, that won't be necessary. I'll let you tell him about it after we pick up the guilty party.
Yeah.
And now, back to our star, Glenn Langan, for the conclusion of...
Mystery is my hobby.
Now, gentlemen, I told you I know how the murder was committed, and I do.
Now, don't tell me John was thrown from this roof. It isn't possible. Not to have him land where he did.
No, but it is possible, Mr. Hilton. And that's just what happened.
Oh, dear. I would like to meet a man who was strong enough to do that.
You have, Mrs. Van Norton.
Oh, good heavens, who is he?
Do we have to go through with this? I feel rather faint.
I'm afraid you'll have to hold on just a bit longer, Miss Althea. Inspector, you'll remember that iron ring that was in that piece of cornice that fell on the car.
Sure, I remember. It had a short piece of rope tied to it.
Exactly. Now, let's take a look at this flagpole. It's a good, springy piece of hickory. You see, Inspector?
Yeah. And look, Bart. There's another piece of rope hanging loose from the top.
Right you are. Now, here's what happened, at least the way I see it. Our executioner first knocked out John Murray, then tied and gagged him and brought him up to the roof.
Oh, I hope he was still unconscious when he fell.
Well, perhaps he was. Then our executioner bent this flagpole back, way back, and tied the top of it to that ring in the cornice.
How could anybody do that?
You'll notice that this is a double rope, Mr. Hilton. By inserting an iron bar between the ropes and twisting them, it could be done very easily. Now, with the flagpole bent down, almost parallel with the roof, our executioner placed Murray's body on it, near the top, and probably tying on it some kind of a light cord that was just strong enough to hold the body in place. He then takes an axe, and he cuts the twisted rope. The flagpole springs back into an upright position and catapults the body out into space to where it lands 175 feet away from the base of the building.
Oh.
Hey, Bart, how about that cornice? What made it land on us?
That was purely an accident, Inspector, as I told you before. The jerk of the rope, when it was cut, must have loosened it. And then Mr. Newton's law of gravity did the rest.
That's a very pretty story, Mr. Drake, but you still haven't told us who did this parlor magic.
You did, Mrs. Van Norton. You and Bob Hilton. Yes, and John Murray himself.
Mother.
Oh, now look here, Drake.
You did it by breaking a gallant old man's heart. You and your escapades, Mrs. Van Norton, your love affairs. First with Johnny Murray and then with Bob Hilton here. Your silly, vicious lack of decency. The guilt is yours for driving a proud, honorable old man to the point where he couldn't live with himself and admit that you were his own daughter.
Mr. Drake, you're getting insulted.
You'll hear me out. And then when John Murray threatened to sully the one thing General Dexter had left, the one thing he loved more dearly than life itself, his granddaughter, your daughter, Mrs. Van Norton, the general decided to take matters in his own hands. He was a military man. He liked direct action, so this is the final result. And I hope you're all smugly and completely satisfied with what you've done. Come on, Althea. Inspector, let's go.
Yeah.
Just a minute, Mr. Drake.
General, what are you doing here? I plan to spare you this.
It's all right, Elsie, honey. It had to come out. I knew it. Very good reasoning, Mr. Drake. Excellent.
I'm very sorry, General.
See that Althea gets away from her mother. Will you, Mr. Drake? I won't be able to myself. Trumpet.
Here. Let me take a look, my dear. I'm sorry, Althea. Somebody has, and the law has wiped that slate. No. You should be glad, my dear, the old general would like it that way. He liked direct action by trumpet.
Well, I'll be darned if I can see how you figure this out. Still they on me.
The catapult, Inspector, was the forerunner of Marseille, was General Dexter's hobby.
Well, artillery. He was an expert.
Yes, Inspector, just as with me, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. I'd received an urgent request by a Mr. Tracy Winthrop to visit him at his home on the Hudson. My interest was aroused because of certain enclosures contained in the letter. So I called Inspector Danton and we started north late that evening. Now, here we are. I'll ring the bell.
Stop.
Jumping Judas. What's that?
There's someone over there in the shadows.
He who rings that bell is doomed.
Hey, Bart, that sounds like a voice from the grave.
Oh, stop using your imagination, Inspector. Hello? Is someone there?
This is the house of doom. Enter not or you die.
That's straight from the shoulder talk, Bart. Let's enter not.
Keep quiet, Inspector. Hello? We're looking for Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
I thought I heard voices out here. Was there something you wanted?
Yes. Are you Tracy Winthrop? I'm Barton Drake.
Drake? Well, I didn't expect you until tomorrow. Yes, I'm Tracy Winthrop. Come in, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Winthrop. There was someone there at the end of the porch who spoke to us. We're curious to know who it was.
Someone spoke to you?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, in just a minute, I'll turn on the light. There. Well, the porch seems to be empty, Mr. Drake.
Yes, it does. That's odd.
Odd? It's downright impossible. Look, Mr. Winthrop, both of us heard a voice.
Really? I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. This is my assistant, Noah Danton. Noah, Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
Nice to know you, Inspector Danton. I read a lot about you.
Inspector, look, how did you know I'm Inspector Danton? Barton, I thought...
Oh, come now, Inspector. When I asked Barton Drake to take my case, I hardly expected him to arrive without you. After all, it's a well-known fact that Mr. Drake considers you indispensable.
Well, now, Bart, did you hear what the man said?
I certainly did, Inspector, and he's 100% correct.
Well. I always thought...
Now, if you gentlemen are convinced there are no spooks lurking here on the porch, will you step inside, please?
Yes, thank you.
But look, that voice...
The wind plays peculiar tricks at Hurricane Manor, Inspector. Often we mistake its howling for the whispering of voices.
Whispering? By golly.
Step into my study, please. This is the only room in the house that's soundproof, so we can feel quite free to talk without being overheard. I'll turn on the lights.
Hey, Bart, are we nuts, or did we hear a voice out there on the porch?
Of course we did, Inspector, but for the time being, I think we'd better pretend it was the wind.
There we are. Now, sit down, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
Say, it's kind of nice in here, isn't it?
Well, it's the only room in the house I've been allowed to fix up to suit my own taste, Inspector.
Allowed to fix up? I thought you were...
Yes, I know. You thought that being a millionaire, I would be master of my own home. Unfortunately, I'm the victim of circumstances.
Oh, what kind of circumstances, Mr. Winthrop?
Women.
Women?
Yes. 2 nieces and a stepdaughter. One of them is planning on murdering me.
That's a pleasant outlook. And what does one of them want to murder you for?
My money, naturally. You see, in my will, I've left everything to my stepdaughter, Lucy.
Mm-hmm. And you think it's Lucy who's planning your murder?
Oh, no. Why should she? Lucy has no way of knowing that she's my heir.
So, do your nieces?
I think they suspect. Mr. Drake, I'd like to appoint you as Lucy's guardian.
What?
Well, that's a new one. How old is Lucy, Mr. Winthrop?
20. She's very attractive.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winthrop. Acting as guardian to an attractive girl is a little out of my line.
Please hear me out, Mr. Drake. Lucy is, shall we say, not a very strong character. She's rather shy and retiring. As soon as I'm dead, my 2 nieces are going to try and influence her to turn my fortune over to them.
You seem very matter-of-fact about all this, Mr. Winthrop.
Cold-blooded murder isn't something that should be spoken of so lightly.
I'm sorry, but being practical in this case is being smart. I know I'm close to that. I want Lucy's interest protected after I'm gone by someone of good sense. That's why I've taken legal steps to make you her guardian, Mr. Drake.
I'm afraid you took too much for granted when you assumed I'd accept the guardianship of your stepdaughter, Mr. Winthrop.
On the contrary, I rather think you will like the idea. I believe it appeals to you because it smacks of danger.
Danger? What's dangerous about playing nursemaid to a 20-year-old babe?
I explained all that in my letter to Mr. Drake, Inspector. That's why he indicated his willingness to do what I asked by cashing the check I enclosed.
Now, wait a minute. Just what did you explain in the letter?
Explained, Inspector, that there was a possibility of my being murdered.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Why is there a chance of Bart being murdered?
Because, Inspector, after I'm gone and it becomes known that Mr. Drake is Lucy's legal guardian, somebody's going to try and dispose of him.
I don't believe it. Those things only happen in books. Now,
leave this house, Barton Drake, or you die.
Good heavens, what's that?
It's the voice of death. Where'd it come from, anyway?
Behind you, Inspector.
Behind me? I don't see.
This is the house of doom. Leave before it's too late.
It didn't come from behind me. It came from over there.
It couldn't have. This room is absolutely soundproof.
Tell me, is this the first time you've heard the voice, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, it is. I can't imagine what its meaning is or how it's possible for us to hear it in this room.
Maybe it's the whispering of the wind.
Is that what you meant when you said you heard a voice out on the porch?
Yes. Are you convinced now that we weren't imagining things, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, I am. That was a real voice, though inhuman sounding.
Drake, this could mean the beginning of the end for me.
Why? What's the voice got to do with you? It was Bart the guy was talking about.
But don't you see? Somehow they've learned that Drake is here. Perhaps they know that I've appointed him Lucy's guardian. They're trying to frighten him away.
I think you're partly right, Mr. Winthrop.
Good Lord, listen to that.
Sounds like the voice of death got it herself.
Yes. I think we'd better find out where that came from right now. Mr. Winthrop, will you lead the way, please?
But the voice was right here in this room.
Obviously, that's incorrect since we can see every section of this room. No, I think if we look carefully, we'll find a loudspeaker attached somewhere and a microphone in some other part of the house.
Say, that could be the answer, couldn't it?
It must be the answer, Inspector. Well, Mr. Winthrop.
All right, come along. We'd better search the bedrooms first. The stairs are at the end of the hall. I'll switch on the lights as we go along.
Stop. Death lurks at the top of the stairs. Beware.
The guy must have a walkie-talkie. That came from over there. Under the stairs.
There's nothing under the stairs. You can see there isn't.
Mr. Winthrop, where's the switch that'll turn on the lights at the top of the stairs?
Right there on the wall beside you.
Oh, yes, fine. I'll turn it on. You better get out your gun, Inspector.
I had it out for 5 minutes. Go ahead, switch on the light.
Good heavens.
That's jumping Judas. What happened? The lights are out. It's pitch dark.
Must be a short circuit. Mr. Winthrop. Inspector.
Yeah, I'm right here. Hey, Mr. Winthrop. Well, looks like the old boy's left us. He was right there when... Okay. What's going on?
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Okay. Hey, will you dirty...
What's the matter?
Someone knocked the light out of my hand.
Well, pick it up.
Okay. I gotta find it first. Doggone it. I can't see a thing.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll light a match.
What is that?
Someone went through that door at the end of the hall. Here's a match. There's your flashlight over against the wall.
All right. Yeah, I got it. Now I can see something. Jumping Judas spot. Look.
Yes. I see it. Winthrop's body.
His body? Do you mean...
Look at his neck, Inspector. There's a strand of wire knotted around it. He's been strangled.
By golly. Let me take a look. Yeah, you're right, Bart. He's dead. Murdered right under our noses.
Yes, and quite cleverly, too. That wire had been fashioned into a noose before the...
Look.
I see.
Here comes the babe with a candle.
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have done rather a thorough job of murdering Uncle Tracy.
Murdering him? Us? Now, look, lady.
You're Inspector Danton, are you not? And this tall gentleman must be Barton Drake.
That's right. And who are you, please?
I? Don't you know? Well, I'm Lucy. Tracy Winthrop was my stepfather.
You're Lucy. And Winthrop must have been giving us a runaround. There's nothing shy and retiring about you.
In the face of death, Inspector Danton, even the shy and retiring are strong. And then, of course, I'm crazy.
Crazy?
Yes. Didn't Father tell you? Oh, yes, I'm crazy. I start staring mad.
Lucy, answer me.
Yes, Cousin Mona.
What are you laughing at? Who turned off the light?
It's Father Tracy, Mona. He's been murdered.
Murdered? What are you talking about? I knew I shouldn't have let that girl alone. Lucy, who are these two men?
I don't know, Cousin Mona. I found them standing here over Father Tracy's dead body.
Good heavens. He's been strangled.
That's right, Miss Evans. You are Miss Evans, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mona Evans. Who are you? What are you doing here? And who's this other man?
Danton is the name, ma'am. Inspector. Homicide.
Inspector? Then that's why you're here, because Uncle was murdered. Tell me, how did you know? He was alive an hour ago. This is all so confusing. Won't someone kindly explain what it's all about?
They killed him. I saw them. I was standing right there in the doorway.
Oh, hush up, Lucy. Policemen don't go around killing people. Now go back to your room.
But I saw...
Go back to your room, I say.
All right, Cousin Mona.
Cousin Mona. She's no more my cousin than the man in the moon. Now that Uncle Tracy's dead, I'll have her committed to a home.
You seem rather pleased that your Uncle Tracy is dead, Miss Evans.
Naturally. Helen and I stand to inherit his entire fortune. Why shouldn't we be?
Helen?
She's my sister.
Oh.
We'll share Uncle Tracy's fortune equally.
Where's this Helen now?
She's up in Maine visiting the family of the fiancé. Oh, dear, what a mess this is. I suppose you men are going to insist that Uncle Tracy was murdered?
Yeah. That wire wasn't put around his neck for comfort. Furthermore, we're going to find out who murdered him.
How annoying. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, that depends on how cooperative you are, Miss Evans. By the way, who's that standing over there in the doorway?
Where? Oh, that's Grace, our maid. What is it, Grace?
Is something wrong, Miss Mona? The lights went
No,
off.
there's nothing wrong at all, Grace. Mr. Winthrop has been murdered, that's all.
Murdered?
Yes, but don't worry. These gentlemen are here to find out who did it. You can go now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Grace.
Yes, ma'am?
Miss Lucy will be leaving us tomorrow. You can help pack her things.
Leaving? Miss Lucy?
Yes. That's all, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Evans.
Yes.
I dislike disillusioning beautiful women, but I'm afraid you're taking too much for granted.
Oh?
In the first place, you are our number one suspect.
The idea.
In the second place, you are not the one of the heirs to your uncle's estate. He left everything to Lucy.
Nonsense. I've seen the will, and it's properly
In the
written.
third place, I've been appointed Lucy's legal guardian, and I don't believe she's crazy.
That's ridiculous. Of course she's crazy. She's been crazy for years. Helen and I can prove it.
And I can prove something, too, Miss Evans. I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who it was who murdered your uncle.
Are you convinced that there aren't any loudspeakers or microphones here in Winthrop's study?
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to admit defeat on that score.
So the voice of doom really does come out of the spirit world, eh?
Inspector, your sense of dramatics sometime proved to be the most ridiculous... Oh, hello, Miss Evans. Come in.
Mr. Drake, if you're so positive who murdered my uncle, why are you going to all this trouble to collect evidence, as you call it?
Knowing a person is guilty of murder and proving it are two different things, Miss Evans.
And Drake doesn't go around putting the finger on people unless he can prove their guilt, lady, so you might as well quit playing hard to get along with.
Oh, all right. What do you want me to do?
First, I'd like to see your uncle's will, the one in which he named you and your sister Helen as his heirs.
I see. You doubt that such a will exists. Very well, I'll show it to you. Uncle Tracy made no secret of it. He kept the will here in his desk drawer. Yes, here it is in the folder. Look it over, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. This is rather extraordinary. A will and handwriting.
Uncle Tracy was an extraordinary man. The fact that the will is in his handwriting proves it's authentic.
It might, if that's Winthrop's handwriting.
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Of course it's Uncle Tracy's handwriting. A dozen people can and will swear to it.
Tell me, is this the only will that your uncle ever made, Miss Evans?
No. A long time ago, before Lucy became deranged, he made another, naming her as heir.
Mm-hmm. And where's that will now?
I suppose that Attorney Scott Rowland has it in his office. But don't get any ideas. The will you have in your hand outdates the other by month. It's properly witnessed and otherwise quite in order. Now, what else would you like to know, Mr. Drake?
Oh, quite a few things. First of all, the inspector and I would like to search your bedroom.
My bedroom?
Yes. Then we'd like to examine the cellar.
The cellar? What an unusual request. Mr. Drake, are you quite sure you know what you're doing?
Oh, very sure, Miss Evans. Furthermore, I'm quite sure that you know what I'm doing, too. Come along, Inspector. Here we are, Inspector. This must be the room.
Yep. I don't know what you expect to find in the babe's bedroom, but hey.
What? This is something I didn't expect to find. Were you looking for something, Grace?
I was just cleaning up, sir.
That's a good one. You always start cleaning up by looking inside of desk drawers?
I don't know what you mean.
What's that you're trying to hide behind you, Grace?
It's nothing. Really, it isn't. It's nothing at all.
No, let's see here.
Oh, please. I didn't mean to steal anything.
Well, a book. Now, what the
May I
heck?
see it for a minute, Inspector?
Sure, it's nothing but an ordinary book.
No, it's quite a lot more than an ordinary book. It's Mona Evans' personal diary. Grace, what did you want with this diary?
Oh, I didn't steal it. I didn't. I was only going to dust it off.
Dust it off. But when this babe cleans up a room, she really cleans it, opens drawers.
I suppose you know that people who steal are sent to jail, Grace.
Oh, I wish you would send me to jail. I wish you would. I hate it here. Hate it. Are you really policeman?
Really, policeman? Now, look, lady, this is the first time anyone ever asked me that question.
Why are you so anxious to know if we're really policemen, Grace?
Because if you are, there's something I must tell you.
This is the house of doom. All who come here must die.
There it is again. The voice. I know that I'll be next. They told me I would if I...
If you what, Grace?
I can't tell. I can't. I'll die if I do. They said I would.
Who said you would?
She did. The voice. She said that Mr. Winthrop would die, and then she said I would. Oh, I'm so frightened.
No. There's no need to be frightened, Grace. You're not going to die.
I am. I know I am. I'm so afraid.
No. Inspector and I'll take you to your quarters, Grace, and you can lock yourself in your room until we get back.
Where are you going?
Down in the cellar. And when we return, we'll have the voice of doom with us.
What are we stopping here in the kitchen for? I thought we were going down and trap the voice of doom.
Let me see.
Hey, Bart.
Oh, yes, Inspector. We are going down and trap the voice of doom. But first, I want to check through this diary.
Why? You expect to find a confession of murder there?
No. Miss Evans couldn't have had time to record the murder since it only occurred an hour ago. Be reasonable, Inspector.
Okay, then what are you looking for?
A confession of murder, Inspector.
A confession? Now, wait a minute, Bart.
All right, Inspector. I found what I wanted. Get out your flashlight and let's go. Looks rather forbidding down there, doesn't it?
There's a light switch on the wall. No light?
No, I didn't expect there would be, did you, Inspector? Someone in this household is mighty handy with electric wires. Point your flashlight down the stairs, Inspector.
What are we looking for? That's what I want to know.
We're looking for the door to the furnace room, Inspector. Yes, this is it, all right.
Furnace? What are you going to do, start a fire?
We might have to smoke out the voice of doom at that.
Well, there's no furnace in here.
No. Appears to be nothing but a storeroom.
Hey, someone shut the door.
Not only shut it, but locked it.
Why, the dirty... Hey, open this door, open it!
No use, Inspector. Whoever locked us in here intended that we should stay.
So the great Barton Drake stepped into my little trap.
Where'd that come from?
That grating up near the ceiling, I think, Inspector. It's an air duct from a furnace.
From the furnace?
Yes. This house is heated with a hot air system, Inspector, which means that there are one or more registers in each room. Now, any sound made inside the unlighted furnace would produce a hollow intonation which could be heard throughout the building.
So that's where the voice of doom came from, eh?
There's no doubt about it, Inspector.
How very clever you are, Barton Drake. You fool. You were warned. Now you must die.
Die, she says. What's she going to do, scare us to death?
Nothing so naive, Inspector Danton. Listen.
Hey, that sounds like escaping gas.
Inspector, that is escaping gas. It's coming through that air duct.
Well, of all the corny gimmicks. Hey, shut up the gas before I... Before
you what, Inspector?
Don't waste your breath talking, Inspector. You need all you have before we get out of this one. Pull that box over here.
Box, what for? What are you going to do?
I'm going to stand on it and stuff my coat into that air duct. Hurry now.
Okay. Stuffing up that hole isn't going to keep all the gas from getting in here. I'm beginning to feel lightheaded already. But we're doomed.
Nonsense. There we are. That'll keep most of the gas out. All right, Inspector. Start shooting.
Shooting? Shooting at what?
The lock, of course. 2 or 3 slugs should ruin it completely.
Oh, say, that's a good idea. Funny I never thought of it.
Well, hurry up.
Okay. Here goes. That ought to do it.
Better. I am beginning to feel lightheaded.
Okay, Bart. Come on, it's open.
Fine. Keep your flashlight handy, Inspector. The voice of doom must be somewhere nearby, and we're going to find her.
There's a door over there. Maybe...
Shh. Listen.
What'd you hear?
I'm not sure. Come over this way.
Hey, Bart, look.
Yes, I see it. Behind that barrel. Come on, Inspector.
No, you don't, sister. Stay right where you are.
Grab her, Inspector.
I'll grab her all right. Come here, you.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
Jumping Judas, it's Lucy.
Yes. Shy and retiring little Lucy.
You let me alone. You can't arrest me. I'm crazy. And everybody knows I'm crazy.
You're telling us?
What's going on down there? Lucy?
Mona. Help!
I'm afraid your cousin Mona won't be of much help, Lucy.
Here she comes, and the maid's with her.
Lucy, what's happened? What's all this shooting about?
I think you know what the shooting was about, Mona.
Oh, I do. Tell him I'm crazy, Mona. Tell him I'm not responsible for what I do.
Before you answer that, Mona, let me tell you something.
Well?
In the first place, I'm going to ask Inspector Danton to arrest you for being an accomplice in the murder of your Uncle Tracy Winthrop.
You what?
And in the second place, I'm going to ask the inspector to arrest this young lady here as the actual murderess.
Wait a minute, Barty. You mean you want me to arrest this one?
That's right, Inspector.
But this is Lucy. She's the old man's stepdaughter. Oh, so she's crazy.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Inspector. She's not crazy. In fact, she's not even Lucy.
Huh? What was that, Bart?
The young lady's name, Inspector, is Helen. She's Mona's sister. And this girl here who's been posing as a maid is Lucy. Isn't that right, young lady?
I'm not supposed to...
Shut up, you. If you open your mouth, I'll...
You won't do anything. Stand back and let the girl talk. Go on, miss.
All right. I'll tell you. They threatened to kill me if I did, but now that Father's gone, I don't care anymore. I'm Lucy. They made me pretend I was the maid. They killed Father. They've been planning...
you little wretch. I told you I'd kill you, and I will.
Put down that gun, Mona. Inspector.
Yeah, I got it. All right, lady. Take it easy.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Mr. Drake.
Oh, yes, Grace.
You can call me Lucy now. That's my real name.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. What was it you wanted, Lucy?
Are you and Inspector Danton leaving now?
Yes, we are. But don't you worry. You'll be all right. There's no one around to bother you now.
But I thought...
Yes?
Well, if Father appointed you my guardian, I mean... Well, I hate being left alone and...
Yes, I see what you mean. It wouldn't be quite right to leave you here... all alone, would it?
Well, tomorrow I could go to Ann Fulton's house. Ann's my best friend, and they want me to live with them. And...
Okay, Bart, we're all set. Those two babes are taken care of, and I drove the car all the way up the hill. Say, what's the matter?
Inspector, I was wondering...
Oh, you don't have to brag. I caught out of the gimmick almost as soon as you did. It was the book.
Book? What book, Inspector?
The one with the writing in it. The diary that the young miss here was trying to steal.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, what did you want to steal it for, miss?
Well, you see, Inspector... I knew that Mona had been practicing Father's handwriting for months. I also knew she kept a diary, so I reasoned that the more accurate she became in writing like Father, the more the entry she made in the diary would resemble his hand.
Say, you're pretty smart. You figured it right. The last entries in the diary were written in exactly the same hand as that phony will.
And that meant that Mona forged the will, didn't it?
Right. They suspected that you knew what they were up to, so they forced you to play the part of the maid.
And then Helen pretended she was me and tried to make you think she was crazy. And later on, they tried to work it out so that I'd be committed to a home.
That's it. There's only one thing I can't figure out. Why did Mr. Drake here become suspicious in the first place?
Oh, I know the answer to that. When Helen first spoke to him, posing as me, she referred to Father as Uncle Tracy. You see, I'd naturally speak of him as Father.
Well, did you figure that one out, too?
Oh, no. Mr. Drake told me.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you let me in on it. Bart would needle me about it all the way back to New York because I didn't notice. Hey, Bart.
Yeah?
Let's get going. I'm going to be back in New York tomorrow.
Sorry, Inspector.
Now, what do you mean, sorry, Inspector?
I'm leaving, but you're not.
What the devil are you...
We can't just go off and leave this little girl here by herself. One of us will have to remain until she can make arrangements with her friends.
Well, now, let's me out. Guardian Drake is the boy.
Guardian Drake is returning to New York, Inspector. As a policeman in charge of this case, it's up to you to stick on the job.
Nothing doing. Look, I'm a cop, not a nursemaid. Hey, Bart, come back here. This is your job.
Sorry, old boy, playing nursemaid isn't my job or hobby. Writing is my job and mystery is my hobby.
And now to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and the first act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Why the good inspector had to drag me to the theater tonight of all nights is quite beyond me. I could much more profitably have been finishing the first chapter of my latest book or calling upon a very desirable young lady I know. Of course, mystery is my hobby, but that doesn't include magicians, charlatans, and mind readers. And that's just what this Raja Vidrami is, I'll bet you. Even if he is billed as the greatest wizard of modern times.
Well, this ought to be a good show, Bart.
Inspector, you're getting childish. Certainly you don't believe in this stuff.
Of course not. I'm here on business.
Oh, you want to learn some card tricks?
Now, look, Bart, you know the department frowns on these kind of things. We got laws about fortune tellers. I'm here to see that this guy doesn't pull any monkey business, that's all.
And incidentally find out how your great aunt is doing in the other world, Inspector?
Now, Bart. Anyhow, they usually have some mighty pretty girls in these kind of shows.
That's right.
In tights. Now, be quiet. Here comes the man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To some of you, it may indeed seem strange that I appear before you in this unusual capacity, but I assure you I am the same Dr. Tree who was your professor of psychology at the university.
Yeah, it sounds as if the guy might be all right, Bart.
Why, Inspector?
A professor wouldn't give up a good job to handle a fake, would he?
Maybe not.
I am convinced that the Raja Hanuman Vidrame has developed the ability to control his mind, as well as the minds of others, to an extent never before known to science. That is why I left the university a year ago, to enjoy the company of this great man. I therefore take great pleasure in introducing to you Raja Vidrame.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raja Vidrame. During the evening, I shall attempt many experiments. However, the greatest one of all will require the whole evening. I shall therefore begin it now. Loretta, if you please. You will become rigid, Loretta. Dr. T, you and I will bind her hands to her side. We will place the rigid body upon this bed of sharpened spikes. Strike them, Dr. Tree. I wish the spectators to know that they are real.
Yes, Raja.
We now place this sheet over Miss Loretta. Now, Dr. Tree, you will cover her completely with sand to a depth of at least 2 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall see at the end of this performance that despite a complete lack of air, when we uncover her, she will still be alive. Dr. Tree is now removing the sand. Buried in sand for 2 hours, you shall see that Miss Loretta still lives. You may remove the sheet now, Dr. Tree. Miss Loretta. Miss Loretta. Dr. Tree, please.
She's dead, Raja. She's dead.
Impossible.
Loretta's been shot. Ladies and gentlemen, a terrible tragedy has occurred. The girl we buried alive in the sand is dead. Not by suffocation. She's been shot.
I'll pick out a couple of men and put them on the stage door, Bart. Then I'm going to call for a detail.
Okay, Inspector. Raja, could we have the curtains closed, please?
Yes. I attend to it at once.
Well, Dr. Tree, something seems to have gone wrong.
It's impossible. It couldn't be done.
Death isn't very pretty, is it, Doctor? Well, but Raja can at least close up the curtains.
The Raja can do anything.
Yes, except bring this poor girl back to life. Help me turn her over, Doctor. Maybe we can find the wound.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. We'll set her down here, off the spikes. That's better. Yes, indeed.
It's terrible, sir.
A gaping hole in the back of her head. Bullet still in the brain.
It couldn't happen. It couldn't.
Yes, but it did. Let's take a look at this bed of spikes.
Well, there's nothing...
What's this?
What, sir?
This bent metal tube running to this spike. There's a mouthpiece on the end of it.
Well, it's
There.
I'll pull it out of the spike. Well, this particular spike is hollow. There's a hole borrowed in the stage just under it. There are two other holes slightly larger right alongside of it. Well, Dr. Tree, this exhibition was a fake, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
All the time the girl was lying buried in the sand, supposedly in a trance, she was breathing through this tube.
But she had to breathe, of course.
The whole thing was a fake. That's a funny thing, Dr. Tree. Even I was tempted to believe it was real, and you completely fooled the inspector.
Well, why not? I staged it. So far, I've been able to fool all the great authorities.
Well, never mind. Who was backstage, Doctor, during your act?
Only the girl, Mildred, Raja's other assistant. You saw her yourself.
Yes, she was quite alluring.
There's one thing I think you should know, Mr. Drake. This girl here, Loretta, was my wife.
Very interesting.
We've been married just a few months.
And I see you're completely overcome with grief.
Hey, Barton.
Yes, Inspector.
I've got guards on the doors and the homicide detail. I'll be here any minute.
Good, old Inspector. You follow the routine to the letter, don't you?
You bet.
Where's our friend the Rajah? Did you let him go?
I'll say I didn't.
The Rajah couldn't possibly have committed this crime, gentlemen. He was on stage during the entire performance.
Where is the Rajah, Inspector?
Downstairs in one of the resting rooms.
Perhaps we'd better go have a talk with him.
Hey, what's that? Who's shooting?
Come on, let's find out.
Hey, give me that gun.
Who's in where, Mildred?
Man, I don't know who, but he ran back to the mummy case.
I'll drag him out. Wait a minute, Bart. Let me get him out.
Okay, Inspector, go ahead.
Come on out, you. Come on or I'll shoot. Come out of that box. That'll get him.
You're so thorough, Inspector.
Nobody in there.
I'm sure I saw somebody. I'm sure I did.
Hey, what was that crash?
Where's Dr. Tree?
How do I know? He was just here.
I'm afraid this little pretty has tricked us, Inspector. She's distracted us long enough for Dr. Tree to go downstairs and conceal some evidence. Well, Dr. Tree, coming up again?
I was down here looking for evidence.
Uh-huh. And why did you expect to find some evidence down here?
It's obvious, isn't it? Loretta was killed while she was lying on her back, buried in the sand. She was hit in the back of the head. This is the only place the shot could have come from.
What evidence did you find, Dr. Tree?
None whatsoever. I even moved our wardrobe trunks.
What was that crash we heard?
One of the trunks, it got away from me as I tipped it.
Dr. Tree, there's something that's bothering me considerably.
Yes, Mr. Drake?
Your emotions. You seem to be holding them singularly in check for a man who's just seen his bride lying in front of him, dead.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. I have learned a great deal from the Rajah.
Yes.
Sublimity of the mind.
Well, Inspector, as long as we've come this far, we might as well go down and take a look for ourselves.
But I assure you there's nothing to be found.
Come on.
This is it, gentlemen. We are now directly beneath the stage.
I see. Are these the wardrobe trunks you were moving, Doctor?
Yes.
What's this little tin pail?
One of the props, I believe, Mildred.
Yeah, the Rajah makes roses grow out of them.
This one's been smashed.
I'm afraid the trunk fell on it.
I see that some of your sand has leaked through onto the floor from above.
Possibly. There are several holes in the stage.
Hey, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector?
Here's where the murder was committed.
Yeah? How?
See one of these holes here in the ceiling? See, this one has powder marks. Somebody poked a gun through this hole and pulled the trigger.
I wonder who.
Mildred, that's who. She's the only one who was off stage, and I took a gun away from her, remember?
But Mildred's gun was an automatic. An automatic wouldn't fit into that hole, Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so it wasn't Mildred, but somebody did. How about us find the gun, too, right here in this basement?
Mr. Drake, could I speak to you alone?
Well,
Go ahead, Bart. I'll speak with the doctor here. I'm going to find that gun, and I'm betting he'll help me find it.
Bart. Mind if I call you Bart?
Why not?
Bart, do you believe love is overpowering?
Are you trying to tell me that this is a crime of passion?
Yeah, with me, love's everything.
It has its points. Just what do you want to talk to me about?
Well, you're more the romantic type than the inspector.
Thanks.
I could go for a guy like you.
It's pretty easy to go for yourself.
I'm in an awful jam, Bart.
Really?
Bart, kiss me.
Well, I never refuse a lady in distress.
When I get out of this mess, we'll have fun.
That depends whether the sheriff will let you out.
Oh, now, Bart, don't spoil it.
Open your heart, darling. What crooks?
Dr. Tree never would have married Loretta if he'd been here teaching the school. He was out of his environment.
Something like I was a few minutes ago.
Oh, now, baby. Be nice.
Sorry.
After the ceremony, he found out his mistake, but it was too late. She wouldn't give him up. After all, managing the Rogers, $100,000 racket, she wanted her part of the take.
You admit it's a racket, huh?
Only you. I can trust you, Bart, can I?
With certain limitations. What's the rest?
Well, I saw Dr. Tree needed sympathy. So I gave it to her.
In other words, you made a play.
Well,
and when you play hard.
That isn't very nice, Bart.
Let me say it for you. Loretta became jealous of you. She became so jealous that the doctor felt he had to kill her.
You'd know better than that. Dr. Tree was on stage all evening.
That's so. Then Loretta became so jealous that you had to kill her. You weren't on stage all evening.
That's the kind of conclusions I thought the inspector would make. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
It's a very simple matter to find out if you fired the gun. Those stones leave powder marks embedded in the skin of your hand.
I did fire a gun. Out there on stage, remember?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all you have to tell me. You're wasting time, my sweetheart.
I haven't mentioned the most important thing.
You mean there's more?
I was bad once. I rode a guy for his dough. Loretta was with me. She held it over my head. Said if I didn't leave her husband alone, she'd go to the police about me. And while she was there, she'd expose the Raj as a fake. When she turned to leave me, the Raja was standing there. He'd heard everything she said.
So, you think the Raja killed Loretta, huh?
Well, I didn't actually see him do it, but he had a darn good motive.
But Dr. Trey made a great point of the fact that the Raja couldn't have killed her. Remember, the Raja, too, was on stage all evening.
I thought... Dr. Tree said that?
Yes.
But the Raja couldn't have killed Loretta. What? I thought that he...
Yes? What did you think?
Yes, Mildred. Tell us, what do you think? Yes, my dear. Tell us, what do you think?
Well, Mildred?
Raja, I didn't know you were there.
Your words accuse me of murder.
I didn't mean to accuse you. I simply meant you could have killed her.
It is true. It would have been possible. I know something of firearms. Even better still, I know ways of controlling the human mind so that a person will destroy himself. I would have her care, Mildred.
I know, Raja, I know.
But I did not kill Loretta.
Did you know that Loretta had threatened to expose your claims to abnormal mental power as false, Raja?
I did. It was as though a great tree had fallen across my body, crushing out my spirit. How was I to know that these three had contrived to embellish my miracle with the use of mechanical contrivances, fraud, and trickery? Since I learned this through Miss Loretta's thoughtless words, my life has become a mockery. I am nothing but a bit of chaff being ground in the mill of commercialism.
You must hold a great hatred of them, Raja, be drumming. And especially for Loretta, who threatened to expose you.
Hatred is not within the concepts of my mind, Mr. Drake. It is an unworthy emotion.
I can sympathize with you.
Then, Miss Sahib, when this crime becomes public knowledge, my work as a charlatan for this past year will also become public, will it not?
I'm afraid so, Raja.
Oh, boy! No!
Good heavens, that's the inspector.
Where are you, Inspector? In here. In the mummy cave.
Stand where you are, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Tree, he has a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it. Unless you let Mildred and me go free.
What about the Raja? Don't you want him to go free, too?
No. I'm certain that he killed my wife, Loretta.
Help! Let me out!
What makes you so sure, Dr. Tree?
Because the inspector found the murder weapon, this gun, in the Raja's trunk.
I'm sure that the inspector must be mistaken.
Hey, Barty, you gotta let me out.
I'm sure he's not mistaken. This is the gun. I've seen it before.
But how could it be the murder weapon when I have the murder weapon right here?
You shot it out of my hand.
Now, will you please release the inspector from the mummy case?
I shall be happy to do so. Where is he? I'll send him up for life, interfering with an officer in the line of duty.
Now, don't feel too bad, Inspector. I've heard of Egyptians who stayed in those things for thousands of years.
The dirty lug, he tripped me. Pretended he was trying to help us. I dropped the gun and he shoved me inside that thing and slammed it shut. Oh, Bart, when the boys hear about this...
No, don't worry, Inspector. I won't help.
I think I'll just work the doctor over for luck.
Just a minute, Inspector. Let's get one crime solved before we come involved in another. Now, the way I see it, Dr. Tree here and the beautiful Mildred are in love, age notwithstanding. Each seems to be afraid that the other did the killing, and each is trying to protect the other.
I can get results quicker with the heel of my hand. I'll make the doctor confess, but quick.
I'll save you the trouble, Inspector. If you all come out onto the stage, I believe I can now reconstruct the crime.
If you will be so kind, Mr. Drake, I would like to go to my dressing room and lie down. I'm overcome with shame. Oh, no, you don't. You'll stay here.
I'd prefer it, Raja.
As you wish. Although my shame is punishment almost too great to bear. If I committed a crime, it was in all innocence. I was gullible. These are the tricksters who blaspheme my work.
Yes. Well, we'll take care of that in a minute, Raja. First, I want you to notice these 3 holes here in the floor. One was for the tube that Loretta breathed through. One was used to push the barrel of the revolver upwards. It's just tight enough to hold it firmly. But there's still another hole.
Yeah. What was that for?
The little tin pail, Inspector, that we found downstairs. It was tied to the trigger of the gun directly under this 3rd hole. So when the sand was shoveled in over the girl, some of it ran through the hole and into the pail. When the bucket gained sufficient weight, naturally, it pulled the trigger of the gun.
Well, I'll be darned. Why didn't I think of that?
You will when you tell it to the boys.
Incredible.
What I want to know is why we didn't hear the gun go off.
Oh, Inspector, how could you? The gun was under the stage. It was also covered by Loretta's body and over 2 feet of sand. A perfect setup. Even the murderer couldn't be exactly sure when it was going to go off.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it still be sticking there in the hole?
The murderer poked it out himself after the sand had been removed, Inspector.
But it would have been on the floor downstairs.
Any one of the 3 could have retrieved it from there, Inspector. Mildred wasn't on the stage all the time. The Rajah went down to rest, and Dr. Tree went looking for evidence.
Yeah. I think we'd better run all 3 of them in.
Oh, let the Raja...
Hey, no, you don't. Give me that knife.
I'm afraid we're too late, Inspector.
I go where spirits are kind, where there is no fraud or deception.
Roger.
Yes, my son.
You're dying. You know that, don't you?
Yes. This is as I wish it.
What about the murder, Rajah? Tell us.
A human can only stand so much sight. I worked for greatness, then found that true greatness was not for me. That is a tragedy unto itself.
Tell us. Please tell us about Loretta.
Loretta.
Hey,
he's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
Well, I guess that just about closes the case.
Yes, Dr. Tree, it just about does. You know, Inspector, the Rajah was a good and sincere man. He had a lot of talent, if the others hadn't tried to exploit it.
What kind of talent?
Extrasensory perception, for one thing.
What's that?
Skip it.
I don't believe it, whatever it is. Now, don't tell me that he gave you some kind of a thought transfer that made you tell me to arrest Dr. Tree for Loretta's murder. Or maybe you read his mind.
No, Inspector. It wasn't a thought transference. In fact, it was Dr. Tree's complete lack of thinking that put me on the right track.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You remember when he announced Loretta's death from the stage? He said she'd been shot. But when we looked at the body lying face up on that bed of spikes, there was no visible wound. We didn't find the wound until we turned her over.
Well, I'd have seen that, too. Only I was out posting guards on the doors and phoning headquarters.
Why, of course you would, Inspector. Just as you knew that Dr. Tree was the only person who could possibly have pushed that gun barrel down through the hole in the floor.
Did I know that?
I certainly did. He was the one who shoveled the sand out of the way. He was the only person who came near the body and the gun. You knew that, Inspector. You wouldn't have insisted on staying downstairs and searching for the murder weapon.
I found it, too.
Yes, you certainly did, Inspector. In the Rajah's trunk, right where Dr. Tree had put it.
I'm good, ain't I?
Yes, you are. You certainly are. It was you who also pushed the trunk aside, Inspector, the trunk that Dr. Tree used to hide and smash the little tin pail, which was attached to the trigger of the revolver.
That was easy.
Oh, I don't
It was you, though, found a little pile of sand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bart, love is a terrible thing.
Oh, Inspector, don't tell me that you're down on love.
I am when it makes a guy kill his wife because he wanted a babe like Mildred.
Mildred isn't so bad, Inspector. You can blame greed just as much as love. Loretta hung on to the doctor not because she loved him. She only wanted a wife's share of his $100,000 racket.
Yeah, love and greed. Both of them are terrible. Hey, Bart, remember, you promised that you wouldn't tell the boys down at headquarters about me being locked up in that mummy case.
Oh, Inspector, of course I won't. I don't get any pleasure out of telling the world that a man is a fake. Mystery is my hobby.
Hey, calm down,
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arno, the lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, had an unexpected caller.
Yes?
Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the Drake Paul Arnold.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Roberts, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... Well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
No, naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't the
Tony,
pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
I get it. It's Nibsam, I tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, Madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, Madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, huh? Now, wait a minute, Toots. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh, so that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony.
thinking that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this panty waist.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said, Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony? Why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get